object soon themselves become your object. Little by little they changed their attitude. Instead of electioneering being merely an educational method, it gradually became their only method to secure political office, to get elected to legislative bodies and other government positions. The change naturally led the socialists to tone down their revolutionary ardor. It compelled them to soften their criticism of capitalism and government in order to avoid persecution and secure more votes. They have ceased to be revolutionists, they have become reformers who want to change things by law. And everywhere, without exception, they have followed the same course. Everywhere they have forsworn their ideals, have duped the masses. There is a deeper reason for this constant and regular betrayal than individual scoundrels being elected. No man turns scoundrel or traitor overnight. It is power which corrupts. The filth and contamination of politics everywhere proves that. Moreover, even with the best intentions, socialists in legislative bodies or in governments find themselves entirely powerless to accomplishing anything of a socialistic nature. The demoralization and vitiation take place little by little, so gradually that one hardly notices it himself. The elected socialist finds himself in a strange and unfriendly atmosphere, and he must participate in the business that is being transacted. Most of that business has no bearing whatever on the things the socialist believes in, no connection with the interests of the working class voters who elected him. When a bill of some bearing upon labor comes up, he is ignored or laughed at for his impractical ideas on the matter. Our socialist perceives that he is regarded as a laughing stock by the other politicians, and finds more and more difficulty in securing the floor. He knows that neither by his talk nor by his vote can he influence the proceedings. His speeches don't even reach the public. He appeals to the voters to elect more comrades. Years pass. And a number are elected. Each of them goes through the same experience, and quickly come to the conclusion that they must show that they are practical men, that they are doing something for their constituency. In this manner the situation compels them to take a practical part in the proceedings, to talk business, to fall in line with the matters actually dealt with in the legislative body. Spending years in that atmosphere, enjoying good jobs and pay, the elected socialists have themselves become part and parcel of the political machinery. With growing success in elections and securing political power, they turn more and more conservative and content with existing conditions. Removal from the life and suffering of the working class, living in the atmosphere of the bourgeoisie, they have become what they call practical. Power and position have gradually stifled their conscience, and they have not the strength and honesty to swim against the current. They have become the strongest bulwark of capitalism. What is anarchism? Pages 92-8. So the political power which they had wanted to conquer had gradually conquered their socialism until there was scarcely anything left of it. Rocker, Op. Cit. p. 55. Not that these arguments are the result of hindsight, we must add. Bakunin was arguing in the early 1870s that the inevitable result of using elections will be that workers' deputies, transferred to a purely bourgeois environment, and into an atmosphere of purely bourgeois political ideas, will become middle class in their outlook, perhaps even more so than the bourgeois themselves. As long as universal suffrage is exercised in a society where the people, the mass of workers, are economically dominated by a minority holding exclusive possession the property and capital of the country, elections can only be illusory, anti-democratic in their results. The political philosophy of Bakunin, p. 216 and p. 213. This meant that the election to the German parliament of one or two workers, from the Social Democratic Party was not dangerous and, in fact, was highly useful to the German state as a lightning rod, or a safety valve. Unlike the political and social theory of the anarchists, which leads them directly and inexorably to a complete break with all governments and all forms of bourgeois politics, leaving no alternative but social revolution, Marxism, he argued, inexorably enmeshes and entangles its adherents, under the pretext of political tactics, in endless accommodation with governments and the various bourgeois political parties, that is, it thrusts them directly into reaction. Bakunin, Statism and Anarchy, p. 193 and pages 179 to 80. In the case of the German Social Democrats, this became obvious in 1914, when they supported their state in the First World War, and after 1918, when they crushed the German Revolution. So history proved Bakunin's prediction correct, as it did with his prediction that Marxism would result in elite rule. Simply put, for anarchists, the net effect of socialists using bourgeois elections would be to put them, and the movements they represent, into the quagmire of bourgeois politics and influences. In other words, the parties involved will be shaped by the environment they are working within and not vice versa. History is littered with examples of radical parties becoming a part of the system. From Marxian social democracy at the turn of the 19th century to the German Green Party in the 1980s, we have seen radical parties, initially proclaiming the need for direct action and extra-parliamentary activity, denouncing these activities once in power. From only using parliament as a means of spreading their message, the parties involved end up considering votes as more important than the message. Janet Biel sums up the effects on the German Green Party of trying to combine radical electioneering with direct action. The German Greens, once a flagship for the Green movement worldwide, should now be considered stinknormal, as their de facto boss himself declares. Now a repository of careerists, the Greens stand out only for the rapidity with which the old cadre of careerism, party politics, and business as usual once again played itself out in their saga of compromise and betrayal of principle. Under the superficial veil of their old values, a very thin veil indeed, now they can seek positions and make compromises to their heart's content. They have become practical, realistic and power-orientated. This former New Left ages badly, not only in Germany but everywhere else. But then, it happened with the SPD. The German Social Democratic Party in August 1914, then why not with Die Grünen in 1991? So it did. Party or movement, Green Line, number 89, p. 14. This, sadly, is the end result of all such attempts. Ultimately, supporters of using political action can only appeal to the good intentions and character of their candidates. Anarchists, however, present an analysis of state structures and other influences that will determine how the character of the successful candidates will change. In other words, in contrast to Marxists and other radicals, anarchists present a materialist, scientific analysis of the dynamics of electioneering and its effects on radicals. Like most forms of idealism, the arguments of Marxists and other radicals flounder on the rocks of reality. However, many radicals refuse to learn this lesson of history and keep trying to create a new party which will not repeat the saga of compromise and betrayal which all other radical parties have suffered. And they say that anarchists are utopian. You cannot dive into a swamp and remain clean. Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 99. Such is the result of rejecting, or supplementing with electioneering, direct action as the means to change things. For any social movement to ever surrender their commitment to direct action for working within the system is to destroy their personality as socially innovative movements. It is to dissolve back into the hopeless morass of mass organizations that seek respectability rather than change. Murray Bookchin, Toward an Ecological Society, p. 47. Moreover, the use of electioneering has a centralizing effect on the movements that use it. Political actions become considered as parliamentary activities made for the population by their representatives, with the rank and file left with no other role than that of passive support. Only the leaders are actively involved and the main emphasis falls upon them, and it soon becomes taken for granted that they should determine policy. Conferences become little more than rallies with politicians freely admitting that they will ignore any conference decisions as and when required. Not to mention the all too common sight of politicians turning round and doing the exact opposite of what they promised. In the end, party conferences become simply like parliamentary elections, with party members supporting this leader against another. Soon the party reflects the division between manual and mental labor so necessary for the capitalist system. Instead of working class self-activity and self-determination, there is a substitution of a non-working class leadership acting for people. This replaces self-management in social struggle and within the party itself. Electoralism strengthens the leader's dominance over the party and the party over the people it claims to represent. The real causes and solutions to the problems we face are mystified by the leadership and rarely discussed in order to concentrate on the popular issues that will get them elected. Ultimately, radicals, instead of weakening the false and enslaving belief in law and government, actually work to strengthen the people's faith in forcible authority and government. Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 100, which has always proved deadly to encouraging a spirit of revolt, self-management and self-help the very keys to creating change in a society. Thus this 1870 resolution of the Spanish section of the First International seems to have been proven to be correct. Any participation of the working class in the middle-class political government would merely consolidate the present state of affairs and necessarily paralyze the socialist revolutionary action of the proletariat. The Federation of Unions is the true representative of labor, and should work outside the political system. Quoted by José Pérez, Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 169. Instead of trying to gain control of the state, for whatever reasons, anarchists try to promote a culture of resistance within society that makes the state subject to pressure from outside, see section J.2.9. And, we feel, history has proven us right time and time again. J.2.7 Surely we should vote for reformist parties in order to expose them. Some Leninist socialists, like the British Socialist Workers' Party and its offshoots, argue that we should urge people to vote for Labour and other social democratic parties. In this they follow Lenin's 1920 argument against the anti-parliamentarian left that revolutionaries help elect such parties as many workers still follow their lead so that they will be convinced by their own experience that we are right, that such parties are absolutely good for nothing, that they are petty bourgeois and treacherous by nature, and that their bankruptcy is inevitable. If we want the masses to follow us, we need to support such parties in the same way as the rope supports a hanged man. In this way, by experiencing the reformists in official, the majority will soon become disappointed in their leaders and will begin to support communism. The Lenin Anthology, p. 603, p. 605 and p. 602. This tactic is suggested for two reasons. The first is that revolutionaries will be able to reach more people by being seen to support popular, trade union-based, parties. If they do not, then they are in danger of alienating sizable sections of the working class by arguing that such parties will be no better than explicitly pro-capitalist ones. The second, and the more important one, is that by electing reformist parties into office the experience of living under such a government will shatter whatever illusions its supporters had in them. The reformist parties will be given the test of experience, and when they betray their supporters to protect the status quo it will radicalize those who voted for them, who will then seek out real socialist parties, namely the likes of the SWP and ISO. Libertarians reject these arguments for three reasons. Firstly, it is deeply dishonest as it hides the true thoughts of those who support the tactic. To tell the truth is a revolutionary act. Radicals should not follow the capitalist media by telling half-truths, distorting the facts, hiding what they believe or supporting a party they are opposed to. If this means being less popular in the short run, then so be it. Attacking nationalism, capitalism, religion, or a host of other things can alienate people, but few revolutionaries would be so opportunistic as to hold their tongues on these. In the long run, being honest about your ideas is the best way of producing a movement which aims to get rid of a corrupt social system. Starting such a movement with half-truths is doomed to failure. Secondly, anarchists reject the basis of this argument. The logic underlying it is that by being disillusioned by their reformist leaders and party, voters will look for new, better leaders and parties. However, this fails to go to the root of the problem, namely the dependence on leaders which hierarchical society creates within people. Anarchists do not want people to follow the best leadership, they want them to govern themselves, to be self-active, manage their own affairs and not follow any would-be leaders. If you seriously think that the liberation of the oppressed is the task of the oppressed themselves, as Leninists claim to do, then you must reject this tactic in favor of ones that promote working-class self-activity. The third reason we reject this tactic is that it has been proven to fail time and time again. What most of its supporters seem to fail to notice is that voters have indeed put reformist parties into office many times. Lenin suggested this tactic in 1920, and there has been no general radicalization of the voting population by this method, nor even in reformist party militants, in spite of the many Labour Party governments in Britain which all attacked the working class. Moreover, the disillusionment associated with the experience of reformist parties often expresses itself as a demoralization with socialism as such, rather than with the reformists' watered-down version of it. If Lenin's position could be persuasive to some in 1920 when it was untried, the experience of subsequent decades should show its weakness. This failure, for anarchists, is not surprising, considering the reasons why we reject this tactic. Given that this tactic does not attack hierarchy or dependence on leaders, does not attack the ideology and process of voting, it will obviously fail to present a real alternative to the voting population, who will turn to other alternatives available at election time and not embrace direct action. Also, the sight of a so-called socialist or radical government managing capitalism, imposing cuts, breaking strikes, and generally attacking its supporters will damage the credibility of any form of socialism and discredit all socialist and radical ideas in the eyes of the population. If the experience of the Labour government in Britain during the 1970s and New Labour after 1997 are anything to go by, it may result in the rise of the far right, who will capitalise on this disillusionment. By refusing to argue that no government is on our side, radicals who urge us to vote reformist without illusions help to disarm theoretically the people who listen to them. Working class people, surprised, confused and disorientated by the constant betrayals of left-wing parties, may turn to right-wing parties, who can be elected, to stop the attacks rather than turn to direct action, as the radical minority within the working class did not attack voting as part of the problem. How many times must we elect the same party, go through the same process, the same betrayals before we realize this tactic does not work? Moreover, if it is a case of having to experience something before people reject it, few state socialists take this argument to its logical conclusion. We rarely hear them argue we must experience the hell of fascism or Stalinism or the nightmare of free market capitalism in order to ensure working class people see through them. Anarchists, in contrast, say that we can argue against reformist politics without having to associate ourselves with them by urging people to vote for them. By arguing for abstentionism, we can help to theoretically arm the people who will come into conflict with these parties once they are in office. By arguing that all governments will be forced to attack us, due to the pressure from capital and state, and that we have to rely on our own organizations and power to defend ourselves, we can promote working class self-confidence in its own abilities, and encourage the rejection of capitalism, the state, and hierarchical leadership, as well as the use of direct action. Finally, we must add, it is not required for radicals to associate themselves with the farce of parliamentary propaganda in order to win people over to our ideas. Non-anarchists will see us use direct action, see us act, see the anarchistic alternatives we create, and see our propaganda. Non-anarchists can be reached quite well without taking part in, or associating ourselves with, parliamentary action. J.2.8 Will abstentionism lead to the right winning elections? Possibly. However, anarchists don't just say don't vote, we say organize as well. Apathy is something anarchists have no interest in encouraging. The reasons why people abstain is more important than the act. The idea that the USA is closer to anarchy because around 50% of people do not vote is nonsense. Abstentionism in this case is the product of apathy and cynicism, not political ideas. So anarchists recognize that apathetic abstentionism is not revolutionary or an indication of anarchist sympathies. It is produced by apathy and a general level of cynicism at all forms of political ideas and the possibility of change. That is why anarchist abstentionism always stresses the need for direct action and organizing economically and socially to change things, to resist oppression and exploitation. In such circumstances, the effect of an electoral strike would be fundamentally different than an apathy-induced lack of voting. If the anarchists, Vernon Richards argued, could persuade half the electorate to abstain from voting, this would, from an electoral point of view, contribute to the victory of the right. But it would be a hollow victory, for what government could rule when half the electorate by not voting had expressed its lack of confidence in all governments? The party in office would have to rule over a country in which a sizable minority, even a majority, had rejected government as such. This would mean that the politicians would be subjected to real pressures from people who believed in their own power and acted accordingly. So anarchists call on people not to vote, but instead organize themselves and be conscious of their own power. Only this can command the respect of governments, can curb the power of government as millions of crosses on bits of paper never will. The Impossibilities of Social Democracy, p. 142. 4. As Emma Goldman pointed out, if the anarchists were strong enough to swing the elections to the left, they must also have been strong enough to rally the workers to a general strike, or even a series of strikes. In the last analysis, the capitalist class knows too well that officials, whether they belong to the right or the left, can be bought. Or they are of no consequence to their pledge. Vision on Fire, p. 90. The mass of the population, however, cannot be bought off, and if they are willing and able to resist, then they can become a power second to none. Only by organizing, fighting back and practicing solidarity where we live and work can we really change things. That is where our power lies, that is where we can create a real alternative. By creating a network of self-managed, proactive community and workplace organizations, we can impose by direct action that which politicians can never give us from Parliament. Only such a movement can stop the attacks upon us by whoever gets into office. A government, left or right, which faces a mass movement based upon direct action and solidarity will always think twice before proposing cuts or introducing authoritarian laws. Howard Zinn expressed it well. I think a way to behave is to think not in terms of representative government, not in terms of voting, not in terms of electoral politics, but thinking in terms of organizing social movements, organizing in the workplace, organizing in the neighborhood, organizing collectives that can become strong enough to eventually take over, first to become strong enough to resist what has been done to them by authority, and second, later, to become strong enough to actually take over the institutions. The crucial question is not who is in office, but what kind of social movement do you have? Because we have seen historically that if you have a powerful social movement, it doesn't matter who is in office. Whoever is in office, they could be Republican or Democrat, if you have a powerful social movement, the person in office will have to yield, will have to in some ways respect the power of social movements. Voting is not crucial, and organizing is the important thing. An interview with Howard Zinn on Anarchism, Rebels Against Tyranny. Of course, all the parties claim that they are better than the others, and this is the logic of this question, namely, we must vote for the lesser evil as the right wing in office will be terrible. But what this forgets is that the lesser evil is still an evil. What happens is that instead of the greater evil attacking us, we get the lesser evil doing what the right wing was going to do. Let us not forget it was the lesser evil of the Democrats, in the USA, and Labour, in the UK, who first introduced, in the 1970s, the monetarist and other policies that Reagan and Thatcher made their own in the 1980s. This is important to remember. The central fallacy in this kind of argument is the underlying assumption that the left will not implement the same kind of policies as the right. History does not support such a perspective, and it is a weak hope to place a political strategy on. As such, when people worry that a right-wing government will come into power and seek to abolish previous social gains, such as abortion rights, welfare programs, union rights, and so forth, they seem to forget that so-called left-wing administrations have also undermined such reforms. In response to queries by the left on how anarchists would seek to defend such reforms if their abstentionism aided the victory of the right, anarchists reply by asking the left how they seek to defend such reforms when their left-wing government starts to attack them. Ultimately, voting for other politicians will make little difference. The reality is that politicians are puppets. As we argued in section J.2.2, real power in the state does not lie with politicians, but instead within the state bureaucracy and big business. Faced with these powers, we have seen left-wing governments from Spain to New Zealand introduce right-wing policies. So even if we elected a radical party, they would be powerless to change anything important and soon be forced to attack us in the interests of capitalism. Politicians come and go, but the state bureaucracy and big business remain forever. Simply put, we cannot expect a different group of politicians to react that differently to the same economic and political pressures and influences. Therefore we cannot rely on voting for the lesser evil to save us from the possible dangers of a right-wing election victory. All we can hope for is that no matter who gets in, the population will resist the government because it knows and can use its real power, direct action. For the only limit to the oppression of government is the power with which the people show themselves capable of opposing it. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 196. Hence Vernon Richards. If the anarchist movement has a role to play in practical politics, it is surely that of suggesting to, and persuading, as many people as possible that their freedom from the Hitlers, Francos, and the rest, depends not on the right to vote or securing a majority of votes for the candidate of one's choice, but on evolving new forms of political and social organization which aim at the direct participation of the people, with the consequent weakening of the power, as well of the social role, of government in the life of the community. Anarchists and Voting, pages 176 to 87, The Raven, number 14, pages 177 to 8. We discuss what this could involve in the next section. J.2.9 What do anarchists do instead of voting? While anarchists reject electioneering and voting, it does not mean that we are politically apathetic. Indeed, part of the reason why anarchists reject voting is because we think that voting is not part of the solution, it is part of the problem. This is because it endorses an unjust and unfree political system and makes us look to others to fight our battles for us. It blocks constructive self-activity and direct action. It stops the building of alternatives in our communities and workplaces. Voting breeds apathy, and apathy is our worst enemy. Given that we have had universal suffrage for some time in the West and we have seen the rise of labor and radical parties aiming to use that system to effect change in a socialistic direction, it seems strange that we are probably further away from socialism than when they started. The simple fact is that these parties have spent so much time trying to win elections that they have stopped even thinking about creating socialist alternatives in our communities and workplaces. That is in itself enough to prove that electioneering, far from eliminating apathy, in fact helps to create it. So, because of this, anarchists argue that the only way to not waste your vote is to spoil it. We are the only political movement which argues that nothing will change unless you act for yourself, take back the power and fight the system directly. Only direct action breaks down apathy and gets results. It is the first steps towards real freedom, towards a free and just society. Unsurprisingly, then, anarchists are the first to point out that not voting is not enough, we need to actively struggle for an alternative to both voting and the current system. Just as the right to vote was won after a long series of struggles, so the creation of a free, decentralized, self-managed, libertarian socialist society will be the product of social struggle. Anarchists are the last people to deny the importance of political liberties or the importance in winning the right to vote. The question we must ask is whether it is a more fitting tribute to the millions of people who used direct action, fought and suffered for the right to vote, to use that victory to endorse a deeply unfair and undemocratic system, or to use other means, indeed the means they used to win the vote, to create a system based upon true popular self-government. If we are true to our, and their, desire for a real, meaningful democracy, we would have to reject political action in favor of direct action. This obviously gives an idea of what anarchists do instead of voting: we agitate, organize and educate. Or, to quote Proudhon, the problem before the laboring classes, consists not in capturing, but in subduing both power and monopoly, that is, in generating from the bowels of the people, from the depths of labor, a greater authority, a more potent fact, which shall envelop capital and the state and subjugate them. For, to combat and reduce power, to put it in its proper place in society, it is of no use to change the holders of power or introduce some variation into its workings. An agricultural and industrial combination must be found by means of which power, today the ruler of society, shall become its slave. System of Economical Contradictions, p. 398 and p. 397. We do this by organizing what Bakunin called anti-political social power of the working classes. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 263. This activity, which bases itself on the two broad strategies of encouraging direct action and building alternatives where we live and work. Taking the first strategy, anarchists say that by using direct action we can force politicians to respect the wishes of the people. For example, if a government or boss tries to limit free speech, then anarchists would try to encourage a free speech fight to break the laws in question until such time as they are revoked. If a government or landlord refuses to limit rent increases or improve safety requirements for accommodation, anarchists would organize squats and rent strikes. In the case of environmental destruction, anarchists would support and encourage attempts at halting the damage by mass trespassing on sites, blocking the routes of developments, organizing strikes, and so on. If a boss refuses to introduce an 8-hour day, then workers should form a union and go on strike or simply stop working after 8 hours. Unlike laws, the boss cannot ignore direct action. Similarly, strikes combined with social protest would be effective means of stopping authoritarian laws being passed. For example, anti-union laws would be best fought by strike action and community boycotts, and given the utterly ineffectual defense pursued by pro-labor parties using political action to stop anti-union laws, who can seriously say that the anarchist way would be any worse? Collective non-payment of taxes would ensure the end of unpopular government decisions. The example of the poll tax rebellion in the UK in the late 1980s shows the power of such direct action. The government could happily handle hours of speeches by opposition politicians, but they could not ignore social protest, and we must add that the Labour Party, which claimed to oppose the tax, happily let the councils controlled by them introduce the tax and arrest non-payers. The aim would be to spread struggles and involve as many people as possible, for it is merely stupid for a group of workers, even for the workers organized as a national group, to invite the making of a distinction between themselves and the community. The real protagonists in this struggle are the community and the state, the community as an organic and inclusive body, and the state as the representatives of a tyrannical minority. The general strike of the future must be organized as a strike of the community against the state. The result of that strike will not be in doubt. Herbert Read, Anarchy and Order, p. 52. Such a counterpower would focus the attention of those in power far more than a ballot in a few years' time, particularly as the state bureaucracy is not subject to even that weak form of accountability. As Noam Chomsky argues, within the constraints of existing state institutions, policies will be determined by people representing centers of concentrated power in the private economy, people who, in their institutional roles, will not be swayed by moral appeals but by the costs consequent upon the decisions they make, not because they are bad people, but because that is what the institutional roles demands. He continues, those who own and manage the society want a disciplined, apathetic and submissive public that will not challenge their privilege and the orderly world in which it thrives. The ordinary citizen need not grant them this gift. Enhancing the crisis of democracy by organization and political engagement is itself a threat to power, a reason to undertake it quite apart from its crucial importance in itself as an essential step towards social change. Turning the Tide, pages 251-2. In this way, by encouraging social protest, any government would think twice before pursuing authoritarian, destructive, and unpopular policies. In the final analysis, governments can and will ignore the talk of opposition politicians, but they cannot ignore social action for very long. In the words of a Spanish anarcho-syndicalist, Anarchists do not ask for any concessions from the government. Our mission and our duty is to impose from the streets that which ministers and deputies are incapable of realizing in Parliament. Quoted by Graham Kelsey, Anarcho-Syndicalism, Libertarian Communism, and the State, p. 79. This was seen after the Popular Front was elected February 1936 and the Spanish landless workers, sick and tired of waiting for the politicians to act, started to occupy the land. The government resorted to the time-tested procedure of expelling the peasants with the civil guard. The peasants responded with a dramatic rebellion which forced the politicians to legalize the occupied farms. This proved once again that the only effective reforms are those imposed by force from below. Indeed, direct action was infinitely more successful than all the parliamentary debates that took place between 1931 and 1933 about whether to institute the approved agrarian reform law. Abel Paz, Durruti in the Spanish Revolution, p. 391. The second strategy of building alternatives flows naturally from the first. Any form of campaign requires organization, and by organizing in an anarchist manner we build organizations that bear in them the living seed of the new society which is replace the old world. Bakunin, Op. Cit. p. 255. In organizing strikes in the workplace and community we can create a network of activists and union members who can encourage a spirit of revolt against authority. By creating assemblies where we live and work we can create an effective countering power to the state and capital. Such a union, as the anarchists in Spain and Italy proved, can be the focal point for recreating self-managed schools, social centers, and so on. In this way the local community can ensure that it has sufficient independent, self-managed resources available to educate its members. Also, combined with credit unions, or mutual banks, cooperative workplaces, and stores, a self-managed infrastructure could be created which would ensure that people can directly provide for their own needs without having to rely on capitalists or governments. In the words of a CNT militant, we must create that part of libertarian communism which can be created within bourgeois society and do so precisely to combat that society with our own special weapons. Quoted by Kelsey, Op. Cit. p. 79. So, far from doing nothing, by not voting the anarchist actively encourages alternatives. As the British anarchist John Turner argued, we have a line to work upon, to teach the people self-reliance, to urge them to take part in non-political i.e. non-electoral movements directly started by themselves for themselves. As soon as people learn to rely upon themselves they will act for themselves. We teach the people to place their faith in themselves, we go on the lines of self-help. We teach them to form their own committees of management, to repudiate their masters, to despise the laws of the country. Quoted by John Quayle, The Slow-Burning Fuse, p. 87. In this way we encourage self-activity, self-organization, and self-help, the opposite of apathy and doing nothing. Ultimately, what the state and capital gives, they can also take away. What we build by our own self-activity can last as long as we want it to and act to protect it. The future belongs to those who continue daringly, consistently, to fight power and governmental authority. The future belongs to us and to our social philosophy. For it is the only social ideal that teaches independent thinking and direct participation of the workers in their economic struggle. For it is only through the organized economic strength of the masses that they can and will do away with the capitalist system and all the wrongs and injustices it contains. Any diversion from this stand will only retard our movement and make it a stepping stone for political climbers. Emma Goldman, Vision on Fire, p. 92. In short, what happens in our communities, workplaces, and environment is too important to be left to politicians or the ruling elite who control governments. Anarchists need to persuade as many people as possible that their freedom depends not on the right to vote or securing a majority of votes, but on evolving new forms of political and social organization which aim at the direct participation of the people, with the consequent weakening of the power, as well as of the social role, of government in the life of the community. Anarchists and Voting, pages 176 to 87, The Raven, number 14, pages 177-8. We discuss what new forms of economic and social organizations that this could involve in section J.5. J.2.10. Does rejecting electioneering mean that anarchists are apolitical? No. Far from it. The apolitical nature of anarchism is Marxist nonsense. As it desires to fundamentally change society, anarchism can be nothing but political. However, anarchism does reject, as we have seen, normal political activity as ineffectual and corrupting. However, many, particularly Marxists, imply this rejection of the con of capitalist politics means that anarchists concentrate on purely economic issues like wages, working conditions, and so forth. By so doing, Marxists claim that anarchists leave the political agenda to be dominated by capitalist ideology, with disastrous results for the working class. This view, however, is utterly wrong. Indeed, Bakunin explicitly rejected the idea that working people could ignore politics and actually agreed with the Marxists that political indifference only led to capitalist control of the labor movement. Some of the workers in Germany were organized in a kind of federation of small associations. Self-help was its slogan, in the sense that laboring people were persistently advised not to anticipate either deliverance or help from the state and the government, but only from their own efforts. This advice would have been excellent had it not been accompanied by the false assurance that liberation for the laboring people is possible under current conditions of social organization. Under this delusion, the workers subject to this influence were supposed to disengage themselves systematically from all political and social concerns and questions about the state, property, and so forth. This completely subordinated the proletariat to the bourgeoisie which exploits it and for which it was to remain an obedient and mindless tool. Statism and Anarchy, p. 174. In addition, Bakunin argued that the labor movement, and so the anarchist movement, would have to take into account political ideas and struggles but to do so in a working class way. The International does not reject politics of a general kind, it will be compelled to intervene in politics so long as it is forced to struggle against the bourgeoisie. It rejects only bourgeois politics. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 313. To state the obvious, anarchists only reject working class political action if you equate, as did the early Marxists, political action with electioneering, standing candidates for parliament, local town councils and so on, what Bakunin termed bourgeois politics. We do not reject political action in the sense of direct action to effect political changes and reforms. As two American syndicalists argued, libertarians use the term political action, in its ordinary and correct sense. Parliamentary action resulting from the exercise of the franchise is political action. Parliamentary action caused by the influence of direct action tactics, is not political action. It is simply a registration of direct action. They also noted that syndicalists have proven time and again that they can solve the many so-called political questions by direct action. Earl C. Ford and William Z. Foster, Syndicalism, p. 19f and p. 23. So, anarchists reject capitalist politics, i.e. electioneering, but we do not ignore politics, wider political discussion or political struggles. Anarchists have always recognized the importance of political debate and ideas in social movements. Bakunin asked, should a workers' organization cease to concern itself with political and philosophical questions? Would it ignore progress in the world of thought as well as the events which accompany or arise from the political struggle in and between states, concerning itself only with the economic problem? He rejected such a position. We hasten to say that it is absolutely impossible to ignore political and philosophical questions. An exclusive preoccupation with economic questions would be fatal for the proletariat. Doubtless the defense and organization of its economic interests must be the principal task of the proletariat. But it is impossible for the workers to stop there without renouncing their humanity and depriving themselves of the intellectual and moral power which is so necessary for the conquest of their economic rights. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 301. Nor do anarchists ignore elections. As Vernon Richards suggested, Anarchists cannot be uninterested in election results, whatever their view about the demerits of the contending parties. The fact that the anarchist movement has campaigned to persuade people not to use their vote is proof of our commitment and interest. If there is, say, a 60%er poll, we will not assume that the 40%er abstentions are anarchists, but we would surely be justified in drawing the conclusion that among the 40%er there are a sizable minority who have lost faith in political parties and were looking for other instruments, other values. The impossibilities of social democracy, p. 141 nor, needless to say, are anarchists indifferent to struggles for political reforms and the need to stop the state pursuing authoritarian policies, imperialist adventures, and such like. Thus the charge anarchists are apolitical or indifferent to politics, even capitalist politics, is a myth. Rather, we are not concerned with choosing between governments but with creating the situation where government can no longer operate, because only then will we organize locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally to satisfy real needs and common aspirations. For so long as we have capitalism and government, the job of anarchists is to fight both, and at the same time encourage people to take what steps they can to run their own lives. Anarchists and Voting, pages 176-87, The Raven, number 14, p. 179. Part of this process will be the discussion of political, social, and economic issues in whatever self-managed organizations people create in their communities and workplaces, as Bakunin argued, and the use of these organizations to fight for political, social, and economic improvements and reforms in the here and now using direct action and solidarity. This means, as Rudolf Rocker pointed out, anarchists desire a unification of political and economic struggles as the two as inseparable. Within the socialist movement itself, the anarchists represent the viewpoint that the war against capitalism must be at the same time a war against all institutions of political power, for in history economic exploitation has always gone hand in hand with political and social oppression. The exploitation of man by man and the domination of man over man are inseparable, and each is the condition of the other. Anarcho-syndicalism, p. 11. Such a unification must take place on the social and economic field, not the political, as that is where the working class is strongest. So anarchists are well aware of the need to fight for political issues and reforms, and so are not in any way opposed to the political struggle, but in their opinion this struggle must take the form of direct action, in which the instruments of economic and social power which the working class has at its command are the most effective. The most trivial wage fight shows clearly that, whenever the employers find themselves in difficulties, the state steps in with the police, and even in some cases with the militia, to protect the threatened interests of the possessing classes. It would, therefore, be absurd for them to overlook the importance of the political struggle. Every event that affects the life of the community is of a political nature. In this sense, every important economic action is also a political action and, moreover, one of incomparably greater importance than any parliamentary proceeding. In other words, just as the worker cannot be indifferent to the economic conditions of his life in existing society, so he cannot remain indifferent to the political structure of his country. Both in the struggle for his daily bread and for every kind of propaganda looking towards his social liberation he needs political rights and liberties, and he must fight for these himself with all his strength whenever the attempt is made to wrest them from him. So the focal point of the political struggle lies, then, not in the political parties, but in the economic and social fighting organizations of the workers. Rocker, Op. Cit. p. 77, p. 74 and p. 77. Hence the comments in the CNT's newspaper Solidaridad Obrera. Does anyone not know that we want to participate in public life? Does anyone not know that we have always done so? Yes, we want to participate. With our organizations. With our papers. Without intermediaries, delegates, or representatives. No. We will not go to the town hall, to the provincial capital, to parliament. Quoted by José Pérez, Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 173. Indeed, Rudolf Rocker makes the point very clear. It has often been charged against anarcho-syndicalism, he wrote, that it has no interest in the political structure of the different countries, and consequently no interest in the political struggles of the time, and confines its activities entirely to the fight for purely economic demands. This idea is altogether erroneous and springs either from outright ignorance or willful distortion of the facts. It is not the political struggle as such which distinguishes the anarcho-syndicalist from the modern labor parties, both in principle and tactics, but the form of this struggle and the aims which it has in view. Their efforts are also directed, even today, at restricting the activities of the state. The attitude of anarcho-syndicalism towards the political power of the present-day state is exactly the same as it takes towards the system of capitalist exploitation and pursue the same tactics in their fight against the state. Op. Cit. Pages 73-4. As historian Bob Holton suggests, the notion that syndicalism is apolitical is certainly a deeply embedded article of faith among those Marxists who have taken Lenin's strictures against syndicalism at face value. Yet it bears little relation to the actual nature of revolutionary industrial movements. Nor did syndicalists neglect politics and the state. Revolutionary industrial movements were on the contrary highly political in that they sought to understand, challenge and destroy the structure of capitalist power in society. They quite clearly perceived the oppressive role of the state whose periodic intervention in industrial unrest could hardly have been missed. For example, the vigorous campaign against the servile state certainly disproves the notion that syndicalists ignored the role of the state in society. On the contrary, their analysis of bureaucratic state capitalism helped to make considerable inroads into prevailing labourist and state socialist assumptions that the existing state could be captured by electoral means and used as an agent of thoroughgoing social reform. British Syndicalism, 1900-1914, pages 21-2 and p. 204. Thus anarchism is not indifferent to or ignores political struggles and issues. Rather, it fights for political change and reforms as it fights for economic ones by direct action and solidarity. If anarchists reject any participation in the works of bourgeois parliaments, it is not because they have no sympathy with political struggles in general, but because they are firmly convinced that parliamentary activity is for the workers the very weakest and most hopeless form of the political struggle. Rocker, Op. Cit. p. 76. Anarchists reject the idea that political and economic struggles can be divided. Such an argument just reproduces the artificially created division of labor between mental and physical activity of capitalism within working class organizations and within anti-capitalist movements. We say that we should not separate out politics into some form of specialized activity that only certain people, i.e. our representatives, can do. Instead, anarchists argue that political struggles, ideas and debates must be brought into the social and economic organizations of our class where they must be debated freely by all members as they see fit, and that political and economic struggle and change must go hand in hand. Rather than being something other people discuss on behalf of working class people, anarchists argue that politics must no longer be in the hands of so-called experts, i.e. politicians, but instead lie in the hands of those directly affected by it. Also, in this way the social struggle encourages the political development of its members by the process of participation and self-management. In other words, political issues must be raised in economic and social organizations and discussed there, where working class people have real power. As Bakunin put it, the proletariat itself will pose political and philosophical questions in their own organizations, and so the political struggle, in the widest scene, will come from the class struggle, for who can entertain any doubt that out of this ever-growing organization of the militant solidarity of the proletariat against bourgeois exploitation there will issue forth the political struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Anarchists simply think that the policy of the proletariat should be the destruction of the state rather than working within it, and we argue for a union of political ideas and social organization and activity. This is essential for promoting radical politics, as it digs a chasm between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and places the proletariat outside the activity and political conniving of all parties within the state, In placing itself outside all bourgeois politics, the proletariat necessarily turns against it. So, by placing the proletariat outside the politics in the state and of the bourgeois world, the working class movement thereby constructed a new world, the world of the united proletarians of all lands. Op. Cit. p. 302 p. 276, p. 303 and p. 305. History supports Bakunin's arguments, as it indicates that any attempt at taking social and economic issues into political parties has resulting in wasted energy and their watering down into, at best, reformism and, at worst, the simple ignoring of them by politicians once in office, see section J.2.6. Only by rejecting the artificial divisions of capitalist society can we remain true to our ideals of liberty, equality, and solidarity. Every example of radicals using electioneering has resulted in them being changed by the system instead of them changing it. They have become dominated by capitalist ideas and activity, what is usually termed realistic and practical, and by working within capitalist institutions they have, to use Bakunin's words, filled in at a single stroke the abyss, between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie that economic and social struggle creates and, worse, have tied the proletariat to the bourgeois tow line. Op. Cit. p. 290. In addition, so-called economic struggles do not occur in a vacuum. They take place in a social and political context, and so, necessarily, there can exist a separation of political and economic struggles only in the mind. Strikers or eco-warriors, for example, face the power of the state enforcing laws which protect the power of employers and polluters. This necessarily has a political impact on those involved in struggle. By channeling any political conclusions drawn by those involved in struggle into electoral politics, this development of political ideas and discussion will be distorted into discussions of what is possible in the current system, and so the radical impact of direct action and social struggle is weakened. Given this, is it surprising that anarchists argue that the people must organize their powers apart from and against the state? Bakunin, The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 376. To conclude, anarchists are only apolitical about bourgeois elections and the dubious liberty and benefits associated with picking who will rule us and maintain capitalism for the next 4 or 5 years, as well as the usefulness of socialists participating in them. We feel that our predictions have been confirmed time and time again. Anarchists reject electioneering not because they are apolitical but because they do not desire to see politics remain a thing purely for politicians and bureaucrats. Political issues are far too important to leave to such people. Anarchists desire to see political discussion and change develop from the bottom up. This is hardly apolitical in fact, with our desire to see ordinary people directly discuss the issues that affect them, act to change things by their own action and draw their own conclusions from their own activity. Anarchists are very political. The process of individual and social liberation is the most political activity we can think of. J.3 What kinds of organization do anarchists build? Anarchists are well aware of the importance of building organizations. Organizations allow those within them to multiply their strength and activity, becoming the means by which an individual can see their ideas, hopes and dreams realized. This is as true for getting the anarchist message across as for building a home, running a hospital or creating some useful product. Anarchists support two types of organization: organizations of anarchists and popular organizations which are not made up exclusively of anarchists, such as industrial unions, cooperatives, and community assemblies. Here we will discuss the kinds, nature, and role of the first type of organization, namely explicitly anarchist organizations. In addition, we discuss anarcho-syndicalism, a revolutionary unionism which aims to create an anarchist society by anarchist tactics, as well as why many anarchists are not anarcho-syndicalists. The second type of organizations, popular ones, are discussed in section J.5. Both forms of organization, however, share the anarchist commitment to confederalism, decentralization, self-management and decision-making from the bottom up. In such organizations the membership plays the decisive role in running them and ensuring that power remains in their hands. They express the anarchist vision of the power and creative efficacy people have when they are self-reliant, when they act for themselves and manage their own lives directly. Only by organizing in this way can we create a new world, a world worthy of human beings and unique individuals. Anarchist organization in all its forms reflects our desire to build the new world in the shell of the old and to empower the individual. We reject the notion that it does not really matter how we organize to change society. Indeed, nothing could be further from the truth. We are all the products of the influences and social relationships in our lives. This is a basic idea of philosophical materialism. Thus the way our organizations are structured has an impact on us. If the organization is centralist and hierarchical, no matter how democratically controlled officials or leaders are, then those subject to it will, as in any hierarchical organization, see their abilities to manage their own lives, their creative thought and imagination eroded under the constant stream of orders from above. This in turn justifies the pretensions to power of those at the top, as the capacity of self-management of the rank and file is weakened by authoritarian social relationships. This means anarchist organizations are structured so that they allow everyone the maximum potential to participate. Such participation is the key for a free organization. As Malatesta argued, the real being is man, the individual. Society or the collectivity. If it is not a hollow abstraction, must be made up of individuals. And it is in the organism of every individual that all thoughts and human actions inevitably have their origin, and from being individual they become collective thoughts and acts when they are or become accepted by many individuals. Social action, therefore, is neither the negation nor the complement of individual initiative, but is the resultant of initiatives, thoughts, and actions of all individuals who make up society. Anarchy, p. 36. Anarchist organizations exist to allow this development and expression of individual initiatives. This empowering of the individual is an important aspect of creating viable solidarity, for sheep cannot express solidarity, they only follow the shepherd. Therefore, to achieve their ends, anarchist organizations must, in their constitution and operation, remain in harmony with the principles of anarchism, that is, they must know how to blend the free action of individuals with the necessity and the joy of cooperation which serve to develop the awareness and initiative of their members and a means of education for the environment in which they operate and of a moral and material preparation for the future we desire. Malatesta, The Anarchist Revolution, p. 95. As such, anarchist organizations reflect the sort of society anarchists desire. We reject as ridiculous the claim of Leninists that the form of organization we build is irrelevant and therefore we must create highly centralist parties which aim to become the leadership of the working class. No matter how democratic such organizations are, they just reflect the capitalist division of labor between brain and manual work and the liberal ideology of surrendering our ability to govern ourselves to an elected elite. In other words, they just mirror the very society we are opposed to and so will soon produce the very problems within so-called anti-capitalist organizations which originally motivated us to oppose capitalism in the first place, see section H.5. Given this, anarchists regard the Marxist Party as another statist form that, if it succeeded in seizing power, would preserve the power of one human being over another, the authority of the leader over the led. The Marxist Party was a mirror image of the very society it professed to oppose, an invasion of the camp of revolutionaries by bourgeois values, methods, and structures. The Spanish anarchists, pages 179-80, as can be seen from the history of the Russian Revolution, this was the case with the Bolsheviks soon taking the lead in undermining workers' self-management, Soviet democracy and, finally, democracy within the ruling party itself. See section H.6. From an anarchist, i.e. materialist, point of view, this was highly predictable. After all, facts are before ideas. Yes, the ideal, as Proudhon said, is but a flower whose root lies in the material conditions of existence. Bakunin, God, and the State, p9. So it is unsurprising that hierarchical parties help to maintain a hierarchical society. In the words of the famous Sunvilliers circular, how could one want an egalitarian and free society to issue from an authoritarian organization? It is impossible. Quoted in Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 45. We must stress here that anarchists are not opposed to organization and are not opposed to organizations of anarchists, i.e. political organizations, although anarchists generally reject the term party due to its statist and hierarchical associations. Murray Bookchin made it clear when he wrote that the real question at issue here is not organization versus non-organization, but rather what kind of organization. Anarchist organizations are organic developments from below. They are social movements, combing a creative revolutionary lifestyle with a creative revolutionary theory. As much as is humanly possibly, they try to reflect the liberated society they seek to achieve, and coordination between groups, discipline, planning, and unity in action, achieved voluntarily, by means of a self-discipline nourished by conviction and understanding. Post-scarcity anarchism, pages 138-9. Ultimately, centralist organizations are undemocratic and, equally as important, ineffective. Hierarchical organizations kill people's enthusiasm and creativity, where plans and ideas are not adopted because they are the best but simply because they are what a handful of leaders think are best for everyone else. Really effective organizations are those which make decisions based frank and open cooperation and debate, where dissent is not stifled and ideas are adopted because of their merit and not imposed from the top down by a few party leaders. This is why anarchists stress federalist organization. It ensures that coordination flows from below and there is no institutionalist leadership. By organizing in a way that reflects the kind of society we want, we train ourselves in the skills and decision-making processes required to make a free and classless society work. Means and ends are united, and this ensures that the means used will result in the desired ends. Simply put, libertarian means must be used if you want libertarian ends. See section H.1.6 for further discussion. In the sections that follow, we discuss the nature and role of anarchist organization. Anarchists would agree with situationist Guy Debord that a revolutionary organization must always remember that its objective is not getting people to listen to speeches by expert leaders, but getting them to speak for themselves. We organize their groups accordingly. In section J.3.1 we discuss the basic building block of specifically anarchist organizations, the affinity group. Sections J.3.2, J.3.3, J.3.4 and J.3.5, we discuss the main types of federations of affinity groups anarchists create to help spread our message and influence. Then section J.3.6 highlights the role these organizations play in our struggles to create an anarchist society. In section J.3.7, we analyze Bakunin's unfortunate expression invisible dictatorship in order to show how many Marxists distort Bakunin's ideas on this matter. Finally, in sections J.3.8 and J.3.9 we discuss anarcho-syndicalism and other anarchists' attitudes to it. Anarchist organizations, therefore, aim to enrich social struggle by their ideas and suggestions, but also, far more importantly, enrich the libertarian idea by practical experience and activity. In other words, a two-way process by which life informs theory and theory aids life. The means by which this social dynamic is created and developed is the underlying aim of anarchist organization and is reflected in its theoretical role. The power of ideas cannot be underestimated, for if you have an idea you can communicate it to 1 million people and lose nothing in the process, and the more the idea is propagated the more it acquires in power and effectiveness. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 46. The right idea at the right time, one that reflects the needs of individuals and of required social change, can have a transforming effect on society. That is why organizations that anarchists create to spread their message are so important and why we devote a whole section to them. J.3.1 What are affinity groups? Affinity groups are the basic organization which anarchists create to spread the anarchist idea. The term affinity group comes from the Spanish FAI. Iberian Anarchist Federation, and refers to the organizational form devised in their struggles for freedom, from Grupo de Afinidad. At its most basic, it is a, usually small, group of anarchists who work together to spread their ideas to the wider public, using propaganda, initiating or working with campaigns and spreading their ideas within popular organizations, such as unions, and communities. It aims not to be a leadership but to give a lead, to act as a catalyst within popular movements. Unsurprisingly, it reflects basic anarchist ideas. Autonomous, communal, and directly democratic, the group combines revolutionary theory with revolutionary lifestyle in its everyday behavior. It creates a free space in which revolutionaries can remake themselves individually, and also as social beings. Murray Bookchin, Post-Scarcity Anarchism, p. 144. The reason for this is simple: for a movement that sought to promote a liberatory revolution had to develop liberatory and revolutionary forms. This meant that it had to mirror the free society it was trying to achieve, not the repressive one it was trying to overthrow. If a movement sought to achieve a world united by solidarity and mutual aid, it had to be guided by these precepts. If it sought to achieve a decentralist, stateless, non-authoritarian society, it had to be structured in accordance with these goals. Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 180. The aim of an anarchist organization is to promote a sense of community, of confidence in one's own abilities, to enable all to be involved in the identification, initiation, and management of group needs, decisions and activities. They must ensure that individuals are in a position, both physically, as part of a group, and mentally, as an individual, to manage their own lives and take direct action in the pursuit of individual and communal needs and desires. Anarchist organization is about empowering all, to develop integral or whole individuals and a community that encourages individuality, not abstract individualism, and solidarity. It is about collective decision-making from the bottom up, that empowers those at the base of the structure and only delegates the work of coordinating and implementing the members' decisions, and not the power of making decisions for people. In this way, the initiative and power of the few, government, is replaced by the initiative and empowerment of all, anarchy. Affinity groups exist to achieve these aims and are structured to encourage them. The local affinity group is the means by which anarchists coordinate their activities in a community, workplace, social movement, and so on. Within these groups, anarchists discuss their ideas, politics, and hopes, what they plan to do, organize propaganda work, discuss how they are going to work within wider organizations like unions, how their strategies fit into their long-term plans and goals, and so on. It is the basic way that anarchists work out their ideas, pull their resources and get their message across to others. There can be affinity groups for different interests and activities, for example a workplace affinity group, a community affinity group, an anarcho-feminist affinity group, etc., could all exist within the same area, with overlapping members. Moreover, as well as these more political activities, the affinity group also stresses the importance of education and the need to live by anarchist precepts, the need to create a counter-society that could provide the space for people to begin to remake themselves. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 180. In other words, affinity groups aim to be the living germs of the new society in all aspects, not purely in a structurally way. So affinity groups are self-managed, autonomous groupings of anarchists who unite and work on specific activities and interests. This means that in an anarchist organization the individual members can express any opinion and use any tactic which is not in contradiction with accepted principles and which does not harm the activities of others. Enrico Malatesta, The Anarchist Revolution, p. 102. Such groups are a key way for anarchists to coordinate their activity and spread their message of individual freedom and voluntary cooperation. However, the description of what an affinity group is does not explain why anarchists organize in that way. Essentially, These affinity groups are the means by which anarchists actually intervene in social movements and struggles in order to win people to the anarchist idea and so help transform them from struggles against injustice into struggles for a free society. We will discuss the role these groups play in anarchist theory in section J.3.6. These basic affinity groups are not seen as being enough in themselves. Most anarchists see the need for local groups to work together with others in a confederation. Such cooperation aims to pull resources and expand the options for the individuals and groups who are part of the federation. As with the basic affinity group, the Anarchist Federation is a self-managed organization. Full autonomy, full independence, and therefore full responsibility of individuals and groups, free accord between those who believe it is useful to unite in cooperating for a common aim, moral duty to see through commitments undertaken and to do nothing that would contradict the accepted program. It is on these bases that the practical structures, and the right tools to give life to the organization should be built and designed. Then the groups, the federations of groups, the federations of federations, the meetings, the congresses, the correspondence committees and so forth. But all this must be done freely, in such a way that the thought and initiative of individuals is not obstructed, and with the sole view of giving greater effect to efforts which, in isolation, would be either impossible or ineffective. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 101. To aid in this process of propaganda, agitation, political discussion, and development, anarchists organize federations of affinity groups. These take three main forms. Synthesis federations, see section J.3.2, platformist federations, see section J.3.3 while section J.3.4 has criticism of this tendency, and class struggle groups, see section J.3.5. All the various types of federation are based on groups of anarchists organizing themselves in a libertarian fashion. This is because anarchists try to live by the values of the future to the extent that this is possible under capitalism and try to develop organizations based upon mutual aid, in which control would be exercised from below upward, not downward from above. We must also note here that these types of federation are not mutually exclusive. Synthesis-type federations often have class struggle and platformist groups within them, although, as will become clear, platformist federations do not have synthesis groups within them, and most countries have different federations representing the different perspectives within the movement. Moreover, it should also be noted that no federation will be a totally pure expression of each tendency. Synthesis groups merge into class struggle ones, platformist groups do not subscribe totally to the platform and so on. We isolate each tendency to show its essential features. In real life few, if any, federations will exactly fit the types we highlight. It would be more precise to speak of organizations which are descended from a given tendency. For example, the French Anarchist Federation is mostly influenced by the synthesis tradition, but it is not, strictly speaking, 100% synthesis. Lastly, we must also note that the term class struggle anarchist group in no way implies that synthesis and platformist groups do not support the class struggle or take part in it. They most definitely do. It is simply a technical term to differentiate between types of organization. It must be stressed anarchists do not reduce the complex issue of political organization and ideas into one organization, but instead recognize that different threads within anarchism will express themselves in different political organizations, and even within the same organization. A diversity of anarchist groups and federations is a good sign and expresses the diversity of political and individual thought to be expected in a movement aiming for a society based upon freedom. All we aim to do is to paint a broad picture of the similarities and differences between the various perspectives on organizing in the movement and indicate the role these federations play in libertarian theory, namely of an aid in the struggle, not a new leadership seeking power. J.3.2 What are synthesis federations? The Synthesis Federation acquired its name from the work of Volin, a Russian exile, and leading French anarchist Sebastian Faure in the 1920s. Volin published in 1924 a paper calling for the anarchist synthesis and was also the author of the article in Faure's Encyclopédie Anarchiste on the very same topic. Its roots lie in the Russian Revolution and the Nabat Federation created in the Ukraine during 1918, whose aim was organizing all of the life forces of anarchism, bringing together through a common endeavor all anarchists seriously desiring of playing an active part in the social revolution, which is defined as a process, of greater or lesser duration, giving rise to a new form of social existence for the organized masses. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, p. 117. The synthesis organization is based on uniting all kinds of anarchists in one federation, as there is, to use the words of the Nabat, validity in all anarchist schools of thought. We must consider all diverse tendencies and accept them. The synthesis organization attempts to get different kinds of anarchists joined together on a number of basic positions and with the awareness of the need for planned, organized collective effort on the basis of federation. Quoted in the reply by several Russian anarchists, pages 32-6, Constructive Anarchism, G. P. Maximov, ed. p. 32. These basic positions would be based on a synthesis of the viewpoints of the members of the organization, but each tendency would be free to agree their own ideas due to the federal nature of the organization. An example of this synthesis approach is provided by the differing assertions that anarchism is a theory of classes, as stated by the platform, among others, that anarchism is a humanitarian ideal for all people and that anarchism is purely about individuals, and so essentially individualist and having nothing to do with humanity or with a class. The synthesis of these positions would be to state that anarchism contains class elements as well as humanism and individualist principles. Its class element is above all its means of fighting for liberation, its humanitarian character is its ethical aspect, the foundation of society, its individualism is the goal of humanity. Op. Cit. p. 32. So, as can be seen, the synthesis tendency aims to unite all anarchists, be they individualist, mutualist, syndicalist, or communist, into one common federation. Thus the synthesis viewpoint is inclusive and obviously has affinities with the anarchism without adjectives approach favored by many anarchists, see section A.3.8. However, in practice many synthesis organizations are more restrictive. For example, they could aim to unite all social anarchists, and so there can be a difference between the general idea of the synthesis and how it is concretely applied. The basic idea behind the synthesis is that the anarchist movement, in most countries, at most times, including France in the 1920s and Russia during the Revolution and at this time, is divided into three main tendencies: communist anarchism, anarcho-syndicalism, and individualist anarchism. This division can cause severe damage to the movement simply because of the many, and often redundant, arguments and diatribes on why my anarchism is best can get in the way of working in common in order to fight our common enemies, state, capitalism, and authority. The synthesis federations are defined by agreeing what is the common denominator of the various tendencies within anarchism and agreeing a minimum program based on this for the federation. This would allow a certain ideological and tactical unity among organizations within the synthesis federation. Op. Cit. p. 35. Moreover, as well as saving time and energy for more important tasks, there are technical and efficiency reasons for unifying into one organization, namely allowing the movement to have access to more resources and being able to coordinate them so as to maximize their use and impact. The Synthesis Federation, like all anarchist groups, aims to spread anarchist ideas within society as a whole. They believe that their role is to assist the masses only when they need such assistance. The anarchists are part of the membership in the economic and social mass organizations such as trade unions. They act and build as part of the whole. An immense field of action is open to them for ideological social and creative activity without assuming a position of superiority over the masses. Above all, they must fulfill their ideological and ethical influence in a free and natural manner. They offer ideological assistance, but not in the role of leaders. Op. Cit. p. 33. This, as we shall see in section J.3.6, is the common anarchist position as regards the role of an anarchist group. The great strength of synthesis federations, obviously, is that they allow a wide and diverse range of viewpoints to be expressed within the organization, which can allow the development of political ideas and theories by constant discussion and debate. They allow the maximum amount of resources to be made available to individuals and groups within the organization by increasing the number of members. This is why we find the original promoters of the synthesis arguing that that first step toward achieving unity in the anarchist movement, which can lead to serious organization, is collective ideological work on a series of important problems that seek the clearest possible collective solution, discussing concrete questions rather than philosophical problems and abstract dissertations, and suggest that there be a publication for discussion in every country where the problems in our ideology and tactics can be fully discussed, regardless of how acute or even taboo it may be. The need for such a printed organ, as well as oral discussion, seems to us to be a must, because it is the practical way to try to achieve ideological unity, tactical unity, and possibly organization. A full and tolerant discussion of our problems will create a basis for understanding, not only among anarchists, but among different conceptions of anarchism. Op. Cit. p. 35. The synthesis idea for anarchist organization was taken up by those who opposed the platform, see next section. For both Faure and Valline, the basic idea was the same, namely that the various tendencies in anarchism must cooperate and work in the same organization. However, there are differences between Valline's and Faure's points of view. The latter saw these various tendencies as a wealth in themselves and advocated that each tendency would gain from working together in a common organization. From Valline's point of view, the emergence of these various tendencies was historically needed to discover the in-depth implications of anarchism in various settings, such as the economical, the social, and individual life. However, it was the time to go back to anarchism as a whole, an anarchism considerably empowered by what each tendency could give it, and in which tendencies as such should dissolve. Moreover, these tendencies coexisted in every anarchist at various levels, so all anarchists should aggregate in an organization where these tendencies would disappear, both individually and organizationally, i.e. there would not be an anarcho-syndicalist specific tendency inside the organization, and so forth. The synthesis federation would be based on complete autonomy, within the basic principles of the federation and Congress decisions, of course, for groups and individuals, so allowing all the different trends to work together and express their differences in a common front. The various groups would be organized in a federal structure, combining to share resources in the struggle against state, capitalism and other forms of oppression. This federal structure is organized at the local level through a local union, i.e. the groups in a town or city, at the regional level, i.e. all groups in, say, Strathclyde are members of the same regional union, up to the national level, i.e. all groups in Scotland, say, and beyond. As every group in the federation is autonomous, it can discuss, plan and initiate an action, such as campaign for a reform, against a social evil, and so on, without having to wait for others in the federation, or have to wait for instructions. This means that the local groups can respond quickly to issues and developments. This does not mean that each group works in isolation. These initiatives may gain federal support if local groups see the need. The federation can adopt an issue if it is raised at a federal conference and other groups agree to cooperate on that issue. Moreover, each group has the freedom not to participate on a specific issue while leaving others to do so. Thus groups can concentrate on what they are interested in most. The program and policies of the federation would be agreed at regular delegate meetings and congresses. The synthesis federation is managed at the federal level by relations committees made up of people elected and mandated at the federation congresses. These committees would have a purely administrative role, spreading information, suggestions, and proposals coming from groups and individuals within the organization, looking after the finances of the federation and so on. They do not have any more rights than any other member of the federation, i.e. they could not make a proposal as a committee, just as members of their local group or as individuals. These administrative committees are accountable to the federation and subject to both mandates and recall. Most national sections of the International Anarchist Federation, IFA, are good examples of successful federations which are heavily influenced by synthesis ideas, such as the French and Italian federations. Obviously, though, how effective a synthesis federation is depends upon how tolerant members are of each other and how seriously they take their responsibilities towards their federations and the agreements they make. Of course, there are problems with most forms of organization, and the synthesis federation is no exception. While diversity can strengthen an organization by provoking debate, a too diverse grouping can often make it difficult to get things done. Platformist and other critics of the synthesis federation argue that it can be turned into a talking shop and any common program difficult to agree, never mind apply. For example, how can mutualists and communists agree on the ends, never mind the means, their organization supports? One believes in cooperation within a modified market system and reforming capitalism away, while the other believes in the abolition of commodity production and money, seeing revolution as the means of so doing. Ultimately, all they could do would be to agree to disagree, and thus any joint programs and activity would be somewhat limited. It could, indeed, be argued that both Volline and Four forgot essential points, namely, what is this common denominator between the different kinds of anarchism, how do we achieve it, and what is in it? For without this agreed common position, many synthesist organizations do end up becoming little more than talking shops, escaping from any social or organizational perspective. This seems to have been the fate of many groups in Britain and America during the 1960s and 1970s, for example. It is this potential disunity that lead the authors of the platform to argue that an organization having incorporated heterogeneous theoretical and practical elements, would only be a mechanical assembly of individuals each having a different conception of all the questions of the anarchist movement, an assembly which would inevitably disintegrate on encountering reality. The organizational platform of the Libertarian Communists, p12. The platform suggested theoretical and tactical unity as a means of overcoming this problem, but that term provoked massive disagreement in anarchist circles, see section J.3.4. In reply to the platform, supporters of the synthesis counter by pointing to the fact that platformist groups are usually very small, far smaller than synthesis federations. For example, compare the size of the French Anarchist Federation with, say, the Irish Workers' Solidarity Movement or the French language alternative Libertaire. This means, they argue, that the platform does not, in fact, lead to a more effective organization, regardless of the claims of its supporters. Moreover, they argue that the requirements for theoretical and tactical unity help ensure a small organization, as differences would express themselves in splits rather than constructive activity. Needless to say, the discussion continues within the movement on this issue. What can be said is that this potential problem within synthesism has been the cause of some organizations failing or becoming little more than talking shops, with each group doing its own thing and so making coordination pointless, as any agreements made would be ignored. Most supporters of the synthesis would argue that this is not what the theory aims for, and that the problem lies in misunderstanding it rather than in the theory itself, as can be seen from mainland European, synthesis-inspired federations can be very successful. Non-supporters are more critical, with some supporting the platform as a more effective means of organizing to spread anarchist ideas and influence, see the next section. Other social anarchists create the class struggle type of federation. This is a common organizational form in Britain, for example, as discussed in section J.3.5. J.3.3 What is the platform? The platform is a current within anarcho-communism which has specific suggestions on the nature and form which an anarchist federation should take. Its roots lie in the Russian anarchist movement, a section of which, in 1926, published the organizational platform of the Libertarian Communists when in exile from the Bolshevik dictatorship. The authors of the work included Nestor Makhno, Peter Arshinov, and Ida Met. At the time it provoked intense debate, and still does in many anarchist circles, between supporters of the platform, usually called platformists, and those who oppose it, which includes other communist anarchists, anarcho-syndicalists, and supporters of the synthesis. We will discuss why many anarchists oppose the platform in the next section. Here we discuss what the platform argued for. Like the Synthesis Federation, see last section, the platform was created in response to the experiences of the Russian Revolution. The authors of the platform, like Volin and other supporters of the synthesis, had participated in that revolution and saw all their work, hopes and dreams fail as the Bolshevik state triumphed and destroyed any chances of socialism by undermining Soviet democracy, workers' self-management of production, trade union democracy as well as fundamental individual freedoms and rights. See the section H.6 for details. Moreover, the authors of the platform had been leading activists in the Makhnovist movement in the Ukraine, which had successfully resisted both white and red armies in the name of working class self-determination and anarchism. See the appendix. Why does the Makhnovist movement show there is an alternative to Bolshevism? Facing the same problems of the Bolshevik government, the Makhnovists had actively encouraged popular self-management and organization, freedom of speech and of association, and so on, whereas the Bolsheviks had not. Thus they were aware that anarchist ideas not only worked in practice, but that the claims of Leninists who maintained that Bolshevism, and the policies it introduced at the time, was the only practical response to the problems facing a revolution were false. They wrote the pamphlet in order to examine why the anarchist movement had failed to build on its successes in gaining influence within the working class. As can be seen from libertarian participation in the factory committee movement, where workers organized self-management in their workplaces, and anarchist ideas had proven to be both popular and practical. While repression by the Bolsheviks did play a part in this failure, it did not explain everything. Also important, in the eyes of the platform authors, was the lack of anarchist organization before the revolution. It is very significant that, in spite of the strength and incontestably positive character of libertarian ideas, and in spite of the facing up to the social revolution, and finally the heroism and innumerable sacrifices borne by the anarchists in the struggle for anarchist communism, the anarchist movement remains weak despite everything, and has appeared, very often, in the history of working class struggles as a small event, an episode, and not an important factor. Organizational platform of the Libertarian Communists, p. 11. This weakness in the movement derived, they argued, from a number of causes, the main one being the absence of organizational principles and practices within the anarchist movement. This resulted in an anarchist movement represented by several local organizations advocating contradictory theories and practices, having no perspectives for the future, nor of a continuity in militant work, and habitually disappearing, hardly leaving the slightest trace behind them. This explained the contradiction between the positive and incontestable substance of libertarian ideas, and the miserable state in which the anarchist movement vegetates. Op. Cit. p. 11. For anyone familiar with the anarchist movement in many countries, these words will still strike home. Thus the platform still appears to many anarchists a relevant and important document, even if they are not platformists. The authors of the platform proposed a solution to this problem, namely the creation of a new type of anarchist organization. This organization would be based upon communist anarchist ideas exclusively, while recognizing syndicalism as a principal method of struggle. Like most anarchists, the platform placed class and class struggle as the center of their analysis, recognizing that the social and political regime of all states is above all the product of class struggle. The slightest change in the course of the battle of classes, in the relative locations of the forces of the class struggle, produces continuous modifications in the fabric and structure of society. Again, like most anarchists, the platform aimed to transform the present bourgeois capitalist society into a society which assures the workers the products of the labors, their liberty, independence, and social and political equality, one based on a workers' organizations of production and consumption, united federatively and self-administering. The birth, the blossoming, and the realization of anarchist ideas have their roots in the life and the struggle of the working masses and are inseparable bound to their fate. Op. Cit. p. 14, P15, P19 and P15 again. Most anarchists, particularly social anarchists, would agree anarchist ideas will, and have, wither when isolated from working class life, since only working class people, the vast majority, can create a free society, and anarchist ideas are expressions of working class experience. Remove the experience and the ideas do not develop as they should. In order to create such a free society, it is necessary, argue the platformists, to work in two directions: on the one hand towards the selection and grouping of revolutionary worker and peasant forces on a libertarian communist theoretical basis, a specifically libertarian communist organization; on the other hand, towards regrouping revolutionary workers and peasants on an economic base of production and consumption, revolutionary workers and peasants organized around production, i.e. syndicalism, workers and free peasants cooperatives. Again, most anarchists would agree with this, along with the argument that anarchism should become the leading concept of revolution. The leading position of anarchist ideas in the revolution suggests an orientation of events after anarchist theory. However, this theoretical driving force should not be confused with the political leadership of the statist parties, which leads finally to state power. Op. Cit. P20 and P21. This leadership of ideas, as it has come to be known, would aim at developing and coordinating libertarian feelings already existing within social struggle. Although the masses, explain the platform, express themselves profoundly in social movements in terms of anarchist tendencies and tenets, these, do however remain dispersed, being uncoordinated, and consequently do not lead to the preserving of the anarchist orientation of the social revolution. Op. Cit. P21. The platform argued that a specific anarchist organization was required to ensure that the libertarian tendencies initially expressed in any social revolution or movement, for example, free federation, self-management in mass assemblies, mandating of delegates, decentralization, etc., do not get undermined by statists and authoritarians who have their own agendas. This would be done by actively working in mass organization and winning people to libertarian ideas and practices by argument, see section J.3.6. However, these principles do not, in themselves, determine a platformist organization. After all, most anarcho-syndicalists and non-platformist communist anarchists would agree with these positions. The main point which distinguishes the platform is its position on how an anarchist organization should be structured and work. This is sketched in the organizational section, the shortest and most contentious part of the whole work. They called this the General Union of Anarchists, and where they introduced the concepts of theoretical and tactical unity and collective responsibility, concepts which are unique to the platform. Even today within the anarchist movement these are contentious ideas, so it is worth exploring them in a little more detail. By theoretical unity the platform meant any anarchist organization must come to an agreement on the theory upon which it is based. In other words, that members of the organization must agree on a certain number of basic points, such as class struggle, social revolution, and libertarian communism, and so on. An organization in which half the members thought that union struggles were important and the other half that they were a waste of time would not be effective, as the membership would spend all their time arguing with themselves. While most platformists admit that everyone will not agree on everything, they think it is important to reach as much agreement as possible, and to translate this into action. Once a theoretical position is reached, the members have to argue it in public, even if they initially opposed it within the organization, but they do have the right to get the decision of the organization changed by internal discussion. Which brings us to tactical unity, by which the platform meant that the members of an organization should struggle together as an organized force rather than as individuals. Once a strategy has been agreed by the union, all members would work towards ensuring its success, even if they initially opposed it. In this way resources and time are concentrated in a common direction, towards an agreed objective. Thus theoretical and tactical unity means an anarchist organization that agrees specific ideas and the means of applying them. The platform's basic assumption is that there is a link between coherency and efficiency. By increasing the coherency of the organization by making collective decisions and applying them, the platform argues that this will increase the influence of anarchist ideas. Without this, they argue, more organized groups, such as Leninist ones, would be in a better position to have their arguments heard and listened to than anarchists would. Anarchists cannot be complacent, and rely on the hope that the obvious strength and rightness of our ideas will shine through and win the day. As history shows, this rarely happens, and when it does, the authoritarians are usually in positions of power to crush the emerging anarchist influence. This was the case in Russia, for example. Platformists argue that the world we live in is the product of struggles between competing ideas of how society should be organized, and if the anarchist voice is weak, quiet, and disorganized, will not be heard, and other arguments, other perspectives, will win the day. Which brings us to collective responsibility, which the platform defines as the entire union will be responsible for the political and revolutionary activity of each member. In the same way, each member will be responsible for the political and revolutionary activity of the union. In short, that each member should support the decisions made by the organization, and that each member should take part in the process of collective decision-making process. Without this, argue platformists, any decisions made will be paper ones, as individuals and groups would ignore the agreements made by the federation. The platform calls this the tactic of irresponsible individualism. Op. Cit. p. 32. With collective responsibility, the strength of all the individuals that make up the group is magnified and collectively applied. The last principle in the organizational section of the platform is federalism, which it defined as the free agreement of individuals and organizations to work collectively towards a common objective, and which reconciles the independence and initiative of individuals and the organization with service to the common cause. However, the platform argued that this principle has been deformed within the movement to mean the right to manifest one's ego, without obligation to account for duties as regards the organization one is a member of. In order to overcome this problem, they stress that the federalist type of anarchist organization, while recognizing each member's rights to independence, free opinion, individual liberty, and initiative, requires each member to undertake fixed organization duties, and demands execution of communal decisions. Op. Cit. p. 33 and pages 33 to 4. As part of their solution to the problem of anarchist organization, the platform suggested that each group would have its secretariat, executing and guiding theoretically the political and technical work of the organization. Moreover, the platform urged the creation of an executive committee of the union which would be in charge of the execution of decisions taken by the union with which it is entrusted, the theoretical and organizational orientation of the activity of isolated organizations consistent with the theoretical positions and the general tactical lines of the union, the monitoring of the general state of the movement, the maintenance of working and organizational links between all the organizations in the union, and with other organization. The rights, responsibilities, and practical tasks of the executive committee are fixed by the Congress of the Union. Op. Cit. p. 34. This suggestion, unsurprisingly, met with strong disapproval by most anarchists, as we will see in the next section, who argued that this would turn the anarchist movement into a centralist, hierarchical party similar to the Bolsheviks. Needless to say, supporters of the platform reject this argument and point out that the platform itself is not written in stone and needs to be discussed fully and modified as required. In fact, few, if any, platformist groups do have this secretariat structure. It could, in fact, be argued that there are no actual platformist groups, rather groups influenced by the platform, namely on the issues of theoretical and tactical unity and collective responsibility. Similarly, most modern-day platformists reject the idea of gathering all anarchists into one organization. The original platform seemed to imply that the General Union would be an umbrella organization, made up of different groups and individuals. Most platformists would argue that not only will there never be one organization which encompasses everyone, they do not think it necessary. Instead, they envisage the existence of a number of organizations, each internally unified, each cooperating with each other where possible, a much more amorphous and fluid entity than a general union of anarchists. As well as the original platform, most platformists place the Manifesto of Libertarian Communism by Georges Fontenis and Towards a Fresh Revolution by the Friends of Durruti as landmark texts in the platformist tradition. A few anarcho-syndicalists question this last claim, arguing that the Friends of Durruti manifesto has strong similarities with the CNT's pre-1936 position on revolution and thus is an anarcho-syndicalist document, going back to the position the CNT ignored after July 19, 1936. Alexander Skurda's book Facing the Enemy contains the key documents on the original platformists, including the original draft platform, supplementary documents clarifying issues and polemics against critiques. There are numerous platformist and platformist-influenced organizations in the world today, such as the Irish Workers' Solidarity Movement and Italian Federation of Anarchist Communists. In the next section we discuss the objections that most anarchists have towards the platform. J.3.4 Why do many anarchists oppose the platform? When the platform was published it provoked a massive amount of debate and comment, the majority of it critical. Most of famous anarchists rejected the platform. Indeed, only Nestor Makhno, who co-authored the work, supported its proposals, with, among others, Alexander Berkman, Emma Goldman, Valline, G.P. Maximov, Luigi Fabbri, Camillo Bernieri, and Enrico Malatesta rejecting its suggestions on how anarchists should organize. Some argued that the platform was trying to Bolshevize anarchism. They are only one step away from Bolshevism. The reply by several Russian anarchists, pages 32-6, Constructive Anarchism, G.P. Maximov, ed., pages 36. Others, such as Malatesta, suggested that the authors were too impressed by the apparent success of the Bolsheviks in Russia. Since then, it has continued to provoke a lot of debate in anarchist circles. So why do so many anarchists oppose the platform? While many of the anti-platformists made points about most parts of the platform, both Maximov and Valline pointed out that while the platform denied the need of a transitional period in theory, it accepted it in practice. For example, the main bone of contention was found in the organizational section with its call for tactical and theoretical unity, collective responsibility and group and executive secretariats guiding the organization. Here most anarchists found ideas they considered incompatible with libertarian ideas. We will concentrate on this issue as it is usually considered as the most important. Today, in some quarters of the libertarian movement, the platformists are often dismissed as would-be leaders. Yet this was not where Malatesta and other critics of the platform took issue. Malatesta and Maximov both argued that, to use Maximov's words, anarchists should go into the masses, working with them, struggle for their soul, and attempt to win it ideologically sick, and give it guidance. So the question was not the rejection of leadership, but making certain it is free and natural. Constructive anarchism, p. 19. Moreover, as Maximov noted, the synthesis anarchists came to the same conclusion. Thus all sides of the debate accepted that anarchists should take the lead. The question, as Malatesta and the others saw it, was not whether to lead, but rather how you should lead, a fairly important distinction. Malatesta posed two alternatives: either you provide leadership by advice and example, leaving people themselves to adopt our methods and solutions if these are, or seem to be, better than those suggested and carried out by others, or you can direct by taking over command, that is by becoming a government. He asked the platformists, in which manner do you wish to direct? While he thought, from his knowledge of Makhno and his work, that the answer would be the first option, he was assailed by doubt that Makhno would also like to see, within the general movement, a central body that would, in an authoritarian manner, dictate the theoretical and practical program for the revolution. This was because of the executive committee in the platform, which would give ideological and organizational direction to the association. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 108 and p. 110. Maximov made the same point, arguing that the platform implied that anarchists in the unions are responsible to the anarchist federation, not to the union assemblies that elected them. As he put it, according to the platform, anarchists are to join the trades unions with ready-made recipes and are to carry out their plans, if necessary, against the will of the unions themselves. This was just one example of a general problem, namely that the platform places its party on the same height as the Bolsheviks do, i.e., it places the interests of the party above the interests of the masses, since the party has the monopoly of understanding these interests. Constructive anarchism, p19 and p18. This flowed from the platform arguing that anarchists must enter into revolutionary trade unions as an organized force, responsible to accomplish work in the union before the general anarchist organization and orientated by the latter. However, Maximov's argument may be considered harsh, as the platform also argued that anarchism aspires neither to political power nor dictatorship, and so they would hardly be urging the opposite principles within the trade union movement. The organizational platform of the Libertarian Communists, p25 and p21. If we take the platform's comments within a context informed by the leadership of ideas concept, see section J.3.6, then what they meant was simply that the anarchist group would convince the union members of the validity of their ideas by argument, which was something Maximov did not disagree with. In short, the disagreement becomes one of unclear, or bad, use of language by the platform's authors. Despite many efforts and many letters on the subject, in particular between Malatesta and Makhno, the question of leadership could not be clarified to either side's satisfaction, in part because there was an additional issue in dispute. This was the related issue of organizational principles, which in themselves make up the defining part of the original platform. Malatesta argued that this did not conform with anarchist methods and principles, and so could not help bring about the triumph of anarchism. The anarchist revolution, p97. This was because of two main reasons, the first being the issue of the platform's secretariats and executive committee, and the issue of collective responsibility. We will take each in turn. With a structure based round secretariats and executive committees, the will of the General Union of Anarchists can only mean the will of the majority, expressed through congresses which nominate and control the executive committee and decide on all important issues. Naturally, the congresses would consist of representatives elected by the majority of member groups. So, in the best of cases, the decisions would be taken by a majority of a majority, and this could easily, especially when the opposing opinions are more than two, represent only a minority. This, Malatesta argued, comes down to a pure majority system, to pure parliamentarianism, and so non-anarchist in nature. Op. Cit. p100. As long as a platformist federation is based on secretariats and executive committees directing the activity and development of the organization, this critique is valid. In such a system, as these bodies control the organization and members are expected to follow their decisions, due to theoretical and tactical unity and collective responsibility, they are, in effect, the government of the association. While this government may be elected and accountable, it is still a government simply because these bodies have executive power. As Maximov argued, individual initiative in the platform has a special character. Each organization, i.e. association of members with the right to individual initiative, has its secretariat which directs the ideological, political, and technical activities of the organization. In what, then, consists the self-reliant activities of the rank-and-file members? Apparently in one thing, initiative to obey the secretariat and carry out its directives. Op. Cit. p18. This seems to be the logical conclusion of the structure suggested by the platform. The spirit, argued Malatesta, the tendency remains authoritarian and the educational effect would remain anti-anarchist. Op. Cit. p98. Malatesta, in contrast, argued that an anarchist organization must be based on the full autonomy, full independence, and therefore the full responsibility of individuals and groups, with all organizational work done freely, in such a way that the thought and initiative of individuals is not obstructed. the individual members of such an organization express any opinion and use any tactic which is not in contradiction with accepted principles and which does not harm the activities of others. Moreover, the administrative bodies such organizations nominate would have no executive powers, have no directive powers, leaving it up to the groups and their federal meetings to decide their own fates. The congresses of such organizations would be free from any kind of authoritarianism, because they do not lay down the law, they do not impose their own resolutions on others, and do not become binding and enforceable except on those who accept them. Op. Cit. P 101, P 102 and P 101. Such an organization does not exclude collective decisions and self-assumed obligations, rather it is based upon them. Most groups inspired by the platform, however, seem to reject this aspect of its organizational suggestions. Instead of secretariats and executive committees, they have regular conferences and meetings to reach collective decisions on issues and practice unity that way. Thus the really important issue is of theoretical and tactical unity and collective responsibility, rather than its structure suggested by the platform. Indeed, this issue was the main topic in Makhno's letter to Malatesta, for example, and so we would be justified in saying that this is the key issue dividing platformists from other anarchists. So in what way did Malatesta disagree with this concept? As we mentioned in the last section, the platform defined the idea of collective responsibility as the entire union will be responsible for the political and revolutionary activity of each member. In the same way, each member will be responsible for the political and revolutionary activity of the union. To which Malatesta replied, "But if the union is responsible for what each member does, how can it leave to its members and to the various groups the freedom to apply the common program in the way they think best? How can one be responsible for an action if it does not have the means to prevent it?" Therefore, the union, and in its name the executive committee, would need to monitor the action of the individual member and order them what to do and what not to do, and since disapproval after the event cannot put right a previously accepted responsibility, no one would be able to do anything at all before having obtained the go-ahead, the permission of the committee. And, on the other hand, can an individual accept responsibility for the actions of a collectivity before knowing what it will do and if he cannot prevent it doing what he disapproves of? Op. Cit. P 99. In other words, the term collective responsibility, if taken literally, implies a highly inefficient and somewhat authoritarian mode of organization. Before any action could be undertaken, the organization would have to be consulted, and this would crush individual, group and local initiative. The organization would respond slowly to developing situations, if at all, and this response would not be informed by first-hand knowledge and experience. Moreover, this form of organization implies a surrendering of individual judgment, as members would have to submit to the decisions of the majority before they have even heard what those might be. Malatesta, Op. Cit. 101. In the end, all a member could do would be to leave the organization if they disagree with a tactic or position and could not bring themselves to further it by their actions. This structure also suggests that the platform's commitment to federalism is in words only. As most anarchists critical of the platform argued, while its authors affirm federalist principles, they, in fact, outline a perfectly centralist organization with an executive committee that has responsibility to give ideological and organizational direction to the different anarchist organizations, which in turn will direct the professional organizations of the workers. The reply by several Russian anarchists, Op. Cit. Pages 35-6. Thus it is likely that collective responsibility taken to its logical conclusion would actually hinder anarchist work by being too bureaucratic and slow. However, let us assume that by applying collective responsibility as well as tactical and theoretical unity, anarchist resources and time will be more efficiently utilized. What is the point of being efficient if the collective decision reached is wrong or is inapplicable to many areas? Rather than local groups applying their knowledge of local conditions and developing theories and policies that reflect these conditions, and cooperating from the bottom up, they may be forced to apply inappropriate policies due to the unity of the platformist organization. It is true that Makhno argued that the activities of local organizations can be adapted, as far as possible, to suit local conditions, but only if they are consonant with the pattern of the overall organizational practice of the Union of Anarchists covering the whole country. The Struggle Against the State and Other Essays, p. 62, which still begs the question on the nature of the platform's unity. However, it does suggest that the platform's position may be less extreme than might be implied by the text, as we will discuss. That is why anarchists have traditionally supported federalism and free agreement within their organizations, to take into account the real needs of localities. If we do not take the platform's definition of collective responsibility literally or to its logical extreme, as Makhno's comments suggest, then the differences between platformists and non-platformists may not be that far. As Malatesta pointed out in his reply to Makhno's letter, I accept and support the view that anyone who associates and cooperates with others for a common purpose must feel the need to coordinate his or her actions with those of his or her fellow members and do nothing that harms the work of others, and respect the agreements that have been made. Moreover, I maintain that those who do not feel and do not practice that duty should be thrown out of the association. Perhaps, speaking of collective responsibility, you mean precisely that accord and solidarity that must exist among members of an association. And if that is so, your expression amounts to an incorrect use of language, but basically it would only be an unimportant question of wording and agreement would soon be reached. Op. Cit. Pages 107-8. This, indeed, seems to be the way that most platformist organizations do operate. They have agreed broad theoretical and tactical positions on various subjects, such as, for example, the nature of trade unions and how anarchists relate to them, while leaving it to local groups to act within these guidelines. Moreover, the local groups do not have to report to the organization before embarking on an activity. In other words, most platformist groups do not take the platform literally, and so many differences are, to a large degree, a question of wording. As two supporters of the platform note, the platform doesn't go into detail about how collective responsibility works in practice. There are issues it leaves untouched, such as the question of people who oppose the majority view. We would argue that obviously people who oppose the view of the majority have a right to express their own views, however in doing so they must make clear that they don't represent the view of the organization. If a group of people within the organization oppose the majority decision, they have the right to organize and distribute information so that their arguments can be heard within the organization as a whole. Part of our anarchism is the belief that debate and disagreement, freedom and openness strengthens both the individual and the group to which she or he belongs. Aileen O'Carroll and Alan Maximoyne, The Platform, pages 29-31, Red and Black Revolution, number 4, p. 30. While many anarchists are critical of platformist groups for being too centralist for their liking, it is the case that the platform has influenced many anarchist organizations, even non-platformist ones. This can be seen in the class struggle groups discussed in the next section. This influence has been both ways, with the criticism the original platform was subjected to having had an effect on how platformist groups have developed. This, of course, does not imply that there is little or no difference between platformists and other anarchists. Platformist groups tend to stress collective responsibility and theoretical and tactical unity more than others, which has caused problems when platformists have worked within synthesis organizations, as was the case in France, for example, which resulted in much bad feeling between platformists and others. Constructive Anarchism by the leading Russian anarcho-syndicalist G.P. Maximov gathers all the relevant documents in one place. As well as Maximov's critique of the platform, it includes the synthesis reply, Malatesta's review and subsequent exchange of letters between him and Makhno. The Anarchist Revolution also contains Malatesta's article and the exchange of letters between him and Makhno. J.3.5 Are there other kinds of anarchist federation? Yes. Another type of anarchist federation is what we term the class struggle group. Many local anarchist groups in Britain, for example, organize in this fashion. They use the term class struggle to indicate that their anarchism is based on collective working class resistance as opposed to reforming capitalism via lifestyle changes and the support of, say, cooperatives. Many class struggle anarchists do these things, of course, but they are aware that they cannot create an anarchist society by so doing. We follow this use of the term here. And just to stress the point again, our use of class struggle to describe this type of anarchist group does not imply that synthesis or platformists do not support the class struggle. They do. This kind of group is halfway between the synthesis and the platform. The class struggle group agrees with the synthesis insofar as it is important to have a diverse viewpoints within a federation and that it would be a mistake to try to impose a common line on different groups in different circumstances as the platform does. However, like the platform, the class struggle group recognizes that there is little point in creating a forced union between totally different strands of anarchism. Thus the class struggle group rejects the idea that individualist or mutualist anarchists should be part of the same organization as anarchist communists or syndicalists, or that anarcho-pacifists should join forces with non-pacifists. Thus the class struggle group acknowledges that an organization which contains viewpoints which are dramatically opposed can lead to pointless debates and paralysis of action due to the impossibilities of overcoming those differences. Instead, the class struggle group agrees a common set of aims and principles which are the basic terms of agreement within the federation. If an individual or group does not agree with this statement, then they cannot join. If they are members and try to change the statement and cannot get the others to agree its modification, then they are morally bound to leave the organization. In other words, there is a framework within which individuals and groups apply their own ideas and their interpretation of agreed policies. It means that individuals in a group and the groups within a federation have something to base their local activity on, something which has been agreed collectively. There would be a common thread to activities and a guide to action, particularly in situations where a group or federation meeting cannot be called. In this way, individual initiative and cooperation can be reconciled, without hindering either. In addition, the aims and principles shows potential members where the anarchist group was coming from. In this way, the class struggle group solves one of the key problems with the synthesis grouping, namely that any such basic statement of political ideas would be hard to agree and be so watered down as to be almost useless. For example, a federation combining individualist and communist anarchists would find it impossible to agree on such things as the necessity for revolution, communal ownership, and so on. By clearly stating its ideas, the class struggle group ensures a common basis for activity and discussion. Such a federation, like all anarchist groups, would be based upon regular assemblies locally and infrequent regional, national, etc., conferences to continually re-evaluate policies, tactics, strategies, and goals. In addition, such meetings prevent power from collecting in the higher administration committees created to coordinate activity. The regular conferences aim to create federation policies on specific topics and agree common strategies. Such policies, once agreed, are morally binding on the membership, who can review and revise them as required at a later stage but cannot take action which would hinder their application. They do not have to apply them, if they consider them as a big mistake. For example, minorities in such a federation can pursue their own policies as long as they clearly state that theirs is a minority position and does not contradict the federation's aims and principles. In this way, the anarchist federation combines united action and dissent, for no general policy will be applicable in all circumstances, and it is better for minorities to ignore policies which they know will make even greater problems in their area. As long as their actions and policies do not contradict the Federation's basic political ideas, then diversity is an essential means for ensuring that the best tactic and ideas are be identified. J.3.6 What role do these groups play in anarchist theory? The aim of anarchist groups and federations is to spread libertarian ideas within society and within social movements. They aim to convince people of the validity of anarchist ideas and analysis, of the need for a libertarian transformation of society and of themselves by working with others as equals.
Such groups are convinced that, to use Murray Boochin's words, anarcho-communism cannot remain a mere mood or tendency, wafting in the air like a cultural ambience. It must be organized, indeed well organized, if it is effectively articulate and spread this new sensibility. It must have a coherent theory and extensive literature. It must be capable of dueling with the authoritarian movements that try to denature the intuitive libertarian impulses of our time and channel social unrest into hierarchical forms of organization. Looking back at Spain, pages 53 to 96, Demetrius Irisopoulos, ed., The Radical Papers, p. 90. These groups and federations play a key role in anarchist theory. This is because anarchists are well aware that there are different levels of knowledge and consciousness in society. While people learn through struggle and their own experiences, different people develop at different speeds, that each individual is unique and is subject to different influences. As one pamphlet by the British Anarchist Federation puts it, the experiences of working class life constantly lead to the development of ideas and actions which question the established order. At the same time, different sections of the working class reach different degrees of consciousness. The role of the revolutionary organization, p. 13. This can easily be seen from any group of individuals of the same class or even community. Some are anarchists, others Marxists, some social democrats/laborites, others conservatives, others liberals, most apolitical, some support trade unions, others are against, and so on. Because we are aware that we are one tendency among many, anarchists organize as anarchists to influence social struggle. Only when anarchists' ideas are accepted by the vast majority will an anarchist society be possible. We wish, in other words, to win the most widespread understanding and influence for anarchist ideas and methods in the working class and in society, primarily because we believe that these alone will ensure a successful revolutionary transformation of society. Hence Malatesta. Anarchists, convinced of the validity of our program, must strive to acquire overwhelming influence in order to draw the movement towards the realization of our ideals. But such influence must be won by doing more and better than others, and will be useful if won in that way. We must deepen, develop, and propagate our ideas and coordinate our forces in a common action. We must act within the labor movement to prevent it being limited to and corrupted by the exclusive pursuit of small improvements compatible with the capitalist system. We must work with all the masses to awaken the spirit of revolt and the desire for a free and happy life. We must initiate and support all movements that tend to weaken the forces of the state and of capitalism and to raise the mental level and material conditions of the workers. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 109. Anarchist organization exists to help the process by which people come to anarchist conclusions. It aims to make explicit the feelings and thoughts that people have, such as, wage slavery is hell, that the state exists to oppress people, and so on, by exposing as wrong common justifications for existing society and social relationships by a process of debate and providing a vision of something better. In other words, anarchist organizations seek to explain and clarify what is happening in society and show why anarchism is the only real solution to social problems. As part of this, we also have combat wrong ideas such as liberalism, social democracy, Leninism, right-wing popularism, and so on, indicating why these proposed solutions are false. In addition, an anarchist organization must also be a collective memory for the oppressed, keeping alive and developing the traditions of the labor and radical movements as well as anarchism so that new generations of libertarians have a body of experience to build upon and use in their struggles. Anarchist organizations see themselves in the role of aiders, not leaders. As Valline argued, the minority which is politically aware should intervene. But, in every place and under all circumstances, they should freely participate in the common work, as true collaborators, not as dictators. It is necessary that they especially create an example, and employ themselves, without dominating, subjugating, or oppressing anyone. Accordingly to the libertarian thesis, it is the laboring masses themselves, who, by means of the various class organizations, factory committees, industrial and agricultural unions, cooperatives, etc., federated, should apply themselves everywhere, to solving the problems of waging the revolution. As for the elite, i.e. the politically aware, their role, according to the libertarians, is to help the masses, enlighten them, teach them, give them necessary advice, impel them to take initiative, provide them with an example, and support them in their action, but not to direct them governmentally. The Unknown Revolution, pages 177-8. This role is usually called providing a leadership of ideas. Anarchists stress the difference of this concept with authoritarian notions of leadership such as Leninist ones. While both anarchist and Leninist organizations exist to overcome the problem of uneven development within the working class, the aims, role, and structure of these groups could not be more different. As discussed in section H.5, anarchists reject the assumptions and practice of vanguardism as incompatible with genuine socialism. Anarchist groups are needed for, no matter how much people change through struggle, it is not enough in itself. If it were, we would be living in an anarchist society now. So anarchists stress, as well as self-organization, self-liberation, and self-education through struggle, developing libertarian socialist thought, the need for anarchist groups to work within popular organizations and in the mass of the population in general. These groups would play an important role in helping to clarify the ideas of those in struggle and undermining the internal and external barriers against these ideas. The first of these are what Emma Goldman termed the internal tyrants, the ethical and social conventions of existing, hierarchical society which accustom people to authoritarian social relationships, injustice, lack of freedom and so on. Read Emma Speaks, pages 164-5. External barriers are what Chomsky terms the manufacture of consent, the process by which the population at large are influenced to accept the status quo and the dominant elite's viewpoint via the education system and media. It is this manufacture of consent which helps explain why, relatively speaking, there are so few anarchists, even though we argue that anarchism is the natural product of working class life. While, objectively, the experiences of life drives working class people to resist domination and oppression, they enter that struggle with a history behind them, a history of education in capitalist schools, of consuming capitalist media, and so on. This means that while social struggle is radicalizing, it also has to combat years of pro-state and pro-capitalist influences. So even if an anarchist consciousness springs from the real conditions of working class life, because we live in a class society, there are numerous counter-tendencies that inhibit the development of that consciousness, such as religion, current morality, the media, pro-business and pro-state propaganda, state and business repression and so on. This explains the differences in political opinion within the working class, as people develop at different speeds and are subject to different influences and experiences. However, the numerous internal and external barriers to the development of anarchist opinions created are internal tyrants, and by the process of manufacturing consent can be, and are, weakened by rational discussion as well as social struggle and self-activity. Indeed, until such time as we have learned to defy them all, the internal tyrants, to stand firmly on our own ground and to insist upon our own unrestricted freedom, we can never be free or successfully combat the manufacture of consent. Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 140. And this is where the anarchist group can play a part, for there is an important role to be played by those who have been through this process already, namely to aid those going through it. Of course, the activity of an anarchist group does not occur in a vacuum. In periods of low-class struggle, where there is little collective action, anarchist ideas will seem utopian and so dismissed by most. In these situations, only a few will become anarchists simply because the experiences of working people do not breed confidence that an alternative to the current system is possible. In addition, if anarchist groups are small, many who are looking for an alternative may join other groups which are more visible and express a libertarian-sounding rhetoric, such as Leninist groups, who often talk about workers' control, workers' councils, and so on, while meaning something distinctly different from what anarchists mean by these terms. However, as the class struggle increases and people become more inclined to take collective action,
they can become empowered and radicalized by their own activity and be more open to anarchist ideas and the possibility of changing society. In these situations, anarchist groups grow and the influence in anarchist ideas increases. This explains why anarchist ideas are not as widespread as they could be. It also indicates another important role for the anarchist group, namely to provide an environment and space where those drawn to anarchist ideas can meet and share experiences and ideas during periods of reaction. The role of the anarchist group, therefore, is not to import a foreign ideology into the working class, but rather to help develop and clarify the ideas of those working class people who are moving towards anarchism and so aid those undergoing that development. They would aid this development by providing propaganda which exposes the current social system, and the rationales for it, as bankrupt as well as encouraging resistance to oppression and exploitation. The former, for Bakunin, allowed the bringing of a more just general expression, a new and more congenial form to the existent instincts of the proletariat, which can sometimes facilitate and precipitate development, and give them an awareness of what they have, of what they feel, of what they already instinctively desire, but never can it give to them what they don't have. The latter is the most popular, the most potent, and the most irresistible form of propaganda and awakes in the masses all the social revolutionary instincts which reside deeply in the heart of every worker, so allowing instinct to become transformed into reflected socialist thought. Quoted by Richard B. Saltman, The Social and Political Thought of Michael Bakunin, p. 107, p. 108 and p. 141. To quote the UK Anarchist Federation, again, the libertarian organization is not just a propaganda group, above all it must actively work in all the grassroots organizations of the working class such as rank and file trade union groups, tenants associations, squatters and unemployed groups as well as women's, black and gay groups. It respects the independence of working class movements and, unlike others, does not try to subordinate them to the revolutionary organization. This does not mean that it does not seek to spread its ideas in these movements. Op. Cit. p15 and p16. Such an organization is not vanguardist in the Leninist sense, as it recognizes that socialist politics derive from working class experience, rather than bourgeois intellectuals, as Lenin and Karl Kautsky argued, and that it does not aim to dominate popular movements but rather work within them as equals. So while we recognize that advanced sections do exist within the working class and that anarchists are one such section, we also recognize that central characteristic of anarchism is that its politics are derived from the concrete experience of fighting capitalism and statism directly, that is, from the realities of working class life. This means that anarchists must also learn from working class people in struggle. If we recognize that anarchist ideas are the product of working class experience and self-activity and that these constantly change and develop in light of new experiences and struggles, then anarchist theory must be open to change by learning from non-anarchists. Not to recognize this fact is to open the door to vanguardism and dogma. Because of this fact, anarchists argue that the relationship between anarchists and non-anarchists must be an egalitarian one, based on mutual interaction and the recognition that no one is infallible or have all the answers, including anarchists. With this in mind, while we recognize the presence of advanced groups within the working class, which obviously reflects the uneven development within it, anarchists aim to minimize such unevenness by the way anarchist organizations intervene in social struggle, intervention based on involving all in the decision-making process, as we discuss below. Thus the general aim of anarchist groups is to spread ideas such as general anarchist analysis of society and current events, libertarian forms of organization, direct action and solidarity and so forth, and win people over to anarchism, i.e. to make anarchists. This involves both propaganda and participating as equals in social struggle and popular organization. Anarchists do not think that changing leaders is a solution to the problem of bad leadership. Rather, it is a question of making leaders redundant by empowering all. As Malatesta argued, we do not want to emancipate the people, we want the people to emancipate themselves. Thus anarchists advocate and practice direct action, decentralization, autonomy, and individual initiative. They should make special efforts to help members of popular organizations learn to participate directly in the life of the organization and to dispense with leaders and full-time functionaries. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 90 and p. 125. This means that anarchists reject the idea that anarchist groups and federations must become the leaders of organizations. Rather, we desire anarchist ideas to be commonplace in society and in popular organizations, so that leadership by people from positions of power is replaced by the natural influence, to use Bakunin's term, of activists within the rank and file on the decisions made by the rank and file. While we will discuss Bakunin's ideas in more detail in section J.3.7, the concept of natural influence can be gathered from this comment of Francisco Escaso, friend of Durruti and an influential anarchist militant in the CNT and FAI in his own right. There is not a single militant who as a FAista intervenes in union meetings. I work, therefore I am an exploited person. I pay my dues to the workers' union, and when I intervene at union meetings I do it as someone who is exploited, and with the right which is granted me by the card in my possession, as do the other militants, whether they belong to the FAI or not. Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti, The People Armed, p. 137. This shows the nature of the leadership of ideas. Rather than be elected to a position of power or responsibility, the anarchist presents their ideas at mass meetings and argues his or her case. This means obviously implies a two-way learning process, as the anarchist learns from the experiences of others and the others come in contact with anarchist ideas. Moreover, it is an egalitarian relationship, based upon discussion between equals rather than urging people to place someone into power above them. It ensures that everyone in the organization participants in making, understands and agrees with the decisions reached. This obviously helps the political development of all involved, including, we must stress, the anarchists. As Durruti argued, the man or woman who alienates his will, can never be free to express himself and follow his own ideas at a union meeting if he feel dominated by the feeblest orator. As long as a man doesn't think for himself and doesn't assume his own responsibilities, there will be no complete liberation of human beings. Quoted by Paz, Op. Cit. p. 184. Because of our support for the leadership of ideas, anarchists think that all popular organizations must be open, fully self-managed, and free from authoritarianism. Only in this way can ideas and discussion play an important role in the life of the organization. Since anarchists do not believe in the good that comes from above and imposed by force and want the new way of life to emerge from the body of the people and advance as they advance. It matters to us therefore that all interests and opinions find their expression in a conscious organization and should influence communal life in proportion to their importance. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 90. Bakunin's words with regards the First International Workers' Association indicate this clearly. It must be a people's movement, organized from the bottom up by the free, spontaneous action of the masses. There must be no secret governmentalism, the masses must be informed of everything. All the affairs of the International must be thoroughly and openly discussed without evasions and circumlocutions. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 408. Given this, anarchists reject the idea of turning the organs created in the class struggle and revolutionary process into hierarchical structures. By turning them from organs of self-management into organs for nominating leaders, the constructive tasks and political development of the revolution will be aborted before they really begin. The active participation of all will become reduced to the picking of new masters and the revolution will falter. For this reason, anarchists differ from the Bolshevik type of party in their belief that genuine revolutionaries must function within the framework of the forms created by the revolution, not within forms created by the party. This means that an organization is needed to propagate ideas systematically and not ideas alone, but ideas which promote the concept of self-management. In other words, there is a need for a revolutionary organization, but its function must always be kept clearly in mind. Its first task is propaganda. In a revolutionary situation, the revolutionary organization presents the most advanced demands. It is prepared at every turn of events to formulate in the most concrete fashion the immediate task that should be performed to advance the revolutionary process. It provides the boldest elements in action and in the decision-making organs of the revolution. Murray Bookchin, Post-Scarcity Anarchism, p. 140. What it does not do is to supplant those organs or decision-making process by creating institutionalist, hierarchical leadership structures. Equally as important as how anarchists intervene in social struggles and popular organizations and the organization of those struggles and organizations, there is the question of the nature of that intervention. We would like to quote the following by the British libertarian socialist group Solidarity as it sums up the underlying nature of anarchist action and the importance of a libertarian perspective on social struggle and change and how politically aware minorities work within them. Meaningful action, for revolutionaries, is whatever increases the confidence, the autonomy, the initiative, the participation, the solidarity, the egalitarian tendencies and the self-activity of the masses and whatever assists in their demystification. Sterile and harmful action is whatever reinforces the passivity of the masses, their apathy, their cynicism, their differentiation through hierarchy, their alienation, their reliance on others to do things for them and the degree to which they can therefore be manipulated by others even by those allegedly acting on their behalf. Maurice Brinton, For Workers' Power, p. 154. Part of this meaningful action involves encouraging people to act for yourselves, to use Kropotkin's words. As we noted in section A.2.7, anarchism is based on self-liberation and self-activity is key aspect of this. Hence Malatesta's argument. Our task is that of pushing the people to demand and to seize all the freedom they can and to make themselves responsible for providing their own needs without waiting for orders from any kind of authority. Our task is that of demonstrating the uselessness and harmfulness of government, provoking and encouraging by propaganda and action, all kinds of individual and collective activities. It is in fact a question of education for freedom, of making people who are accustomed to obedience and passivity consciously aware of their real power and capabilities. One must encourage people to do things for themselves. Up. CIT, pages 178-9. This pushing people to do it themselves is another key role for any anarchist organization. The encouragement of direct action is just as important as anarchist propaganda and popular participation within social struggle and popular organizations. As such social struggle developments, the possibility of revolution becomes closer and closer. While we discuss anarchists' ideas on social revolution in section J.7, we must note here that the role of the anarchist organization does not change. As Bookchin argued, anarchists seek to persuade the factory committees, assemblies, and other organizations created by people in struggle to make themselves into genuine organs of popular self-management, not to dominate them, manipulate them, or hitch them to an all-knowing political party. Op. CIT, p. 140. In this way, by encouraging self-management in struggle, anarchists lay the foundations of a self-managed society. J.3.7 Doesn't Bakunin's invisible dictatorship prove that anarchists are secret authoritarians? No. While Bakunin did use the term invisible dictatorship, it does not prove that Bakunin or anarchists are secret authoritarians. The claim otherwise, often made by Leninists and other Marxists, expresses a distinct, even willful, misunderstanding of Bakunin's ideas on the role revolutionaries should play in popular movements. Marxists quote Bakunin's terms invisible dictatorship and collective dictatorship out of context, using it to prove that anarchists are secret authoritarians, seeking dictatorship over the masses. More widely, the question of Bakunin and his invisible dictatorship finds its way into sympathetic accounts of anarchist ideas. For example, Peter Marshall writes that it is not difficult to conclude that Bakunin's invisible dictatorship would be even more tyrannical than a Marxist one and that it expressed a profound authoritarian and dissimulating streak in his life and work. Demanding the impossible, p. 287 So, the question of setting the record straight about this aspect of Bakunin's theory is of more importance than just correcting a few Leninists. In addition, to do so will help clarify the concept of leadership of ideas we discussed in the last section. For both these reasons, this section, while initially appearing somewhat redundant and of interest only to academics, is of a far wider interest. Anarchists have two responses to claims that Bakunin, and, by implication, all anarchists, seek an invisible dictatorship and so are not true libertarians. Firstly, and this is the point we will concentrate upon in this section, Bakunin's expression is taken out of context, and when placed within context it takes on a radically different meaning than that implied by critics of anarchism. Secondly, even if the expression means what the critics claim it does not refute anarchism as a political theory. This is because anarchists are not Bakuninists, or Proudhonists or Kropotkinites or any other personist. We recognize other anarchists for what they are, human beings who said lots of important and useful things but, like any other human being, made mistakes and often do not live up to all of their ideas. For anarchists, it is a question of extracting the useful parts from their works and rejecting the useless, as well as the downright nonsense. Just because Bakunin said something, it does not make it right. This common-sense approach to politics seems to be lost on Marxists. Indeed, if we take the logic of these Marxists to its conclusion, we must reject everything Rousseau wrote. He was sexist. Marx and Engels, their comments against Slavs spring to mind, along with numerous other racist comments, and so on. But, of course, this never happens to non-anarchist thinkers when Marxists write their articles and books. However, to return to our main argument, that of the importance of context. Significantly, whenever Bakunin uses the term invisible or collective dictatorship, he also explicitly states his opposition to government power and in particular the idea that anarchists should seize it. For example, a Leninist quotes the following passage from a Bakuninist document to show the dictatorial ambitions of Bakunin and that the principle of anti-democracy was to leave Bakunin unchallenged at the apex of power. It is necessary that in the midst of popular anarchy, which will constitute the very life and energy of the revolution, unity of thought and revolutionary action should find an organ. This organ must be the secret and worldwide association of the international brethren. Derek Howell, The Legacy of Hal Draper, pages 137-49, International Socialist, number 52, p. 147. However, in the sentence immediately before those quoted, Bakunin stated that his organization rules out any idea of dictatorship and custodial control. Strange that this part of the document was not quoted. Nor is Bakunin quoted when he wrote, in the same document, that we are the natural enemies of those revolutionaries, future dictators, regimenters and custodians of revolution who want to create new revolutionary states just as centralist and despotic as those we already know. Not mentioned either is Bakunin's opinion that the revolution everywhere must be created by the people, and supreme control must always belong to the people organized into a free federation of agricultural and industrial associations, organized from the bottom upwards by means of revolutionary delegations, who will set out to administer public services, not to rule over peoples. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 172, p. 169 and p. 172. Selective quoting is only convincing to those ignorant of the subject. Similarly, when we look at the situations where Bakunin uses the terms invisible or collective dictatorship, usually in letters to comrades, we find the same thing: the explicit denial in these same letters that Bakunin thought the revolutionary association should take governmental power. For example, in a letter to Albert Richard, a fellow member of the Alliance of Social Democracy, Bakunin stated that here is only one power and one dictatorship whose organization is salutary and feasible, it is that collective, invisible dictatorship of those who are allied in the name of our principle. He then immediately adds that this dictatorship will be all the more salutary and effective for not being dressed up in any official power or extrinsic character.
Earlier in the letter he argued that anarchists must be like invisible pilots in the thick of the popular tempest, steering it the revolution not by any open power but by the collective dictatorship of all the allies, a dictatorship without insignia, titles, or official rights, and all the stronger for having none of the paraphernalia of power. Explicitly opposing committees of public safety and official, overt dictatorship, he explains his idea of a revolution based on workers having joined into associations. Armed and organized by streets and quartiers, the Federative Commune. Op. CIT, p. 181, p. 180 and p. 179. Hardly what would be expected from a would-be dictator. As Sam Dolgoff suggested, an organization exercising no overt authority, without a state, without official status, without the machinery of institutionalist power to enforce its policies, cannot be defined as a dictatorship. Moreover, if it is borne in mind that this passage is part of a letter repudiating in the strongest terms the state and the authoritarian statism of the Robespierres, the Dantons, and the Saint-Justs of the Revolution, it is reasonable to conclude that Bakunin used the word dictatorship to denote preponderant influence or guidance exercised largely by example. In line with this conclusion, Bakunin used the words invisible and collective to denote the underground movement exerting this influence in an organized manner. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 182. This analysis is confirmed by other passages from Bakunin's letters. In a letter to the nihilist Sergei Nechayev, within which Bakunin indicates exactly how far apart politically they were, which is important as, from Marx onwards, many of Bakunin's opponents quote Nechayev's pamphlets as if they were Bakuninist, when in fact they were not, we find him arguing that these revolutionary groups would not seek anything for themselves, neither privilege nor honor nor power, but would be in a position to direct popular movements, and lead the people towards the most complete realization of the social economic ideal and the organization of the fullest popular freedom. This is what I call the collective dictatorship of a secret organization. The dictatorship does not reward any of the members that comprise the groups, or the groups themselves, with any profit or honor or official power. It does not threaten the freedom of the people, because, lacking any official character, it does not take the place of state control over the people, and because its whole aim consists of the fullest realization of the liberty of the people. This sort of dictatorship is not in the least contrary to the free development and the self-development of the people, nor its organization from the bottom upward, for it influences the people exclusively through the natural, personal influence of its members, who have not the slightest power, and try to direct the spontaneous revolutionary movement of the people towards the organization of popular liberty. This secret dictatorship would in the first place, and at the present time, carry out a broadly based popular propaganda. And by the power of this propaganda and also by organization among the people themselves join together separate popular forces into a mighty strength capable of demolishing the state. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, pages 193-4. The key aspect of this is the notion of natural influence. In a letter to a Spanish member of the alliance we find Bakunin arguing that it will promote the revolution only through the natural but never official influence of all members of the alliance. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 387. This term was also used in his public writings, with Bakunin arguing that the very freedom of every individual results from the great number of material, intellectual, and moral influences which every individual around him and which society continually exercise on him, and that everything alive intervenes in the life of others. So we hardly wish to abolish the effect of any individual's or any group of individuals' natural influence upon the masses. The basic Bakunin, p. 140 and p. 141. Thus natural influence simply means the effect of communicating with others, discussing your ideas with them and winning them over to your position, nothing more. This is hardly authoritarian, and so Bakunin contrasts this natural influence with official influence, which replaced the process of mutual interaction between equals with a fixed hierarchy of command and thereby induced the transformation of natural influence, and, as such,
the perfectly legitimate influence over man, into a right. Quoted by Richard B. Saltman, The Social and Political Thought of Michael Bakunin, p. 46. As an example of this difference, consider the case of a union militant. As will become clear, this is the sort of example Bakunin had in mind. As long as they are part of the rank and file, arguing their case at union meetings or being delegated to carry out the decisions of these assemblies, then their influence is natural. However, if this militant is elected into a position with executive power in the union, i.e. becomes a full-time union official, for example, rather than a shop steward, then their influence becomes official and so, potentially, corrupting for both the militant and the rank and file who are subject to the rule of the official. Indeed, this notion of natural influence was also termed invisible by Bakunin. It is only necessary that one worker in 10 join the International Working Men's Association earnestly and with full understanding of the cause for the 9/10 remaining outside its organization nevertheless to be influenced invisibly by it. The basic Bakunin, p. 139. So, as can be seen, the terms invisible and collective dictatorship used by Bakunin in his letters is strongly related to the term natural influence used in his public works and seems to be used simply to indicate the effects of an organized political group on the masses. To see this, it is worthwhile to quote Bakunin at length about the nature of this invisible influence. It may be objected that this influence on the popular masses suggests the establishment of a system of authority and a new government. Such a belief would be a serious blunder. The organized effect of the international on the masses is nothing but the entirely natural organization, neither official nor clothed in any authority or political force whatsoever, of the effect of a rather numerous group of individuals who are inspired by the same thought and headed toward the same goal, first of all on the opinion of the masses and only then, by the intermediary of this opinion, restated by the international's propaganda, on their will and their deeds. But the governments impose themselves violently on the masses, who are forced to obey them and to execute their decrees. The international's influence will never be anything but one of opinion, and the international will never be anything but the organization of the natural effect of individuals on the masses. Op. Cit. Pages 139 to 40. Therefore, from both the fuller context provided by the works and letters selectively quoted by Marxists and his other writings, we find that rather than being a secret authoritarian, Bakunin was, in fact, trying to express how anarchists could naturally influence the masses and their revolution. We are the most pronounced enemies of every sort of official power. We are the enemies of any sort of publicly declared dictatorship. We are social revolutionary anarchists. If we are anarchists, by what right do we want to influence the people, and what methods will we use? Denouncing all power, with what sort of power, or rather by what sort of force, shall we direct a people's revolution? By a force that is invisible, that is not imposed on anyone, and deprived of all official rights and significance. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, pages 191 to 2. Continually opposing official power, authority, and influence, Bakunin used the term invisible, collective dictatorship to describe the natural influence of organized anarchists on mass movements. Rather than express a desire to become a dictator, it in fact expresses the awareness that there is an uneven political development within the working class, an unevenness that can only be undermined by discussion within the mass assemblies of popular organizations. Any attempt to bypass this unevenness by seizing or being elected to positions of power, i.e. by official influence, would be doomed to failure and result in dictatorship by a party triumph of the Jacobins or the Blanquists or the Bolsheviks. We must add would be the death of the revolution. Op. Cit. p. 169. So rather than seek power, the anarchists would seek influence based on the soundness of their ideas, what anarchists today term the leadership of ideas, in other words. Thus the Anarchist Federation unleashes the people's will and gives wider opportunity for their self-determination and their social economic organization, which should be created by them alone from the bottom upwards. The revolutionary organization must not in any circumstances, ever be their master. What is to be the chief aim and pursue of this organization? To help the people towards self-determination on the lines of the most complete equality and fullest human freedom in every direction, without the least interference from any sort of domination, that is without any sort of government control. Op. Cit. p. 191. This analysis can be seen from Bakunin's discussion on union bureaucracy and how anarchists should combat it. Taking the Geneva section of the IWMA, Bakunin notes that the construction workers section simply left all decision-making to their committees. In this manner power gravitated to the committees, and by a species of fiction characteristic of all governments the committees substituted their own will and their own ideas for that of the membership. To combat this bureaucracy, the union sections could only defend their rights and their autonomy in only one way, the workers call general membership meetings. Nothing arouses the antipathy of the committees more than these popular assemblies. In these great meetings of the sections, the items on the agenda was amply discussed and the most progressive opinion prevailed. Given that Bakunin considered the federative alliance of all the workers' associations would constitute the commune by means of delegates with always responsible and revocable mandates, we can easily see that the role of the anarchist federation would be to intervene in general assemblies of these associations and ensure, through debate, that the most progressive opinion prevailed. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 246, p. 247 and p. 153. Having shown that the role of Bakunin's revolutionary organizations is drastically different than that suggested by the selective quotations of Marxists, we need to address two more issues. 1. The so-called hierarchical nature of Bakunin's organizations and, 2. Their secret nature. Taking the issue of hierarchy first, we can do no better than quote Richard B. Saltman's summary of the internal organization of these groups. The association's single will, Bakunin wrote, would be determined by laws that every member helped to create, or at a minimum equally approved by mutual agreement. This definite set of rules was to be frequently renewed in plenary sessions wherein each member had the duty to try and make his view prevail, but then he must accept fully the decision of the majority. Thus the revolutionary association's rigorously conceived and prescribed plan, implemented under the strictest discipline, was in reality to be nothing more or less than the expression and direct outcome of the reciprocal commitment contracted by each of the members towards the others. Op. Cit. p. 115. While many anarchists would not totally agree with this setup, although we think that most supporters of the platform would, all would agree that it is not hierarchical. If anything, it appears quite democratic in nature. Moreover, comments in Bakunin's letters to other alliance members support the argument that his revolutionary associations were more democratic in nature than Marxists suggest. In a letter to a Spanish comrade we find him suggesting that all alliance groups should, from now on, accept new members not by majority vote, but unanimously. Op. Cit. p. 386. In a letter to Italian members of the IWMA he argued that in Geneva the alliance did not resort to secret plots and intrigues. Rather, everything was done in broad daylight, openly, for everyone to see. The alliance had regular weekly open meetings and everyone was urged to participate in the discussions. The old procedure where members sat and passively listened to speakers talking down to them from their pedestal was discarded. It was established that all meetings be conducted by informal roundtable conversational discussions in which everybody felt free to participate, not to be talked at, but to exchange views. Op. Cit. pages 405-6. Moreover, we find Bakunin being outvoted within the alliance, hardly what we would expect if they were top-down dictatorships run by him as Marxists claim. The historian Tr. Ravindranathan indicates that after the alliance was founded Bakunin wanted the alliance to become a branch of the International Workers' Association and at the same time preserve it as a secret society. The Italian and some French members wanted the alliance to be totally independent of the IWA and objected to Bakunin's secrecy. Bakunin's view prevailed on the first question as he succeeded in convincing the majority of the harmful effects of a rivalry between the Alliance and the International. On the question of secrecy, he gave way to his opponents. Bakunin and the Italians, p. 83. Moreover, if Bakunin did seek to create a centralist, hierarchical organization, as Marxists claim, he did not do a good job. We find him complaining that the Madrid alliance was breaking up. The news of the dissolution of the alliance in Spain saddened Bakunin. He intensified his letter writing to alliance members whom he trusted. He tried to get the Spaniards to reverse their decision. Juan Gómez Casa, Anarchist Organization, pages 37-8. While the Bakuninist Spanish and Swiss sections of the IWMA sent delegates to its infamous Hague Congress, the Bakuninist Italian section did not. Of course, Marxists could argue that these facts show Bakunin's cunning nature, but the more obvious explanation is that Bakunin did not create a hierarchical organization with himself at the top. The evidence suggests that the alliance was not a compulsory or authoritarian body. In Spain, it acted independently and was prompted by purely local situations. The copious correspondence between Bakunin and his friends was at all times motivated by the idea of offering advice, persuading, and clarifying. It was never written in a spirit of command, because that was not his style, nor would it have been accepted as such by his associates. Moreover, there is no trace or shadow or hierarchical organization in a letter from Bakunin to Mora. On the contrary, Bakunin advises direct relations between Spanish and Italian comrades. The Spanish comrades also wrote a pamphlet which ridiculed the fable of orders from abroad. Casa, Op. Cit. p. 25 and p. 40. This is confirmed by George R. Essenwein, who argues that while it is true that Bakunin's direct intervention during the early days of the International's development in Spain had assured the predominance of his influence in the various federations and sections of the organization, it cannot be said that he manipulated it or otherwise used the Spanish alliance as a tool for his own subversive designs. Thus, though the alliance did exist in Spain, the society did not bear any resemblance to the nefarious organization that the Marxists depicted. Anarchist ideology and the working class movement in Spain, p. 42. Indeed, as Max Nettolo points out, those Spaniards who did break with the alliance were persuaded of its hierarchical organization, not by their own direct observation, but by what they had been told about the conduct of the organization in other countries. Quoted by Casa, Op. Cit. pages 39-40. In addition, if Bakunin did run the alliance under his own personal dictatorship, we would expect it to change or dissolve upon his death. However, the Spanish alliance survived Bakunin, who died in 1876, yet with few exceptions it continued to function in much the same way it had during Bakunin's lifetime. Essenwein, Op. Cit. p. 43. Moving on to the second issue, the question of why Bakunin favored secret organization. At the time many states were despotic monarchies, with little or no civil rights. As he argued, nothing but a secret society would want to take this arousing a revolution on, for the interests of the government and of the government classes would be bitterly opposed to it. Michael Bakunin, Selected Writings, p. 188. For survival, Bakunin considered secrecy an essential. As Juan Gómez Casas noted, in view of the difficulties of that period, Bakunin believed that secret groups of convinced and absolutely trustworthy men were safer and more effective. They would be able to place themselves at the head of developments at critical moments, but only to inspire and to clarify the issues. Op. Cit. p. 22. Even Marxists, faced with dictatorial states, have organized in secret, and as George R. Essenwein points out, the claim that Bakunin's organization scheme was not the product of a hard-headed realism cannot be supported in the light of the experiences of the Spanish alliancists. It is beyond doubt that their adherence to Bakunin's program greatly contributed to the FRE's Spanish section of the First International ability to flourish during the early part of the 1870s and to survive the harsh circumstances of repression in the period 1874-1881. Op. Cit. p. 224 f. So Bakunin's personal experiences in Tsarist Russia and other illiberal states shaped his ideas on how revolutionaries should organize, and let us not forget that he had been imprisoned in the Peter and Paul prison for his activities. This is not to suggest that all of Bakunin's ideas on the role and nature of anarchist groups are accepted by anarchists today. Most anarchists would reject Bakunin's arguments for secrecy, for example, particularly as secrecy cannot help but generate an atmosphere of deceit and, potentially, manipulation. Anarchists remember that anarchism did not spring fully formed and complete from Bakunin's, or any other individual's, head. Rather it was developed over time and by many individuals, inspired by many different experiences and movements. As such, anarchists recognize that Bakunin was inconsistent in some ways, as would be expected from a theorist breaking new ground, and this applies to his ideas on how anarchist groups should work within and the role they should play in popular movements. Most of his ideas are valid, once we place them into context, some are not. Anarchists embrace the valid ones and voice their opposition to the others. In summary, any apparent contradiction between the public and private Bakunin disappears once we place his comments into context within both the letters he wrote and his overall political theory. As Brian Morris argues, those who argue that Bakunin was in favor of despotism only come to these conclusions by an incredible distortion of the substance of what Bakunin was trying to convey in his letters to Richard N. Nechev and Only the most jaundiced scholar, or one blinded by extreme antipathy towards Bakunin or anarchism, could interpret these words as indicating that Bakunin's conception of a secret society implied a revolutionary dictatorship in the Jacobin sense, still less a despotism. Bakunin, The Philosophy of Freedom, p. 144 and p. 149. J.3.8 What is anarcho-syndicalism? Anarcho-syndicalism, as mentioned in section A.3.2, is a form of anarchism which applies itself, primarily, to creating industrial unions organized in an anarchist manner, using anarchist tactics, such as direct action, to create a free society. To quote the principles of revolutionary syndicalism of the International Workers' Association. Revolutionary syndicalism is that movement of the working classes founded on the basis of class war, which strives for the union of manual and intellectual workers in economic fighting organizations, in order to prepare for and realize in practice their liberation from the yoke of wage slavery and state oppression. Its goal is the reorganization of social life on the basis of free communism through the collective revolutionary action of the working classes themselves. It takes the view that only the economic organizations of the proletariat are appropriate for the realization of this task and turns therefore to the workers in their capacity as producers and generators of social value, in opposition to the modern political labor parties, which for constructive economic purpose do not come into consideration. Quoted by Wayne Thorpe, The Workers Themselves, p. 322. The word syndicalism is an English rendering of the French for revolutionary trade unionism, syndicalisme révolutionnaire. In the 1890s many anarchists in France started to work within the trade union movement, radicalizing it from within. As the ideas of autonomy, direct action, the general strike and political independence of unions which were associated with the French Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, or General Confederation of Labor, spread across the world, partly through anarchist contacts, partly through word of mouth by non-anarchists who were impressed by the militancy of the CGT. The word syndicalism was used to describe movements inspired by the example of the CGT. Thus syndicalism, revolutionary syndicalism and anarcho-syndicalism all basically mean revolutionary unionism. The term industrial unionism used by the IWW essentially means the same thing. The main difference is between revolutionary syndicalism and anarcho-syndicalism, with anarcho-syndicalism arguing that revolutionary syndicalism concentrates too much on the workplace and, obviously, stressing the anarchist roots and nature of syndicalism more than the former. In addition, anarcho-syndicalism is often considered compatible with supporting a specific anarchist organization to complement the work of the revolutionary unions. Revolutionary syndicalism, in contrast, argues that the syndicalist unions are sufficient in themselves to create libertarian socialism and rejects anarchist groups along with political parties. However, the dividing line can be unclear and, just to complicate things even more, some syndicalists support political parties and are not anarchists. There have been a few Marxist syndicalists, for example, but we will ignore these in our discussion. We will use the term syndicalism to describe what each branch has in common. The syndicalist union is a self-managed industrial union, see section J.5.2, which is committed to direct action and refuses links with political parties, even labor or socialist ones. A key idea of syndicalism is that of union autonomy, the idea that the workers' organization is capable of changing society by its own efforts, that it must control its own fate and not be controlled by any party or other outside group, including anarchist federations. This is sometimes termed workerism, from the French ouvriérisme, i.e. workers' control of the class struggle and their own organizations. Rather than being a cross-class organization like the political party, the union is a class organization and is so uniquely capable of representing working class aspirations, interests, and hopes. The syndicate, Émile Pouget wrote, groups together those who work against those who live by human exploitation. It brings together interests and not opinions. Quoted by Jeremy Jennings, Syndicalism in France, pages 30-1. There is, then, no place in it for anybody who was not a worker. Professional middle-class intellectuals who provided both the leadership and the ideas of the socialist political movement, were therefore at a discount. As a consequence, the syndicalist movement was, and saw itself as, a purely working-class form of socialism. Syndicalism appears as the great heroic movement of the proletariat, the first movement which took seriously the argument that the emancipation of the working class must be the task of labor unaided by middle-class intellectuals or by politicians, and aimed to establish a genuinely working-class socialism and culture, free of all bourgeois taints. For the syndicalists, the workers were to be everything, the rest, nothing. Geoffrey Ostergaard, The Tradition of Workers' Control, p. 38. Therefore syndicalism is consciously anti-parliamentary and anti-political. It focuses not only on the realities of power but also on the key problem of achieving its disintegration. Real power in syndicalist doctrine is economic power. The way to dissolve economic power is to make every worker powerful, thereby eliminating power as a social privilege. Syndicalism thus ruptures all the ties between the workers and the state. It opposes political action, political parties, and any participant in political elections. Indeed, it refuses to operate in the framework of the established order and the state. It turns to direct action, strikes, sabotage, obstruction, and above all, the revolutionary general strike. Direct action not only perpetuates the militancy of the workers and keeps alive the spirit of revolt, but awakens in them a greater sense of individual initiative. By continual pressure, direct action tests the strength of the capitalist system at all times, and presumably in its most important arena, the factory, where ruled and ruler seem to confront each other most directly. Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 121. This does not mean that syndicalism is apolitical in the sense of ignoring totally all political issues. This is a Marxist myth. Syndicalists follow other anarchists by being opposed to all forms of authoritarian/capitalist politics, but do take a keen interest in political questions as they relate to the interests of working people. Thus they do not ignore the state, or the role of the state. Indeed, syndicalists, like all libertarians, are well aware that the state exists to protect capitalist property and power, and that we need to combat it as well as fight for economic improvements. In short, syndicalism is deeply political in the widest sense of the word, aiming for a radical change in political, economic, and social conditions and institutions. Moreover, it is political in the narrower sense of being aware of political issues and aiming for political reforms along with economic ones. It is only apolitical when it comes to supporting political parties and using bourgeois political institutions, a position which is political in the wider sense, of course. This is obviously identical to the usual anarchist position, see section J.2.10, which indicates an important difference between syndicalism and trade unionism. Syndicalism aims at changing society rather than just working within it. Thus syndicalism is revolutionary while trade unionism is reformist. For syndicalists the union has a double aim: with tireless persistence, it must pursue betterment of the working class's current conditions. But, without letting themselves become obsessed with this passing concern, the workers should take care to make possible and imminent the essential act of comprehensive emancipation, the expropriation of capital. Thus syndicalism aims to win reforms by direct action and by this struggle bring the possibilities of a revolution, via the general strike, closer. Indeed, any desired improvement is to be wrested directly from the capitalist and must always represent a reduction in capitalist privileges and be a partial expropriation. Émile Pouget, No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, p. 71 and p. 73. Thus Emma Goldman. Of course syndicalism, like the old trade unions, fights for immediate gains, but it is not stupid enough to pretend that labor can expect humane conditions from inhumane economic arrangements in society. Thus it merely wrests from the enemy what it can force him to yield. On the whole, however, syndicalism aims at, and concentrates its energies upon, the complete overthrow of the wage system. Syndicalism goes further: it aims to liberate labor from every institution that has not for its object the free development of production for the benefit of all humanity. In short, the ultimate purpose of syndicalism is to reconstruct society from its present centralist, authoritative and brutal state to one based upon the free, federated grouping of the workers along lines of economic and social liberty. With this object in view, syndicalism works in two directions: first, by undermining the existing institutions; secondly, by developing and educating the workers and cultivating their spirit of solidarity, to prepare them for a full, free life, when capitalism shall have been abolished. Syndicalism is, in essence, the economic expression of anarchism. Red Emma Speaks, p. 91. Which, in turn, explains why syndicalist unions are structured in such an obviously libertarian way. It reflects the importance of empowering every worker by creating a union which is decentralized and self-managed, a union which every member plays a key role in determining its policy and activities. Participation ensures that the union becomes a school for the will, to use Pouget's expression, and allows working people to learn how to govern themselves and so do without the state. After the revolution, the union can easily be transformed into the body by which production is organized. The aim of the union is workers' self-management of production and distribution after the revolution, a self-management which the union is based upon in the here and now. The syndicalist union is seen as the germ of the socialist economy of the future, the elementary school of socialism in general, and we need to plant these germs while there is yet time and bring them to the strongest possible development, so as to make the task of the coming social revolution easier and to ensure its permanence. Rocker, Op. Cit. p. 59. Thus, as can be seen, syndicalism differs from trade unionism in its structure, its methods, and its aims. Its structure, method, and aims are distinctly anarchist. Little wonder leading syndicalist theorist Fernand Pelloutier argued that the trade union, governing itself along anarchic lines, must become a practical schooling in anarchism. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 2, p. 55 and p. 57. In addition, most anarcho-syndicalists support community organizations and struggle alongside the more traditional industry-based approach usually associated within syndicalism. While we have concentrated on the industrial side here, simply because this is a key aspect of syndicalism, we must stress that syndicalism can and does lend itself to community struggles. It is a myth that anarcho-syndicalism ignores community struggles and organization, as can be seen from the history of the Spanish CNT, for example, see section J.5.1. It must be stressed that a syndicalist union is open to all workers regardless of their political opinions, or lack of them. The union exists to defend workers' interests as workers and is organized in an anarchist manner to ensure that their interests are fully expressed. This means that an syndicalist organization is different from an organization of syndicalists. What makes the union syndicalist is its structure, aims and methods. Obviously things can change, that is true of any organization which has a democratic structure, but that is a test revolutionary and anarcho-syndicalists welcome and do not shirk from. As the union is self-managed from below up, its militancy and political content is determined by its membership. As Pojit put it, the union offers employers a degree of resistance in geometric proportion with the resistance put up by its members. Op. Cit. p. 71. That is why syndicalists ensure that power rests in the members of the union. Syndicalists have two main approaches to building revolutionary unions: dual unionism and boring from within. The former approach involves creating new, syndicalist, unions, in opposition to the existing trade unions. This approach was historically and is currently the favored way of building syndicalist unions. American, Italian, Spanish, Swedish and numerous other syndicalists built their own union federations in the heyday of syndicalism between 1900 and 1920. Boring from within simply means working within the existing trade unions in order to reform them and make them syndicalist. This approach was favored by French and British syndicalists, plus a few American ones. However, these two approaches are not totally in opposition. Many of the dual unions were created by syndicalists who had first worked within the existing trade unions. Once they got sick of the bureaucratic union machinery and of trying to reform it, they split from the reformist unions and formed new, revolutionary, ones. Similarly, dual unionists will happily support trade unionists in struggle and often be two carders, i.e. members of both the trade union and the syndicalist one. See section J.5.3 for more on anarchist perspectives on existing trades unions. Syndicalists, no matter what tactics they prefer, favor autonomous workplace organizations, controlled from below. Both tend to favor syndicalists forming networks of militants to spread anarchist/syndicalist ideas within the workplace. Indeed, such a network, usually called industrial network, see section J.5.4 for more details, would be an initial stage and essential means for creating syndicalist unions. These groups would encourage syndicalist tactics and rank and file organization during struggles and so create the potential for building syndicalist unions as libertarian ideas spread and are seen to work. Syndicalists think that such an organization is essential for the successful creation of an anarchist society as it builds the new world in the shell of the old, making a sizable majority of the population aware of anarchism and the benefits of anarchist forms of organization and struggle. Moreover, they argue that those who reject syndicalism because it believes in a permanent organization of workers and urge workers to organize spontaneously at the very moment of revolution promote a con-trick, designed to leave the revolutionary movement, so-called, in the hands of an educated class, or so-called revolutionary party. Which means that the workers are only expected to come in the fray when there's any fighting to be done, and in normal times leave theorizing to the specialists or students. Albert Meltzer, Anarchism, Arguments for and Against, pages 82-3. A self-managed society can only be created by self-managed means, and as only the practice of self-management can ensure its success, the need for libertarian popular organizations is essential. Syndicalism is seen as the key way working people can prepare themselves for revolution and learn to direct their own lives. In this way, syndicalism creates a true politics of the people, one that does not create a parasitic class of politicians and bureaucrats. We wish to emancipate ourselves, to free ourselves, Pelloutier wrote, but we do not wish to carry out a revolution, to risk our skin, to put Pierre the Socialist in the place of Paul the Radical, quoted by Jeremy Jennings, Syndicalism in France, p. 17. This does not mean that syndicalists do not support organizations spontaneously created by workers in struggle, such as workers' councils, factory committees, and so on. Far from it. Syndicalists have played important roles in these kinds of organization, as can be seen from the Russian Revolution, the factory occupations in Italy in 1920, the British shop steward movement and so on. This is because syndicalism acts as a catalyst to militant labor struggles and serves to counteract class collaborationist tendencies by union bureaucrats and socialist politicians. Part of this activity must involve encouraging self-managed organizations where none exist, and so syndicalists support and encourage all such spontaneous movements, hoping that they turn into the basis of a syndicalist union movement or a successful revolution. Moreover, most anarcho-syndicalists recognize that it is unlikely that every worker, nor even the majority, will be in syndicalist unions before a revolutionary period starts. This means new organizations, created spontaneously by workers in struggle, would have to be the framework of social struggle and the post-capitalist society rather than the syndicalist union as such. All the syndicalist union can do is provide a practical example of how to organize in a libertarian way within capitalism and statism and support spontaneously created organizations. It should be noted that while the term syndicalism dates from the 1890s in France, the ideas associated with these names have a longer history. Anarcho-syndicalist ideas have developed independently in many different countries and times. Indeed, anyone familiar with Bakunin's work will quickly see that much of his ideas prefigure what was later to become known by these terms. Similarly, we find that the American International Working People's Association, organized by anarchists in the 1880s, anticipated by some 20 years the doctrine of anarcho-syndicalism and more than merely resembling the Chicago idea of the IWPA. The IWW's principles of industrial unionism resulted from the conscious efforts of anarchists, who continued to affirm the principles which the Chicago anarchists gave their lives defending. Salvatore Salerno, Red November, Black November, p. 51 and p. 79. See section H.2.8 for a discussion of why Marxist claims that syndicalism and anarchism are unrelated are obviously false. We must stress that we are not arguing that Bakunin invented syndicalism. Far from it. Rather, we are arguing that Bakunin expressed ideas already developed in working class circles and became, if you like, the spokesperson for these libertarian tendencies in the labor movement, as well as helping to clarifying these ideas in many ways. As Emma Goldman argued, the feature which distinguishes syndicalism from most philosophies is that it represents the revolutionary philosophy of labor conceived and born in the actual struggle and experience of workers themselves, not in universities, colleges, libraries, or in the brain of some scientists. Op. Cit. Pages 88 to 9. This applies equally to Bakunin and the First International. Given this, we must also point out here that while syndicalism has anarchist roots, not all syndicalists are anarchists. A few Marxists have been syndicalists, particularly in the USA, where the followers of Daniel de Leon supported industrial unionism and helped form the industrial workers of the world. The Irish socialist James Connolly was also a Marxist syndicalist, as was Big Bill Haywood, who was a leader of the IWW and a leading member of the U.S. Socialist Party. Marxist syndicalists are generally in favor of more centralization within syndicalist unions. The IWW was by far the most centralist syndicalist union, and often argue that a political party is required to complement the work of the union. Needless to say, anarcho-syndicalists disagree, arguing that centralization kills the spirit of revolt and weakens a union's real strength, and that political parties are both ineffective when compared to militant unionism and a constant source of corruption. Rocker, Op. Cit. Pages 55 to 60. So not all syndicalists are anarchists. Leading those anarchists who are syndicalists often use the term anarcho-syndicalism to indicate that they are both anarchists and syndicalists, as well as to stress the libertarian roots and syndicalism. In addition, not all anarchists are syndicalists. We discuss the reasons for this in the next section. For more information on anarcho-syndicalist ideas, Rudolf Rocker's Anarcho-Syndicalism is still the classic introduction to the subject. The collection of articles by British syndicalist Tom Brown entitled Syndicalism is also worth reading. Daniel Guérin's No Gods, No Masters contains articles by leading French syndicalist thinkers. J.3.9 Why are many anarchists not anarcho-syndicalists? Before discussing why many anarchists are not anarcho-syndicalists, we must clarify a few points first. Let us be clear, non-syndicalist anarchists usually support the ideas of workplace organization and struggle, of direct action, of solidarity, and so on. Thus most non-syndicalist anarchists do not disagree with anarcho-syndicalists on these issues. Indeed, many even support the creation of syndicalist unions. Thus many anarcho-communists like Alexander Berkman, Errico Malatesta, and Emma Goldman supported anarcho-syndicalist organizations and even, like Malatesta, helped form such revolutionary union federations, namely, the Fora in Argentina, and urged anarchists to take a leading role in organizing unions. So when we use the term non-syndicalist anarchist, we are not suggesting that these anarchists reject all aspects of anarcho-syndicalism. Rather, they are critical of certain aspects of anarcho-syndicalist ideas while supporting the rest. In the past, a few communist anarchists did oppose the struggle for improvements within capitalism as reformist. However, these were few and far between, and with the rise of anarcho-syndicalism in the 1890s, the vast majority of communist anarchists recognized that only by encouraging the struggle for reforms would people take them seriously, as this showed the benefits of anarchist tactics and organization in practice, so ensuring anarchist ideas grow in influence. Thus syndicalism was a healthy response to the rise of abstract revolutionarism that infected the anarchist movement during the 1880s, particularly in France and Italy. Thus communist anarchists agree with syndicalists on the importance of struggling for and winning reforms and improvements within capitalism by direct action and solidarity. Similarly, anarchists like Malatesta also recognized the importance of mass organizations like unions. As he argued, to encourage popular organizations of all kinds is the logical consequence of our basic ideas. An authoritarian party, which aims at capturing power to impose its ideas, has an interest in the people remaining an amorphous mass, unable to act for themselves and therefore easily dominated. But we anarchists do not want to emancipate the people, we want the people to emancipate themselves, we want the new way of life to emerge from the body of the people and correspond to the state of their development and advance as they advance. Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 90. This can only occur when there are popular organizations, like trade unions, within which people can express themselves, come to common agreements and act. Moreover, these organizations must be autonomous, self-governing, be libertarian in nature and be independent of all parties and organizations, including anarchist ones. The similarity with anarcho-syndicalist ideas is striking. So why, if this is the case, are many anarchists not anarcho-syndicalists? There are two main reasons for this. First, there is the question of whether unions are, by their nature, revolutionary organizations. Second, whether syndicalist unions are sufficient to create anarchy by themselves. We will discuss each in turn. As can be seen from any country, the vast majority of unions are deeply reformist and bureaucratic in nature. They are centralist, with power resting at the top in the hands of officials. This suggests that in themselves unions are not revolutionary. As Malatesta argued, this is to be expected for all movements founded on material and immediate interests, and a mass working class movement cannot be founded on anything else, if the ferment, the drive, and the unremitting efforts of men and women of ideas struggling and making sacrifices for an ideal future are lacking, tend to adapt themselves to circumstances, foster a conservative spirit, and fear of change in those who manage to improve their conditions, and often end up by creating new privileged classes and serving to support and consolidate the system one would want to destroy. Op. Cit. Pages 113-4. If we look at the role of the union within capitalist society, we see that in order for it to work, it must offer a reason for the boss to recognize and negotiate with it. This means that the union must be able to offer the boss something in return for any reforms it gets, namely labor discipline. In return for an improvement in wages or conditions, the union must be able to get workers to agree to submit to the contracts the union signs with their boss. In other words, they must be able to control their members, stop them fighting the boss if they are to have anything with which to bargain with. This results in the union becoming a third force in industry, with interests separate than the workers which it claims to represent. The role of unionism as a seller of labor power means that it often has to make compromises it has to make its members agree to. This necessitates a tendency for power to be taken from the rank and file of the unions and centralized in the hands of officials at the top of the organization. This ensures that the workers' organization becomes what it must perforce be in a capitalist society, a means not of refusing to recognize and overthrowing the bosses, but simply for hedging round and limiting the boss's power. Enrico Malatesta, The Anarchist Revolution, p. 29. Anarcho-syndicalists are aware of this problem. That is why their unions are decentralized, self-managed and organized from the bottom up in a federal manner. As Durruti argued, no anarchists in the union committees unless at the ground level. In these committees, in case of conflict with the boss, the militant is forced to compromise to arrive at an agreement. The contracts and activities which come from being in this position, push the militant towards bureaucracy. Conscious of this risk, we do not wish to run it. Our role is to analyze from the bottom the different dangers which can beset a union organization like ours. No militant should prolong his job in committees, beyond the time allotted to him. No permanent and indispensable people. Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti, The People Armed, p. 183. However, structure is rarely enough in itself to undermine the bureaucratic tendencies created by the role of unions in the capitalist economy. While such libertarian structures can slow down the tendency towards bureaucracy, non-syndicalist anarchists argue that they cannot stop it. They point to the example of the French CGT, which had become reformist by 1914. The majority of other syndicalist unions were crushed by fascism or communism before they had a chance to develop fully. Even the Spanish CNT, by far the most successful anarcho-syndicalist union, suffered from the problem of reformism, causing the anarchists in the union to organize the FAI in 1927 to combat it, which it did, very successfully. According to José Pirates, the participation of the anarchist group in the mass movement CNT helped to ensure that CNT's revolutionary nature. This indicates the validity of Malatesta's arguments concerning the need for anarchists to remain distinct of the unions organizationally while working within them, just as Pirates comment that be linkered by participation in union committees, the FAI became incapable of a wider vision indicates the validity of Malatesta's warnings against anarchists taking positions of responsibility in unions. Anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, p. 241 and pages 239-40. Moreover, even the structure of syndicalist unions can cause problems. In modeling themselves structurally on the bourgeois economy, the syndicalist unions tended to become the organizational counterparts of the very centralist apparatus they profess to oppose. By pleading the need to deal effectively with the tightly knit bourgeoisie and state machinery, reformist leaders in syndicalist unions often had little difficulty in shifting organizational control from the bottom to the top. Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 123. In addition, as the syndicalist unions grow in size and influence, their initial radicalism is usually watered down. This is because, since the unions must remain open to all those who desire to win from the masters better conditions of life, whatever their opinions may be, they are naturally led to moderate their aspirations, first so that they should not frighten away those they wish to have with them, and because, in proportion as numbers increase, those with ideas who have initiated the movement remain buried in a majority that is only occupied with the petty interests of the moment. Enrico Malatesta, Anarchism and Syndicalism, p. 150, which, ironically, given that increased self-management is seen as a way of reducing tendencies towards bureaucracy, means that syndicalist unions have a tendency towards reformism simply because the majority of their members will be non-revolutionary if the union grows in size in non-revolutionary times, as can be seen from the development of the Swedish syndicalist union, the SAC. So, if the union's militant strategy succeeds in winning reforms, more and more workers will join it. This influx of non-libertarians must, in a self-managed organization, exert a deradicalizing influence on the union's politics and activities in non-revolutionary times. The syndicalist would argue that the process of struggling for reforms combined with the educational effects of participation and self-management will reduce this influence and, of course, they are right. However, non-syndicalist anarchists would counter this by arguing that the libertarian influences generated by struggle and participation would be strengthened by the work of anarchist groups and, without this work, the deradicalizing influences would outweigh the libertarian ones. In addition, the success of a syndicalist union must be partly determined by the general level of class struggle. In periods of great struggle, the membership will be more radical than in quiet periods, and it is quiet periods which cause the most difficulties for syndicalist unions. With a moderate membership, the revolutionary aims and tactics of the union will also become moderate. As one academic writer on French syndicalism put it, syndicalism was always based on workers acting in the economic arena to better their conditions, build class consciousness, and prepare for revolution. The need to survive and build a working class movement had always forced syndicalists to adapt themselves to the exigencies of the moment. Barbara Mitchell, French Syndicalism, An Experiment in Practical Anarchism, pages 25 to 41, Revolutionary Syndicalism, Marcel van der Linden and Wayne Thorpe, eds. p. 25. As can be seen from the history of many syndicalist unions, and, obviously, mainstream unions too, this seems to be the case. The libertarian tendencies are outweighed by the deradicalizing ones. This can also be seen from the issue of collective bargaining. The problem of collective bargaining foreshadowed the difficulty of maintaining syndicalist principles in developed capitalist societies. Many organizations within the international syndicalist movement initially repudiated collective agreements with employers on the grounds that by a collaborative sharing of responsibility for work discipline, such agreements would expand bureaucratization within the unions, undermine revolutionary spirit, and restrict the freedom of action that workers were always to maintain against the class enemy. From an early date, however, sometimes after a period of suspicion and resistance, many workers gave up this position. In the early decades of the century, it became clear that to maintain or gain a mass membership, syndicalist unions had to accept collective bargaining. Marcel van der Linden and Wayne Thorpe, Op. Cit. p. 19. Thus, for most anarchists, the trade unions are, by their very nature, reformist and never revolutionary. The revolutionary spirit must be introduced, developed, and maintained by the constant actions of revolutionaries who work from within their ranks as well as from outside, but it cannot be the normal, natural definition of the trade union's function. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 117. This does not mean that anarchists should not work within labor organizations. Nor does it mean rejecting anarcho-syndicalist unions as an anarchist tactic. Far from it. Rather, it is a case of recognizing these organizations for what they are, reformist organizations which are not an end in themselves but one, albeit important, means of preparing the way for the achievement of anarchism. Neither does it mean that anarchists should not try to make labor organizations as anarchistic as possible or have anarchist objectives. Working within the labor movement, at the rank and file level, of course, is essential to gain influence for anarchist ideas, just as is working with unorganized workers. But this does not mean that the unions are revolutionary by their very nature, as syndicalism implies. As history shows, and as syndicalists themselves are aware, the vast majority of unions are reformist. Non-syndicalist anarchists argue there is a reason for that, and syndicalist unions are not immune to these tendencies just because they call themselves revolutionary. Due to these tendencies, non-syndicalist anarchists stress the need to organize as anarchists first and foremost in order to influence the class struggle and encourage the creation of autonomous workplace and community organizations to fight that struggle. Rather than fuse the anarchist and working class movement, non-syndicalist anarchists stress the importance of anarchists organizing as anarchists to influence the working class movement. All this does not mean that purely anarchist organizations or individual anarchists cannot become reformist. Of course they can,
Just look at the Spanish FAI, which along with the CNT cooperated with the state during the Spanish Revolution. However, unlike syndicalist unions, the anarchist organization is not pushed towards reformism due to its role within society. That is an important difference. The institutional factors are not present for the anarchist federation as they are for the syndicalist union federation. The second reason why many anarchists are not anarcho-syndicalists is the question of whether syndicalist unions are sufficient in themselves to create anarchy. Pierre Minot, a French syndicalist, argued that syndicalism, as the CGT's Congress of Amiens proclaimed in 1906, is sufficient unto itself as the working class, having at last attained majority, means to be self-sufficient and to rely on no one else for its emancipation. The Anarchist Reader, p. 219. This idea of self-sufficiency means that the anarchist and the syndicalist movement must be fused into one, with syndicalism taking the role of both anarchist group and labor union. Thus a key difference between anarcho-syndicalists and other anarchists is over the question of the need for a specifically anarchist organization. While most anarchists are sympathetic to anarcho-syndicalism, few totally subscribe to anarcho-syndicalist ideas in their pure form. This is because, in its pure form, syndicalism rejects the idea of anarchist groups and instead considers the union as the focal point of social struggle and anarchist activism. However, an anarcho-syndicalist may support a specific anarchist federation to work within the union and outside. So anarchists critical of anarcho-syndicalism are also active in the labor movement, working with the rank and file while keeping their own identity as anarchists and organizing as anarchists. Thus Malatesta, in the past I deplored that the comrades isolated themselves from the working class movement. Today I deplore that many of us, falling into the contrary extreme, let themselves be swallowed up in the same movement. Up. Cit. p. 225. In the eyes of other anarchists, anarcho-syndicalism in its pure, revolutionary syndicalist form makes the error of confusing the anarchist and union movement and so ensures that the resulting movement can do neither work well. Every fusion or confusion between the anarchist movement and the trade union movement ends, either in rendering the latter unable to carry out its specific task or by weakening, distorting, or extinguishing the anarchist spirit. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 123. Most anarchists agree with Malatesta when he argued that anarchists must not want the trade unions to be anarchist, but they must act within their ranks in favor of anarchist aims, as individuals, as groups and as federations of groups. I end the situation as it is, and recognizing that the social development of one's workmates is what it is, the anarchist groups should not expect the workers' organization to act as if they were anarchist, but should make every effort to induce them to approximate as much as possible to the anarchist method. Up. Cit. pages 124-5. Given that it appears to be the case that labor unions are by nature reformist, they cannot be expected to be enough in themselves when creating a free society. Hence the need for anarchists to organize as anarchists as well as alongside their fellow workers as workers in order to spread anarchist ideas on tactics and aims. This activity within existing unions does not necessarily mean attempting to reform the union in a libertarian manner, although some anarchists would support this approach. Rather it means working with the rank and file of the unions and trying to create autonomous workplace organizations, independent of the trade union bureaucracy and organized in a libertarian way. This involves creating anarchist organizations separate from but which, in part, work within the labor movement for anarchist ends. Let us not forget that the syndicalist organization is the union, it organizes all workers regardless of their politics. A union which just let anarchists join would not be a union, it would be an anarchist group organized in the workplace. As anarcho-syndicalists themselves are aware, an anarcho-syndicalist union is not the same as a union of anarcho-syndicalists. How can we expect an organization made up of non-anarchists be totally anarchist? Due to this, tendencies always appeared within syndicalist unions that were reformist, and because of this most anarchists, including many anarcho-syndicalists we must note, argue that there is a need for anarchists to work within the rank and file of the unions to spread their anarchist ideals and aims, and this implies anarchist organizations separate from the labor movement, even if that movement is based on syndicalist unions. As Bakunin argued, the anarchist organization is the necessary complement to the international, i.e. the Union Federation. But the International and the Alliance, the Anarchist Federation, while having the same ultimate aims, perform different functions. The International endeavors to unify the working masses, regardless of nationality or religious and political beliefs, into one compact body. The Alliance, on the other hand, tries to give these masses a really revolutionary direction. This did not mean that the Alliance was imposing a foreign theory onto the members of the unions, because the programs of one and the other differ only in the degree of their revolutionary development. The program of the Alliance represents the fullest unfolding of the International. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 157. Nor did it imply that anarchists think that unions and other forms of popular organizations should be controlled by anarchists. Far from it. Anarchists are the strongest supporters of the autonomy of all popular organizations. As we indicated in section J.3.6, anarchists desire to influence popular organizations by the strength of our ideas within the rank and file and not by imposing our ideas on them. In addition to these major points of disagreement, there are minor ones as well. For example, many anarchists dislike the emphasis syndicalists place on the workplace and see in syndicalism a shift in focus from the commune to the trade union, from all of the oppressed to the industrial proletariat alone, from the streets to the factories, and, in emphasis at least, from insurrection to the general strike. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 123. However, most anarcho-syndicalists are well aware that life exists outside the workplace, and so this disagreement is largely one of emphasis. Similarly, many anarchists disagreed with the early syndicalist argument that a general strike was enough to create a revolution. They argued, with Malatesta in the forefront, that while a general strike would be an excellent means for starting the social revolution, it would be wrong to think that it made armed insurrection unnecessary, since the first to die of hunger during a general strike would not be the bourgeois, who dispose of all the stores, but the workers. In order for this not to occur, the workers would need to take over production, which are protected by the police and armed forces, and this meant insurrection. Malatesta, The Anarchist Reader, pages 223-4. Again, however, most modern syndicalists accept this to be the case and see the expropriatory general strike, in the words of French syndicalist Pierre Bisnard, as clearly insurrectional. Quoted by Vernon Richards, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 288. We mention this purely to counter Leninist claims that syndicalists subscribe to the same ones they did in the 1890s. Despite our criticisms, we should recognize that the difference between anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists are slight and, often, just a case of emphasis. Most anarchists support anarcho-syndicalist unions where they exist and often take a key role in creating and organizing them. Similarly, many self-proclaimed anarcho-syndicalists also support specific organizations of anarchists to work within and out with the syndicalist union. Syndicalist unions, where they exist, are far more progressive than any other union. Not only are they democratic unions and create an atmosphere where anarchist ideas are listened to with respect, but they also organize and fight in a way that breaks down the divisions into leaders and led, doers and watchers. On its own this is very good, but not good enough. For non-syndicalist anarchists, the missing element is an organization winning support for anarchist ideas and tactics both within revolutionary unions and everywhere else working class people come together. For a further information on the anarchist criticism of syndicalism, we can suggest no better source than the writings of Errico Malatesta. The books Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas and The Anarchist Revolution contain Malatesta's viewpoints on anarchism, syndicalism, and how anarchists should work within the labor movement. The Anarchist Reader contains the famous debate between the syndicalist Pierre Minette and Malatesta at the International Anarchist Conference in Amsterdam in 1907. J.4 What trends in society aid anarchist activity?
In this section we will examine some modern trends which we regard as being potential openings for anarchists to organize and which point in an anarchist direction. These trends are of a general nature, partly as a product of social struggle, partly as a response to economic and social crisis, partly involving people's attitudes to big government and big business, partly in relation to the communications revolution we are currently living through, and so on. Of course, looking at modern society we see multiple influences, changes which have certain positive aspects in some directions but negative ones in others. For example, the business-inspired attempts to decentralize or reduce certain functions of governments should in the abstract be welcomed by anarchists, for they lead to the reduction of government. In practice such a conclusion is deeply suspect simply because these developments are being pursued to increase the power and influence of capital as well as to increase wage labor to, and exploitation by, the economic master class and to undermine working class power and autonomy. As such, they are as anti-libertarian as the status quo. As Proudhon stressed, anarchism is the denial of government and of property. General idea of the revolution, p. 100. Similarly, increases in self-employment can be seen, in the abstract, as reducing wage slavery. However, if, in practice, this increase is due to corporations encouraging independent contractors in order to cut wages and worsen working conditions, increase job insecurity and undermine paying for health and other employee packages, then it is hardly a positive sign. Obviously, increases in self-employment would be different if it were the result of an increase in the number of cooperatives, for example. Thus few anarchists celebrate many apparently libertarian developments as they are not the product of social movements and activism, but are the product of elite lobbying for private profit and power. Decreasing the power of the state in certain areas while leaving, or increasing, the power of capital is a retrograde step in most, if not all, ways. Needless to say, this rolling back of the state does not bring into question its role as defender of property and the interests of the capitalist class, nor could it, as it is the ruling class who introduces and supports these developments. In this section, we aim to discuss tendencies from below, not above, tendencies which can truly roll back the state rather than reduce its functions purely to that of the armed thug of property. The tendencies we discuss here are not the be-all nor end-all of anarchist activism or tendencies. We discuss many of the more traditionally anarchist openings in section J.5, such as industrial and community unionism, mutual credit, cooperatives, modern schools, and so on, and so will not do so here. However, it is important to stress here that such traditional openings are not being downplayed. Indeed, much of what we discuss here can only become fully libertarian in combination with these more traditional forms of anarchy in action. For a lengthy discussion of anarchistic trends in society, we recommend Colin Ward's classic book Anarchy in Action. Ward covers many areas in which anarchistic tendencies have been expressed, far more than we can cover here. The libertarian tendencies in society are many. No single work could hope to do them justice. J.4.1 Why is social struggle a good sign? Simply because it shows that people are unhappy with the existing society and, more importantly, are trying to change at least some part of it. It suggests that certain parts of the population have reflected on their situation and, potentially at least, seen that by their own actions they can influence and change it for the better. Given that the ruling minority draws its strength by the acceptance and acquiescence of the majority, the fact that a part of that majority no longer accepts and acquiesces is a positive sign. After all, if the majority did not accept the status quo and acted to change it, the class and state system could not survive. Any hierarchical society survives because those at the bottom follow the orders of those above it. Social struggle suggests that some people are considering their own interests, thinking for themselves and saying no, and this, by its very nature, is an important, indeed, the most important, tendency towards anarchism. It suggests that people are rejecting the old ideas which hold the system up, acting upon this rejection and creating new ways of doing things. Our social institutions, argued Alexander Berkman, are founded on certain ideas,
as long as the latter are generally believed, the institutions built upon them are safe. Government remains strong because people think political authority and legal compulsion necessary. Capitalism will continue as long as such an economic system is considered adequate and just. The weakening of the ideas which support the evil and oppressive present-day conditions means the ultimate breakdown of government and capitalism. What is anarchism? p. 12. Social struggle is the most obvious sign of this change of perspective, this change in ideas, this progress towards freedom. Social struggle is expressed by direct action. We have discussed both social struggle, section J.1, and direct action, section J.2, before, and some readers may wonder why we are covering this again here. We do so as we are discussing what trends in society help anarchist activity. It would be wrong not to highlight social struggle and direct action here. This is because these factors are key tendencies towards anarchism, as social struggle is the means by which people create the new world in the shell of the old, transforming themselves and society. So social struggle is a good sign, as it suggests that people are thinking for themselves, considering their own interests and working together collectively to change things for the better. As the French syndicalist Émile Pouget argued, direct action means that the working class, forever bridling at the existing state of affairs, expects nothing from outside people, powers, or forces, but rather creates its own conditions of struggle and looks to itself for its methodology. Direct action thus implies that the working class subscribes to notions of freedom and autonomy instead of genuflecting before the principle of authority. Now, it is thanks to this authority principle, the pivot of the modern world democracy being its latest incarnation, that the human being, tied down by 1,000 ropes, moral as well as material, is bereft of any opportunity to display will and initiative. Direct action, p. 1. Social struggle means that people come into opposition with the boss and other authorities such as the state and the dominant morality. This challenge to existing authorities generates two related processes: the tendency of those involved to begin taking over the direction of their own activities and the development of solidarity with each other. Firstly, in the course of a struggle, such as a strike, occupation, boycott, and so on, the ordinary life of people, in which they act under the constant direction of the bosses or state, ceases, and they have to think, act and coordinate their actions for themselves. This reinforces the expression towards autonomy that the initial refusal that lead to the struggle indicates. Secondly, in the process of struggle, those involved learn the importance of solidarity, of working with others in a similar situation, in order to win. This means the building of links of support, of common interests, of organization. The practical need for solidarity to help win the struggle is the basis for the solidarity required for a free society to be viable. Therefore, the real issue in social struggle is that it is an attempt by people to wrestle at least part of the power over their own lives away from the managers, state officials, and so on who currently have it and exercise it themselves. This is, by its very nature, anarchistic and libertarian. Thus we find politicians and, of course, managers and property owners, often denouncing strikes and other forms of direct action. This is logical, as direct action challenges the real power holders in society, and because, if carried to its logical conclusion, it would remove them. Social struggle and direct action can be considered in essence a revolutionary process. Moreover, the very act of using direct action suggests a transformation within the people using it. Direct action's very powers to fertilize, argued Pouget, reside in such exercises in imbuing the individual with a sense of his own worth and in extolling such worth. It marshals human resourcefulness, tempers characters, and focuses energies. It teaches self-confidence, and self-reliance, and self-mastery, and shifting for oneself. Moreover, direct action has an unmatched educational value. It teaches people to reflect, to make decisions, and to act. It is characterized by a culture of autonomy, an exaltation of individuality, and is a fillip to initiative, to which it is the leaven.
And this superabundance of vitality and burgeoning of self in no way conflicts with the economic fellowship that binds the workers one with another, and far from being at odds with their common interests, it reconciles and bolsters these. The individual's independence and activity can only erupt into splendor and intensity by sending its roots deep into the fertile soil of common agreement. Op. Cit. P2 and P5. Social struggle is the beginning of a transformation of the people involved and their relationships to each other. While its external expression lies in contesting the power of existing authorities, its inner expression is the transformation of people from passive and isolated competitors into empowered, self-directing, self-governing cooperators. Moreover, this process widens considerably what people think is possible. Through struggle, by collective action, the fact people can change things is driven home, that they have the power to govern themselves and the society they live in. Thus struggle can change people's conception of what is possible and encourage them to try and create a better world. As Kropotkin argued, since the times of the First International Working Men's Association, the anarchists have always advised taking an active part in those workers' organizations which carry on the direct struggle of labor against capital and its protector, the state. Such a struggle permits the worker to obtain some temporary improvements, while it opens his or her eyes to the evil that is done by capitalism and the state, and wakes up his or her thoughts concerning the possibility of organizing consumption, production, and exchange without the intervention of the capitalist and the state. Anarchism, p. 171. In other words, social struggle has a radicalizing and politicizing effect, an effect which brings into a new light existing society and the possibilities of a better world. Direct action, in Poggett's words, develops the feeling for human personality as well as the spirit of initiative. It shakes people out of their torpor and steers them to consciousness. Op. Cit. P5. The practical need to unite and resist the boss also helps break down divisions within the working class. Those in struggle start to realize that they need each other to give them the power necessary to get improvements, to change things. Thus solidarity spreads and overcomes divisions between black and white, male and female, heterosexual and homosexual, trades, industries, nationalities, and so on. The real need for solidarity to win the fight helps to undermine artificial divisions and show that there are only two groups in society, the oppressed and the oppressors. Moreover, struggle as well as transforming those involved is also the basis for transforming society as a whole, simply because, as well as producing transformed individuals, it also produces new forms of organization, organizations created to coordinate their struggle and which can, potentially at least, become the framework of a libertarian socialist society. See section I.2.3. Thus anarchists argue that social struggle opens the eyes of those involved to self-esteem and a sense of their own strength, and the groupings it forms at its prompting are living, vibrant associations where libertarian principles usually come to the fore. We find almost all struggles developing new forms of organization, forms which are often based on direct democracy, federalism, and decentralization. If we look at every major revolution, we find people creating mass organizations such as workers' councils, factory committees, neighborhood assemblies, and so on as a means of taking back the power to govern their own lives, communities and workplaces. In this way social struggle and direct action lay the foundations for the future. By actively taking part in social life, people are drawn into creating new forms of organization, new ways of doing things. In this way they educate themselves in participation, in self-government, in initiative, and in asserting themselves. They begin to realize that the only alternative to management by others is self-management and organize to achieve it. Given that remaking society has to begin at the bottom, this finds its expression in direct action, individuals taking the initiative and using the power they have just generated by collective action and organization to change things by their own efforts. Social struggle is therefore a two-way transformation: the external transformation of society by the creation of new organizations and the changing of the power relations within it, and the internal transformation of those who take part in the struggle. This is key. Whatever may be the practical results of the struggle for immediate gains, the greatest value lies in the struggle itself. For thereby workers learn that the boss's interests are opposed to theirs and that they cannot improve their conditions, and much less emancipate themselves, except by uniting and becoming stronger than the bosses. If they succeed in getting what they demand, they will be better off, and immediately make greater demands and have greater needs. If they do not succeed, they will be led to study the causes of their failure and recognize the need for closer unity and greater activism, and they will in the end understand that to make their victory secure and definitive, it is necessary to destroy capitalism. The revolutionary cause, the cause of the moral elevation and emancipation of the workers, must benefit by the fact that workers unite and struggle for their interests. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 191. Hence Nestor Makhno's comment that in fact, it is only through that struggle for freedom, equality, and solidarity that you reach an understanding of anarchism. The Struggle Against the State and Other Essays, p. 71. The creation of an anarchist society is a process, and social struggle is the key anarchistic tendency within society which anarchists look for, encourage and support. Its radicalizing and transforming nature is the key to the growth of anarchist ideas, the creation of libertarian structures and alternatives within capitalism, structures which may, one day, replace it, and the creation of anarchists and those sympathetic to anarchist ideas. Its importance cannot be underestimated. J.4.2 Won't social struggle do more harm than good? It is often argued that social struggle, resisting the powerful and the wealthy, will just do more harm than good. Employers often use this approach in anti-union propaganda, for example, arguing that creating a union will force the company to close and move to less militant areas. There is some truth in this. Yes, social struggle can lead to bosses moving to more compliant workforces, but this also happens in periods lacking social struggle too. If we look at the downsizing mania that gripped the US in the 1980s and 1990s, we see companies firing tens of thousands of people during a period when unions were weak, workers scared about losing their jobs, and class struggle basically becoming mostly informal, atomized and underground. Moreover, this argument actually indicates the need for anarchism. It is a damning indictment of any social system that it requires people to kowtow to their masters, otherwise they will suffer economic hardship. It boils down to the argument, do what you are told, otherwise you will regret it. Any system based on that maxim is an affront to human dignity. It would, in a similar fashion, be easy to prove that slave rebellions are against the long-term interests of the slaves. After all, by rebelling the slaves will face the anger of their masters. Only by submitting without question can they avoid this fate and, perhaps, be rewarded by better conditions. Of course, the evil of slavery would continue, but by submitting to it they can ensure their life can become better. Needless to say, any thinking and feeling person would quickly dismiss this reasoning as missing the point and being little more than apologetics for an evil social system that treated human beings as things. The same can be said for the argument that social struggles within capitalism do more harm than good. It betrays a slave mentality unfitting for human beings, although fitting for those who desire to live off the backs of workers or desire to serve those who do. Moreover, this kind of argument ignores a few key points. Firstly, by resistance the conditions of the oppressed can be maintained or even improved. If the boss knows that their decisions will be resisted, they may be less inclined to impose speed UPS, longer hours and so on. If, on the other hand, they know that their employees will agree to anything, then there is every reason to expect them to impose all kinds of oppressions, just as a state will impose draconian laws if it knows that it can get away with it. History is full of examples of non-resistance producing greater evils in the long term and of resistance producing numerous important reforms and improvements, such as higher wages, shorter hours, the right to vote for working class people and women, freedom of speech, the end of slavery, trade union rights and so on. So social struggle has been proven time and time again to gain successful reforms. For example,
before the 8-hour day movement of 1886 in America, most companies argued they could not introduce that reform without doing bust. However, after displaying a militant mood and conducting an extensive strike campaign, hundreds of thousands of workers discovered that their bosses had been lying and they got shorter hours. Indeed, the history of the labor movement shows what bosses say they can afford and the reforms workers can get via struggle are somewhat at odds. Given the asymmetry of information between workers and bosses, this is unsurprising as workers can only guess at what is available and bosses like to keep their actual finances hidden. Even the threat of labor struggle can be enough to gain improvements. For example, Henry Ford's $5 day is often used as an example of capitalism rewarding good workers. However, this substantial pay increase was largely motivated by the unionization drive by the industrial workers of the world among Ford workers in the summer of 1913. Harry Braverman, Labor and Monopoly Capitalism, p. 144. More recently, it was the mass non-payment campaign against the poll tax in Britain during the late 1980s and early 1990s which helped ensure its defeat. In the 1990s, France also saw the usefulness of direct action. Two successive prime ministers, Edouard Balladur and Alain Juppé, tried to impose large-scale neoliberal reform programs that swiftly provoked mass demonstrations and general strikes amongst students, workers, farmers, and others. Confronted by crippling disruptions, both governments gave in. Secondly, and in some ways more importantly, the radicalizing effect of social struggle can open new doors for those involved, liberate their minds, empower them and create the potential for deep social change. Without resistance to existing forms of authority, a free society cannot be created as people adjust themselves to authoritarian structures and accept what is as the only possibility. By resisting, people transform and empower themselves as well as transforming society. New possibilities can be seen, possibilities before dismissed as utopian, and, via the organization and action required to win reforms, the framework for these possibilities, i.e. of a new, libertarian, society, created. The transforming and empowering effect of social struggle is expressed well by the Nick DiGaetano, a one-time wobbly who had joined during the 1912 Lawrence strike and then became a UAW-CIO shop floor militant. The workers of my generation from the early days up to now 1958 had what you might call a labor insurrection in changing from a plain, humble, submissive creature into a man. The union made a man out of him. I am not talking about the benefits. I am talking about the working conditions and how they affected the men in the plant. Before they were submissive. Today they are men. Quoted by David Brody, Workplace Contractualism in Comparative Perspective, pages 176 to 205, Helson Lichtenstein and Howell John Harris, eds, Industrial Democracy in America, p. 204. Other labor historians note the same radicalizing process elsewhere. Modern-day activists could give more examples. The contest over wages and conditions so pervaded social life that the ideology of acquisitive individualism, which explained and justified a society regulated by market mechanisms and propelled by the accumulation of capital, was challenged by an ideology of mutualism, rooted in working-class bondings and struggles. Contests over pennies on or off existing piece rates had ignited controversies over the nature and purpose of the American Republic itself. David Montgomery, The Fall of the House of Labor, p. 171. This radicalizing effect is far more dangerous to authoritarian structures than better pay, more liberal laws and so on, as they need submissiveness to work. Little wonder that direct action is usually denounced as pointless or harmful by those in power, or their spokespersons for direct action will, taken to its logical conclusion, put them out of a job. Struggle, therefore, holds the possibility of a free society as well as of improvements in the here and now. It also changes the perspectives of those involved, creating new ideas and values to replace the ones of capitalism. Thirdly, it ignores the fact that such arguments do not imply the end of social struggle and working class resistance and organization, but rather its extension. If,
For example, your boss argues that they will move to Mexico if you do not shut up and put up, then the obvious solution is to make sure the workers in Mexico are also organized. Bakunin argued this basic point over 100 years ago, and it is still true. In the long run, the relatively tolerable position of workers in one country can be maintained only on condition that it be more or less the same in other countries. The conditions of labor cannot get worse or better in any particular industry without immediately affecting the workers in other industries, and that workers of all trades are interlinked with real and indissoluble ties of solidarity. Ultimately, in those countries the workers work longer hours for less pay, and the employers there can sell their products cheaper, successfully competing against conditions where workers working less earn more, and thus force the employers in the latter countries to cut wages and increase the hours of their workers. The political philosophy of Bakunin, pages 306-7. Bakunin's solution was to organize internationally, to stop this undercutting of conditions by solidarity between workers. As history shows, his argument was correct. Thus it is not social struggle or militancy which perhaps could have negative results, just isolated militancy, struggle which ignores the ties of solidarity required to win, extend, and keep reforms and improvements. In other words, our resistance must be as transnational as capitalism is. The idea that social struggle and working class organization are harmful was expressed constantly in the 1970s and 80s. With the post-war Keynesian consensus crumbling, the New Right argued that trade unions, and strikes, hampered growth and that wealth redistribution, i.e. welfare schemes which returned some of the surplus value workers produced back into our own hands, hindered wealth creation, i.e. economic growth. Do not struggle over income, they argued, let the market decide and everyone will be better off. This argument was dressed up in populist clothes. Thus we find the right-wing guru F. A. von Hayek arguing that, in the case of Britain, the legalist powers of the unions have become the biggest obstacle to raising the standards of the working class as a whole. They are the chief cause of the unnecessarily big differences between the best and worst paid workers. He maintained that the elite of the British working class derive their relative advantages by keeping workers who are worse off from improving their position. Moreover, he predicted that the average worker's income would rise fastest in a country where relative wages are flexible, and where the exploitation of workers by monopolistic trade union organizations of specialized workers are effectively outlawed. 1980s Unemployment and the Unions, p. 107, p. 108 and p. 110. Now, if von Hayek's claims were true, we could expect that in the aftermath of Thatcher government's trade union reforms we would have seen a rise in economic growth, usually considered as the means to improve living standards for workers by the right, that this growth would be more equally distributed, a decrease in the differences between high and low-paid workers, a reduction in the percentage of low-paid workers as they improved their positions when freed from union exploitation, and that wages rise fastest in countries with the highest wage flexibility. Unfortunately for von Hayek, the actual trajectory of the British economy exposed his claims as nonsense. Looking at each of his claims in turn, we discover that rather than exploit other workers, trade unions are an essential means to shift income from capital to labor, which is why capital fights labor organizers tooth and nail. And, equally important, labor militancy aids all workers by providing a floor under which wages cannot drop. Non-unionist firms have to offer similar programs to prevent unionization and be able to hire workers, and by maintaining aggregate demand. This positive role of unions in aiding all workers can be seen by comparing Britain before and after Thatcher's von Hayek-inspired trade union and labour market reforms. There has been a steady fall in growth in the UK since the trade union reforms. In the bad old days of the 1970s, with its strikes and militant unions, growth was 2.4% in Britain. It fell to 2% in the 1980s and fell again to 1.2% in the 1990s. A similar pattern of slowing growth as wage flexibility and market reform has increased can be seen in the US economy. It was 4.4% in the 1960s, 3.2% in the 1970s,
2.8% in the 1980s and 1.9% in the first half of the 1990s. Larry Elliott and Dan Atkinson, The Age of Insecurity, p. 236. Given that the free market right proclaims higher economic growth is the only way to make workers better off, growth rates have steadily fallen internationally since the domination of their ideology. Thus growth of output per head in the USA, Europe, Japan, and the OECD countries between 1979 to 1990 was lower than in 1973 to 9, and 1990 to 2004 lower still. The deregulation, privatization, anti-union laws, and other neoliberal policies have failed to bring an increase in the growth rate. Andrew Glynn, Capitalism Unleashed, p. 131. What growth spurts there have been were associated with speculative bubbles in the American economy, dot-com stocks in the late 1990s and housing in the 2000s, which burst with disastrous consequences. So the rate of wealth creation, economic growth, has steadily fallen as unions were reformed in line with von Hayek's ideology, and lower growth means that the living standards of the working class as a whole do not rise as fast as they did under the exploitation of the monopolistic trade unions. If we look at the differences between the highest and lowest paid workers, we find that rather than decrease, they have in fact shown a dramatic widening out of the distribution, with the best workers doing much better since Thatcher was elected in 1979. Andrew Glynn and David Miliband, eds, Paying for Inequality, p. 100. This is important, as average figures can hide how badly those in the bottom, 80%, are doing. In an unequal society, the gains of growth are monopolized by the few, and we would expect rising inequality over time alongside average growth. In America, inequality has dramatically increased since the 1970s, with income and wealth growth in the 1980s going predominantly to the top 20%, and, in fact, mostly to the top 1% of the population. The bottom 80% of the population saw their wealth grow by 1.2% and their income by 23.7% in the 1980s, while for the top 20% the respective figures were 98.2% and 66.3%, the figures for the top 1% were 61.6% and 38.9%, respectively. Edward N. Wolfe, How the Pie is Sliced, The American Prospect, number 22, Summer 1995. There has been a fanning out of the pay distribution, with the gap between the top 10% of wage earners increasing compared to those in the middle and bottom 10%. Significantly, in the neoliberal countries the rise in inequality is considerably higher than in European ones. In America, for example, real wages at the top grew by 27.2% between 1979 and 2003 as compared to 10.2% in the middle, while real wages for the bottom 10% did not grow at all between 1979 and 2003. In fact, most of the gains in the top 10% occurred amongst the top 5%, and two-thirds of it within the top 1%. Unsurprising, the neoliberal countries of the UK, USA, and New Zealand saw the largest increases in inequality. Glynn, Op. Cit. Pages 116-8 and p. 168. Given that inequality has increased, the condition of the average worker must have suffered. For example, Ian Gilmore states that in the 1980s, for the first time for 50 years, the poorer half of the population saw its share of total national income shrink. Dancing with Dogma, p. 113. According to Noam Chomsky, during the Thatcher decade, the income share of the bottom half of the population fell from 1/3 to 1/4, and between 1979 and 1992, the share of total income of the top 20% grew from 35% to 40%, while that of the bottom 20% fell from 10% to 5%. In addition, the number of UK employees with weekly pay below the Council of Europe's decency threshold increased from 28.3% in 1979 to 37% in 1994. World Orders, Old and New, p. 144 and p. 145. Moreover, back in the early 1960s, the heaviest concentration of incomes fell at 80 to 90% of the mean. but by the early 1990s there had been a dramatic change, with the peak of the distribution falling at just 40 to 50% of the mean. 1/4 of the population had incomes below half the average by the early 1990s as against 7% in 1977 and 11% in 1961. Elliott and Atkinson, Op. Cit. p. 235 overall, notes Takis Fotopoulos, average incomes increased by 36% during this period 1979-1991/2. But 70% of the population had a below-average increase in their income. Towards an Inclusive Democracy, p. 113. The reason for this rising inequality is not difficult to determine. When workers organize and strike, they can keep more of what they produce in their own hands. The benefits of productivity growth, therefore, can be spread. With unions weakened, such gains will accumulate in fewer hands and flood upwards. This is precisely what happened. Before, approximately, 1980 and the neoliberal assault on unions, productivity and wages rose hand in hand in America. Afterward productivity continued to rise while wages flattened. In fact, the value of the output of an average worker has risen almost 50% since 1973. Yet the growing concentration of income in the hands of a small minority had proceeded so rapidly that we're not sure whether the typical American has gained anything from rising productivity. Rather than trickle down, the lion's share of economic growth in America over the past 30 years has gone to a small, wealthy minority. In short, the big winners have been members of a very narrow elite, the top 1% or less of the population. Paul Krugman, The Conscience of a Liberal, p. 124, p. 244 and p. 8. Looking at America, after the Second World War, the real income of the typical family, exploited by monopolistic trade unions, grew by 2.7% per year, with incomes all through the income distribution grew at about the same rate. Since 1980, i.e., after working people were freed from the tyranny of unions, median family income has risen only about 0.7% a year. Median household income grew modestly from 1973 to 2005, the total gain was about 16%. Yet this modest gain may overstate how well American families were doing, as it was achieved in part through longer working hours. For example, a gain in family income that occurs because a spouse goes to work isn't the same thing as a wage increase. In particular, it may carry hidden costs that offset some of the gains in money. This stagnation is, of course, being denied by the right. Yet, as Krugman memorably puts it, modern economists debate whether American median income has risen or fallen since the early 1970s. What's really telling is the fact that we're even having this debate. So while the average values may have went up, because of rising inequality, good performance in overall numbers like GDP hasn't translated into gains for ordinary workers. Op. Cit. p. 55, pages 126-7, p. 124 and p. 201. Luckily for American capitalism, a poll in 2000 found that 39% of Americans believe they are either in the wealthiest 1% or will be there soon. Glynn, Op. Cit. p. 179. In fact, as we discussed in section B.7.2, social mobility has fallen under neoliberalism, perhaps unsurprisingly, as it is easier to climb a hill than a mountain. This is just as important as the explosion in inequality, as the free market right argue that dynamic social mobility makes up for wealth and income inequality. As Krugman notes, Americans may believe that anyone can succeed through hard work and determination, but the facts say otherwise. In reality, mobility is highest in the Scandinavian countries, and most results suggest that mobility is lower in the United States than it is in France, Canada, and maybe even in Britain. Not only don't Americans have equal opportunity, opportunity is less equal here than elsewhere in the West. Without the blinkers of free market capitalist ideology, this should be unsurprising. A society with highly unequal results is, more or less inevitably,
a society with highly unequal opportunity. 2. Op. CIT, p. 247 and p. 249. Looking at the claim that trade union members gained their relative advantage by keeping workers who are worse off from improving their position, it would be fair to ask whether the percentage of workers in low-paid jobs decreased in Britain after the trade union reforms. In fact, the percentage of workers below the low-pay unit's definition of low pay, namely 2/3 of men's median earnings, increased from 16.8% in 1984 to 26.2% in 1991 for men, 44.8% to 44.9% for women. For manual workers it rose by 15% to 38.4%, and for women by 7.7% to 80.7%. For non-manual workers the figures were 5.4% rise to 13.7% for men and a 0.5% rise to 36.6%. Andrew Glynn and David Miliband, eds. Op. CIT, p.102. If unions were gaining at the expense of the worse off, you would expect a decrease in the number in low pay, not an increase. An OECD study concluded that typically, countries with high rates of collective bargaining and trade unionization tend to have low incidence of low-paid employment. OECD Employment Outlook, 1996, p. 94. Within America, we also discover that higher union density is associated with fewer workers earning around the minimum wage, and that right-to-work states, i.e., those that pass anti-union laws, tend to have lower wages, lower standard of living, and more workers earning around the minimum wage. It is hard not to conclude that states passed laws aimed at making unionization more difficult would imply that they sought to maintain the monopoly power of employers at the expense of workers. Oren M. Levin-Waldman, The Minimum Wage and Regional Wage Structure, Implications for Income Distribution, pages 635 to 57, Journal of Economic Issues, Volume 30, Number 3, p. 639 and p. 655. As far as von Hayek's prediction on wage flexibility leading to the average worker's income rising fastest in a country where relative wages are flexible, it has been proved totally wrong. Between 1967 and 1971, real wages grew, on average, by 2.95% per year in the UK, nominal wages grew by 8.94%. P. Armstrong, A. Glynn and J. Harrison, Capitalism Since World War II, p. 272. In comparison, real household disposable income grew by just 0.5% between June 2006 and 2007. Average weekly earnings rose 2.9% between April 2006 and 2007, while inflation rose by 3.6%, Retail Prices Index, and 2.8%, Consumer Prices Index. Elliott and Atkinson, The Gods That Failed, p. 163. This is part of a general pattern, with UK real wages per employee being an average 3.17% per year between 1960 and 1974, falling to 1.8% between 1980 and 1999. In America, the equivalent figures are 2.37% and 1.02%. Eckhard Hein and Torsten Skulten, Unemployment, Wages and Collective Bargaining in the European Union, p. 9. Looking at the wider picture, during the early 1970s when strikes and union membership increased, real wage increases rose steadily to reach over 4% per year in the West. However, after von Hayek's anti-union views were imposed, real wages have grown very slowly. In anti-union America, the median wage was $13.62 in 2003 compared to $12.36 in 1979, reckoned in 2003 prices. In Europe and Japan average wages have done only a little better, having grown around 1% per year. Glynn, Op. CIT, P5 and P116. It gets worse as these are average figures. Given that inequality soared during this period, the limited gains of the neoliberal era were not distributed as evenly as before. In the UK, for example, wage growth was concentrated at the top end of society.
Elliott and Atkinson, Fantasy Island, p. 99. Nor can it be said that breaking the unions and lower real wages translated into lower unemployment in the UK, as the average unemployment rate between 1996 and 1997 was 7.1% compared to 4.5% between 1975 and 1979, the year Thatcher took power. The average between 1960 and 1974 was 1.87% compared to 8.7% over the whole Thatcherite period of 1980 to 1999. Perhaps this is not too surprising, given that, capitalist economic theology aside, unemployment systematically weakens the bargaining power of trade unions. In short, neither on the theoretical nor empirical level can a strictly inverse relation between the real wage rate and the level of unemployment be derived. Hine and Skelton, Op. Cit. p9, p3 and p2 as we discussed in section C.1.5. This should come as no surprise to anyone with awareness of the real nature of unemployment and the labor market. So unemployment did not fall after the trade union reforms, quite the reverse. By the time Blair came to power in 1997, unemployment in Britain was falling, although it still remained higher than it had been when the last Labour government of Callaghan left office in May 1979. Elliott and Atkinson, Age of Insecurity, p. 258. To be fair, von Hayek did argue that falls in unemployment would be a slow process, but nearly 20 years of far higher unemployment is moving backwards. So we have a stark contrast between the assertions of the right and the reality their ideology helped create. The reason for this difference is not hard to discover. As economist Paul Krugman correctly argues, unions raise average wages for their membership, they also, indirectly, and to a lesser extent, raise wages for similar workers, as non-unionist employers try to diminish the appeal of union drives to their workers. Unions tend to narrow income gaps among blue-collar workers, by negotiating bigger wage increases for their worse-paid members. And non-union employers, seeking to forestall union organizers, tend to echo this effect. He argues that if there's a single reason blue-collar workers did so much better in the 50s than they had in the 20s, it was the rise of unions, and that unions were once an important factor limiting income inequality, both because of their direct effect in raising their members' wages and because the union pattern of wage settlements was reflected in the labor market as a whole. With the smashing of the unions came rising inequality, with the sharpest increases in wage inequality in the Western world have taken place in the United States and in Britain, both of which experienced sharp declines in union membership. Unions restrict inequality because they act as a countervailing force to management. Op. Cit. p. 51, p. 49, p. 149 and p. 263. So under the neoliberal regime instigated by Thatcher and Reagan, the power, influence, and size of the unions were reduced considerably and real wage growth fell considerably, which is the exact opposite of von Hayek's predictions. Flexible wages and weaker unions have harmed the position of all workers, Proudhon, contrary to all expectation. It takes an economist not to expect these things. System of Economical Contradictions, p. 203. So comparing the claims of von Hayek to what actually happened after trade union reform and the reduction of class struggle suggests that claims that social struggle is self-defeating are false, and self-serving, considering it is usually bosses, employer-supported parties and economists who make these claims. A lack of social struggle has been correlated with low economic growth and often stagnant, even declining, wages. So while social struggle may make capital flee and other problems, lack of it is no guarantee of prosperity, quite the reverse, if the last quarter of the 20th century is anything to go by. Indeed, a lack of social struggle will make bosses be more likely to cut wages, worsen working conditions and so on. After all, they feel they can get away with it. Which brings home the fact that to make reforms last it is necessary to destroy capitalism. Of course, no one can know that struggle will make things better. It is a guess, no one can predict the future. Not all struggles are successful and many can be very difficult. If the military is a role model for the business world, in the words of an ex-CEO of Hill and Knowlton Public Relations, and it is, then any struggle against it and other concentrations of power may, and often is, difficult and dangerous at times. Quoted by John Stauber and Sheldon Rampton in Toxic Sludge is Good for You, p. 47. But, as Zapata once said, better to die on your feet than live on your knees. All we can say is that social struggle can and does improve things and, in terms of its successes and transforming effect on those involved, well worth the potential difficulties it can create. Moreover, without struggle there is little chance of creating a free society, dependent as it is on individuals who refuse to bow to authority and have the ability and desire to govern themselves. In addition, social struggle is always essential, not only to win improvements, but to keep them as well. In order to fully secure improvements you have to abolish capitalism and the state. Not to do so means that any reforms can and will be taken away, and if social struggle does not exist, they will be taken away sooner rather than later. Ultimately, most anarchists would argue that social struggle is not an option. We either do it or we put up with all the petty, and not so petty, impositions of authority. If we do not say no, then the powers that be will walk all over us. As the history of neoliberalism shows, a lack of social struggle is fully compatible with worsening conditions. Ultimately, if you want to be treated as a human being you have to stand up for your dignity, and that means thinking and rebelling. As Bakunin argued in God and the State, human freedom and development is based on these. Without rebellion, without social struggle, humanity would stagnate beneath authority forever and never be in a position to be free. So anarchists agree wholeheartedly with the abolitionist Frederick Douglass. If there is no struggle, there is no progress. Those who profess to favor freedom, and yet depreciate agitation, are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. They want rain without thunder and lightning. They want the ocean without the awful roar of its many waters. This struggle may be a moral one, or it may be a physical one, or it may be both moral and physical, but it must be a struggle. Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and it never will. Find out just what a people will submit to, and you have found out the exact amount of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them, and these will continue till they are resisted with either words or blows, or with both. The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress. The Life and Writings of Frederick Douglass, Volume 2, p. 437. Of course, being utterly wrong has not dented von Hayek's reputation with the right nor stopped him being quoted in arguments in favor of flexibility and free market reforms. What can we expect? The right still quote Milton Friedman, whose track record was equally impressive. Still, why let the actual development of the economies influenced by von Hayek's ideology get in the way? Perhaps it is fortunate that he once argued that economic theories can never be verified or falsified by reference to facts. All that we can and must verify is the presence of our assumptions in the particular case. Individualism and economic order, p. 73. With such a position all is saved. The obvious problem is that capitalism is still not pure enough and the reforms must not only continue but be made deeper. As Kropotkin stressed, economists who continue to consider economic forces alone, without taking into account the ideology of the state, or the forces that each state necessarily places at the service of the rich, remain completely outside the realities of the economic and social world. Quoted by Ruth Kinna, Fields of Vision, Kropotkin and Revolutionary Change, pages 67 to 86, Substance, Volume 36, Number 2, pages 72 to 3. And, needless to say, while 3 decades of successful capitalist class war goes without mention in polite circles, documenting its results gets you denounced as advocating class war. It is more than past the time when working class people should make that a reality, particularly given the results of not doing so. J.4.3 Are the new social movements a positive development for anarchists? When assessing the revolutionary potential of our own era,
we must note again that modern civilization is under constant pressure from the potential catastrophes of social breakdown, ecological destruction, and proliferating weapons of mass destruction. These crises have drawn attention as never before to the inherently counter-evolutionary nature of the authoritarian paradigm, making more and more people aware that the human race is headed for extinction if it persists in outmoded forms of thought and behavior. This awareness produces a favorable climate for the reception of new ideas, and thus an opening for radical educational efforts aimed at creating the mass transformation of consciousness which must take place alongside the creation of new liberatory institutions. This receptiveness to new ideas has led to a number of new social movements in recent years. From the point of view of anarchism, the four most important of these are perhaps the feminist, ecology, peace, and social justice movements. Each of these movements contain a great deal of anarchist content, particularly insofar as they imply the need for decentralization and direct democracy. Since we have already commented on the anarchist aspects of the ecology and feminist movements, here we will limit our remarks to the peace and social justice movements. It is clear to many members of the peace movement that international disarmament, like the liberation of women, saving the planet's ecosystem, and preventing social breakdown, can never be attained without a shift of mass consciousness involving widespread rejection of hierarchy, which is based on the authoritarian principles of domination and exploitation. As C. George Ben-Ello argued, since peace involves the positive process of replacing violence by other means of settling conflict, it can be argued that some sort of institutional change is necessary. For if insurgency is satisfied with specific reform goals, and does not seek to transform the institutional structure of society by getting at its central East makeup, the war system will probably not go away. This is really what we should mean by decentralizing, making institutions serve human ends again by getting humans to be responsible at every level within them. From the ground up, p. 31. When pursued along gender, class, racial, ethnic, or national lines, domination and exploitation are the primary causes of resentment, hatred, anger, and hostility, which often explode into individual or organized violence. Given this, both domestic and international peace depend on decentralization, i.e. dismantling hierarchies, thus replacing domination and exploitation by the anarchist principles of cooperation and mutual aid. Direct democracy is the other side of decentralization. In order for an organization to spread power horizontally rather than concentrating it at the apex of a hierarchy, all of its members have to have an equal voice in making the decisions that affect them. Hence decentralization implies self-management. So, anarchists argue, the peace movement implies anarchism because world peace is impossible without both decentralization and direct democracy. A federated people would be a people organized for peace. What would they do with armies? Proudhon, Du Principe Fédératif, pages 320-1. As Bonello correctly argued, the anarchist perspective has an unparalleled relevance today because prevailing nuclear policies can be considered as an ultimate stage in the divergence between the interests of governments and their peoples. The implications when revealed serve to raise fundamental questions regarding the advisability of entrusting governments with questions of life and death. There is thus a pressing impetus to rethink the role, scale, and structure of national governments. Moreover, so long as profits are tied to defense production, speaking truth to the elites involved is not likely to get very far, as it is only within the boundaries of the profit system that the corporate elites would have any space to move. Op. Cit. p. 138 and p. 34. Thus the peace movement implicitly contains a libertarian critique of both forms of the power system, the political and economical. In addition, certain of the practical aspects of the peace movement also suggest anarchistic elements. The use of nonviolent direct action to protest against the war machine can only be viewed as a positive development by anarchists. Not only does it use effective, anarchistic methods of struggle, it also radicalizes those involved, making them more receptive to anarchist ideas and analysis. If we look at the implications of nuclear free zones, we can detect anarchistic tendencies within them.
A nuclear-free zone involves a town or region declaring an end of its association with the nuclear military-industrial complex. They prohibit the research, production, transportation, and deployment of nuclear weapons as well as renouncing the right to be defended by nuclear power. This movement was popular in the 1980s, with many areas in Europe and the Pacific Basin declaring that they were nuclear-free zones. As Bonello pointed out, the development of campaigns for nuclear-free zones suggests a strategy which can educate and radicalize local communities. Indeed, by extending the logic of the nuclear-free zone idea, we can begin to flesh out a libertarian municipalist perspective which can help move our communities several steps towards autonomy from both the central government and the existing corporate system. While the later development of these initiatives did not have the radicalizing effects that Bonello hoped for, they did represent a local initiative that does not depend on the federal government for action. Thus it is a step toward local empowerment. Steps that increase local autonomy change the power relations between the center and its colonies. The nuclear-free zone movement has a thrust which is clearly congruent with anarchist ideas. The same motives which go into the declaration of a nuclear-free zone would dictate that in other areas where the state and the corporate system services are dysfunctional and involve excessive costs, they should be dispensed with. Op. Cit. p. 137 and pages 140-1. The social justice movement is composed of people seeking fair and compassionate solutions to problems such as poverty, unemployment, economic exploitation, discrimination, poor housing, lack of health insurance, wealth and income inequalities, and the like. In the aftermath of decades of especially single-minded pursuit of this priority by neoliberal administrations, the United States, for example, is reaping the grim harvest. Wages stagnate, personal debt soars, homelessness stalks the streets, social welfare budgets are slashed to the bone while poverty, unemployment and underemployment grow, sweatshops mushrooming in the large cities, millions of Americans without any health insurance while others face rocketing costs, obscene wealth, inequalities and falling social mobility, and so on. Britain under the neoliberal policies of Thatcher, Major, and Blair experienced a social deterioration similar to that in the US. It is not difficult to show that the major problems concerning the social justice movement can all be traced back to the hierarchy and domination. For, given the purpose of hierarchy, the highest priority of the elites who control the state is necessarily to maintain their own power and privileges, regardless of the suffering involved for subordinate classes. In short, social injustice is inherent in the exploitative functions of the state, which are made possible by the authoritarian form of state institutions. Similarly, the authoritarian structure of capitalist companies gives rise to social injustice due to exploitation producing massive income differentials and wealth disparity between owners/management and labor. Hence the success of the social justice movement, like that of the feminist, ecology, and peace movements, depends on dismantling hierarchies. This means not only that these movements all imply anarchism but that they are related in such a way that it is impossible to conceive one of them achieving its goals in isolation from any of the others. To take just one example, let us consider the relationship between social justice and peace, which can be seen by examining a specific social justice issue, labor rights. The production of advanced weapons systems is highly profitable for capitalists, which is why more technologically complex and precise weapons keep getting built with government help, with the public paying the tab by way of taxes. Now, we may reasonably argue that it is a fundamental human right to be able to choose freely whether or not one will personally contribute to the production of technologies that could lead to the extinction of the human race. Yet because of the authoritarian form of the capitalist corporation, rank-and-file workers have virtually no say in whether the companies for which they work will produce such technologies. To the objection that workers can always quit if they don't like company policy, the reply is that they may not be able to find other work and therefore that the choice is not genuinely free. Hence the only way that ordinary workers can obtain the right to be consulted on life or death company policies is to control the production process themselves, through self-management, as production for need and use will never come from the employer.
The owners of production in a capitalist society will never begin to take social priorities into account in the production process. The pursuit of ever greater profits is not compatible with social justice and responsibility. For these reasons, the peace and social justice movements are fundamentally linked through their shared need for a worker-controlled economy. Moreover, extreme poverty makes military service one of the few legal options open for many individuals to improve their social situation. These considerations illustrate further links between the peace and social justice movements and between those movements and anarchism, which is the conceptual glue that can potentially unite all the new social movement in a single anti-authoritarian coalition. J.4.4 What is the economic structural crisis? There is an ongoing structural crisis in the global capitalist economy. Compared to the post-war golden age of 1950 to 1973, the period from 1974 has seen a continual worsening in economic performance in the West and for Japan. For example, growth is lower, unemployment is far higher, labor productivity lower as is investment. Average rates of unemployment in the major industrialist countries have risen sharply since 1973, especially after 1979. Unemployment in the advanced capitalist countries increased by 56% between 1973 and 1980, from an average 3.4% to 5.3% of the labor force, and by another 50% since then, from 5.3% of the labor force in 1980 to 8.0% in 1994. Job insecurity has increased with, for example, the USA, having the worst job insecurity since the Depression of the 1930s. Takis Fotopoulos, Towards and Inclusive Democracy, p. 35 and p. 141. In addition, the world economy have become far less stable with regular financial crises sweeping the world of deregulated capitalism every few years or so. This crisis is not confined to the economy. It extends into the ecological and the social, with the quality of life and well-being decreasing as GDP grows. As we noted in section C.10, economic factors cannot, and do not, indicate human happiness. However, here we discuss economic factors. This does not imply that the social and ecological crises are unimportant or are reducible to the economy. Far from it. We concentrate on the economic factor simply because this is the factor usually stressed by the establishment, and it is useful to indicate the divergence of reality and hype we are currently being subjected to. Ironically enough, as Marxist Robert Brenner points out, as the neoclassical medicine has been administered in even stronger doses, the economy has performed steadily less well. The 1970s were worse than the 1960s, the 1980s worse than the 1970s, and the 1990s have been worse than the 1980s. The Economics of Global Turbulence, New Left Review, number 229, p. 236. This is ironic because during the crisis of Keynesianism in the 1970s the right argued that too much equality and democracy harmed the economy, and so us all worse of in the long run, due to lower growth, sluggish investment, and so on. However, after decades of pro-capitalist governments, rising inequality, increased freedom for capital and its owners and managers, the weakening of trade unions and so on, economic growth has become worse. If we look at the USA in the 1990s, usually presented as an economy that got it right, we find that the cyclical upturn of the 1990s has, in terms of the main macroeconomic indicators of growth output, investment, productivity, and real compensation has been even less dynamic than its relatively weak predecessors of the 1980s and the 1970s, not to mention those of the 1950s and 1960s. Brenner, Op. Cit. p. 5. Of course, the economy is presented as a success. Inequality is growing, the rich are getting richer and wealth is concentrating into fewer and fewer hands, and so for the rich and finance capital, it can be considered a golden age, and so is presented as such by the media. As economist Paul Krugman summarizes, in America while the bulk of the population are working longer and harder to make ends meet, the really big gains went to the really, really rich. In fact, only the top 1% has done better since the 1970s than it did in the generation after World War II. Once you get way up the scale, however, the gains have been spectacular. The top 0.1% saw its income rise fivefold, and the top 0.01% of American is 7 times richer than they were in 1973. Significantly, the top 0.1% of Americans, a class with a minimum income of about $1.3 million and an average of about $3.5 million, receives more than 7% of all income, up from just 2.2% in 1979. The conscience of a liberal, p. 129 and p. 259. So it is for this reason that it may be wrong to term this slow rot a crisis, as it is hardly one for the ruling elite, as their share in social wealth, power, and income has steadily increased over this period. However, for the majority it is undoubtedly a crisis. The term silent depression has been accurately used to describe this. Unsurprisingly, when the chickens came home to roost under the Bush junta and the elite faced economic collapse, the state bailed them out. The only countries which saw substantial and dynamic growth after 1973 were those which used state intervention to violate the eternal laws of neoclassical economics, namely the Southeast Asian countries. In this they followed the example of Japan, which had used state intervention to grow at massive rates after the war. Of course, before the economic crisis of 1997, capitalist ideologues argued that these countries were classic examples of free market economies. Right-wing icon F. Von Hayek asserted that South Korea and other newcomers had discovered the benefits of free markets. 1980s unemployment and the unions, p. 113. In 1995, the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank, released its Index of Economic Freedom. 4 of the top 7 countries were Asian, including Japan and Taiwan. All the Asian countries struggling just a few years later qualified as free. Yet, as mentioned in section C.10.1, such claims were manifestly false. It was not laissez-faire policies that induced their spectacular growth. As a number of studies have shown, the expansion of the Asian tigers was based on massive state intervention that boosted their export sectors, by public policies involving not only heavy protectionism but even deliberate distortion of market prices to stimulate investment and trade. Fotopoulos, Op. Cit. p. 115. Moreover, for a long period these countries also banned unions and protest, but then for the right free markets always seem compatible with lack of freedom for workers to organize. Needless to say, after the crisis of the late 1990s, the free marketeers discovered the statism that had always been there and danced happily on the grave of what used to be called the Asian miracle. It was perverse to see the supporters of free market capitalism concluding that history was rendering its verdict on the Asian model of capitalism while placing into the memory hole the awkward fact that until the crisis they themselves had taken great pains to deny that such a model existed. Such hypocrisy is not only truly sickening, it also undermines their own case for the wonders of the market. For until the crisis appeared, the world's investors, which is to say the market, saw nothing but golden opportunities ahead for these free economies. They showed their faith by shoving billions into Asian equity markets, while foreign banks contentedly handed out billions in loans. If Asia's problems were systemic and the result of these countries' statist policies, then investors' failure to recognize this earlier is a blow against the market, not for it. So, as can be seen, the global economy has been marked by an increasing stagnation, the slowing down of growth, weak, and jobless, recoveries, speculative bubbles driving what growth there is, and increasing financial instability producing regular and deepening crisis. This is despite, or, more likely, because of, the free market reforms imposed and the deregulation of finance capital. We say simply because neoclassical economics argue that pro-market reforms would increase growth and improve the economy, but as we noted in section C.1, such economics has little basis in reality, and so their recommendations are hardly going to produce positive results. Of course, as the ruling class have been doing well, this underlying slowdown has been ignored, and obviously claims of crisis are only raised when economic distress reach the elite. Crisis, particularly financial crisis, has become increasingly visible, reflecting the underlying weakness of the global economy, rising inequality, lack of investment in producing real goods in favor of speculation in finance, etc. This underlying weakness has been hidden by the speculator performance of the world's stock markets, which, ironically enough, has helped create that weakness to begin with. As one expert on Wall Street argues, bond markets hate economic strength. Stocks generally behave badly just as the real economy is at its strongest. Stocks thrive on a cool economy, and wither in a hot one. In other words, real economic weakness is reflected in financial strength. Unsurprisingly, then, W hat might be called the rentier share of the corporate surplus. Dividends plus interest as a percentage of pre-tax profits and interest has risen sharply, from 20 to 30% in the 1950s to 60% in the 1990s. Doug Henwood, Wall Street, p. 124 and p. 73. This helps explain the stagnation which has afflicted the economies of the West. The rich have been placing more of their ever-expanding wealth in stocks, allowing this market to rise in the face of general economic torpor. Rather than being used for investment, surplus is being funneled into the finance market. Retained earnings in the U.S. have decreased as interest and dividend payments have increased. Brenner, Op. Cit. p. 210. However, such markets do concentrate wealth very successfully even if the U.S. financial system performs dismally at its advertised task, that of efficiently directing society's savings towards their optimal investment pursuits. The system is stupefyingly expensive, gives terrible signals for the allocation of capital, and has surprisingly little to do with real investment. Henwood, Op. Cit. p. 3. As most investment comes from internal funds, the rise in the rentier's share of the surplus has meant less investment and so the stagnation of the economy. The weakening economy has increased financial strength, which in turn leads to a weakening in the real economy. A vicious circle, and one reflected in the slowing of economic growth over the last 30 years. The increasing dominance of finance capital has, in effect, created a market for government policies. As finance capital has become increasingly global in nature, governments must secure, protect, and expand the field of profit-making for financial capital and transnational corporations, otherwise they will be punished by disinvestment by global markets, i.e. finance capital. These policies have been at the expense of the underlying economy in general, and of the working class in particular. Rentier power was directed at labor, both organized and unorganized ranks of wage earners, because it regarded rising wages as a principal threat to the stable order. For obvious reasons, this goal was never stated very clearly, but financial markets understood the centrality of the struggle. Protecting the value of their capital required the suppression of labor incomes. William Grider, One World, Ready or Not, p. 302. For example, the practical effect of finance capital's hegemony was to lock the advanced economies and their governments in a malignant spiral, restricting them to bad choices. Like bondholders in general, the new governing consensus explicitly assumed that faster economic growth was dangerous, threatening to the stable financial order, so nations were effectively blocked from measures that might reduce permanent unemployment or ameliorate the decline in wages. The reality of slow growth, in turn, drove the governments into their deepening indebtedness, since the disappointing growth inevitably undermined tax revenues while it expanded the public welfare costs. The rentier regime repeatedly instructed governments to reform their spending priorities, that is, withdraw benefits from dependent citizens. Grider, Op. Cit. pages 297-8. Of course, industrial capital also hates labor, so there is a basis of an alliance between the two sides of capital, even if they do disagree over the specifics of the economic policies implemented. Given that a key aspect of the neoliberal reforms was the transformation of the labor market from a post-war seller's market to a 19th-century buyer's market with its related effects on workplace discipline, wage claims, and proneness to strike, industrial capital could not but be happy even if its members quibbled over details.
Doug Henwood correctly argues that liberals and populists often search for potential allies among industrialists, reasoning that even if financial interests suffer in a boom, firms that trade in real, rather than fictitious, products would thrive when growth is strong. In general, industrialists are less sympathetic to these arguments. Employers in any industry like slack in the labor market, it makes for a pliant workforce, one unlikely to make demands or resist speed-ups. In addition, many non-financial corporations have heavy financial interests. Op. CIT, p. 123 and p. 135. Thus the general stagnation afflicting much of the world, a stagnation which regularly develop into open crisis as the needs of finance undermine the real economy which, ultimately, it is dependent upon. The contradiction between short-term profits and long-term survival inherent in capitalism strikes again. Crisis, as we have noted above, has appeared in areas previously considered as strong economies and it has been spreading. An important aspect of this crisis is the tendency for productive capacity to outstrip effective demand, which arises in large part from the imbalance between capitalists' need for a high rate of profit and their simultaneous need to ensure that workers have enough wealth and income so that they can keep buying the products on which those profits depend. Inequality has been increasing particularly in neoliberal countries like the UK and USA, which means that the economy faces as realization crisis. See section C.7, a crisis which was avoided in the short term by deepening debt for working people. Debt levels more than doubled between the 1950s to the 1990s, from 25% to over 60%. In 2007, the chickens came home to roost with a global credit crunch much worse than the previous finance crises of the neoliberal era. Overinvestment has been magnified due to the East Asian tigers and China which, thanks to their intervention in the market, and repressive regimes against labor, ensured they were a more profitable place to invest than elsewhere. Capital flooded into the area, ensuring a relative overinvestment was inevitable. As we argued in section C.7.2, crisis is possible simply due to the lack of information provided by the price mechanism. Economic agents can react in such a way that the collective result of individually rational decisions is irrational. Thus the desire to reap profits in the tiger economies resulted in a squeeze in profits as the aggregate investment decisions resulted in overinvestment, and so overproduction and falling profits. In effect, the Southeast Asian economies suffered from the fallacy of composition. When you are the first Asian export-driven economy, you are competing with high-cost Western producers and so your cheap workers, low taxes, and lax environmental laws allow you to undercut your competitors and make profits. However, as more tigers joined into the market, they end up competing against each other and so their profit margins would decrease towards their actual cost price rather than that of Western firms. With the decrease in profits, the capital that flowed into the region flowed back out, thus creating a crisis, and proving, incidentally, that free markets are destabilizing and do not secure the best of all possible outcomes. Thus, the rentier regime, after weakening the Western economies, helped destabilize the Eastern ones too. So, in the short run, many large corporations and financial companies solved their profit problems by expanding production into underdeveloped countries so as to take advantage of the cheap labor there, and the state repression which ensured that cheapness, along with weaker environmental laws and lower taxes. Yet gradually they are running out of third world populations to exploit. For the very process of development stimulated by the presence of transnational corporations in third world nations increases competition and so, potentially, overinvestment and, even more importantly, produces resistance in the form of unions, rebellions, and so on, which tend to exert a downward pressure on the level of exploitation and profits. This process reflects, in many ways, the rise of finance capital in the 1970s. In the 1950s and 1960s, existing industrialist nations experienced increased competition from Japan and Germany. As these nations re-industrialized, they placed increased pressure on the USA and other nations, reducing the global degree of monopoly and forcing them to compete with lower-cost producers. In addition,
Full employment produced increasing resistance on the shop floor and in society as a whole, see section C.7.1, squeezing profits even more. Thus a combination of class struggle and global overcapacity resulted in the 1970s crisis. With the inability of the real economy, especially the manufacturing sector, to provide an adequate return, capital shifted into finance. In effect, it ran away from the success of working people asserting their rights at the point of production and elsewhere. This, combined with increased international competition, ensured the rise of finance capital, which in return ensured the current stagnationist tendencies in the economy, tendencies made worse by the rise of the Asian tiger economies in the 1980s. From the contradictions between finance capital and the real economy, between capitalists' need for profit and human needs, between overcapacity and demand, and others, there has emerged what appears to be a long-term trend toward permanent stagnation of the capitalist economy, with what growth spurts which do exist being fueled by speculative bubbles as well as its benefits being monopolized by the few, so refuting the notion of trickle-down economics. This trend has been apparent for several decades, as evidenced by the continuous upward adjustment of the rate of unemployment officially considered to be normal or acceptable during those decades, and by other symptoms as well, such as falling growth, lower rates of profit and so on. This stagnation has become even more obvious by the development of deep crisis in many countries at the end of the 2000s. This caused central banks to intervene in order to try and revive the real economies that have suffered under their rentier-inspired policies since the 1970s. Such action may just ensure continued stagnation and reflated bubbles rather than a real upturn. One thing is true, however, and that is the working class will pay the price of any solution unless they organize and get rid of capitalism and the state. Ultimately, capitalism need profits to survive, and such profits came from the fact that workers do not have economic liberty. Thus any solution within a capitalist framework means the increased oppression and exploitation of working class people. J.4.5 Why is this economic structural crisis important to social struggle? The economic structural crisis we outlined in the last section has certain implications for anarchists and social struggle. Essentially, as C. George Bonello argued, if economic conditions worsen, then we are likely to find an openness to alternatives which have not been thought of since the Depression of the 1930s. It is important to plan for a possible economic crisis, since it is not only practical, but also can serve as a method of mobilizing a community in creative ways. From the ground up, p. 149. In the face of economic stagnation and depression, attempts to generate more profits, i.e., increase exploitation, by increasing the authority of the boss grow. In addition, more people find it harder to make ends meet, running up debts to survive, face homelessness if they are made unemployed, and so on. This makes exploitation ever more visible and tend to push oppressed strata together in movements that seek to mitigate, and even remove, their oppression. As the capitalist era has worn on, these strata have become increasingly able to rebel and gain substantial political and economic improvements, which have, in addition, lead to an increasing willingness to do so because of rising expectations about what is possible, and frustration about what actually is. It is true that libertarians, the left, and labor have suffered setbacks since the 1970s, but with increasing misery of the working class due to neoliberal policies, and the economic structural crisis they create, it is only a matter of time before there is a resurgence of radicalism. Anarchists will be in the forefront of this resurgence. 4. With the discrediting and eventual fall of authoritarian state capitalism, communism, in Eastern Europe, the anti-authoritarian faction of the left will increasingly be seen as its only credible one. Thus the ongoing structural crisis of the global capitalist economy, combined with the other developments springing from what Takis Fotopoulos calls, in his book Towards an Inclusive Democracy, a multidimensional crisis, which includes economic, political, social, ecological, and ideological aspects, could, potentially, lead to a new international anti-authoritarian alliance linking together the new, and not so new, social movements in the West, feminism, the Green Movement, rank and file, labor militancy, etc., with non-authoritarian liberation movements in the Third World and new movements in formerly Stalinist countries. However, this is only likely to happen if anarchists take the lead in promoting alternatives and working with the mass of the population. Ways in which anarchists can do this are discussed in some detail in section J.5. Thus the economic structural crisis can aid social struggle by placing the contrast of what is with what could be in a clear light. Any crisis brings forth the contradictions in capitalism, between the production of use values, things people need, and of exchange value, capitalist profits, between capitalism's claims of being based on liberty and the authoritarianism associated with wage labor. The general evidence of repression poses an ancient contradiction for capitalism. While it claims to promote human freedom, it profits concretely from the denial of freedom, most especially freedom for the workers employed by capitalist enterprise. William Grider, One World, Ready or Not, p. 388, and so on. It shakes to the bone popular faith in capitalism's ability to deliver the goods and gets more and more people thinking about alternatives to a system that places profit above and before people and planet. The crisis also, by its very nature, encourages workers and other oppressed sections of the population to resist and fight back, which in turn generates collective organization, such as unions or workplace-based assemblies and councils, solidarity and direct action, in other words, collective self-help and the awareness that the problems of working-class people can only be solved by ourselves, by our own actions and organizations. The 1930s in the USA is a classic example of this process, with very militant struggles taking place in very difficult situations. See Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States or Jeremy Brecker's Strike, for details. In other words, the economic structural crisis gives radicals a lot potential to get their message across, even if the overall environment may make success seem difficult at times. As well as encouraging workplace organization due to the intensification of exploitation and authority provoked by the economic stagnant/depression, the economic structural crisis can encourage other forms of libertarian alternatives. For example, the economic structural crisis has resulted in the erosion of the welfare state, at least for the working class, for the elite state aid is never far away. This development has potential libertarian possibilities. The decline of the state, argues L. Gambone, makes necessary a revitalization of the notions of direct action and mutual aid. Without Mama's state to do it for us, we must create our own social services through mutual aid societies. Syndicalism in Myth and Reality, p. 12. As we argue in more depth in section J.5.16, such a movement of mutual aid has a long history in the working class and, as it is under our control, it cannot be withdrawn from us to enrich and empower the ruling class as state-run systems have been. Thus the decline of state-run social services could, potentially, see the rise of a network of self-managed, working-class alternatives. Equally, of course, it could see the end of all services to the weakest sections of our society. Which possibility comes about depends on what we do in the here and now. See section J.5.15 for an anarchist analysis of the welfare state. Food not bombs. FNB is an excellent example of practical libertarian alternatives being generated by the economic crisis we are facing. FNB is a community-based group which helps the homeless through the direct action of its members. It also involves the homeless in helping themselves. It serves free food in public places to expose the plight of the homeless, the callousness of the system, and our capacity to solve social problems through our own actions without government or capitalism. The constant harassment of FNB by the police, middle classes, and the government illustrates their callousness to the plight of the poor and the failure of their institutions to build a society which cares for people more than money and property, and the police and prisons to protect them. The fact is that in the US many working and unemployed people have no feeling that they are entitled to basic human needs such as medicine, clothes, shelter, and food. FNB encourages poor people to make these demands, provides a space in which these demands can be voiced, and helps to break down the wall between hungry and not hungry. The repression directed towards FNB by local police forces and governments also demonstrates the effectiveness of their activity and the possibility that it may radicalize those who get involved with the organization. Charity is obviously one thing, mutual aid is something else. FNB is a politicist movement from below, based on solidarity, not charity as, in Kropotkin's words, charity bears a character of inspiration from above, and, accordingly, implies a certain superiority of the giver upon the receiver. Mutual aid, p. 222. The last example of how economic stagnation can generate libertarian tendencies can be seen from the fact that, historically, at times of severe inflation or capital shortages, communities have been forced to rely on their own resources. During the Great Depression, many cities printed their own currency. This works to the extent that a community is able to maintain a viable internal economy which provides the necessities of life, independent of transactions with the outside. Bonello, Op. Cit. p. 150. These local currencies could be the basis of a mutual bank, see section J.5.5, providing interest-free loans to workers to form cooperatives and so build libertarian alternatives to capitalist firms, so eliminating the profits of capitalists by allowing workers to exchange the product of their labor with other workers. Moreover, local exchange systems strengthen local communities by increasing their self-reliance, empowering community members, and helping to protect them from the excesses of the global market. Frank Lindenfield, Economics for Anarchists, Social Anarchism, number 23, p. 24. In this way self-managing communes could be created, communes that replace hierarchical, top-down, government with collective decision-making of community affairs based on directly democratic community assemblies. These self-governing communities and economies could feed right together to cooperate on a wider scale and so create a counterpower to that of state and capitalism. This confederal system of self-managing communities could also protect jobs as the globalization of capital threatens local industries. A way has to be found to keep capital at home and so preserve the jobs and the communities that depend upon them. Protectionism is both undesirable and unworkable. But worker ownership or workers' cooperatives are alternatives. Gambone, Op. Cit. Pages 12 to 13. Local communities could provide the necessary support structures which could protect cooperatives from the corrupting effects of working in the capitalist market, see section J.5.11. They could also demand that rather than nationalize or bail out failing companies, or, for that matter, private estate services or public works, they should be turned over, as Proudhon constantly argued, to workers' cooperatives by aiding the labor unions to enter into a temporary possession of the industrial concerns. Anarchists would provide an effective means to check the state nationalization in the period before a social revolution when state phases which we are traversing now seems to be unavoidable. Quoted by Ruth Kinna, Fields of Vision, Kropotkin and Revolutionary Change, pages 67 to 86, Substance, Volume 36, Number 2, p. 77. In this way, economic liberty, self-management, could replace capitalism, wage slavery, and show that anarchism is a practical alternative to the chaos and authoritarianism of capitalism, even if these examples are initially fragmentary and limited in nature. However, these developments should not be taken in isolation of collective struggle in the workplace or community. It is in the class struggle that the real potential for anarchy is created. The work of such organizations as Food Not Bombs and the creation of local currencies and cooperatives are supplementary to the important task of creating workplace and community organizations that can create effective resistance to both state and capitalists, resistance that can overthrow both, see sections J.5.2 and J.5.1 respectively. Volunteer and service credit systems and alternative currencies by themselves may not be enough to replace the corporate capitalist system. Nevertheless, they can help build the economic strength of local currencies, empower local residents, and mitigate some of the consequences of poverty and unemployment.
By the time a majority of a community are involved, it will be well on its way to becoming a living embodiment of many anarchist ideals. Lindenfield, Op. Cit. p. 28. And such a community would be a great aid in any strike or other social struggle which is going on. The general economic crisis which we are facing has implications for social struggle and anarchist activism. It could be the basic of libertarian alternatives in our workplaces and communities, alternatives based on direct action, solidarity, and self-management. These alternatives could include workplace and community unionism, cooperatives, mutual banks, and other forms of anarchistic resistance to capitalism and the state. Finally, we must stress that we are not arguing that working class people need an economic crisis to force them into struggle. Such objectivism, i.e. the placing of tendencies towards socialism in the development of capitalism, of objective factors, rather than in the class struggle, i.e. subjective factors, is best left to orthodox Marxists and Leninists as it has authoritarian implications. Rather, we are aware that the class struggle, the subjective pressure on capitalism, is not independent of the conditions within which it takes place, and helps to create, we must add. Subjective revolt is always present under capitalism and, in the case of the 1970s, played a role in creating crisis. Faced with an economic crisis, we are indicating what we can do in response to it and how it could, potentially, generate libertarian tendencies within society. Economic crisis could, in other words, provoke social struggle, collective action, and generate anarchic tendencies in society. Equally, it could cause apathy, rejection of collective struggle and, perhaps, the embracing of false solutions such as right-wing populism, Leninism, or fascism. We cannot predict how the future will develop, but it is true that if we do nothing, then, obviously, libertarian tendencies will not grow and develop. J.4.6 What are implications of anti-government and anti-big business feelings? Public opinion polls show increasing feelings of disappointment and lack of confidence in governments and big business. Some of the feelings of disappointment with government can be blamed on the anti-big government rhetoric of conservatives and right-wing populists. Of course, the right would never dream of really dismantling the state, as is evident from the fact that government was as bureaucratic and expensive under conservative administrations. So this decentralist element of right-wing rhetoric is a con, and quickly jettisoned as required by the capitalist class. The anti-government rhetoric is combined with the pro-business, pro-private tyranny, racist, anti-feminist, and homophobic hogwash disseminated by right-wing radio and TV propagandists and the business-backed media, which shows that capitalism is not genuinely anti-authoritarian, nor could it ever be, as a social system based on liberty must entail. When a right-wing politician, economist, or business leader argues that the government is too big, they are rarely thinking of the same government functions you are. You may be thinking of subsidies for tobacco farmers or defense firms, they are thinking about pollution controls. You may be thinking of reforming welfare for the better, their idea is to dismantle the welfare state, for working class people. Moreover, with their support for family values, wholesome television, bans on abortion and so on, their victory would see an increased level of government intrusion in many personal spheres as well as increased state support for the power of the boss over the worker and the landlord over the tenant. If you look at what the right has done and is doing, rather than what it is saying, you quickly see the ridiculous of claims of right-wing libertarianism, as well as who is really in charge. Obstructing pollution and health regulations, defunding product safety laws, opening national parks to logging and mining, or closing them entirely, reducing taxes for the rich, eliminating the capital gains tax, allowing companies to fire striking workers, making it easier for big telecommunications companies to dominate the media, limiting companies' liability for unsafe products. The objective here is obviously to help big business and the wealthy do what they want without government interference, helping the rich get richer and increasing freedom for private power combined with a state whose sole role is to protect that liberty. Such right-wing tendencies do not have anarchistic elements. The anti-government propaganda of big business is hardly anarchistic. What anarchists try to do is point out the hypocritical and contradictory nature of such rhetoric. The arguments against big government are equally applicable to business. If people are capable of making their own decisions, then why should this capability be denied in the workplace? As Noam Chomsky points out, while there is a leave it alone and do your own thing current within society, it in fact tells you that the propaganda system is working full-time, because there is no such ideology in the US. Business, for example, doesn't believe it. It has always insisted upon a powerful interventionist state to support its interests, still does, and always has, back to the origins of American society. There's nothing individualistic about corporations. Those are big conglomerate institutions, essentially totalitarian in character, but hardly individualistic. Within them you're a cog in a big machine. There are few institutions in human society that have such strict hierarchy and top-down control as a business organization. Nothing there about "don't tread on me." You're being tread on all the time. The point of the ideology is to try to get other people, outside of the sectors of coordinated power, to fail to associate and enter into decision-making in the political arena themselves. The point is to atomize everyone else while leaving powerful sectors integrated and highly organized, and of course dominating resources. He goes on to note that there is a streak of independence and individuality in American culture which I think is a very good thing. This "don't tread on me" feeling is in many respects a healthy one. It's healthy up to the point where it atomizes and keeps you from working together with other people. So it's got its healthy side and its negative side. It's the negative side that's emphasized naturally in the propaganda and indoctrination. Keeping the rabble in line, pages 279 to 80. As opinion polls show, most people direct their dislike and distrust of institutions equally to big business, which shows that people are not stupid. Unfortunately, as Goebbels was well aware, tell a lie often enough and people start to believe it. Given the funds available to big business, its influence in the media, its backing of think tanks, the use of public relations companies, the support of economic science, its extensive advertising and so on, it says a lot for the common sense of people that so many see big business for what it is. You simply cannot fool all the people all of the time. However, these feelings can easily be turned into cynicism as well as a hopelessness that things can change for the better and that you cannot help change society. Or, even worse, they can be twisted into support for right, authoritarian, populism. The job for anarchists is to combat this and help point the healthy distrust people have for government and business towards a real solution to society's problems, namely a decentralist, self-managed anarchist society. J.4.7 What about the communications revolution? Another important factor working in favor of anarchists is the existence of a sophisticated global communications network and a high degree of education and literacy among the populations of the core industrialist nations. Together these two developments make possible nearly instantaneous sharing and public dissemination of information by members of various progressive and radical movements all over the globe, a phenomenon that tends to reduce the effectiveness of repression by central authorities. The electronic media and personal computer revolutions also make it more difficult for elitist groups to maintain their previous monopolies of knowledge. Copyleft software and text, user-generated and shared content, file sharing, all show that information, and its users, reaches its full potential when it is free. In short, the advent of the information age is potentially extremely subversive. The very existence of the Internet provides anarchists with a powerful argument that decentralist structures can function effectively in a highly complex world. For the net has no centralist headquarters and is not subject to regulation by any centralist regulatory agency, yet it still manages to function effectively. Moreover, the net is also an effective way of anarchists and other radicals to communicate their ideas to others, share knowledge, work on common projects and coordinate activities and social struggle. By using the Internet, radicals can make their ideas accessible to people who otherwise would not come across anarchist ideas. In addition, and far more important than anarchists putting their ideas across,
the fact is that the net allows everyone with access to express themselves freely, to communicate with others and get access, by visiting web pages and joining mailing lists and news groups, and give access, by creating web pages and joining in with online arguments, to new ideas and viewpoints. This is very anarchistic as it allows people to express themselves and start to consider new ideas, ideas which may change how they think and act. Obviously, we are aware that the vast majority of people in the world do not have access to telephones, never mind computers, but computer access is increasing in many countries, making it available, via work, libraries, schools, universities, and so on to more and more working class people. Of course, there is no denying that the implications of improved communications and information technology are ambiguous, implying Big Brother as well the ability of progressive and radical movements to organize. However, the point is only that the information revolution in combination with the other social developments could, but will not necessarily, contribute to a social paradigm shift. Obviously, such a shift will not happen automatically. Indeed, it will not happen at all unless there is strong resistance to governmental and corporate attempts to limit public access to information, technology, e.g. encryption programs, censor people's communications and use of electronic media and track them online. This use of the internet and computers to spread the anarchist message is ironic. The rapid improvement in price-performance ratios of computers, software, and other technology today is often used to validate the faith in free market capitalism, but that requires a monumental failure of historical memory, as not just the internet but also the computer represents a spectacular success of public investment. As late as the 1970s and early 1980s, according to Kenneth Flam's Creating the Computer, the federal government was paying for 40% of all computer-related research and 60 to 75% of basic research. Even such modern-seeming gadgets as video terminals, the light pen, the drawing tablet, and the mouse evolved from Pentagon-sponsored research in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s. Even software was not without state influence, with databases having their root in U.S. Air Force and Atomic Energy Commission projects, artificial intelligence in military contracts back in the 1950s, and airline reservation systems in 1950s air defense systems. More than half of IBM's research and development budget came from government contracts in the 1950s and 1960s. The motivation was national security, but the result has been the creation of comparative advantage in information technology for the United States that private firms have happily exploited and extended. When the returns were uncertain and difficult to capture, private firms were unwilling to invest, and government played the decisive role. And not for want of trying, for key players in the military first tried to convince businesses and investment bankers that a new and potentially profitable business opportunity was presenting itself, but they did not succeed, and it was only when the market expanded and the returns were more definite that the government receded. While the risks and development costs were socialized, the gains were privatized. All of which make claims that the market would have done it anyway highly unlikely. Looking beyond state aid to the computer industry, we discover a do-it-yourself, and so self-managed, culture which was essential to its development. The first personal computer, for example, was invented by amateurs who wanted their own cheap machines. The existence of a gift economy among these amateurs and hobbyists was a necessary precondition for the development of PCs. Without this free sharing of information and knowledge, the development of computers would have been hindered, and so socialistic relations between developers and within the working environment created the necessary conditions for the computer revolution. If this community had been marked by commercial relations, the chances are the necessary breakthroughs and knowledge would have remained monopolized by a few companies or individuals, so hindering the industry as a whole. Encouragingly, this socialistic gift economy is still at the heart of computer/software development and the Internet. For example, the Free Software Foundation has developed the General Public License, GPL. GPL, also known as copyleft, uses copyright to ensure that software remains free. Copyleft ensures that a piece of software is made available to everyone to use and modify as they desire. The only restriction is that any used or modified copyleft material must remain under copyleft, ensuring that others have the same rights as you did when you used the original code. It creates a commons which anyone may add to, but no one may subtract from. Placing software under GPL means that every contributor is assured that she, and all other uses, will be able to run, modify, and redistribute the code indefinitely. Unlike commercial software, copyleft code ensures an increasing knowledge base from which individuals can draw from and, equally as important, contribute to. In this way everyone benefits as code can be improved by everyone, unlike commercial code. Many will think that this essentially anarchistic system would be a failure. In fact, code developed in this way is far more reliable and sturdy than commercial software. Linux, for example, is a far superior operating system than DOS precisely because it draws on the collective experience, skill, and knowledge of thousands of developers. Apache, the most popular web server, is another freeware product and is acknowledged as the best available. The same can be said of other key web technologies, most obviously PHP, and projects. Wikipedia springs to mind, although that project, while based on cooperative and free activity, is owned by a few people who have ultimate control. While non-anarchists may be surprised, anarchists are not. Mutual aid and cooperation are beneficial in the evolution of life, why not in the evolution of software? For anarchists, this gift economy at the heart of the communications revolution is an important development. It shows both the superiority of common development as well as the walls built against innovation and decent products by property systems. We hope that such an economy will spread increasingly into the real world. Another example of cooperation being aided by new technologies is netwar. This refers to the use of the Internet by autonomous groups and social movements to coordinate action to influence and change society and fight government or business policy. This use of the Internet has steadily grown over the years, with the Rand Corporation researcher, David Renfeld, arguing that this has become an important and powerful force. Rand is, and has been since its creation in 1948, a private appendage of the military-industrial complex. In other words, activism and activists' power and influence has been fueled by the advent of the information revolution. Through computer and communication networks, especially via the Internet, grassroots campaigns have flourished, and most importantly, government elites have taken notice. Renfeld specializes in issues of national security, especially in the areas of Latin American and the impact of new informational technologies. Renfeld and another colleague coined the term netwar in a Rand document entitled Cyberwar is Coming. Renfeld's work became a source of discussion on the Internet in mid-March 1995 when Pacific News Service correspondent Joel Simon wrote an article about Renfeld's opinions on the influence of netwars on the political situation in Mexico after the Zapatista uprising. According to Simon, Renfeld holds that the work of social activists on the Internet has had a large influence helping to coordinate the large demonstrations in Mexico City in support of the Zapatistas and the proliferation of EZLN communiques across the world via computer networks. These actions, Renfeld argues, have allowed a network of groups that oppose the Mexican government to muster an international response, often within hours of actions by it. In effect, this has forced the Mexican government to maintain the facade of negotiations with the EZLN and has on many occasions, actually stopped the army from just going into Chiapas and brutally massacring the Zapatistas. Given that Renfeld was an employee of the Rand Corporation, his comments indicate that the US government and its military and intelligence wings are very interested in what the left is doing on the Internet. Given that they would not be interested in this if it were not effective, we can say that this use of the information superhighway is a positive example of the use of technology in ways unplanned of by those who initially developed it. Let us not forget that the Internet was originally funded by the US government and military. While the Internet is being hyped as the next big marketplace, it is being subverted by activists, an example of anarchistic trends within society worrying the powers that be. A good example of this powerful tool is the incredible speed and range at which information travels the internet about events concerning Mexico and the Zapatistas. When Alexander Coburn wrote an article exposing a Chase Manhattan Bank memo about Chiapas and the Zapatistas in Counter Punch, only a small number of people read it because it is only a newsletter with a limited readership. The memo, written by Riordan Roet, argued that the Mexican government will need to eliminate the Zapatistas to demonstrate their effective control of the national territory and of security policy. In other words, if the Mexican government wants investment from Chase, it would have to crush the Zapatistas. This information was relatively ineffective when just confined to print, but when it was uploaded to the internet, it suddenly reached a very large number of people. These people in turn coordinated protests against the U.S. and Mexican governments, and especially Chase Manhattan. Chase was eventually forced to attempt to distance itself from the Roet memo that it commissioned. Since then, net activism has grown. Reinfeldt's research and opinion should be flattering for the left. He is basically arguing that the efforts of activists on computers not only has been very effective, or at least has that potential, but more importantly, argues that the only way to counter this work is to follow the lead of social activists. Activists should understand the important implications of Reinfeldt's work. Government elites are not only watching these actions, big surprise, but are also attempting to work against them. Thus net wars and copyleft are good examples of anarchistic trends within society, using communications technology as a means of coordinating activity across the world in a libertarian fashion for libertarian goals. J.5 What alternative social organizations do anarchists create? Anarchism is all about do-it-yourself, people helping each other out in order to secure a good society to live within and to protect, extend, and enrich their personal freedom. As such, anarchists are keenly aware of the importance of building alternatives to both capitalism and the state in the here and now. Only by creating practical alternatives can we show that anarchism is a viable possibility and train ourselves in the techniques and responsibilities of freedom. If we put into practice the principles of libertarian communism within our organizations, the more advanced and prepared we will be on that day when we come to adopt it completely. CNT member, quoted by Graham Kelsey, Anarcho-Syndicalism, Libertarian Communism, and the State p. 79. This idea, to quote the IWW, of building a new world in the shell of the old is a long-standing one in anarchism. Proudhon during the 1848 revolution proposed that a provisional committee be set up in Paris and liaise with similar committees elsewhere in France. This would be a body representative of the proletariat, a state within the state, in opposition to the bourgeois representatives. He proclaimed to working class people that a new society be founded in the heart of the old society, for the government can do nothing for you. But you can do everything for yourselves. Auxiliary Parietes, La Représentante du Peuple, number 33. This was echoed by Bakunin, see section H.2.8. While for revolutionary syndicalists the aim was to constitute within the bourgeois state a veritable socialist, economic and anarchic, state. Fernand Pelletier, quoted by Jeremy Jennings, Syndicalism in France, p. 22. By so doing we help create the environment within which individuals can manage their own affairs and develop their abilities to do so. In other words, we create schools of anarchism which lay the foundations for a better society, as well as promoting and supporting social struggle against the current system. Make no mistake, the alternatives we discuss in this section are not an alternative to direct action and the need for social struggle. They are an expression of social struggle and a form of direct action. They are the framework by which social struggle can build and strengthen the anarchist tendencies within capitalist society which will ultimately replace it. Therefore it is wrong to think that libertarians are indifferent to making life more bearable, even more enjoyable, under capitalism. A free society will not just appear from nowhere, it will be created by individuals and communities with a long history of social struggle and organization. For as Wilhelm Reich so correctly pointed out, quite obviously, a society that is to consist of free individuals, to constitute a free community and to administer itself, i.e. to govern itself, cannot be suddenly created by decrees. It has to evolve organically. The Mass Psychology of Fascism, p. 241. It is this organic evolution that anarchists promote when they create libertarian alternatives within capitalist society. These alternatives, be they workplace or community unions, cooperatives, mutual banks, and so on, are marked by certain common features such as being self-managed, being based upon equality, decentralist, and working with other groups and associations within a confederal network based upon mutual aid and solidarity. In other words, they are anarchist in both spirit and structure, and so create a practical bridge between now and the future free society. Anarchists consider the building of alternatives as a key aspect of their activity under capitalism. This is because they, like all forms of direct action, are schools of anarchy, and also because they make the transition to a free society easier. Through the organizations set up for the defense of their interests, in Malatesta's words, the workers develop an awareness of the oppression they suffer and the antagonism that divides them from the bosses, and as a result begin to aspire to a better life, become accustomed to collective struggle and solidarity, and win those improvements that are possible within the capitalist and state regime. The Anarchist Revolution, p. 95. By creating viable examples of anarchy in action, we can show that our ideas are practical and convince people that they are not utopian. Therefore, this section of the FAQ will indicate the alternatives anarchists support and why we support them. The approach anarchists take to this activity could be termed social unionism, the collective action of groups to change certain aspects, and, ultimately, all aspects, of their lives. This takes many different forms in many different areas, some of which, not all, are discussed here, but they share the same basic aspects of collective direct action, self-organization, self-management, solidarity, and mutual aid. These are a means of raising the morale of the workers, accustom them to free initiative and solidarity in a struggle for the good of everyone, and render them capable of imagining, desiring, and putting into practice an anarchist life. Malatesta, Op. Cit. p. 28. Kropotkin summed up the anarchist perspective well when he argued that working class people had to form their own organizations for a direct struggle against capitalism, and to take possession of the necessaries for production, and to control production. Memoirs of a Revolutionist, p. 359. As historian J. Romero Mora correctly summarized, the anarchist revolution, when it came, would be essentially brought about by the working class. Revolutionaries needed to gather great strength and must beware of underestimating the strength of reaction, and so anarchists logically decided that revolutionaries had better organize along the lines of labor organizations. The Spanish Case, pages 60 to 83, Anarchism Today, D. Apter and J. Jal, eds, p. 66. As will quickly become obvious in this discussion, as if it had not been so before, anarchists are firm supporters of self-help, an expression that has been sadly corrupted, like freedom, by the right in recent times. Like freedom, self-help should be saved from the clutches of the right, who have no real claim to that expression. Indeed, anarchism was created from and based itself upon working-class self-help, for what other interpretation can be gathered from Proudhon's 1848 statement that the proletariat must emancipate itself? Quoted by George Woodcock, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 125. So anarchists have great faith in the abilities of working class people to work out for themselves what their problems are and act to solve them. Anarchist support and promotion of alternatives is a key aspect of this process of self-liberation, and so a key aspect of anarchism. While strikes, boycotts, and other forms of high-profile direct action may be more sexy than the long and hard task of creating and building social alternatives, these are the nuts and bolts of creating a new world, as well as the infrastructure which supports the other activities. These alternatives involve both combative organizations, such as community and workplace unions, as well as more defensive and supportive ones, such as cooperatives and mutual banks. Both have their part to play in the class struggle, although the combative ones are the most important in creating the spirit of revolt and the possibility of creating an anarchist society.
We must also stress that anarchists look to organic tendencies within social struggle as the basis of any alternatives we try to create. As Kropotkin put it, anarchism is based on an analysis of tendencies of an evolution that is already going on in society, and on induction therefrom as to the future. It is representative of the creative, instructive power of the people themselves who aimed at developing institutions of common law in order to protect them from the power-seeking minority. Anarchism bases itself on those tendencies that are created by the self-activity of working-class people, and while developing within capitalism are in opposition to it, such tendencies are expressed in organizational form as unions and other forms of workplace struggle, cooperatives, both productive and credit, libertarian schools, and so on. For anarchism was born among the people in the struggles of real life and not in the philosopher's studio, and owes its origin to the constructive, creative activity of the people, and to a protest or revolt against the external force which had thrust itself upon social institutions. Anarchism, p. 158, p. 147, p. 150 and p. 149. This creative activity is expressed in the organizations created in the class struggle by working people, some of which we discuss in this section of the FAQ. Therefore, the alternatives anarchists support should not be viewed in isolation of social struggle and working class resistance to hierarchy, the reverse in fact, as these alternatives are almost always expressions of that struggle. Lastly, we should note we do not list all the forms of organization anarchists create. For example, we have ignored solidarity groups, for workers on strike or in defense of struggles in other countries, and organizations which are created to campaign against or for certain issues or reforms. Anarchists are in favor of such organizations and work within them to spread anarchist ideas, tactics, and organizational forms. However, these interest groups, while very useful, do not provide a framework for lasting change as do the ones we highlight below. See section J.1.4 for more details on anarchist opinions on such single-issue campaigns. We have also ignored what have been called intentional communities. This is when a group of individuals squat or buy land and other resources within capitalism and create their own anarchist commune in it. Most anarchists reject this idea, as capitalism and the state must be fought, not ignored. In addition, due to their small size, they are rarely viable experiments in communal living and nearly always fail after a short time. For a good summary of Kropotkin's attitude to such communities, which can be taken as typical, see Graham Purchase's Evolution and Revolution pages 122 to 125. Dropping out will not stop capitalism and the state, and while such communities may try to ignore the system, they will find that the system will not ignore them. They will come under competitive and ecological pressures from capitalism whether they like it or not, assuming they avoid direct political interference. So the alternatives we discuss here are attempts to create anarchist alternatives within capitalism and which aim to change it, either by revolutionary or evolutionary means. They are based upon challenging capitalism and the state, not ignoring them by dropping out. Only by a process of direct action and building alternatives which are relevant to our daily lives can we revolutionize and change both ourselves and society. J.5.1 What is community unionism? Community unionism is our term for the process of creating participatory communities, called communes in classical anarchism, within the current society in order to transform it. Basically, a community union is the creation of interested members of a community who decide to form an organization to fight against injustice and improvements locally. It is a forum by which inhabitants can raise issues that affect themselves and others and provide a means of solving these problems. As such, it is a means of directly involving local people in the life of their own communities and collectively solving the problems facing them as both individuals and as part of a wider society. In this way, local people take part in deciding what affects them and their community and create a self-managed dual power to the local and national state. They also, by taking part in self-managed community assemblies, develop their ability to participate and manage their own affairs, so showing that the state is unnecessary and harmful to their interests. Politics, therefore,
is not separated into a specialized activity that only certain people do, i.e. politicians. Instead, it becomes communalist and part of everyday life and in the hands of all. As would be imagined, like the participatory communities that would exist in an anarchist society, see section I.5, the community union would be based upon a mass assembly of its members. Here would be discussed the issues that affect the membership and how to solve them. Thus issues like rent increases, school closures, rising cost of living, taxation cuts, and state-imposed reforms to the nature and quality of public services, utilities and resources, repressive laws, and so on could be debated and action taken to combat them. Like the communes of a future anarchy, these community unions would be confederated with other unions in different areas in order to coordinate joint activity and solve common problems. These confederations would be based upon self-management, mandated and recallable delegates, and the creation of administrative action committees to see that the membership's decisions are carried out. The community union could also raise funds for strikes and other social protests, organize pickets, boycotts, and generally aid others in struggle. By organizing their own forms of direct action, such as tax and rent strikes, environmental protests, and so on, they can weaken the state while building an self-managed infrastructure of cooperatives to replace the useful functions the state or capitalist firms currently provide. So, in addition to organizing resistance to the state and capitalist firms, these community unions could play an important role in creating an alternative economy within capitalism. For example, such unions could have a mutual bank or credit union associated with them, which could allow funds to be gathered for the creation of self-managed cooperatives and social services and centers. In this way, a communalist cooperative sector could develop, along with a communal confederation of community unions and their cooperative banks. Such community unions have been formed in many different countries in recent years to fight against numerous attacks on the working class. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, groups were created in neighborhoods across Britain to organize non-payment of the Conservative government's community charge, popularly known as the poll tax. This tax was independent on income and was based on the electoral register. Federations of these groups were created to coordinate the struggle and pool resources and, in the end, ensured that the government withdrew the hated tax and helped push Thatcher out of government. In Ireland, similar groups were formed to defeat the privatization of the water industry by a similar non-payment campaign in the mid-1990s. However, few of these groups have been taken as part of a wider strategy to empower the local community, but the few that have indicate the potential of such a strategy. This potential can be seen from two examples of libertarian community organizing in Europe, one in Italy and another in Spain, while the neighborhood assemblies in Argentina show that such popular self-government can and does develop spontaneously in struggle. In southern Italy, anarchists organized a very successful municipal federation of the base, FMB, in Spezzano Albanese. This organization, in the words of one activist, is an alternative to the power of the town hall and provides a glimpse of what a future libertarian society could be. Its aim is the bringing together of all interests within the district. In intervening at a municipal level, we become involved not only in the world of work but also the life of the community. The FMB make counter proposals to town hall decisions, which aren't presented to the council but proposed for discussion in the area to raise people's level of consciousness. Whether they like it or not, the town hall is obliged to take account of these proposals. In addition, the FMB also supports cooperatives within it, so creating a communalist, self-managed economic sector within capitalism. Such a development helps to reduce the problems facing isolated cooperatives in a capitalist economy, see section J.5.11, and was actively done in order to seek to bring together all the currents, all the problems and contradictions, to seek solutions to such problems facing cooperatives. Community organizing in southern Italy, pages 16 to 19, Black Flag, number 210, p17 and p18. Elsewhere in Europe, the long, hard work of the CNT in Spain has also resulted in mass village assemblies being created in the Porto Real area, near Cadiz.
These community assemblies came about to support an industrial struggle by shipyard workers. One CNT member explains, every Thursday of every week, in the towns and villages in the area, we had all village assemblies where anyone connected with the particular issue of the rationalization of the shipyards, whether they were actually workers in the shipyard itself, or women or children or grandparents, could go along, and actually vote and take part in the decision-making process of what was going to take place. With such popular input and support, the shipyard workers won their struggle. However, the assembly continued after the strike and managed to link together 12 different organizations within the local area that are all interested in fighting various aspects of capitalism, including health, taxation, economic, ecological and cultural issues. Moreover, the struggle created a structure which was very different from the kind of structure of political parties, where the decisions are made at the top and they filter down. What we managed to do in Porto Real was make decisions at the base and take them upwards. Anarcho-syndicalism in Porto Real, from shipyard resistance to direct democracy and community control, p6. More recently, the December 2001 revolt against neoliberalism in Argentina saw hundreds of neighborhood assemblies created across the country. These quickly federated into interbarrial assemblies to coordinate struggles. The assemblies occupied buildings, created communal projects like popular kitchens, community centers, daycare centers, and built links with occupied workplaces. As one participant put it, the initial vocabulary was simply, let's do things for ourselves, and do them right. Let's decide for ourselves. Let's decide democratically, and if we do, then let's explicitly agree that we're all equals here, that there are no bosses. We lead ourselves. We lead together. We lead and decide amongst ourselves, no one invented it. It just happened. We met one another on the corner and decided, enough. Let's invent new organizational forms and reinvent society. Another notes that this was people who begin to solve problems themselves, without turning to the institutions that caused the problems in the first place. The neighborhood assemblies ended a system in which we elected people to make our decisions for us, now we will make our own decisions. While the anarchist movement has been talking about these ideas for years, the movement took them up from necessity. Marina Citrin, ed., Horizontalism, Voices of Popular Power in Argentina, p. 41 and pages 38-9. The idea of community organizing has long existed within anarchism. Kropotkin pointed to the directly democratic assemblies of Paris during the French Revolution. These were constituted as so many mediums of popular administration, it remained of the people, and this is what made the revolutionary power of these organizations. This ensured that the local revolutionary councils which sprang from the popular movement was not separated from the people. In this popular self-organization the masses, accustoming themselves to act without receiving orders from the national representatives, were practicing what was described later on as direct self-government. These assemblies federated to coordinate joint activity, but it was based on their permanence, that is, the possibility of calling the General Assembly whenever it was wanted by the members of the section and of discussing everything in the General Assembly. In short, the Commune of Paris was not to be a governed state, but a people governing itself directly when possible without intermediaries. Without masters, and so the principles of anarchism had their origin, not in theoretic speculations, but in the deeds of the Great French Revolution. This laid the foundations of a new, free, social organization, and Kropotkin predicted that the libertarians would no doubt do the same today. Great French Revolution, Volume 1, p. 201, p. 203, pages 210-1, p. 210, p. 204 and p. 206. In Chile during 1925 a grassroots movement of great significance emerged, the tenant leagues, Ligas do Arrendatarios. The movement pledged to pay half their rent beginning the 1st of February, 1925, at huge public rallies. It should also be noted that anarchist labor unionists had formed previous Ligas do Arrendatarios in 1907 and 1914.
The tenants' leagues were organized by ward and federated into a city-wide council. It was a vast organization, with 12,000 tenants in just one ward of Santiago alone. The movement also pressed for a law which would legally recognize the lower rents they had begun paying. The leagues voted to declare a general strike, should a rent law not be passed. The government gave in, although the landlords tried to get around it and, in response, on April 8 the anarchists in Santiago led a general strike in support of the universal rent reduction of 50%. Official figures showed that rents fell sharply during 1915, due in part to the rent strikes, and for the anarchists the tenant league movement had been the first step toward a new social order in Chile. Peter DeShazo, Urban Workers and Labor Unions in Chile 1902-1927, p. 223, p. 327, p. 223, p. 225 and p. 226 as one anarchist newspaper put it. This movement since its first moments had been essentially revolutionary. The tactics of direct action were preached by libertarians with highly successful results, because they managed to instill in the working classes the idea that if landlords would not accept the 50% lowering of rents, they should pay nothing at all. In libertarian terms, this is the same as taking possession of common property. It completes the first stage of what will become a social revolution. Quoted by DeShazo, Op. Cit. p. 226. A similar concern for community organizing and struggle was expressed in Spain. While the collectives during the revolution are well known, the CNT had long organized in the community and around non-workplace issues. As well as neighborhood-based defense committees to organize and coordinate struggles and insurrections, the CNT organized various community-based struggles. The most famous example of this must be the rent strikes during the early 1930s in Barcelona. In 1931, the CNT's construction union organized an economic defense commission to organize against high rents and lack of affordable housing. Its basic demand was for a 40% rent decrease, but it also addressed unemployment and the cost of food. The campaign was launched by a mass meeting on May 1, 1931. A series of meetings were held in the various working-class neighborhoods of Barcelona and in surrounding suburbs. This culminated in a mass meeting held at the Palace of Fine Arts on July 5, which raised a series of demands for the movement. By July, 45,000 people were taking part in the rent strike, and this rose to over 100,000 by August. As well as refusing to pay rent, families were placed back into their homes from which they had been evicted. The movement spread to a number of the outlying towns which set up their own economic defense commissions. The local groups coordinated their actions out of CNT union halls or local libertarian community centers. The movement faced increased state repression, but in many parts of Barcelona landlords had been forced to come to terms with their tenants, agreeing to reduced rents rather than facing the prospect of having no income for an extended period, or the landlords simply agreed to forget the unpaid rents from the period of the rent strike. Nick Ryder, The Practice of Direct Action, The Barcelona Rent Strike of 1931, For Anarchism, David Goodway, ed. Pages 79 to 105 as Abel Paz summarized. Unemployed workers did not receive or ask for state aid. The workers' first response to the economic crisis was the rent, gas, and electricity strike in mid-1933, which the CNT and FI's Economic Defense Committee had been laying the foundations for since 1931. Likewise, house, street, and neighborhood groups began to turn out en masse to stop evictions and other coercive acts ordered by the landlords, always with police support. The people were constantly mobilized. Women and youngsters were particularly active. It was they who challenged the police and stopped the endless evictions. Durutu in the Spanish Revolution, p. 308. In Gijón, the CNT reinforced its populist image by its direct consumer campaigns. Some of these were organized through the Federation's Anti-Unemployment Committee, which sponsored numerous rallies and marches in favor of bread and work. While they focused on the issue of jobs, They also addressed more general concerns about the cost of living for poor families. In a May 1933 rally, for example, demonstrators asked that families of unemployed workers not be evicted from their homes, even if they fell behind on the rent. The organizers made the connections between home and work and tried to draw the entire family into the struggle. However, the CNT's most concerted attempt to bring in the larger community was the formation of a new syndicate, in the spring of 1932, for the defense of public interests, SDIP. In contrast to a conventional union, which comprised groups of workers, the SDIP was organized through neighborhood committees. Its specific purpose was to enforce a generous renters' rights law of December 1931 that had not been vigorously implemented. Following anarcho-syndicalist strategy, the SDIP utilized various forms of direct action, from rent strikes, to mass demonstrations, to the reversal of evictions. This last action involved the local SDIP group going to a home, breaking the judge's official eviction seal and carrying the furniture back in from the street. They left their own sign, opened by order of the CNT. The CNT's direct action strategies helped keep political discourse in the street, and encouraged people to pursue the same extra-legal channels of activism that they had developed under the monarchy. Pamela Beth Radcliffe, From Mobilization to Civil War, pages 287 to 288 and p. 289. In these ways, grassroots movements from below were created, with direct democracy and participation becoming an inherent part of a local political culture of resistance, with people deciding things for themselves directly and without hierarchy. Such developments are the embryonic structures of a world based around participation and self-management, with a strong and dynamic community life. For, as Martin Buber argued, the more a human group lets itself be represented in the management of its common affairs, the less communal life there is in it and the more impoverished it becomes as a community. Paths in Utopia, p. 133. Anarchist support and encouragement of community unionism, by creating the means for communal self-management, helps to enrich the community as well as creating the organizational forms required to resist the state and capitalism. In this way we build the anti-state which will, hopefully, replace the state. Moreover, the combination of community unionism with workplace assemblies, as in Porto Real, provides a mutual support network which can be very effective in helping winning struggles. For example, in Glasgow, Scotland in 1916, a massive rent strike was finally won when workers came out in strike in support of the rent strikers who'd been arrested for non-payment. Such developments indicate that Isaac Puente was correct. Libertarian communism is a society organized without the state and without private ownership. And there is no need to invent anything or conjure up some new organization for the purpose. The centers about which life in the future will be organized are already with us in the society of today, the free union and the free municipality or commune. The union, in it combine spontaneously the workers from factories and all places of collective exploitation. And the free municipality, an assembly, where, again in spontaneity, inhabitants, combine together, and which points the way to the solution of problems in social life. Both kinds of organization, run on federal and democratic principles, will be sovereign in their decision-making, without being beholden to any higher body, their only obligation being to federate one with another as dictated by the economic requirement for liaison and communications bodies organized in industrial federations. The union and the free municipality will assume the collective or common ownership of everything which is under private ownership at present but collectively used and will regulate production and consumption, in a word, the economy, in each locality. The very bringing together of the two terms, communism and libertarian, is indicative in itself of the fusion of two ideas. One of them is collectivist, tending to bring about harmony in the whole through the contributions and cooperation of individuals, without undermining their independence in any way, while the other is individualist, seeking to reassure the individual that his independence will be respected. Libertarian communism, pages 6 to 7. The combination of community unionism, along with industrial unionism, see next section, will be the key to creating an anarchist society. Community unionism, by creating the free commune within the state, allows us to become accustomed to managing our own affairs and seeing that an injury to one is an injury to all. In this way a social power is created in opposition to the state. The town council may still be in the hands of politicians, but neither they nor the central government would be able to move without worrying about what the people's reaction might be, as expressed and organized in their community assemblies and federations. J.5.2 Why do anarchists support industrial unionism? Simply because it is effective in resisting capitalist exploitation and winning reforms, ending capitalist oppression, and expresses our ideas on how industry will be organized in an anarchist society. For workers have the most enormous power in their hands, and, if they once become thoroughly conscious of it and used it, nothing could withstand them. They would only have to stop labor, regard the product of labor as theirs, and enjoy it. This is the sense of the labor disturbances which show themselves here and there. Max Stirner, The Ego and Its Own, p. 116. Industrial unionism is simply libertarian workplace organization and is the best way of organizing and exercising this power. Before discussing why anarchists support industrial unionism, we must point out that the type of unionism anarchists support has very little in common with that associated with reformist unions like the TUC in Britain or the AFL-CIO in the USA. See next section. In such unions, as Alexander Berkman pointed out, the rank and file have little say. They have delegated their power to leaders, and these have become the boss. Once you do that, the power you have delegated will be used against you and your interests every time. What is anarchism? p. 205. Reformist unions, even if they do organize by industry rather than by trade or craft, are top-heavy and bureaucratic. Thus they are organized in the same manner as capitalist firms or the state, and like both of these, the officials at the top have different interests than those at the bottom. Little wonder anarchists oppose such forms of unionism as being counter to the interests of their members. The long history of union officials betraying their members is proof enough of this. Anarchists propose a different kind of workplace organization, one that is organized in a different manner than the mainstream unions. We will call this new kind of organization industrial unionism, although perhaps industrial syndicalism, or just syndicalism, might be a better name for it. Some anarchists, particularly communist anarchists, reject calling these workplace organizations unions and instead prefer such terms as workplace resistance groups, workplace assemblies, and workers' councils. No matter what they are called, all class struggle anarchists support the same organizational structure we are going to outline. It is purely for convenience that we term this industrial unionism. An industrial union is a union which organizes all workers in a given workplace, and so regardless of their actual trade everyone would be in the one union. On a building site, for example, bricklayers, plumbers, carpenters, and so on would all be a member of the building workers union. Each trade may have its own sections within the union, so that plumbers can discuss issues relating to their trade, for example, but the core decision-making focus would be an assembly of all workers employed in a workplace. As they all have the same employer, the same exploiter, it is logical for them to have the same union. It is organized by the guiding principle that workers should directly control their own organizations and struggles. It is based upon workplace assemblies because workers have tremendous power as the creator of all wealth, but the strength of the worker is not in the union meeting hall, it is in the shop and factory, in the mill and mine. It is there that he or she must organize, there, on the job. It is there that workers decide the matters at issue and carry their decisions out through the shop committees, whose members are under the direction and supervision of the workers and can be recalled at will. These committees are associated locally, regionally, and nationally to produce a power tremendous in its scope and potentialities. Berkman, Op. Cit. Pages 205-6. This confederation is usually organized on two directions, between different workplaces in the same industry as well as between different workplaces in the same locality. So industrial unionism is different from ordinary trade unionism, usually called business unionism by anarchists and syndicalists, as it treats the union's job purely as the seller of its members' labor power. It is based on unions managed directly by the rank-and-file membership rather than by elected officials and bureaucrats. The industrial union is not based on where the worker lives, as is the case with many trade unions. Instead, the union is based and run from the workplace. It is there that union meetings are held, where workers are exploited and oppressed and where their economic power lies. Industrial unionism is based on local branch autonomy, with each branch managing its own affairs. No union officials have the power to declare strikes unofficial, as every strike is decided upon by the membership is automatically official simply because the branch decided it in a mass meeting. Power in such an organization would be decentralized into the hands of the membership, as expressed in local workplace assemblies. To coordinate strikes and other forms of action, these autonomous branches are part of a federal structure. The mass meeting in the workplace mandates delegates to express the wishes of the membership at labor councils and industrial federations. The Labor Council, Bras du Travail, in French, is the federation of all workplace branches of all industries in a geographical area, say, for example, in a city or region, and it has the tasks of, among other things, education, propaganda, and the promotion of solidarity between the different workplaces in its area. Due to the fact it combines all workers into one organization, regardless of industry or union, the Labor Council plays a key role in increasing class consciousness and solidarity. The Industrial Federation organizes all workplaces in the same industry, so ensuring that workers in one part of the country or world are not producing goods so that the bosses can supply the market and lose nothing by the strike. So these federations are organized not by craft or trade but by industries, so that the whole industry and if necessary the whole working class could strike as one man. If that were done, would any strike be lost? Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 82. In practice, of course, the activities of these dual federations would overlap. Labor councils would support an industry-wide strike or action, while industrial unions would support action conducted by its member unions called by labor councils. However, industrial unionism should not be confused with a closed-shop situation where workers are forced to join a union when they become a wage slave in a workplace. While anarchists do desire to see all workers unite in one organization, it is vitally important that workers can leave a union and join another. The closed shop only empowers union bureaucrats and gives them even more power to control, and or ignore, their members. As anarchist unionism has no bureaucrats, there is no need for the closed shop, and its voluntary nature is essential in order to ensure that a union be subject to exit as well as voice for it to be responsive to its members' wishes. As Albert Meltzer argued, the closed shop means that the trade union leadership becomes all-powerful, since once it exerts its right to expel a member, that person is not only out of the union, but out of a job. Anarcho-syndicalism, therefore, rejects the closed shop and relies on voluntary membership, and so avoids any leadership or bureaucracy. Anarchism, Arguments for and Against, p. 56. Without voluntary membership, even the most libertarian union may become bureaucratic and unresponsive to the needs of its members and the class struggle. Also see Tom Wetzel's excellent article The Origins of the Union Shop, Ideas and Action, number 11. Needless to say, if the union membership refuses to work with non-union members, then that is a different situation. Then this is an issue of free association, as free association clearly implies the right not to associate. This issue rarely arises, and most syndicalist unions operate in workplaces with other unions. The excepts arise, as happened frequently in Spanish labor history with the Marxist UGT, when the other union scabs when workers are on strike. In industrial unionism, the membership, assembled in their place of work, are the ones to decide when to strike, when to pay strike pay, what tactics to use, what demands to make, what issues to fight over, and whether an action is official or unofficial. In this way the rank and file is in control of their union, and, by confederating with other assemblies, they coordinate their forces with their fellow workers. As syndicalist activist Tom Brown made clear, The basis of the syndicate is the mass meeting of workers assembled at their place of work. The meeting elects its factory committee and delegates. The factory syndicate is federated to all other such committees in the locality. In the other direction, the factory, let us say engineering factory, is affiliated to the district federation of engineers. In turn, the district federation is affiliated to the national federation of engineers. Then, each industrial federation is affiliated to the national federation of labor. How the members of such committees are elected is most important. They are, first of all, not representatives like members of parliament who air their own views, they are delegates who carry the message of the workers who elect them. They do not tell the workers what the official policy is, the workers tell them. Delegates are subject to instant recall by the persons who elected them. None may sit for longer than 2 successive years, and 4 years must elapse before his or her next nomination. Very few will receive wages as delegates, and then only the district rate of wages for the industry. It will be seen that in the syndicate the members control the organization, not the bureaucrats controlling the members. In a trade union, the higher up the pyramid a man is, the more power he wields. In a syndicate, the higher he is, the less power he has. The factory syndicate has full autonomy over its own affairs. Syndicalism, pages 35 to 36. Such federalism exists to coordinate struggle, to ensure that solidarity becomes more than a word written on banners. We are sure that many radicals will argue that such decentralist, confederal organizations would produce confusion and disunity. However, anarchists maintain that the statist, centralist form of organization of the trades unions would produce indifference instead of involvement, heartlessness instead of solidarity, uniformity instead of unity, and elites instead of equality. The centralist form of organization has been tried and tried again, it has always failed. This is why the industrial union rejects centralization, for it takes control too far away from the place of struggle to be effective on the workers' side. Brown, Op. Cit. p. 34. Centralization leads to disempowerment, which in turn leads to indifference, not solidarity. Rudolf Rocker reminds us of the evil effects of centralism when he wrote, "For the state, centralization is the appropriate form of organization, since it aims at the greatest possible uniformity in social life for the maintenance of political and social equilibrium. But for a movement whose very existence depends on prompt action at any favorable moment and on the independent thought and action of its supporters, centralism could but be a curse by weakening its power of decision and systematically repressing all immediate action. If, for example, as was the case in Germany, every local strike had first to be approved by the central, which was often hundreds of miles away and was not usually in a position to pass a correct judgment on the local conditions, one cannot wonder that the inertia of the apparatus of organization renders a quick attack quite impossible, and there thus arises a state of affairs where the energetic and intellectually alert groups no longer serve as patterns for the less active, but are condemned by these to inactivity, inevitably bringing the whole movement to stagnation. Organization is, after all, only a means to an end. When it becomes an end in itself, it kills the spirit and the vital initiative of its members and sets up that domination by mediocrity which is the characteristic of all bureaucracies. Anarcho-syndicalism, p. 61. Centralist unions ensure that it is the highest level of union officialdom which decides when workers are allowed to strike. Instead of those affected acting, the dispute must be reported to the district office of the union, and in some cases to an area office, then to head office, then back again. The worker is not allowed any direct approach to, or control of the problem. Brown, Op. Cit. p. 34. The end result is that through the innate conservatism of officialdom, officials in centralist unions ordinarily use their great powers to prevent strikes or to drive their union's members back to work after they have struck in concert with other workers. The notion that a centralist organization will be more radical has not developed in practice, and the key problem is due not to the autonomy of the unions, but to the lack of it. Earl C. Ford and William Z. Foster, Syndicalism, p. 38. So the industrial union is based on the principles of federalism, on free combination from below upwards, putting the right of self-determination above everything else, and so rejects centralism as an artificial organization from above downwards which turns over the affairs of everybody in a lump to a small minority and is always attended by barren official routine as well as lifeless discipline and bureaucratic ossification. Rocker, Op. Cit. p. 60. This implies that as well as being decentralist and organized from the bottom up, the industrial union differs from the normal trade union by having no full-time officials. All union business is conducted by elected fellow workers who do their union activities after work, or, if it has to be done during work hours, they get the wages they lost while on union business. In this way no bureaucracy of well-paid officials is created and all union militants remain in direct contact with their fellow workers. Given that it is their wages, working conditions, and so on that are affected by their union activity, they have a real interest in making the union an effective organization and ensuring that it reflects the interests of the rank and file. In addition, all part-time union officials are elected, mandated and recallable delegates. If the fellow worker who is elected to the local labor council or other union committee is not reflecting the opinions of those who mandated him or her, then the union assembly can countermand their decision, recall them and replace them with someone who will reflect these decisions. In short, the syndicalist stands firmly by these things: mass meetings, delegates not bosses, the right of recall. Syndicalism is organized from the bottom upwards, all power comes from below and is controlled from below. This is a revolutionary principle. Brown, Op. Cit. p. 85. As can be seen, industrial unionism reflects anarchist ideas of organization. It is organized from the bottom up, it is decentralist and based upon federation, and it is directly managed by its members in mass assemblies. It is anarchism applied to industry and the needs of the class struggle. By supporting such forms of organizations, anarchists are not only seeing anarchy in action, they are forming effective tools which can win the class war. By organizing in this manner, workers are building the framework of a cooperative society within capitalism. The syndicate has for its purpose the defense of the interests of the producers within existing society and the preparing for and the practical carrying out of the reconstruction of social life. It has, therefore, a double purpose: 1. As the fighting organization of the workers against their employers to enforce the demands of the workers for the safeguarding of their standard of living; 2. As the school for the intellectual training of the workers to make them acquainted with the technical management of production and economic life in general, so that when a revolutionary situation arises they will be capable of taking the socio-economic organism into their own hands and remaking it according to socialist principles. Rocker, Op. Cit. pages 56-7. So at the same time that syndicalism exerts this unrelenting pressure on capitalism, it tries to build the new social order within the old. The unions and the labor councils are not merely means of struggle and instruments of social revolution, they are also the very structure around which to build a free society. The workers are to be educated in the job of destroying the old propertied order and in the task of reconstructing a stateless, libertarian society. The two go together. Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, p. 121. The industrial union is seen as prefiguring the future society, a society which, like the union, is decentralist and self-managed in all aspects. Given the fact that workers' wages have been stagnating, or, at best, falling behind productivity increases, across the world as the trade unions have been weakened and marginalized, partly because of their own tactics, structure, and politics, it is clear that there exists a great need for working people to organize to defend themselves. The centralist, top-down trade unions we are accustomed to have proved themselves incapable of effective struggle, and, indeed, the number of times they have sabotaged such struggle are countless, a result not of bad leaders but of the way these unions organize and their role within capitalism. Hence anarchists support industrial unionism as an effective alternative to the malaise of official trade unionism. How anarchists aim to encourage such new forms of workplace organization and struggle will be discussed in the section J.5.4.
One last point. We noted that many anarchists, particularly communist anarchists, consider unions, even anarcho-syndicalist ones, as having a strong reformist tendency, as discussed in section J.3.9. However, all anarchists recognize the importance of autonomous class struggle and the need for organizations to help fight that struggle. Thus anarchist communists, instead of trying to organize industrial unions, apply the ideas of industrial unionism to workplace struggles. They would agree with the need to organize all workers into a mass assembly and to have elected, recallable administration committees to carry out the strikers' wishes. This means that while such anarchists do not call their practical ideas anarcho-syndicalism nor the workplace assemblies they desire to create unions, they are extremely similar in nature, and so we can discuss both using the term industrial unionism. The key difference is that many, if not most, anarcho-communists consider that permanent workplace organizations that aim to organize all workers would become reformist. Because of this, they also see the need for anarchists to organize as anarchists in order to spread the anarchist message within them and keep their revolutionary aspects at the forefront. Spontaneously created organizations of workers in struggle play an important role in both communist anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist theory. Since both advocate that it is the workers, using their own organizations, who will control their own struggles, and, eventually, their own revolution, in their own interests, not a vanguard party of elite political theorists, this is unsurprising. It matters little if the specific organizations are revolutionary industrial unions, factory committees, workers' councils, or other labor formations. The important thing is that they are created and run by workers themselves. Meanwhile, anarchists are industrial guerrillas waging class war at the point of production in order to win improvements in the here and now and strengthen tendencies towards anarchism by showing that direct action and libertarian organization is effective and can win partial expropriations of capitalist and state power. So while there are slight differences in terminology and practice, all anarchists would support the ideas of industrial organization and struggle we have outlined above. J.5.3 What attitude do anarchists take to existing unions? As noted in the last section, anarchists desire to create organizations in the workplace radically different from the existing unions. The question now arises, what attitude do anarchists take to trade unions? Before answering that question, we must stress that anarchists, no matter how hostile to trade unions as bureaucratic, reformist institutions, are in favor of working class struggle. This means that when trade union members or other workers are on strike, anarchists will support them, unless the strike is reactionary. For example, no anarchist would support a strike which is racist in nature. This is because anarchists consider it basic to their politics that you do not scab and you do not crawl. So, when reading anarchist criticisms of trade unions, do not for an instant think we do not support industrial struggles. We do. We are just very critical of the unions that are sometimes involved. So, what do anarchists think of the trade unions? For the most part, one could call the typical anarchist opinion toward them as one of hostile support. It is hostile insofar as anarchists are well aware of how bureaucratic these unions are and how they continually betray their members. Given that they are usually little more than business organizations, trying to sell their members' labor power for the best deal possible, it is unsurprising that they are bureaucratic and that the interests of the bureaucracy are at odds with those of its membership. However, our attitude is supportive in that even the worst trade union represents an attempt at working class solidarity and self-help, even if the organization is now far removed from the initial protests and ideas that set the union up. For a worker to join a trade union means recognizing, to some degree, that he or she has different interests from their boss. If the interests of labor and capital are the same, why the union? Alexander Berkman, What is Anarchism? p. 76. There is no way to explain the survival of unions other than the fact that there are different class interests, and workers have understood that to promote their own interests they have to organize collectively. No amount of conservatism, bureaucracy, or backwardness within the unions can obliterate this. The very existence of trade unions testifies to the existence of some level of basic class consciousness and the recognition that workers and capitalists do not have the same interests. Claims by trade union officials that the interests of workers and bosses are the same theoretically disarms both the union and its members and so weakens their struggles. After all, if bosses and workers have similar interests, then any conflict is bad and the decisions of the boss must be in workers' interests. That kind of nonsense is best left to the apologists of capitalism, see section F.3.2. It is no surprise, then, the extreme opposition to the existing political and economic power to unions, as they not only suspected every labor organization of aiming to improve the condition of its members within the limits of the wage system, but they also looked upon the trade union as the deeply enemy of wage slavery, and they were right. Every labor organization of sincere character must needs wage war upon the existing economic conditions, since the continuation of the same is synonymous with the exploitation and enslavement of labor. Max Baginski, Aim and Tactics of the Trade Union Movement, pages 297 to 306, Anarchy. An Anthology of Emma Goldman's Mother Earth, Peter Glassgold, ed. Pages 302 to 3. Thus, anarchist viewpoints on this issue reflect the contradictory nature of trade unions. On the one hand, they are products of workers' struggle, but on the other they are bureaucratic, unresponsive, centralist, and their full-time officials have no real interest in fighting against wage labor, as it would put them out of a job. Indeed, the very nature of trade unionism ensures that the interests of the union, i.e. the full-time officials, come into conflict with the people they claim to represent. This can best be seen from the disgraceful activities of the TGWU with respect to the Liverpool dockers in Britain. The union officials, and the TUC itself, refused to support their members after they had been sacked in 1995 for refusing to cross a picket line. The dockers organized their own struggle, contacting dockers unions across the world, and organized global solidarity actions. Moreover, a network of support groups sprung up across Britain to gather funds for their struggle, and, we are proud to note, anarchists have played their role in supporting the strikers. Many trade unionists could tell similar stories of betrayal by their union. This occurs because trade unions, in order to get recognition from a company, must be able to promise industrial peace. They need to enforce the contracts they sign with the bosses, even if this goes against the will of its members. Thus trade unions become a third force in industry, somewhere between management and the workers and pursuing its own interests. This need to enforce contracts soon ensures that the union becomes top-down and centralist, otherwise its members would violate the union's agreements. They have to be able to control their members, which usually means stopping them fighting the boss if they are to have anything to bargain with at the negotiation table. This may sound odd, but the point is that the union official has to sell the employer labor discipline and freedom from unofficial strikes as part of its side of the bargain, otherwise the employer will ignore them. The nature of trade unionism, then, is to take power away from out of local members and centralize it into the hands of officials at the top of the organization. Thus union officials sell out their members because of the role trade unions play within society, not because they are nasty individuals, although some are. They behave as they do because they have too much power and, being full-time and highly paid, are unaccountable, in any real way, to their members. Power and wealth corrupts, no matter who you are. See Chapter 11 of Alexander Berkman's What is Anarchism, for an excellent introduction to anarchist viewpoints on trade unions. While, in normal times, most workers will not really question the nature of the trade union bureaucracy, this changes when workers face some threat. Then they are brought face to face with the fact that the trade union has interests separate from theirs. Hence we see trade unions agreeing to wage cuts, redundancies, and so on. After all, the full-time trade union official's job is not on the line. But, of course, while such a policy is in the short-term interests of the officials, in the longer term it goes against their interests. Who wants to join a union which rolls over and presents no effective resistance to employers? Little wonder Michael Moore had a chapter entitled Why Are Union Leaders So F-Sharp, adding stupid, in his book Downsize This.
Essential reading on how moronic trade union bureaucrats can actually be. Sadly, trade union bureaucracy seems to afflict all who enter it with short-sightedness, although the chickens do, finally, come home to roost, as the bureaucrats of the AFL-TUC and other trade unions are finding out in this era of global capital and falling membership. So while the activities of trade union leaders may seem crazy and short-sighted, these activities are forced upon them by their position and role within society, which explains why they are so commonplace and why even radical leaders end up doing exactly the same thing in time. However, few anarchists would call upon members of a trade union to tear up their membership cards. While some anarchists have nothing but contempt, and rightly so, for trade unions, and so do not work within them but will support trade union members in struggle, the majority of anarchists take a more pragmatic viewpoint. If no alternative syndicalist union exists, anarchists will work within the existing unions, perhaps becoming shop stewards. Few anarchists would agree to be elected to positions above this in any trade union, particularly if the post were full-time, spreading the anarchist message and trying to create a libertarian undercurrent which would hopefully blossom into a more anarchistic labor movement. So most anarchists support the trade unions only until we have created a viable libertarian alternative. Thus we will become trade union members while trying to spread anarchist ideas within and out with them. This means that anarchists are flexible in terms of our activity in the unions. For example, many IWW members were two-carders, which meant they were also in the local AFL branch in their place of work and turned to the IWW when the AFL hierarchy refused to back strikes or other forms of direct action. Anarchist activity within trade unions reflects our ideas on hierarchy and its corrupting effects. We reject the response of left-wing social democrats, Stalinists, and mainstream Trotskyists to the problem of trade union betrayal, which is to try and elect better officials. They see the problem primarily in terms of the individuals who hold the posts, so ignoring the fact that individuals are shaped by the environment they live in and the role they play in society. Thus even the most left-wing and progressive individual will become a bureaucrat if they are placed within a bureaucracy. We must note that the problem of corruption does not spring from the high wages officials are paid, although this is a factor, but from the power they have over their members, which partly expresses itself in high pay. Any claim that electing radical full-time officials who refuse to take the high wages associated with the position will be better is false. The hierarchical nature of the trade union structure has to be changed, not side effects of it. As the left has no problem with hierarchy as such, this explains why they support this form of reform. They do not actually want to undercut whatever dependency the members have on leadership. They want to replace the leaders with better ones, i.e. themselves or members of their party, and so endlessly call upon the trade union bureaucracy to act for its members. In this way, they hope, trade unionists will see the need to support a better leadership, namely themselves. Anarchists, in stark contrast, think that the problem is not that the leadership of the trade unions is weak, right-wing, or does not act, but that the union's membership follows them. Thus anarchists aim at undercutting reliance on leaders, be they left or right, by encouraging self-activity by the rank and file and awareness that hierarchical leadership as such is bad, not individual leaders. Anarchists encourage rank and file self-activity, not endless calls for trade union bureaucrats to act for us, as is unfortunately far too common on the left. Instead of reform from above, which is doomed to failure, anarchists work at the bottom and attempt to empower the rank and file of the trade unions. It is self-evident that the more power, initiative, and control that lies on the shop floor, the less the bureaucracy has. Thus anarchists work within and out with the trade unions in order to increase the power of workers where it actually lies, at the point of production. This is usually done by creating networks of activists who spread anarchist ideas to their fellow workers, see next section. Hence malatesta. The anarchists within the unions should strive to ensure that they remain open to all workers of whatever opinion or party on the sole condition that there is solidarity in the struggle against the bosses. They should oppose the corporatist spirit and any attempt to monopolize labor or organization. They should prevent the unions from becoming the tools of the politicians for electoral or other authoritarian ends. They should preach and practice direct action, decentralization, autonomy, and free initiative. They should strive to help members learn how to participate directly in the life of the organization and to do without leaders and permanent officials. They must, in short, remain anarchists, remain always in close touch with anarchists, and remember that the workers' organization is not the end but just one of the means, however important, of preparing the way for the achievement of anarchism. The Anarchist Revolution, pages 26-7. As part of this activity, anarchists promote the ideas of industrial unionism we highlighted in the last section, namely direct workers' control of struggle via workplace assemblies and recallable committees during times of struggle. However, anarchists are aware that economic struggle, and trade unionism as such, cannot be an end in itself, since the struggle must also be waged at a political level to distinguish the role of the state. Malatesta, Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 115. Thus, as well as encouraging worker self-organization and self-activity, anarchist groups also seek to politicize struggles and those involved in them. Only this process of self-activity and political discussion between equals within social struggles can ensure the process of working-class self-liberation and the creation of new, more libertarian, forms of workplace organization. The result of such activity may be a new form of workplace organization, either workplace assemblies or an anarcho-syndicalist union, or a reformed, more democratic version of the existing trade union, although few anarchists believe that the current trade unions can be reformed. Either way, the aim is to get as many members of the current labor movement to become anarchists as possible, or, at the very least, take a more libertarian and radical approach to their unions and workplace struggle. J.5.4 What are industrial networks? Industrial networks are the means by which revolutionary industrial unions and other forms of libertarian workplace organization can be created. The idea of industrial networks originated with the British section of the anarcho-syndicalist International Workers' Association in the late 1980s. It was developed as a means of promoting libertarian ideas within the workplace, so creating the basis on which a workplace movement based upon the ideas of industrial unionism, see section J.5.2, could grow and expand. The idea is very simple. An industrial network is a federation of militants in a given industry who support the ideas of anarchism and/or anarcho-syndicalism, namely direct action, solidarity, and organization from the bottom up. The difference between purely anarchist networks and anarcho-syndicalist ones will be highlighted later. It would initially be a political grouping in the economic sphere, aiming to build a less reactive but positive organization within the industry. The long-term aim is, obviously, the creation of an anarcho-syndicalist union. Winning the class war, p18. The industrial network would be an organization of groups of libertarians within a workplace united on an industrial basis. They would pool their resources together to fund a regular bulletin and other forms of propaganda which they would distribute within their workplaces. These bulletins and leaflets would raise and discuss issues related to work, how to fight back and win, as well as placing workplace issues in a social and political context. This propaganda would present anarchist ideas of workplace organization and resistance as well as general anarchist ideas and analysis. In this way, anarchist ideas and tactics would be able to get a wider hearing and anarchists can have an input as anarchists into workplace struggles. Traditionally, many syndicalists and anarcho-syndicalists advocated the one big union strategy, the aim of which was to organize all workers into one organization representing the whole working class. Today, however, most anarcho-syndicalists, like other revolutionary anarchists, advocate workers' assemblies for decision-making during struggles which are open to all workers, union members or not, as they recognize that they face dual unionism, which means there are more than one union within a given workplace or country. This was the case, historically, in all countries with a large syndicalist union movement. There were also socialist unions.
Therefore most anarcho-syndicalists do not expect to ever get a majority of the working class into a revolutionary union before a revolutionary situation develops. In addition, revolutionary unions do not simply appear, they develop from previous struggles and require a lot of work and experience, of which the industrial networks are but one aspect. The most significant revolutionary unions, such as the IWW, USI, and CNT, were originally formed by unions and union militants with substantial experience of struggle behind them, some of whom were part of existing trade union bodies. Thus industrial networks are intended to deal with the actual situation that confronts us, and provide a strategy for moving from our present reality toward our ultimate goals. The role of the anarchist group or syndicalist union would be to call workplace assemblies and their federation into councils, argue for direct workers' control of struggle by these mass assemblies, promote direct action and solidarity, put across anarchist ideas and politics, and keep things on the boil, so to speak. When one has only a handful of anarchists and syndicalists in a workplace or scattered across several workplaces, there is a clear need for developing ways for these fellow workers to effectively act in union, rather than be isolated and relegated to more general agitation. A handful of anarchists cannot meaningfully call a general strike, but we can agitate around specific industrial issues and organize our fellow workers to do something about them. Through such campaigns we demonstrate the advantages of rank-and-file unionism and direct action, show our fellow workers that our ideas are not mere abstract theory but can be implemented here and now, attract new members and supporters, and further develop our capacity to develop revolutionary unions in our workplaces. Thus the creation of industrial networks and the calling for workplace assemblies is a recognition of where we are now, with anarchist ideas very much in the minority. Calling for workers' assemblies is not an anarchist tactic per se, we must add, but a working class one developed and used plenty of times by workers in struggle. Indeed, it was how the current trade unions were created. It also puts the onus on the reformists' unions by appealing directly to their members as workers and exposing their bureaucrat organizations and reformist politics by creating an effective alternative to them. A few anarchists reject the idea of industrial networks and instead support the idea of rank-and-file groups which aim to put pressure on the current trade unions to become more militant and democratic. Some even think that such groups can be used to reform the trade unions into libertarian, revolutionary organizations called boring from within, but most reject this as utopian, viewing the trade union bureaucracy as unreformable as the states, and it is likely that rather than change the trade union, boring from within would change the syndicalists by watering down their ideas. Moreover, opponents of rank-and-file groups argue that they direct time and energy away from practical and constructive activity and instead waste them by constantly arguing for changes to the union structure, the need for the leadership to be more accountable, etc., and so they not only offer false hope but channel energy and discontent away from the real problem, the social democratic nature of reformist trade unions. Op. Cit. p. 11. Supporters of the rank-and-file approach fear that the industrial networks will isolate anarchists from the mass of trade union members by creating tiny pure syndicalist groups. Such a claim is rejected by supporters of industrial networks who argue that rather than being isolated from the majority of trade unionists, they would be in contact with them where it counts, in the workplace and in struggle, rather than in trade union meetings which many workers do not even attend. We have no intention of isolating ourselves from the many workers who make up the rest of the rank-and-file membership of the unions. We recognize that a large proportion of trade union members are only nominally so, as the main activity of social democratic unions is outside the workplace. We aim to unite and not divide workers. It has been argued that social democratic unions will not tolerate this kind of activity, and that we would be all expelled and thus isolated. So be it. We, however, don't think that this will happen until workplace militants had found a voice independent of the trade unions, and so they become less useful to us anyway. Our aim is not to support social democracy, but to show it up as irrelevant to the working class. Op. Cit. p. 19. Whatever the merits and disadvantages of both approaches are, it seems likely that the activity of both will overlap in practice with industrial networks operating within trade union branches and rank-and-file groups providing alternative structures for struggle. As noted above, there is a slight difference between anarcho-syndicalist supporters of industrial networks and communist anarchist ones. This is to do with how they see the function and aim of these networks. In the short run, both agree that such networks should agitate in their industry and call mass assemblies to organize resistance to capitalist exploitation and oppression. They disagree on who can join the network groups and what their medium-term aims should be. Anarcho-syndicalists aim for the industrial networks to be the focal point for the building of permanent syndicalist unions and so aim for the industrial networks to be open to all workers who accept the general aims of the organization. Anarcho-communists, however, view industrial networks as a means of increasing anarchist ideas within the working class and are not primarily concerned about building syndicalist unions. While many anarcho-communists would support such a development, some do not. In the long term, they both aim for social revolution and workers' self-management of production. These anarchists, therefore, see the need for workplace-based branches of an anarchist group along with the need for networks of militant rank-and-file workers, but reject the idea of something that is one but pretends to be the other. They argue that, far from avoiding the problems of classical anarcho-syndicalism, such networks seem to emphasize one of the worst problems, namely that of how the organization remains anarchist but is open to non-anarchists. However, the similarities between the two positions are greater than the differences and so can be summarized together, as we have done here. J.5.5 What forms of cooperative credit do anarchists support? Anarchists tend to support most forms of cooperation, including those associated with credit and money. This cooperative banking takes many forms, such as credit unions, let schemes and so on. In this section we discuss two main forms of cooperative credit, mutualism and lets. Mutualism is the name for the ideas associated with Proudhon and his Bank of the People. Essentially, it is a confederation of credit unions in which working class people pool their funds and savings, so allowing credit to be supplied at cost, no interest, so increasing the options available to them. LET stands for local exchange trading schemes and is a similar idea in many ways. See Bringing the Economy Home from the Market by Ross V.G. Dobson on LETs. From its start in Canada, LETs has spread across the world and there are now hundreds of schemes involving hundreds of thousands of people. Both schemes revolve around creating an alternative form of currency and credit within capitalism in order to allow working class people to work out with the capitalist money system by creating a new circulating medium. In this way, it is hoped, workers would be able to improve their living and working conditions by having a source of community-based, very low interest, credit and so be less dependent on capitalists and the capitalist banking system. Supporters of mutualism considered it as the ideal way of reforming capitalism away from by making credit available to the ordinary worker at very cheap rates. The end of wage slavery could occur as workers would work for themselves by either purchasing the necessary tools required for their work or by buying the capitalists out. Mutual credit, in short, is a form of credit cooperation, in which individuals pool their resources together in order to benefit themselves as individuals and as part of a community. It has the following key aspects. Cooperation, no one owns the network. It is controlled by its members democratically. Non-exploitative, no interest is charged on account balances or credit. At most administrative costs are charged, a result of it being commonly owned and managed. Consent, nothing happens without it, there is no compulsion to trade. Labor notes, they use their own type of money as a means of aiding honest exchange. It is hoped, by organizing credit, working class people will be able to work for themselves and slowly but surely replace capitalism with a cooperative system based upon self-management. While let schemes do not have such grand schemes, historically mutualism aimed at working within and transforming capitalism to socialism. At the very least, let schemes reduce the power and influence of banks and finance capital within society, as mutualism ensures that working people have a viable alternative to such parasites. These ideas have had a long history within the socialist movement, originating in Britain in the early 19th century when Robert Owen and other socialists raised the idea of labor notes and labor exchanges as both a means of improving working class conditions within capitalism and of reforming capitalism into a society of confederated, self-governing communities. Such equitable labor exchanges were founded at London and Birmingham in 1832 with labor notes and the exchange of small products. E. P. Thompson, The Making of the English Working Class, p. 870. Apparently independently of these attempts in Britain at what would later be called mutualism, Proudhon arrived at the same ideas decades later in France. The People's Bank quite simply embodies the financial and economic aspects of the principle of modern democracy, that is, the sovereignty of the people, and of the Republican motto, liberty, equality, fraternity. Selected writings of P. J. Proudhon, p. 75. Similarly, in the USA, partly as a result of Joshua Warren's activities, who got the idea from Robert Owen, there was extensive discussion on labor notes, exchanges and free credit as a means of protecting workers from the evils of capitalism and ensuring their independence and freedom from wage slavery. When Proudhon's works appeared in North America, the basic arguments were well known and they were quickly adopted by radicals there. Therefore the idea that mutual banking using labor money as a means to improve working class living conditions, even, perhaps, to achieve industrial democracy, self-management, and the end of capitalism has a long history in socialist thought. Unfortunately, this aspect of socialism became less important with the rise of Marxism, which called these early socialists utopian. Attempts at such credit unions and alternative exchange schemes were generally replaced with attempts to build working-class political parties, and so constructive socialistic experiments and collective working-class self-help was replaced by working within the capitalist state. Fortunately, history has had the last laugh on Marxism, with working-class people yet again creating anew the ideas of mutualism, as can be seen by the growth of lets and other schemes of community money. J.5.6 Why are mutual credit schemes important? Mutual credit schemes are important because they are a way to improve working class life under capitalism and ensure that what money we do have is used to benefit ourselves rather than the elite. By organizing credit, we retain control over it, and so rather than being used to invest in capitalist schemes, it can be used for socialist alternatives. For example, rather than allow the poorest to be at the mercy of loan sharks, a community, by organizing credit, can ensure its members receive cheap credit. Rather than give capitalist banks bundles of cash to invest in capitalist firms seeking to extract profits from a locality, it can be used to fund a cooperative instead. Rather than invest pension schemes into the stock market and so help undermine workers' pay and living standards by increasing rentier power, it can be used to invest in schemes to improve the community and its economy. In short, rather than bolster capitalist power and so control, mutual credit aims to undermine the power of capitalist banks and finance by placing as much money as much possible in working class hands. This point is important, as the banking system is often considered neutral, particularly in capitalist economics. However, as Malatesta correctly argued, it would be a mistake to believe that the banks are, or are in the main, a means to facilitate exchange. They are a means to speculate on exchange and currencies, to invest capital and to make it produce interest, and to fulfill other typically capitalist operations. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 100. Within capitalism, money is still to a large degree a commodity which is more than a convenient measure of work done in the production of goods and services. It can and does go anywhere in the world where it can get the best return for its owners, and so it tends to drain out of those communities that need it most. Why else would a large company invest in a community unless the money it takes out of the area handsomely exceeds that put it? It is the means by which capitalists can buy the liberty of working people and get them to produce a surplus for them. Wealth is, after all, a power invested in certain individuals by the institutions of society, to compel others to labor for their benefit. William Godwin, The Anarchist Writings of William Godwin, p. 130. From this consideration alone,
Working class control of credit and money is an important part of the class struggle, as having access to alternative sources of credit can increase working class options and power. As we discussed in section B.3.2, credit is also an important form of social control. People who have to pay their mortgage or visa bill are more pliable, less likely to strike or make other forms of political trouble. Credit also expands the consumption of the masses in the face of stagnant or falling wages, so blunting the impact of increasing exploitation. Moreover, as an added bonus, there is a profit to be made, as the rich need a place to earn interest on their surplus funds, and the rest of the population makes a juicy lending target. Doug Henwood, Wall Street, p. 65. Little wonder that the state, and the capitalists who run it, is so concerned to keep control of money in its own hands or the hands of its agents. With an increase in mutual credit, interest rates would drop, wealth would stay more in working class communities, and the social power of working people would increase, for people would be more likely to struggle for higher wages and better conditions, as the fear of debt repayments would be less. By the creation of community-based credit unions that do not put their money into capital markets or into capitalist banks, working class people can control their own credit, their own retirement funds, and find ways of using money as a means of undermining capitalist power and supporting social struggle and change. In this way, working people are controlling more and more of the money supply and using it in ways that will stop capital from using it to oppress and exploit them. An example of why this can be important can be seen from the existing workers' pension fund system, which is invested in the stock market in the hope that workers will receive an adequate pension in their old age. However, the only people actually winning are bankers and big companies. Unsurprisingly, the managers of these pension fund companies are investing in those firms with the highest returns, which are usually those who are downsizing or extracting most surplus value from their workforce, which in turn forces other companies to follow the same strategies to get access to the available funds in order to survive. Basically, if your money is used to downsize your fellow workers or increase the power of capital, then you are not only helping to make things harder for others like you, you are also helping making things worse for yourself. No person is an island, and increasing the clout of capital over the working class is going to affect you directly or indirectly. As such, the whole scheme is counterproductive, as it effectively means workers have to experience insecurity, fear of downsizing and stagnating wages during their working lives in order to have slightly more money when they retire, assuming that they are fortunate enough to retire when the stock market is doing well rather than during one of its regular periods of financial instability, of course. This highlights one of the tricks the capitalists are using against us, namely to get us to buy into the system through our fear of old age. Whether it is going into lifelong debt to buy a home or putting our money in the stock market, we are being encouraged to buy into the system which exploits us and so put its interests above our own. This makes us more easily controlled. We need to get away from living in fear and stop allowing ourselves to be deceived into behaving like stakeholders in a plutocratic system where most shares really are held by an elite. As can be seen from the use of pension funds to buy out firms, increase the size of transnationals and downsize the workforce, such stakeholding amounts to sacrificing both the present and the future while others benefit. The real enemies are not working people who take part in such pension schemes. It is the people in power, those who manage the pension schemes and companies, who are trying to squeeze every last penny out of working people to finance higher profits and stock prices, which the unemployment and impoverishment of workers on a worldwide scale aids. They control the governments of the world. They are making the rules of the current system. Hence the importance of limiting the money they have available, of creating community-based credit unions and mutual risk insurance cooperatives to increase our control over our money, which can be used to empower ourselves, aid our struggles and create our own alternatives. See section B.3.2 for more anarchist views on mutual credit and its uses. Money, representing as it does the power of capital and the authority of the boss, is not neutral, and control over it plays a role in the class struggle. We ignore such issues at our own peril. J.5.7 Do most anarchists think mutual credit is sufficient to abolish capitalism? The short answer is no, they do not. While the individualist and mutualist anarchists do think that mutual banking is the only sure way of abolishing capitalism, most anarchists do not see it as an end in itself. Few think that capitalism can be reformed away in the manner assumed by Proudhon or Tucker. In terms of the latter, increased access to credit does not address the relations of production and market power which exist within the economy, and so any move for financial transformation has to be part of a broader attack on all forms of capitalist social power in order to be both useful and effective. In short, assuming that individualist anarchists do manage to organize a mutual banking scheme, it cannot be assumed that as long as firms use wage labor that any spurt in economic activity will have a long-term effect of eliminating exploitation. What is more likely is that an economic crisis would develop as lowering unemployment results in a profits squeeze, as occurred in, say, the 1970s. Without a transformation in the relations of production, the net effect would be the usual capitalist business cycle. For the former, for mutualists like Proudhon, mutual credit was seen as a means of transforming the relations of production, as discussed in section G.4.1. Unlike Proudhon, Tucker did not oppose wage labor and just sought to make it non-exploitative. For Proudhon, mutual credit was seen as the means by which cooperatives could be created to end wage labor. The organization of labor would combine with the organization of credit to end capitalism, as workers would fund cooperative firms and their higher efficiency would soon drive capitalist firms out of business. Thus the exchange bank is the organization of labor's greatest asset, as it allowed the new form of society to be defined and created among the workers. Proudhon, Correspondence, Volume 2, pages 307-8. To organize credit and circulation is to increase production, Proudhon stressed, to determine the new shapes of industrial society. Op. Cit. Volume 6, p. 372. So, over time, cooperative credit would produce cooperative production while associated labor would increase the funds available to associated credit. For Proudhon, the organization of credit and organization of labor amount to one and the same, and by recognizing this the workers would soon have wrested alienated capital back again, through their organization and competition. No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, pages 59-60. Bakunin, while he was convinced that the cooperative will be the preponderant form of social organization in the future and could hardly oppose the creation of cooperatives associations now as we find them necessary in many respects, argued that Proudhon's hope for gradual change by means of mutual banking and the higher efficiency of workers' cooperatives were unlikely to be realized. This was because such claims do not take into account the vast advantage that the bourgeoisie enjoys against the proletariat through its monopoly on wealth, science, and secular custom, as well as through the approval overt or covert but always active of states and through the whole organization of modern society. The fight is too unequal for success reasonably to be expected. The basic Bakunin, p. 153 and p. 152. Thus capitalism does not fear the competition of workers' associations, neither consumers, producers, nor mutual credit associations, for the simple reason that workers' organizations, left to their own resources, will never be able to accumulate sufficiently strong aggregations of capital capable of waging an effective struggle against bourgeois capital. The political philosophy of Bakunin, p. 293. So, for most anarchists, it is only in combination with other forms of working class self-activity and self-management that mutualist institutions could play an important role in the class struggle. In other words, few anarchists think that mutualist credit or cooperatives are enough in themselves to end capitalism. Revolutionary action is also required, such as the expropriation of capital by workers' associations. This does not mean anarchists reject cooperation under capitalism. By creating a network of mutual banks to aid in creating cooperatives, union organizing drives, supporting strikes, either directly by gifts/loans or funding consumer cooperatives which could supply food and other essentials free or at a reduced cost, mutualism can be used as a means of helping build libertarian alternatives within the capitalist system. Such alternatives, while making life better under the current system, also play a role in overcoming that system by aiding those in struggle. Thus Bakunin. Let us cooperate in our common enterprise to make our lives a little bit more supportable and less difficult. Let us, wherever possible, establish producer-consumer cooperatives and mutual credit societies which, though under the present economic conditions they cannot in any real or adequate way free us, are nevertheless important inasmuch they train the workers in the practices of managing the economy and plant the precious seeds for the organization of the future. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 173. So while few anarchists think that mutualism would be enough in itself, it can play a role in the class struggle. As a complement to direct action and workplace and community struggle and organization, mutualism has an important role in working class self-liberation. For example, community unions, see section J.5.1, could create their own mutual banks and money which could be used to fund cooperatives and support social struggle. In this way a healthy communalist cooperative sector could develop within capitalism, overcoming the problems of isolation facing workplace cooperatives, see section J.5.11, as well as providing solidarity for those in struggle. Mutual banking can be a way of building upon and strengthening the anarchistic social relations within capitalism. For even under capitalism and statism, there exists extensive mutual aid and, indeed, anarchistic and communistic ways of living. For example, communistic arrangements exist within families, between friends and lovers and within anarchist organizations. Mutual credit could be a means of creating a bridge between this alternative, gift, economy and capitalism. The mutualist alternative economy would help strengthen communities and bonds of trust between individuals, and this would increase the scope of the communistic sector as more and more people help each other without the medium of exchange. In other words, mutualism will help the gift economy that exists within capitalism to grow and develop. J.5.8 What would a modern system of mutual banking look like? One scenario for an updated system of mutual banking would be for a community to begin issuing an alternative currency accepted as money by all individuals within it. Let us call this currency issuing association a mutual barter clearinghouse, or just clearinghouse for short. The clearinghouse would have a twofold mandate: first, to extend credit at cost to members; second, to manage the circulation of credit money within the system, charging only a small service fee, 1% or less, sufficient to cover its costs of operation, including labor costs involved in issuing credit and keeping track of transactions, insuring itself against losses from uncollectible debts, and so forth. Some current experiments in community money use labor time worked as their basis, thus notes would be marked 1 hour, while others have notes tied to the value of the state currency. Thus, say, a Scottish town would issue pounds assumed to be the same as a British pound note. The clearinghouse would be organized and function as follows. People could join the clearinghouse by pledging a certain amount of property, including savings, as collateral. On the basis of this pledge, an account would be opened for the new member and credited with a sum of mutual pounds equivalent to some fraction of the assessed value of the property pledged. The new member would agree to repay this amount plus the service fee into their account by a certain date. The mutual pounds could then be transferred through the clearinghouse to the accounts of other members, who have agreed to receive mutual money in payment for all debts or work done. The opening of this sort of account is, of course, the same as taking out a loan in the sense that a commercial bank lends by extending credit to a borrower in return for a signed note pledging a certain amount of property as security. The crucial difference is that the clearinghouse does not purport to be lending a sum of money that it already has, as is fraudulently claimed by commercial banks. Instead, it honestly admits that it is creating new money in the form of credit. New accounts can also be opened simply by telling the clearinghouse that one wants an account and then arranging with other people who already have balances to transfer mutual money into one's account in exchange for goods or services. Another form of mutual credit are let systems. In this, a number of people get together to form an association. They create a unit of exchange, which is equal in value to a unit of the national currency usually, choose a name for it and offer each other goods and services priced in these units.
These offers and wants are listed in a directory which is circulated periodically to members. Members decide who they wish to trade with and how much trading they wish to do. When a transaction is completed, this is acknowledged with a check made out by the buyer and given to the seller. These are passed on to the System Accounts Administration, which keeps a record of all transactions and periodically sends members a statement of their accounts. The Accounts Administration is elected by, and accountable to, the membership, and information about balances is available to all members. Unlike the first system described, members do not have to present property as collateral. Members of a let scheme can go into debt without it, although debt is the wrong word, as members are not so much going into debt as committing themselves to do some work within the system in the future, and by so doing they are creating spending power. The willingness of members to incur such a commitment could be described as a service to the community, as others are free to use the units so created to trade themselves. Indeed, the number of units in existence exactly matches the amount of real wealth being exchanged. The system only works if members are willing to spend. It runs on trust and builds up trust as the system is used. It is likely that a fully functioning mutual banking system would incorporate aspects of both these systems. The need for collateral may be used when members require very large loans, while the let system of negative credit as a commitment to future work would be the normal function of the system. If the mutual bank agrees a maximum limit for negative balances, it may agree to take collateral for transactions that exceed this limit. However, it is obvious that any mutual banking system will find the best means of working in the circumstances it finds itself. J.5.9 How does mutual credit work? Let us consider an example of how business would be transacted using mutual credit within capitalism. There are two possibilities, depending on whether the mutual credit is based upon whether the creditor can provide collateral or not. We will take the case with collateral first. Suppose that an organic farmer, pledges as collateral a certain plot of land that she owns and on which she wishes to build a house. The land is valued at, say, £40,000 in the capitalist market, and by pledging the land, A is able to open a credit account at the clearing house for, say, £30,000 in mutual money. She does so knowing that there are many other members of the system who are carpenters, electricians, plumbers, hardware suppliers, and so on, who are willing to accept mutual pounds in payment for their products or services. It is easy to see why other subscriber members, who have also obtained mutual credit and are therefore in debt to the clearing house, would be willing to accept such notes in return for their goods and services. They need to collect mutual currency to repay their debts. Why would someone who is not in debt for mutual currency be willing to accept it as money? To see why, let us suppose that B, an underemployed carpenter, currently has no account at the clearing house, but that he knows about it and the people who operate and use it. After examining its list of members and becoming familiar with the policies of the new organization, he is convinced that it does not extend credit frivolously to untrustworthy recipients who are likely to default. He also knows that if he contracts to do the carpentry on A's new house and agrees to be paid for his work in mutual money, he will then be able to use it to buy groceries, clothes, and other goods and services from various people in the community who already belong to the system. Thus B will be willing, and perhaps even eager, especially if the economy is in recession and regular money is tight, to work for A and receive payment in mutual credit. For he knows that if he is paid, say, £8,000 in mutual money for his labor on A's house, this payment constitutes, in effect, 20% of a mortgage on her land, the value of which is represented by her mutual credit. B also understands that A has promised to repay this mortgage by producing new value, that is, by growing organic fruits and vegetables and selling them to other members of the system, and that it is this promise to produce new wealth which gives her mutual credit its value as a medium of exchange. To put this point slightly differently, A's mutual credit can be thought of as a lien against goods or services which she will create in the future. As security of this guarantee, she agrees that if she is unable for some reason to fulfill her obligation, the land she has pledged will be sold to other members. In this way, a value sufficient to cancel her debt, and probably then some,
will be returned to the system. This provision ensures that the clearinghouse is able to balance its books and gives members confidence that mutual money is sound. It should be noticed that since new wealth is continually being created, the basis for new mutual credit is also being created at the same time. Thus, suppose that after A's new house has been built, her daughter, C, along with a group of friends D, E, F, decide that they want to start a cooperative restaurant but that C and her friends do not have enough collateral to obtain a startup loan. A, however, is willing to co-sign a note for them, pledging her new house, valued at say, £80,000, as security. On this basis, C and her partners are able to obtain £60,000 worth of mutual credit, which they then use to buy equipment, supplies, furniture, advertising, etc. to start their restaurant. This example illustrates one way in which people without property are able to obtain credit in the new system. Another way for those who cannot find, or perhaps do not wish to ask, someone with property to co-sign for them is to make a down payment and then use the property which is to be purchased on credit as security, as in the current method of obtaining a home or other loan. With mutual credit, however, this form of financing can be used to purchase anything, including the means of production and other equipment required for workers to work for themselves instead of a boss. Which brings us to the case of an individual without means for providing collateral, say, for example Z, a plumber, who currently does not own the land she uses. In such a case, Z, who still desires work done, would contact other members of the mutual bank with the skills she requires. Those members with the appropriate skills and who agree to work with her commit themselves to do the required tasks. In return, Z gives them a check in mutual dollars which is credited to their account and deducted from hers. She does not pay interest on this issue of credit and the sum only represents her willingness to do some work for other members of the bank at some future date. The mutual bank does not have to worry about the negative balance, as this does not create a loss within the group as the minuses which have been incurred have already created wealth, pluses, within the system and it stays there. It is likely, of course, that the mutual bank would agree an upper limit on negative balances and require some form of collateral for credit greater than this limit, but for most exchanges this would be unlikely to be relevant. It is important to remember that mutual money has no intrinsic value, since they cannot be redeemed, at the mutual bank, in gold or anything else. All they are promises of future labor. They are a mere medium for the facilitation of exchange used to facilitate the increased production of goods and services, as discussed in section G.3.6, it is this increase which ensures that mutual credit is not inflationary. This also ensures enough work for all and, ultimately, the end of exploitation as working people can buy their own means of production and so end wage labor by self-employment and cooperation. For more information on how mutual banking is seen to work, see the collection of Proudhon's works collected in Proudhon's Solution to the Social Problem. William B. Greene's Mutual Banking and Benjamin Tucker's Instead of a Book should also be consulted. J.5.10 Why do anarchists support cooperatives? Support for cooperatives is a common feature in anarchist writings. In fact, support for democratic workplaces is as old as use of the term anarchist to describe our ideas. So why do anarchists support cooperatives? It is because they are the only way to guarantee freedom in production, and so the cooperative system carries within it the germ of the future economic order. Bakunin, The Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 385. Anarchists support all kinds of cooperatives, housing, food, consumer, credit, and workplace ones. All forms of cooperation are useful as they accustom their members to work together for their common benefit as well as ensuring extensive experience in managing their own affairs. As such, all forms of cooperatives are, to some degree, useful examples of self-management and anarchy in action. Here we will concentrate on producer cooperatives as only these can replace the capitalist mode of production. They are examples of a new mode of production, one based upon associated, not wage, labor. As long as wage labor exists within industry and agriculture, then capitalism remains, and no amount of other kinds of cooperatives will end it. If wage slavery exists, then so will exploitation and oppression, and anarchy will remain but a hope. Cooperatives are the germ of the future for two reasons. Firstly, cooperatives are based on one worker, one vote. In other words, those who do the work manage the workplace within which they do it, i.e., they are based on workers' self-management. Thus cooperatives are an example of the horizontal directly democratic organization that anarchists support, and so are an example of anarchy in action, even if in an imperfect way, within capitalism. Secondly, they are an example of working class self-help and self-activity. Instead of relying on others to provide work, cooperatives show that production can be carried on without the existence of a class of masters employing a class of order takers. Workplace cooperatives also present evidence of the viability of an anarchist economy. It is well established that cooperatives are usually more productive and efficient than their capitalist equivalents. This indicates that hierarchical workplaces are not required in order to produce useful goods, and indeed can be harmful. It also indicates that the capitalist market does not actually allocate resources efficiently, nor has any tendency to do so. So why should cooperatives be more efficient? Firstly, there are the positive effects of increased liberty. Cooperatives, by abolishing wage slavery, obviously increase the liberty of those who work in them. Members take an active part in the management of their working lives, and so authoritarian social relations are replaced by libertarian ones. Unsurprisingly, this liberty also leads to an increase in productivity. Just as wage labor is more productive than slavery, so associated labor is more productive than wage slavery. As Kropotkin argued, the only guarantee not to be robbed of the fruits of your labor is to possess the instruments of labor. Man really produces most when he works in freedom, when he has a certain choice in his occupations, when he has no overseer to impede him, and lastly, when he sees his work bringing profit to him and to others who work like him, but bringing in little to idlers. The Conquest of Bread, p. 145. There are also the positive advantages associated with participation, i.e., self-management, liberty in other words. Within a self-managed, cooperative workplace, workers are directly involved in decision-making, and so these decisions are enriched by the skills, experiences, and ideas of all members of the workplace. In the words of Colin Ward, "You can be in authority, or you can be an authority, or you can have authority. The first derives from your rank in some chain of command, the second derives special knowledge, and the third from special wisdom. But knowledge and wisdom are not distributed in order of rank, and they are no one person's monopoly in any undertaking. The fantastic inefficiency of any hierarchical organization, any factory, office, university, warehouse, or hospital is the outcome of two almost invariable characteristics. One is that the knowledge and wisdom of the people at the bottom of the pyramid finds no place in the decision-making leadership hierarchy of the institution. Frequently it is devoted to making the institution work in spite of the formal leadership structure, or alternatively to sabotaging the ostensible function of the institution, because it is none of their choosing. The other is that they would rather not be there anyway. They are there through economic necessity rather than through identification with the common task which throws up its own shifting and functional leadership. Perhaps the greatest crime of the industrial system is the way it systematically thwarts the investing genius of the majority of its workers. Anarchy in Action, p. 41. Also, as workers also own their place of work, they have an interest in developing the skills and abilities of their members, and, obviously, this also means that there are few conflicts within the workplace. Unlike capitalist firms, there is no conflict between bosses and wage slaves over workloads, conditions, or the division of value created between them. All these factors will increase the quality, quantity, and efficiency of work, increase efficient utilization of available resources, and aids the introduction of new techniques and technologies. Secondly, the increased efficiency of cooperatives results from the benefits associated with cooperation itself.
Not only does cooperation increase the pool of knowledge and abilities available within the workplace and enriches that source by communication and interaction, it also ensures that the workforce are working together instead of competing and so wasting time and energy. As Alfie Kohn notes, in relation to investigations of in-firm cooperation, Dean Tejas Volt conducted studies at utility companies, manufacturing plants, engineering firms, and many other kinds of organizations. Over and over again, Tejas Volt has found that cooperation makes a workforce motivated whereas serious competition undermines coordination. Meanwhile, the management guru, T. Edwards Deming, has declared that the practice of having employees compete against each other is unfair and destructive. We cannot afford this nonsense any longer. We need to work together on company problems, but annual rating of performance, incentive pay, or bonuses cannot live with teamwork. What takes the joy out of learning? Or out of anything? Trying to be number one. No contest, p. 240. Thirdly, there are the benefits associated with increased equality. Studies prove that business performance deteriorates when pay differentials become excessive. In a study of over 100 businesses, producing everything from kitchen appliances to truck axles, researchers found that the greater the wage gap between managers and workers, the lower their product's quality. Douglas Calhert and David Levine, Product Quality and Pay Equity, Administrative Science Quarterly, number 37, pages 302 to 30. Businesses with the greatest inequality were plagued with a high employee turnover rate. Study author David Levine said, these organizations weren't able to sustain a workplace of people with shared goals. Quoted by John Byrne, How High Can CEO Pay Go? Business Week, April 22, 1996. The negative effects of income inequality can also be seen on a national level as well. Economists Torsten Persson and Guido Tobolini conducted a thorough statistical analysis of historical inequality and growth, and found that nations with more equal incomes generally experience faster productive growth. Is inequality harmful for growth? American Economic Review number 84, pages 600 to 21. Numerous other studies have also confirmed their findings. The negative impacts on inequality on all aspects of life are summarized by Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett in The Spirit Level, Why More Equal Societies Almost Always Do Better. Real life yet again disproves the assumptions of capitalism. Inequality harms us all, even the capitalist economy which produces it. This is to be expected. Workers, seeing an increasing amount of the value they create being monopolized by top managers and a wealthy elite and not reinvested into the company to secure their employment prospects, will hardly be inclined to put in that extra effort or care about the quality of their work. Bosses who use the threat of unemployment to extract more effort from their workforce are creating a false economy. While they will postpone decreasing profits in the short term due to this adaptive strategy, and enrich themselves in the process, the pressures placed upon the system will bring harsh long-term effects both in terms of economic crisis, as income becomes so skewed as to create realization problems and the limits of adaptation are reached in the face of international competition, and social breakdown. As would be imagined, cooperative workplaces tend to be more egalitarian than capitalist ones. This is because in capitalist firms, the incomes of top management must be justified, in practice, to a small number of individuals, namely, those shareholders with sizable stock in the firm, who are usually quite wealthy and so not only have little to lose in granting huge salaries but are also predisposed to see top managers as being very much like themselves and so are entitled to comparable incomes. And let us not forget that corporate boards, largely selected by the CEO, hire compensation experts, almost always chosen by the CEO, to determine how much the CEO is worth. Paul Krugman, The Conscience of a Liberal, p. 144. In contrast, the incomes of management in worker-controlled firms have to be justified to a workforce whose members experience the relationship between management incomes and their own directly and who, no doubt, are predisposed to see their elected managers as being workers like themselves and accountable to them.
Such an egalitarian atmosphere will have a positive impact on production and efficiency, as workers will see that the value they create is not being accumulated by others but distributed according to work actually done, and not control over power. In the Mondragon cooperatives, for example, the maximum pay differential is 9-1, increased from 3-1 after much debate in a response to outside pressures from capitalist firms hiring away workers, while, in the USA, the average CEO is paid well over 100 times the average worker, up from 41 times in 1960. Therefore, we see that cooperatives prove the advantages of, and the interrelationship between, key anarchist principles such as liberty, equality, solidarity, and self-management. Their application, whether altogether or in part, has a positive impact on efficiency and work and, as we will discuss in section J.5.12, the capitalist market actively blocks the spread of these more egalitarian and efficient productive techniques instead of encouraging them. Even by its own standards, capitalism stands condemned. It does not encourage the efficient use of resources and actively places barriers in their development. From all this, it is clear to see why cooperatives are supported by anarchists. We are convinced that the cooperative could, potentially, replace capitalism and carries within it the seeds of economic emancipation. The workers learn from this precious experience how to organize and themselves conduct the economy without guardian angels, the state, or their former employers. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 399. Cooperatives give us a useful insight into the possibilities of a free, socialist, economy. Even within the hierarchical capitalist economy, cooperatives show us that a better future is possible and that production can be organized in a cooperative fashion, and that by so doing we can reap the individual and social benefits of working together as equals. However, this does not mean that all aspects of the cooperative movement find favor with anarchists. As Bakunin pointed out, there are two kinds of cooperative: bourgeois cooperation, which tends to create a privileged class, a sort of new collective bourgeoisie organized into a stockholding society, and truly socialist cooperation, the cooperation of the future, which for this very reason is virtually impossible of realization at present. Op. Cit. p. 385. In other words, while cooperatives are the germ of the future, in the present they are often limited by the capitalist environment they find themselves, narrow their vision to just surviving within the current system and so adapt to it. For most anarchists, the experience of cooperatives has proven without doubt that, however excellent in principle and useful in practice, if they are kept within capitalism they cannot become the dominant mode of production and free the masses, see section J.5.11. In order to fully develop, cooperatives must be part of a wider social movement which includes community and industrial unionism and the creation of an anarchistic social framework which can encourage truly socialist cooperation and discourage bourgeois cooperation. As Murray Bookchin correctly argued, removed from a libertarian municipalist or other anarchist context and movement focused on achieving revolutionary municipalist goals as a dual power against corporations and the state, food and other forms of co-ops are little more than benign enterprises that capitalism and the state can easily tolerate with no fear of challenge. Democracy and Nature, number 9, p. 175. So while cooperatives are an important aspect of anarchist ideas and practice, they are not the be-all or end-all of our activity. Without a wider social movement which creates all, or at least most, of the future society in the shell of the old, cooperatives will never arrest the growth of capitalism or transcend the narrow horizons of the capitalist economy. J.5.11 If workers really want self-management, then why are there so few cooperatives? Supporters of capitalism suggest that producer cooperatives would spring up spontaneously if workers really wanted them. To quote leading propertarian Robert Nozick, under capitalism it is open to any wealthy radical or group of workers to buy an existing factory or establish a new one, and to institute worker-controlled, democratically run firms. If they are superior, by market standards, to their more orthodox competitors, then there should be little difficulty in establishing successful factories of this sort. Thus there is a means of realizing the worker control scheme that can be brought about by the voluntary actions of people in a free society. Anarchy, State, and Utopia, pages 250-2. So if such cooperatives were really economically viable and desired by workers, they would spread until eventually they undermined capitalism. Propertarians conclude that since this is not happening, it must be because workers' self-management is either economically inefficient or is not really attractive to workers, or both. David Schweikart has decisively answered this argument by showing that the reason there are not more producer cooperatives is structural. A worker-managed firm lacks an expansionary dynamic. When a capitalist enterprise is successful, the owner can increase her profits by reproducing her organization on a larger scale. She lacks neither the means nor the motivation to expand. Not so with a worker-managed firm. Even if the workers have the means, they lack the incentive, because enterprise growth would bring in new workers with whom the increased proceeds would have to be shared. Cooperatives, even when prosperous, do not spontaneously grow. But if this is so, then each new cooperative venture, in a capitalist society, requires a new wealthy radical or a new group of affluent radical workers willing to experiment. Because such people doubtless are in short supply, it follows that the absence of a large and growing cooperative movement proves nothing about the viability of worker self-management, nor about the preferences of workers. Against Capitalism, p. 239. This means that in, say, a mutualist economy there would be more firms of a smaller size supplying a given market compared to capitalism. So a free economy, with the appropriate institutional framework, need not worry about unemployment, for while individual cooperatives may not expand as fast as capitalist firms, more cooperatives would be set up. See section I.3.1 for why the neoclassical analysis of cooperatives which Nozick implicitly invokes is false. In short, the environment within which a specific workplace operates is just as important as its efficiency. This is important, as the empirical evidence is strong that self-management is more efficient than wage slavery. As economist Jeffrey M. Hodgson summarizes, support for the proposition that participatory and cooperatives firms enjoy greater productivity and longevity comes from a large amount of case study and econometric evidence, and the weight of testimony is in favor or indicates a positive correlation between participation and productivity. Organizational Form and Economic Evolution, a critique of the Williamsonian hypothesis, pages 98-115, Democracy and Efficiency in Economic Enterprises, U. Pagano and R. E. Rothorn, eds. p. 100. This is ignored by the likes of Nozick in favor of thought experiments rooted in the dubious assumptions of bourgeois economics. He implicitly assumed that because most firms are hierarchical today, then they must be more efficient. In short, Nozick abused economic selection arguments by simply assuming, without evidence, that the dominant form of organization is, ipso facto, more efficient. In reality, this is not the case. The question now becomes one of explaining why, if cooperation is more efficient than wage slavery, does economic liberty not displace capitalism? The awkward fact is that individual efficiency is not the key to survival, as such an argument ignores the important point that the selection of the fitter in evolution is not simply relative to the less successful but is dependent upon the general circumstances and environment in which selection takes place. Moreover, an organism survives because its birth rate exceeds its death rate. If more capitalist firms secure funding from capitalist banks, then, obviously, it is more likely for them to secure dominance in the economy simply because there are more of them rather than because they are more efficient. As such, large numbers do not imply greater efficiency, as the rapid flow of new entrants of hierarchical form may swamp the less hierarchical firms even if other selection processes are working in favor of the latter. Hodgson, Op. Cit. p. 100 and p. 103. Thus, the degree of fitness of any organism can only be meaningfully considered in relation to its environment. The market may help to select firms that are fit for the market, but these surviving firms needn't be the most efficient in some absolute sense. In fact, The specification of the market as a selection process is incomplete because the market is only one institution of many needed to specify an environment. Michael J. Everett and Alanson P. Minkler, Evolution and Organizational Choice in 19th-Century Britain, pages 51 to 62, Cambridge Journal of Economics Volume 17, Number 1, p. 53. As an obvious example, there are the difficulties cooperatives can face in finding access to credit facilities required by them from capitalist banks and investors. As Tom Cahill notes, cooperatives in the 19th century had the specific problem of giving credit while competition with price-cutting capitalist firms, highlighting the inadequate reservoirs of the underfinanced co-ops. Cooperatives and Anarchism, a Contemporary Perspective, pp. 235-58, For Anarchism, Paul Goodway, ed., p. 239. This points to a general issue, namely that there are often difficulties for cooperatives in raising money. Cooperatives in a capitalist environment are likely to have more difficulty in raising capital. Quite apart from ideological hostility, which may be significant, external investors will be reluctant to put their money into concerns over which they will have little or no control, which tends to be the case with a cooperative. Because cooperatives in a capitalist environment face special difficulties, and because they lack the inherent expansionary dynamic of a capitalist firm, it is hardly surprising that they are far from dominant. Schwickart, Op. Cit. p. 240. In addition, the return on capital is limited in cooperatives. Tom Cahill, Op. Cit. p. 247. This means that investors are less likely to invest in cooperatives, and so cooperatives will tend to suffer from a lack of investment. So despite the potential efficiency of such self-managed workplaces, capitalism may be systematically biased against participatory workplaces, and as a result the economy can be trapped in a socially suboptimal position. Capital market issues, amongst others, help explain this, as such firms face higher transaction costs for raising equity and loans. David I. Levine and Laura Dandria Tyson, Participation, Productivity, and the Firm's Environment, pages 183 to 237, Paying for Productivity, Alan S. Blinder, ed., pages 235 to 6 and p. 221. Tom Cahill outlines the investment problem when he writes that the financial problem is a major reason why cooperatives failed in the past, for basically the unusual structure and aims of cooperatives have always caused problems for the dominant sources of capital. In general, the finance environment has been hostile to the emergence of the cooperative spirit. He also notes that they were unable to devise structuring to maintain a boundary between those who work and those who own or control. It is understood that when outside investors were allowed to have power within the co-op structure, co-ops lost their distinctive qualities. Op. Cit. pages 238 to 239. So even if cooperative do attract investors, the cost of so doing may be to transform the cooperatives into capitalist firms. So while all investors experience risk, this is even more acute in cooperatives because investors must simultaneously cede control and risk their entire wealth. Under an unlimited liability rule, investors will rationally demand some control over the firm's operations to protect their wealth. Since cooperatives cannot cede control without violating one of the organization's defining tenets, investors will demand an investment premium, a premium not required from equity investments. Everett and Minkler, Op. Cit. p. 52. Needless to say, such a premium is a strain on a cooperative and makes it harder to survive simply because it has higher costs for debt repayment. If such external investment is not forthcoming, then the cooperative is dependent on retained earnings and its members' savings, which, unsurprisingly, are often insufficient. All of which suggests that Nozick's assertion that don't say that it's against the class interest of investors to support the growth of some enterprise that if successful would end or diminish the investment system. Investors are not so altruistic. They act in personal and not their class interests is false. Op. Cit. pages 252 to 3. Nozick is correct, to a degree, but he forgets that class interest is a fusion of individual interests. Given a choice between returns from investments in capitalist firms because a management elite has similar interests in maximizing unpaid labor and workers in a cooperative which controls any surplus, the investor will select the former. Moreover, lack of control by investors plays its role as they cannot simply replace the management in a cooperative. That power lies in the hands of the workforce. The higher premiums required by investors to forsake such privileges place a burden on the cooperative, so reducing their likelihood of getting funds in the first place or surviving and, needless to say, increasing the risk that investors face. Thus the personal and class interest of investors merge, with the personal desire to make money ensuring that the class position of the individual is secured. This does not reflect the productivity or efficiency of the investment, quite the reverse. It reflects the social function of wage labor in maximizing profits and returns on capital. See next section for more on this. In other words, the personal interests of investors will generally support their class interests, unsurprisingly, as class interests are not independent of personal interests and will tend to reflect them. There are other structural problems as well. Cooperatives face the negative externalities generated by the capitalist economy they operate within. For one thing, since their pay levels are set by members' democratic vote, cooperatives tend to be more egalitarian in their income structure. This means that in a capitalist environment, cooperatives are in constant danger of having their most skilled members hired away by capitalist firms who can, due to their resources, outbid the cooperative. While this may result in exploitation of the worker, the capitalist firm has the resources to pay higher wages, and so it makes sense for them to leave. As to the employer who pays an engineer 20 times more than a laborer, it is simply due to personal interest. If the engineer can economize $4,000 a year on the cost of production, the employer pays him $800. He parts with an extra $40 when he expects to gain $400 by it, and this is the essence of the capitalist system. Kropotkin, The Conquest of Bread, p. 165. However, in a cooperative system there would not be the inequalities of economic wealth, created by capitalist firms and finance structures, which allows such poaching to happen. There are cultural issues as well. As John Elster points out, it is a truism, but an important one, that workers' preferences are to a large extent shaped by their economic environment. Specifically, there is a tendency to adaptive preference formation, by which the actual mode of economic organization comes to be perceived as superior to all others. From Here to There, pages 93 to 111, Socialism, Paul, Miller Jr., Paul, and Greenberg, eds. p. 110. In other words, people view what is as given and feel no urge to change to what could be. In the context of creating alternatives within capitalism, this can have serious effects on the spread of alternatives and indicates the importance of anarchists encouraging the spirit of revolt to break down this mental apathy. This acceptance of what is can be seen, to some degree, by some companies which meet the formal conditions for cooperatives, for example ESOP-owned firms in the USA, but lack effective workers' control. ESOP, employee stock ownership plans, enable a firm's workforce to gain the majority of a company's shares, but the unequal distribution of shares amongst employees prevents the great majority of workers from having any effective control or influence on decisions. Unlike real cooperatives, based on one worker, one vote, these firms are based on one share, one vote, and so have more in common with capitalist firms than cooperatives. Finally, there is the question of history, of path dependency. Path dependency is the term used to describe when the set of decisions one faces for any given circumstance is limited by the decisions made in the past, even though past circumstances may no longer be relevant. This is often associated with the economics of technological change in a society which depends quantitatively and/or qualitatively on its own past. The most noted example this is the QWERTY keyboard, which would not be in use today except that it happened to be chosen in the 19th century. Evolutionary systems are path-dependent, with historical events pushing development in specific directions. Thus, If there were barriers against or encouragement for certain forms of organizational structure in the past, then the legacy of this will continue to dominate due to the weight of history rather than automatically being replaced by new, more efficient, forms. This can be seen from cooperatives, as labor-managed firms were originally at a substantial disadvantage compared to their capitalist counterparts, as the law imposed additional risks and costs on them, while early financial instruments were ill-suited to the establishment and continuation of worker cooperatives. The subsequent co-evolution of firms and supporting institutions involved a path-dependent process where labor-managed firms were at a continual disadvantage, even after many of the earlier impediments were removed. Hodgson, Op. Cit. p. 103. Historically, argue Everett and Minkler, both company and cooperative law were incompatible with democratic decision-making by workers. The law ensured that the burden was more costly to labor-managed firms, and these obstacles led to an environment dominated by investor-controlled firms, capitalist firms, in which informal constraints, behaviors and routines, emerged to reinforce the existing institutions. A path-dependent process incorporating these informal constraints continued to exclude their widespread formation. When the formal constraints which prevented the formation of cooperatives were finally removed, the informal constraints produced as a result of these continued to prevent the widespread formation of cooperatives. So the lack of cooperatives can thus be explained quite independently of any of the usual efficiency criteria. Op. Cit. p. 58 and p. 60. Nor should we forget that the early industrial system was influenced by the state, particularly by rewarding war-related contracts to hierarchical firms modeled on the military, and that the state rewarded contracts to run various state services and industries to capitalist firms rather than, as Proudhon urged, to workers' associations. However, there are several good reasons why more efficient firms need not always be selected in a competitive and evolutionary process. Hodgson, Op. Cit. p. 99. So it is not efficiency as such which explains the domination of capitalist firms, for empirical studies suggest that cooperatives are at least as productive as their capitalist counterparts, with many having an excellent record, superior to conventionally organized firms over a long period. John Elster, Op. Cit. p. 96. So all things being equal, cooperatives are more efficient than their capitalist counterparts, but when cooperatives compete in a capitalist economy, all things are not equal. As David Schweikart argues, even if worker-managed firms are preferred by the vast majority, and even if they are more productive, a market initially dominated by capitalist firms may not select for them. The common-sense neoclassical dictum that only those things that best accord with people's desires will survive the struggle of free competition has never been the whole truth with respect to anything. With respect to workplace organization, it is barely a half-truth. Op. Cit. p. 240. It is illuminating, though, to consider why Nozick ignored the substantial empirical evidence that participation is more efficient than hierarchy, and, as a result, why market criteria does not result in the more productive and efficient cooperative production displacing the authoritarian workplace. Far better, it must be supposed, to just assume that the dominant form of workplace is more efficient and implicitly invoke a quasi-Darwinian individualistic selection mechanism in an ahistorical and institutionless framework. So people like Nozick, who suggest that because worker cooperatives are few in number that this means they are forced out by competition because they are inefficient, miss the point. A key reason for this lack of cooperative firms, argues Hodgson, is that competitive selection depends on the economic context, and while the institutional context of a capitalist system may be more conducive for the capitalist firm, a different context may favor the cooperative firm. Economics and Utopia, p. 288. As discussed in section I.3.5, Proudhon was well aware that for mutualism to prosper and survive an appropriate institutional framework was required, the agro-industrial federation and mutual banking. So an organization's survival also depends on the co-evolution of supporting informal constraints. If a cooperative is isolated within a capitalist economy, without cooperative institutions around it, It comes as no great surprise to discover that they find it difficult to survive, never mind displace its, usually larger and well-established, capitalist competitors. Yet in spite of these structural problems and the impact of previous state interventions, cooperatives do exist under capitalism, but just because they can survive in such a harsh environment, it does not automatically mean that they shall replace that economy. Cooperatives face pressures to adjust to the dominant mode of production. The presence of wage labor and investment capital in the wider economy will tempt successful cooperatives to hire workers or issue shares to attract new investment. In so doing, however, they may end up losing their identities as cooperatives by diluting ownership, and so reintroducing exploitation by having to pay non-workers interest, or by making the cooperative someone's boss, which creates a new class of workers who exploit and profit from the labor of their employees. And all this fosters a bourgeois mentality. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 399. Hence the pressures of working in a capitalist market may result in cooperatives pursuing activities which may result in short-term gain or survival, but are sure to result in harm in the long run. Far from cooperatives slowly expanding within and changing a capitalist environment, it is more likely that capitalist logic will expand into and change the cooperatives that work in it. This can be seen from the Mondragon cooperatives, where there has been a slight rise in the size of wage labor being used, and the fact that the credit union has, since 1992, invested in non-cooperative firms. These externalities imposed upon isolated cooperatives within capitalism, which would not arise within a fully cooperative context, block local moves towards anarchism. The idea that cooperation will simply win out in competition within well-developed capitalist economic systems is just wishful thinking. Just because a system is more liberatory, just and efficient does not mean it will survive or prosper in an authoritarian economic and social environment. So both theory and history suggests that isolated cooperatives will more likely adapt to capitalist realities than remain completely true to their cooperative promise. For most anarchists, therefore, cooperatives can reach their full potential only as part of a social movement aiming to change society. Only as part of a wider movement of community and workplace unionism, with mutualist banks to provide long-term financial support and commitment, can cooperatives be communalist into a network of solidarity and support that will reduce the problems of isolation and adaptation. Hence Bakunin. We want cooperation too. But at the same time, we know that it prosper, developing itself fully and freely, embracing all human industry, only when it is based on equality, when all capital and every instrument of labor, including the soil, belong to the people by right of collective property. Once this is acknowledged, we hardly oppose the creation of cooperative associations. We find them necessary in many respects. They accustom the workers to organize, pursue, and manage their interests themselves, without interference either by bourgeois capital or by bourgeois control. They must be founded on the principle of solidarity and collectivity rather than on bourgeois exclusivity. Then society will pass from its present situation to one of equality and justice without too many great upheavals. The basic Bakunin, p. 153. Until then, cooperatives will exist within capitalism but not replace it by market forces. Only a social movement and collective action can fully secure their full development. This means that while anarchists support, create and encourage cooperatives within capitalism, we understand the impossibility of putting into practice the cooperative system under the existing conditions of the predominance of bourgeois capital in the process of production and distribution of wealth. Because of this, most anarchists stress the need for more combative organizations such as industrial and community unions and other bodies formed, to use Bakunin's words, for the organization of toilers against the privileged world in order to help bring about a free society. The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 385. Finally, we must note an irony with Nozick's argument, namely the notion that capitalism, his free society, allows a voluntary path to economic liberty. The irony is twofold. First, the creation of capitalism was the result of state action, see section F.8. While working class people are expected to play by the rules decreed by capitalism, capitalists have never felt the urge to do so. It is the state coercion which helped create the path dependency which stops the market selecting more efficient and productive ways of production. Secondly, Nozick's own theory of property rights denies that stolen wealth can be legitimately transferred. In other words, expecting workers to meekly accept previous coercion by seeking investors to fund their attempts at economic liberty, as Nozick did, is implicitly accepting that theft is property. While such intellectual incoherence is to be expected from defenders of capitalism, it does mean that propertarians really have no ground to oppose working class people following the advice of libertarians and expropriating their workplaces. In other words, transforming the environment and breaking the path dependency which stops economic liberty from flowering to its full potential. J.5.12 If self-management were more efficient, then surely the market would force capitalists to introduce it. Some supporters of capitalism argue that if self-management really were more efficient than hierarchy, then capitalists would be forced to introduce it by the market. As propertarian Robert Nozick argued, if workers' control meant that the productivity of the workers in a factory rises, then the individual owners pursuing profits will reorganize the productive process. If the productivity of workers remains the same, then in the process of competing for laborers, firms will alter their internal work organization. This meant that individual owners pursuing profits will reorganize the productive process. Anarchy, State, and Utopia, p. 248. As this has not happened, then self-management cannot be more efficient. While such a notion seems plausible in theory, in practice it is flawed, as there is a vast quantity of empirical evidence demonstrating that participatory workplaces tend to be places of higher morale and greater productivity than authoritarian workplaces. David Schweikart, Against Capitalism, p. 228. So Nozick's thought experiment is contradicted by reality. Capitalism places innumerable barriers to the spread of worker-empowering structures within production, in spite, perhaps, as we will see, because of their well-documented higher efficiency and productivity. This can be seen from the fact that while the increased efficiency associated with workers' participation and self-management has attracted the attention of many capitalist firms, the few experiments conducted have failed to spread even though they were extremely successful. This is due to the nature of capitalist production and the social relationships it produces. As we noted in section D.10, capitalist firms, particularly in the West, made a point of introducing technologies and management structures that aimed to deskill and disempower workers. In this way, it was hoped to make the worker increasingly subject to market discipline, i.e. easier to train, so increasing the pool of workers available to replace any specific worker and so reducing workers' power by increasing management's power to fire them. Of course, what actually happens is that after a short period of time, while management gained the upper hand, the workforce found newer and more effective ways to fight back and assert their productive power again. While for a short time the technological change worked, over the longer period the balance of forces changed, so forcing management to continually try to empower themselves at the expense of the workforce. It is unsurprising that such attempts to reduce workers to order takers fail. Workers' experiences and help are required to ensure production actually happens at all. When workers carry out their orders strictly and faithfully, i.e. when they work to rule, production stops. So most capitalists are aware of the need to get workers to cooperate within the workplace to some degree. A few capitalist companies have gone further. Seeing the advantages of fully exploiting, and we do mean exploiting, the experience, skills, abilities, and thoughts of their employers which the traditional authoritarian capitalist workplace denies them, some have introduced various schemes to enrich and enlarge work, increase cooperation between workers and their bosses, to encourage workers to participate in their own exploitation by introducing a modicum of influence, a strictly limited area of decision-making power, a voice at best secondary in the control of conditions of the workplace. Sam Dolgoff, The Anarchist Collectives, p. 81. The management and owners still have the power and still reap unpaid labor from the productive activity of the workforce. David Noble provides a good summary of the problems associated with experiments in workers' self-management within capitalist firms. Participation in such programs can indeed be a liberating and exhilarating experience, awakening people to their own untapped potential and also to the real possibilities of collective worker control of production. As one manager described the former pilots' workers in a General Electric program, these people will never be the same again. They have seen that things can be different. But the excitement and enthusiasm engendered by such programs, as well as the heightened sense of commitment to a common purpose, can easily be used against the interests of the workforce. First, that purpose is not really common but is still determined by management alone, which continues to decide what will be produced, when, and where. Participation in production does not include participation in decisions on investment, which remains the prerogative of ownership. Thus participation is, in reality, just a variation of business as usual taking orders but one which encourages obedience in the name of cooperation. Second, participation programs can contribute to the creation of an elite, and reduced, workforce, with special privileges and more cooperative attitudes toward management, thus at once undermining the adversary stance of unions and reducing membership. Third, such programs enable management to learn from workers who are now encouraged by their cooperative spirit to share what they know and, then, in Taylorist tradition, to use this knowledge against the workers. As one former pilot reflected, they learned from the guys on the floor, got their knowledge about how to optimize the technology and then, once they had it, they eliminated the pilot program, put that knowledge into the machines, and got people without any knowledge to run them on the company's terms and without adequate compensation. They kept all the gains for themselves. Fourth, such programs could provide management with a way to circumvent union rules and grievance procedures or eliminate unions altogether. Forces of Production, pages 318-9. Capitalist introduced and supported workers' control is very like the situation when a worker receives stock in the company they work for. If it goes a little way toward redressing the gap between the value produced by that person's labor and the wage they receive for it, that in itself cannot be a totally bad thing, although this does not address the issue of workplace hierarchy and its social relations. The real downside of this is the carrot on a stick enticement to work harder. If you work extra hard for the company, your stock will be worth more. Obviously, though, the bosses get rich off you, so the more you work, the richer they get, the more you are getting ripped off. It is a choice that anarchists feel many workers cannot afford to make. They need or at least want the money, but we believe that it does not work as workers simply end up working harder, for less. After all, stocks do not represent all profits, large amounts of which end up in the hands of top management, nor are they divided just among those who labor. Moreover, workers may be less inclined to take direct action, for fear that they will damage the value of their company's stock, and so they may find themselves putting up with longer, more intense work in worse conditions. Be that as it may, the results of such capitalist experiments in workers' control are interesting and show why self-management will not spread by market forces. According to one expert, there is scarcely a study in the entire literature which fails to demonstrate that satisfaction in work is enhanced or productivity increases occur from a genuine increase in workers' decision-making power. Findings of such consistency are rare in social research. Paul B. Lumberg, quoted by Herbert Gintis, The Nature of Labor Exchange and the Theory of Capitalist Production, Radical Political Economy, Volume 1, Samuel Bowles and Richard Edwards, eds. p. 252. In spite of these findings, a shift toward participatory relationships is scarcely apparent in capitalist production, and this is not compatible with the neoclassical assertion as to the efficiency of the internal organization of capitalist production. Gins, Op. Cit. p. 252. Economist William Lazonick indicates the reason when he writes that many attempts at job enrichment and job enlargement in the first half of the 1970s resulted in the supply of more and better effort by workers.
Yet many successful experiments were cut short when the workers whose work had been enriched and enlarged began questioning traditional management prerogatives inherent in the existing hierarchical structure of the enterprise. Competitive advantage on the shop floor, p. 282. This is an important result, as it indicates that the ruling sections within capitalist firms have a vested interest in not introducing such schemes, even though they are more efficient methods of production. As can easily be imagined, managers have a clear incentive to resist participatory schemes, as David Schweikart notes. Such resistance, often bordering on sabotage, is well known and widely documented up. Cit. p. 229. As an example of this, David Noble discusses a scheme ran by General Electric in the late 1960s. After considerable conflict, GE introduced a quality of work-life program, which gave workers much more control over the machines and the production process and eliminated foremen. Before long, by all indicators, the program was succeeding. Machine use, output, and product quality went up, scrap rate, machine downtime, worker absenteeism, and turnover went down, and conflict on the floor dropped off considerably. Yet, little more than a year into the program, following a union demand that it be extended throughout the shop and into other GE locations, top management abolished the program out of fear of losing control over the workforce. Clearly, the company was willing to sacrifice gains in technical and economic efficiency in order to regain and ensure management control. Progress without people, p. 65f. Simply put, managers and capitalists can see that workers' control experiments expose the awkward fact that they are not needed, that their role is not related to organizing production but exploiting workers. They have no urge to introduce reforms which will ultimately make themselves redundant. Moreover, most enjoy the power that comes with their position and have no desire to see it ended. This also places a large barrier in the way of workers' control. Interestingly, this same mentality explains why capitalists often support fascist regimes. The anarchist Luigi Fabbri termed fascism a preventative counter-revolution, but in his essay he makes the important point that the employers, particularly in agriculture, were not so much moved by fear of a general revolution as by the erosion of their own authority and property rights which had already taken place locally. The bosses felt they were no longer bosses. Adrian Littleton, Italian Fascism, pages 81 to 114, Fascism, A Reader's Guide, p. 91. However, it could be claimed that owners of stock, being concerned by the bottom line of profits, could force management to introduce participation. By this method, competitive market forces would ultimately prevail as individual owners, pursuing profits, reorganize production, and participation spreads across the economy. Indeed, there are a few firms that have introduced such schemes, but there has been no tendency for them to spread. This contradicts free market capitalist economic theory, which states that those firms which introduce more efficient techniques will prosper and competitive market forces will ensure that other firms will introduce the technique. This has not happened for three reasons. Firstly, the fact is that within free market capitalism, keeping, indeed strengthening, skills and power in the hands of the workers makes it harder for a capitalist firm to maximize profits, i.e. unpaid labor. It strengthens the power of workers, who can use that power to gain increased wages, i.e. reduce the amount of surplus value they produce for their bosses. Workers' control also leads to a usurpation of capitalist prerogatives, including their share of revenues and their ability to extract more unpaid labor during the working day. While in the short run workers' control may lead to higher productivity, and so may be toyed with, in the long run, it leads to difficulties for capitalists to maximize their profits. Given that profits depend on the integrity of the labor exchange, a strongly centralized structure of control not only serves the interests of the employer, but dictates a minute division of labor irrespective of considerations of productivity. For this reason, the evidence for the superior productivity of workers' control represents the most dramatic of anomalies to the neoclassical theory of the firm. Worker control increases the effective amount of work elicited from each worker and improves the coordination of work activities,
while increasing the solidarity and delegitimizing the hierarchical structure of ultimate authority at its root. Hence it threatens to increase the power of workers in the struggle over the share of total value. Jins, Op. Cit. p. 264. A workplace which had extensive workers' participation would hardly see the workers agreeing to reduce their skill levels, take a pay cut or increase their pace of work simply to enhance the profits of capitalists. Simply put, profit maximization is not equivalent to efficiency. Getting workers to work longer, more intensely, or in more unpleasant conditions can increase profits, but it does not yield more output for the same inputs. Workers' control would curtail capitalist means of enhancing profits by changing the quality and quantity of work. It is this requirement which also aids in understanding why capitalists will not support workers' control even though it is more efficient. It reduces capitalist power in production. Moreover, demands to change the nature of workers' inputs into the production process in order to maximize profits for capitalists would provoke a struggle over the intensity of work, working hours, and over the share of value added going to workers, management and owners, and so destroy the benefits of participation. Thus power within the workplace plays a key role in explaining why workers' control does not spread. It reduces the ability of bosses to extract more unpaid labor from workers. The second reason is related to the first. It too is based on the power structure within the company, but the power is related to control over the surplus produced by the workers rather than the ability to control how much surplus is produced in the first place, i.e. power over workers. Hierarchical management is the way to ensure that profits are channeled into the hands of a few. By centralizing power, the surplus value produced by workers can be distributed in a way which benefits those at the top, i.e. management and capitalists. This explains the strange paradox of workers' control experiments being successful but being cancelled by management. This is easily explained once the hierarchical nature of capitalist production, i.e. of wage labor, is acknowledged. Workers' control, by placing some power in the hands of workers, undermines the authority of management and, ultimately, their power to control the surplus produced by workers and allocate it as they see fit. Thus, while workers' control does reduce costs, increase efficiency and productivity, i.e. maximize the difference between prices and costs, it, potentially, reduces the power of management and owners to allocate that surplus as they see fit. Indeed, it can be argued that hierarchical control of production exists solely to provide for the accumulation of capital in a few hands, not for efficiency or productivity. See Stephen A. Margin, What Do Bosses Do? The Origins and Functions of Hierarchy in Capitalist Production, Op. Cit. Pages 178 to 248. As David Noble argues, power is the key to understanding capitalism, not the drive for profits as such. In opting for control over the increased efficiency of workers' control, management, knowingly and, it must be assumed, willingly, sacrificed profitable production. This illustrates not only the ultimate management priority of power over both production and profit within the firm, but also the larger contradiction between the preservation of private power and prerogatives, on the one hand, and the social goals of efficient, quality, and useful production, on the other. It is a common confusion, especially on the part of those trained in or unduly influenced by formal economics, liberal and Marxist alike, that capitalism is a system of profit-motivated, efficient production. This is not true, nor has it ever been. If the drive to maximize profits, through private ownership and control over the process of production, has served historically as the primary means of capitalist development, it has never been the end of that development. The goal has always been domination, and the power and privileges that go with it, and the preservation of domination. There is little historical evidence to support the view that, in the final analysis, capitalists play by the rules of the economic game imagined by theorists. There is ample evidence to suggest, on the other hand, that when the goals of profit-making and efficient production fail to coincide with the requirements of continued dominance, capital will resort to more ancient means, legal,
political, and, if need be, military. Always, behind all the careful accounting, lies the threat of force. This system of domination has been legitimate in the past by the ideological invention that private ownership of the means of production and the pursuit of profit via production are always ultimately beneficial to society. Capitalism delivers the goods, it is argued, better, more cheaply, and in larger quantity, and in so doing, fosters economic growth. The story of the pilot program, and it is but one among thousands like it in U.S. industry, raises troublesome questions about the adequacy of this mythology as a description of reality. Forces of production, pages 321-2. Hierarchical organization, domination, is essential to ensure that profits are controlled by a few and can, therefore, be allocated by them in such a way to ensure their power and privileges. By undermining such authority, workers' control also undermines that power to maximize profits in a certain direction, even though it increases profits, the difference between prices and costs, in the abstract. As workers' control starts to extend, or management sees its potential to spread, into wider areas such as investment decisions, how to allocate the surplus, i.e. profits, between wages, investment, dividends, management pay and so on, then they will seek to end the project in order to ensure their power over both the workers and the surplus they, the workers, produce. This is, of course, related to the issue of lack of control by investors in cooperatives raised in the last section. As such, the opposition by managers to workers' control will be reflected by those who actually own the company, who obviously would not support a regime which will not ensure the maximum return on their investment. This would be endangered by workers' control, even though it is more efficient and productive, as control over the surplus rests with the workers and not a management elite with similar interests and aims as the owners. An egalitarian workplace would produce an egalitarian distribution of surplus, in other words, as proven by the experience of workers' cooperatives. In the words of one participant of the GE Workers' Control Project, if we're all one, for manufacturing reasons, we must share in the fruits equitably, just like a co-op business. Quoted by Noble, Op. Cit. p. 295. Such a possibility is one few owners would agree to. Thirdly, to survive within the free market means to concentrate on the short term. Long-term's benefits, although greater, are irrelevant. A free market requires profits now, and so a firm is under considerable pressure to maximize short-term profits by market forces. Participation requires trust, investment in people and technology, and a willingness to share the increased value added that result from workers' participation with the workers who made it possible. All these factors would eat into short-term profits in order to return richer rewards in the future. Encouraging participation thus tends to increase long-term gains at the expense of short-term ones. To ensure that workers do not consider participation as a con, they must experience real benefits in terms of power, conditions, and wage rises. For firms within a free market environment, they are under pressure from shareholders and their financiers for high returns as soon as possible. If a company does not produce high dividends, then it will see its stock fall as shareholders move to those companies that do. Thus the market forces companies to act in such ways as to maximize short-term profits. If faced with a competitor which is not making such investments, and which is investing directly into descaling technology or intensifying workloads which lowers their costs, and so wins them market share, or a downturn in the business cycle which shrinks their profit margins and makes it difficult for the firm to meet its commitments to its financiers and workers, a company that intends to invest in people and trust will usually be rendered unable to do so. Faced with the option of empowering people in work or descaling them and or using the fear of unemployment to get workers to work harder and follow orders, capitalist firms have consistently chosen, and probably preferred, the latter option, as occurred in the 1970s. Thus, workers' control is unlikely to spread through capitalism because it entails a level of working class consciousness and power that is incompatible with capitalist control. If the hierarchical division of labor is necessary for the extraction of surplus value,
then worker preferences for jobs threatening capitalist control will not be implemented. Gintis, Op. Cit. p. 253. The reason why it is more efficient, ironically, ensures that a capitalist economy will not select it. The free market will discourage empowerment and democratic workplaces, at best reducing cooperation and participation to marginal issues, and management will still have the power of veto. The failure of moves towards democratic workplaces within capitalism are an example of that system in conflict with itself, pursuing its objectives by methods which constantly defeat those same objectives. As Paul Carden argued, the capitalist system can only maintain itself by trying to reduce workers into mere order takers. At the same time, the system can only function as long as this reduction is never achieved. For the system would soon grind to a halt. However, capitalism constantly has to limit this participation. If it didn't, the workers would soon start deciding themselves and would show in practice how superfluous the ruling class really is. Modern Capitalism and Revolution, pages 45 to 46. Thus, workers' control within a capitalist firm is a contradictory thing: too little power and it is meaningless; too much, and workplace authority structures and capitalist share of, and control over, value added can be harmed. Attempts to make oppressed, exploited, and alienated workers work if they were neither oppressed, exploited nor alienated will always fail. For a firm to establish committed and participatory relations internally, it must have external supports, particularly with providers of finance, which is why cooperatives benefit from credit unions and cooperating together. The price mechanism proves self-defeating to create such supports, and that is why we see participation more fully developed within Japanese and German firms, although it is still a long way from fully democratic workplaces, who have strong, long-term relationships with local banks and the state, which provides them with the support required for such activities. As William Lazonick notes, Japanese industry had benefited from the state ensuring access to inexpensive long-term finance, the sine qua non of innovating investment strategies, along with a host of other supports, such as protecting Japanese industry within their home markets so they could develop and utilize their productive resources to the point where they could attain competitive advantage in international competition. Op. Cit. p. 305. The German state provides its industry with much of the same support. Therefore, participation within capitalist firms will have little or no tendency to spread due to the actions of market forces. In spite of such schemes almost always being more efficient, capitalism will not select them because they empower workers and make it hard for capitalists to generate and control their profits. Hence, capitalism, by itself, will have no tendency to produce more libertarian organizational forms within industry. Those firms that do introduce such schemes will be the exception rather than the rule, and the schemes themselves will be marginal in most respects and subject to veto from above. For such schemes to spread, collective action is required, such as state intervention to create the right environment and support network, or from an anarchist point of view, union and community direct action. Such schemes, as noted above, are just forms of self-exploitation, getting workers to help their robbers, and so not a development anarchists seek to encourage. We have discussed this here just to be clear that, firstly, such forms of structural reforms are not self-management, as managers and owners still have the real power, and, secondly, even if such forms are somewhat liberatory and more efficient, market forces will not select them precisely because the latter is dependent on the former. Thirdly, they would still be organized for exploitation, as workers would not be controlling all the goods they produced. As with an existing capitalist firm, part of their product would be used to pay interest, rent, and profit. For anarchists, self-management is not a new form of mediation between workers and their bosses. It refers to the very process by which the workers themselves overthrow their managers and take on their own management and the management of production in their own workplace. Dolgoff, Op. Cit. p. 81. Hence our support for cooperatives, unions, and other self-managed structures created and organized from below by and for working class people by their own collective action. J.5.13 What are modern schools? Modern schools are alternative schools, self-managed by students, teachers, and parents which reject the authoritarian schooling methods of the modern education system. Such schools have been a feature of the anarchist movement since the turn of the 20th century, while interest in libertarian forms of education has existed in anarchist theory from the beginning. All the major anarchist thinkers, from Godwin through Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin to modern activists like Colin Ward, have stressed the importance of libertarian, or rational, education that develops all aspects of the student, mental and physical, and so termed integral education, as well as encouraging critical thought and mental freedom. The aim of such education is ensure that the industrial worker, the man sick of action, and the intellectual would all be rolled into one. Proudhon, quoted by Stewart Edward, The Paris Commune, p. 274. Anyone involved in radical politics, constantly and consistently challenges the role of the state's institutions and their representatives within our lives. The role of bosses, the police, social workers, the Secret Service, managers, doctors, and priests are all seen as part of a hierarchy which exists to keep us, the working class, subdued. It is relatively rare, though, for the left wing to call into question the role of teachers. Most left-wing activists and a large number of libertarians believe that education is always good. Those involved in libertarian education believe the contrary. They believe that national education systems exist only to produce citizens who will be blindly obedient to the dictates of the state, citizens who will uphold the authority of government even when it runs counter to personal interest and reason, wage slaves who will obey the orders of their boss most of the time and consider being able to change bosses as freedom. They agree with William Godwin, one of the earliest critics of national education systems, when he wrote that the project of a national education ought to be discouraged on account of its obvious alliance with national government. Government will not fail to employ it to strengthen its hand and perpetuate its institutions. Their views as instigator of a system will not fail to be analogous to their views in their political capacity. Quoted by Colin Ward, Anarchy in Action, p. 81. With the growth of industrialism in the 19th century, state schools triumphed, not through a desire to reform but as an economic necessity. Industry did not want free-thinking individuals, it wanted workers, instruments of labor, and it wanted them punctual, obedient, passive, and willing to accept their disadvantaged position. According to Nigel Thrift, many employers and social reformers became convinced that the earliest generations of workers were almost impossible to discipline, i.e. to get accustomed to wage labor and workplace authority. They looked to children, hoping that the elementary school could be used to break the laboring classes into those habits of work discipline now necessary for factory production. Putting little children to work at school for very long hours at very dull subjects was seen as a positive virtue, for it made them habituated, not to say naturaliste, to labor and fatigue. Quoted by Juliet B. Shore, The Overworked American, p. 61. Thus supporters of modern schools recognize that the role of education is an important one in maintaining hierarchical society, for government and other forms of hierarchy, such as wage labor, must always depend on the opinion of the governed. Francisco Ferrer, the most famous libertarian educator, argued that rulers have always taken care to control the education of the people. They know their power is based almost entirely on the school and they insist on retaining their monopoly. The school is an instrument of domination in the hands of the ruling class. Quoted by Clifford Harper, Anarchy, A Graphic Guide, p. 100. Little wonder, then, that Emma Goldman argued that modern methods of education have little regard for personal liberty and originality of thought. Uniformity and imitation is its motto. The school is for the child what the prison is for the convict and the barracks for the soldier, a place where everything is being used to break the will of the child, and then to pound, knead, and shape it into a being utterly foreign to itself. Hence the importance of modern schools. It is a means of spreading libertarian education within a hierarchical society and undercut one of the key supports for that society, the education system. Instead of hierarchical education, modern schools exist to develop the individual through knowledge and the free play of characteristic traits, so that the child may become a social being, because he had learned to know himself, to know his relation to his fellow s. Red Emma Speaks, pages 141-2, p. 140 and p. 145. It would be an education for freedom, not for subservience. Should the notion of freedom but awaken in man, free men dream only of freeing themselves now and for all time, but instead, all we do is churn out learned men who adapt in the most refined manner to every circumstance and fall to the level of slavish, submissive souls. For the most part, what are our fine gentlemen brimful of intellect and culture? Sneering slavers and slaves themselves. Max Stirner, No Gods, No Masters, Volume 1, p. 12. The modern school movement, also known as the free school movement, over the past century has been an attempt to represent part of this concern about the dangers of state and church schools and the need for libertarian education. The idea of libertarian education is that knowledge and learning should be linked to real-life processes as well as personal usefulness and should not be the preserve of a special institution. Thus modern schools are an attempt to establish an environment for self-development in an overly structured and rationalist world. An oasis from authoritarian control and as a means of passing on the knowledge to be free. The underlying principle of the modern school is this: education is a process of drawing out, not driving in. It aims at the possibility that the child should be left free to develop spontaneously, directing his own efforts and choosing the branches of knowledge which he desires to study. The teacher should be a sensitive instrument responding to the needs of the child, a channel through which the child may attain so much of the ordered knowledge of the world as he shows himself ready to receive and assimilate. Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 146. The modern school bases itself on libertarian education techniques. Libertarian education, very broadly, seeks to produce children who will demand greater personal control and choice, who think for themselves and question all forms of authority. We don't hesitate to say we want people who will continue to develop. People constantly capable of destroying and renewing their surroundings and themselves, whose intellectual independence is their supreme power, which they will yield to none, always disposed for better things, eager for the triumph of new ideas, anxious to crowd many lives into the life they have. It must be the aim of the school to show the children that there will be tyranny as long as one person depends on another. Ferrer, quoted by Harper, Op. Cit. p. 100. Thus the modern school insists that the child is the center of gravity in the education process and that education is just that, not indoctrination. I want to form a school of emancipation, concerned with banning from the mind whatever divides people, the false concepts of property, country, and family so as to attain the liberty and well-being which all desire. I will teach only simple truth. I will not ram dogma into their heads. I will not conceal one iota of fact. I will teach not what to think but how to think. Ferrer, quoted by Harper, Op. Cit. pages 99-100. The modern school has no rewards or punishments, exams, or mark the everyday tortures of conventional schooling. And because practical knowledge is more useful than theory, lessons were often held in factories, museums, or the countryside. The school was also used by parents, and Ferrer planned a popular university. Higher education, for the privileged few, should be for the general public, as every human has a right to know, and science, which is produced by observers and workers of all countries and ages, ought not be restricted to class. Ferrer, quoted by Harper, Op. Cit. p. 100. Thus modern schools are based on encouraging self-education in a cooperative, egalitarian and libertarian atmosphere in which the pupil, regardless of age, can develop themselves and their interests to the fullest of their abilities. In this way modern schools seek to create anarchists by a process of education which respects the individual and gets them to develop their own abilities in a conducive setting. Modern schools have been a constant aspect of the anarchist movement since the late 1890s. The movement was started in France by Louise Michel and Sébastien Faure, where Francisco Ferrer became acquainted with them. He founded his modern school in Barcelona in 1901, and by 1905 there were 50 similar schools in Spain, many of them funded by anarchist groups and trade unions and, from 1919 onward, by the CNT. In all cases the autonomy of the schools was respected. In 1909, Ferrer was falsely accused by the Spanish government of leading an insurrection and executed in spite of worldwide protest and overwhelming proof of his innocence. His execution, however, gained him and his educational ideas international recognition and inspired a modern school progressive education movement across the globe. However, for most anarchists, modern schools are not enough in themselves to produce a libertarian society. They agree with Bakunin. For individuals to be moralized and become fully human, three things are necessary: a hygienic birth, all-round education, accompanied by an upbringing based on respect for labor, reason, equality, and freedom, and a social environment wherein each human individual will enjoy full freedom and really by, de jure and de facto, the equal of every other. Does this environment exist? No. Then it must be established. Otherwise, in the existing social environment, on leaving libertarian schools the student would enter a society governed by totally opposite principles, and, because society is always stronger than individuals, it would prevail over them and demoralize them. The Basic Bakunin, p. 174. Because of this, modern schools must be part of a mass working class revolutionary movement which aims to build as many aspects of the new world as possible in the old one before, ultimately, replacing it. Otherwise they are just useful as social experiments and their impact on society marginal. Thus, for anarchists, this process of education is part of the class struggle, not in place of it, and so the workers must do everything possible to obtain all the education they can in the material circumstances in which they currently find themselves, while concentrating their efforts on the great question of their economic emancipation, the mother of all other emancipations. Bakunin, Op. Cit. p. 175. Before finishing, we must stress that hierarchical education, like the media, cannot remove the effects of actual life and activity in shaping/changing people and their ideas, opinions, and attitudes. While education is an essential part of maintaining the status quo and accustoming people to accept hierarchy, the state, and wage slavery, it cannot stop individuals from learning from their experiences, ignoring their sense of right and wrong, recognizing the injustices of the current system and the ideas that it is based upon. This means that even the best state, or private, education system will still produce rebels for the experience of wage slavery and state oppression, and, most importantly, struggle, is shattering to the ideology spoon-fed children during their education and reinforced by the media. For more information on modern schools, see Paul Avrich's The Modern School Movement, Anarchism and Education in the United States, Emma Goldman's essays Francisco Ferrer and the Modern School, in Anarchism and Other Essays, and The Social Importance of the Modern School, in Red Emma Speaks, as well as A.S. Neil Summerhill. For a good introduction to anarchist viewpoints on education, see Kropotkin and Technical Education, An Anarchist Voice by Michael Smith, in For Anarchism, David Goodway, ed., and Michael Bakunin's All-Round Education, in The Basic Bakunin. For an excellent summary of the advantages and benefits of cooperative learning, see Alfie Kohn's No Contest. J.5.14 What is libertarian municipalism? As we noted in section J.2, most anarchists reject participating in electoral politics. A notable exception was Murray Bookchin, who not only proposed voting but also a non-parliamentary electoral strategy for anarchists. He repeated this proposal in many of his later works, such as From Urbanization to Cities, and has made it, at least in the USA, one of the many alternatives anarchists are involved in. According to Bookchin, the proletariat, as do all oppressed sectors of society, comes to life when it sheds its industrial habits in the free and spontaneous activity of communising, or taking part in the political life of the community. In other words, Bookchin thought that democratization of local communities may be as strategically important, or perhaps more important, to anarchists than workplace struggles. Since local politics is humanly scaled, Bookchin argued that it can be participatory rather than parliamentary. Or, as he put it, the anarchic ideal of decentralist, stateless, collectively managed, and directly democratic communities of confederated municipalities or communes speaks almost intuitively, and in the best works of Proudhon and Kropotkin, consciously, to the transforming role of libertarian municipalism as the framework of a liberatory society. Theses on Libertarian Municipalism, pages 9 to 22, The Anarchist Papers, Demetrius Irisopoulos, ed. p. 10. He also pointed out that, historically, the city has been the principal countervailing force to imperial and national states, haunting them as a potential challenge to centralist power and continuing to do so today, as can be seen in the conflicts between national government and municipalities in many countries. Despite the libertarian potential of urban politics, urbanization, the growth of the modern megalopolis as a vast wasteland of suburbs, shopping malls, industrial parks, and slums that foster political apathy and isolation in realms of alienated production and private consumption, is antithetical to the continued existence of those aspects of the city that might serve as the framework for a libertarian municipalism, when urbanization will have effaced city life so completely that the city no longer has its own identity, culture, and spaces for consociation. The basis for democracy in whatever way the word indefined will have disappeared, and the question of revolutionary forms will be a shadow game of abstractions. Despite this danger, Bookchin argued that a libertarian politics of local government is still possible, provided anarchists get our act together. The commune still lies buried in the city council, the sections still lie buried in the neighborhood. The town meeting still lies buried in the township. Confederal forms of municipal association still lie buried in regional networks of towns and cities. Op. Cit. p. 16 and p. 21. What would anarchists do electorally at the local level? Bookchin proposed that libertarians stand in local elections in order to change city and town charters to make them participatory. An organic politics based on such radical participatory forms of civic association does not exclude the right of anarchists to alter city and town charters such that they validate the existence of directly democratic institutions. And if this kind of activity brings anarchists into city councils, there is no reason why such a politics should be construed as parliamentary, particularly if it is confined to the civic level and is consciously posed against the state. Op. Cit. p. 21. In short, libertarian municipalism depends upon libertarian leftists running candidates at the local level, calling for the division of municipalities into wards, where popular assemblies can be created that bring people into full and direct participation in political life. Municipalities would then confederate into a dual power to oppose the nation-state and ultimately dispense with it and with the economic forces that underpin statism as such. Democracy and Nature No. 9, p. 158. This would be part of a social-wide transformation, whose minimal steps include initiating left-green municipalist movements that propose neighborhood and town assemblies even if they have only moral functions at first, and electing town and city councilors that advance the cause of these assemblies and other popular institutions. These minimal steps can lead step by step to the formation of confederal bodies. Civic banks to fund municipal enterprises and land purchases, the fostering of new ecologically orientated enterprises that are owned by the community. Thus Bookchin saw libertarian municipalism as a process by which the state can be undermined by using elections as the means of creating popular assemblies. Part of this would be the municipalization of property, which would bring the economy as a whole into the orbit of the public sphere, where economic policy could be formulated by the entire community. From Urbanization to Cities, p. 266 and p. 235. In evaluating Bookchin's proposal, several points come to mind. Firstly, it is clear that libertarian municipalism's arguments in favor of community assemblies is important and cannot be ignored. Bookchin was right to note that, in the past,
Many anarchists placed far too much stress on workplace struggles and workers' councils as the framework of a free society. Many of the really important issues that affect us cannot be reduced to workplace organizations, which by their very nature disenfranchise those who do not work in industry, such as housewives, the old, and so on. And, of course, there is far more to life than work, and so any future society organized purely around workplace organizations is reproducing capitalism's insane glorification of economic activity, at least to some degree. So, in this sense, libertarian municipalism has a very valid point. A free society will be created and maintained within the community as well as in the workplace. However, this perspective was hardly alien to such anarchist thinkers as Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, who all placed communes at the center of their vision of a free society. Secondly, Bookchin and other libertarian municipalists are correct to argue that anarchists should work in their local communities. Many anarchists are doing just that and are being very successful as well. However, most anarchists reject the idea of a confederal municipalist movement running candidates for municipal councils with demands for the institution of public assemblies as viable means of struggle toward creating new civic institutions out of old ones, or replacing the old ones altogether. Bookchin, Op. Cit. p. 229 and p. 267. The most serious objection to this has to do with whether politics in most cities has already become too centralist, bureaucratic, inhumanly scaled, and dominated by capitalist interests to have any possibility of being taken over by anarchists running on platforms of participatory democratization. Merely to pose the question seems enough to answer it. There is no such possibility in the vast majority of cities, and hence it would be a waste of time and energy for anarchists to support libertarian municipalist candidates in local elections, time and energy that could be more profitably spent in direct action. If the central governments are too bureaucratic and unresponsive to be used by libertarian municipalists, the same can be said of local ones too, particularly as the local state has become increasingly controlled by the central authorities. In the UK, for example, the Conservative government of the 1980s successfully centralised power away from local councils to undercut their ability to resist the imposition of its neoliberal policies. The counter-argument to this is that even if there is no chance of such candidates being elected, their standing for elections would serve a valuable educational function. The answer to this is, perhaps, but would it be more valuable than direct action? Would its educational value, if any, outweigh the disadvantages of electioneering discussed in section J.2? Given the ability of major media to marginalize alternative candidates, we doubt that such campaigns would have enough educational value to outweigh these disadvantages. Moreover, being an anarchist does not make one immune to the corrupting effects of electioneering. History is littered with radical, politically aware movements using elections and ending up becoming part of the system they aim to transform. Most anarchists doubt that libertarian municipalism will be any different. After all, it is the circumstances the parties find themselves in which are decisive, not the theory they hold. Why would libertarians be immune to this but not Marxists or Greens? Lastly, most anarchists question the whole process on which libertarian municipalism bases itself on. The idea of communes is a key one of anarchism, and so strategies to create them in the here and now are important. However, to think that using alienated, representative institutions to abolish these institutions is wrong. As Italian activists who organized a neighborhood assembly by non-electoral means argue to accept power and to say that the others were acting in bad faith and that we would be better, would force non-anarchists towards direct democracy. We reject this logic and believe that organizations must come from the grassroots. Community organizing in southern Italy, pages 16 to 19, Black Flag number 210, p. 18. Thus libertarian municipalism reverses the process by which community assemblies will be created. Instead of anarchists using elections to build such bodies, they must work in their communities directly to create them. See section J.5.1 for more details. Using the catalyst of specific issues of local interest,
anarchists could propose the creation of a community assembly to discuss the issues in question and organize action to solve them. Rather than stand in local elections, anarchists should encourage people to create these institutions themselves and empower themselves by collective self-activity. As Kropotkin argued, laws can only follow the accomplished facts, and even if they do honestly follow them, which is usually not the case, a law remains a dead letter so long as there are not on the spot the living forces required for making the tendencies expressed in the law an accomplished fact. Anarchism, p. 171. Most anarchists, therefore, think it is far more important to create the living forces within our communities directly than waste energy in electioneering and the passing of laws creating or legalizing community assemblies. In other words, community assemblies can only be created from the bottom up, by non-electoral means, a process which libertarian municipalism confuses with electioneering. So, while libertarian municipalism does raise many important issues and correctly stresses the importance of community activity and self-management, its emphasis on electoral activity undercuts its liberatory promise. For most anarchists, community assemblies can only be created from below, by direct action, and, because of its electoral strategy, a libertarian municipalist movement will end up being transformed into a copy of the system it aims to abolish. J.5.15 What attitude do anarchists take to the welfare state? The period of neoliberalism since the 1980s has seen a rollback of the state within society by the right wing in the name of freedom, individual responsibility and efficiency. The position of anarchists to this process is mixed. On the one hand, we are all in favor of reducing the size of the state and increasing individual responsibility and freedom, but, on the other, we are well aware that this rollback is part of an attack on the working class and tends to increase the power of the capitalists over us as the state's direct influence is reduced. Thus anarchists appear to be on the horns of a dilemma, or, at least, apparently. So what attitude do anarchists take to the welfare state and attacks on it? First, we must note that this attack on welfare is somewhat selective. While using the rhetoric of self-reliance and individualism, the practitioners of these tough love programs have made sure that the major corporations continue to get state handouts and aid while attacking social welfare. In other words, the current attack on the welfare state is an attempt to impose market discipline on the working class while increasing state protection for the ruling class. Therefore, most anarchists have no problem defending social welfare programs, as these can be considered as only fair considering the aid the capitalist class has always received from the state, both direct subsidies and protection and indirect support via laws that protect property and so on. And, for all their talk of increasing individual choice, the right wing remains silent about the lack of choice and individual freedom during working hours within capitalism. Secondly, most of the right-wing inspired attacks on the welfare state are inaccurate. For example, Noam Chomsky notes that the correlation between welfare payments and family life is real, though it is the reverse of what is claimed by the right. As support for the poor has declined, unwed birth rates, which had risen steadily from the 1940s through the mid-1970s, markedly increased. Over the last 3 decades, the rate of poverty among children almost perfectly correlates with the birth rates among teenage mothers a decade later. Mike Males points out, that is, child poverty seems to lead to teenage childbearing, not the other way around. Rollback 3, Z Magazine, April, 1995. The same charge of inaccurate scaremongering can be laid at the claims about the evil effects of welfare which the rich and large corporations wish to save others, but not themselves, from. Such altruism is truly heartwarming. For those in the United States or familiar with it, the same can be said of the hysterical attacks on socialized medicine and healthcare reform funded by insurance companies and parroted by right-wing ideologues and politicians. Thirdly, anarchists are just as opposed to capitalism as they are the state. This means that privatizing state functions is no more libertarian than nationalizing them. In fact, less so, as such a process reduces the limited public say state control implies in favor of more private tyranny and wage labor. As such, attempts to erode the welfare state without other, pro-working class, social reforms violates the anti-capitalist part of anarchism. Similarly, the introduction of a state-supported welfare system rather than a for-profit capitalist-run system, as in America, would hardly be considered any more a violation of libertarian principles as the reverse happening. In terms of reducing human suffering, though, most anarchists would oppose the latter and be in favor of the former while aiming to create a third, self-managed, alternative. Fourthly, we must note that while most anarchists are in favor of collective self-help and welfare, we are opposed to the state. Part of the alternatives anarchists try and create are self-managed and community welfare projects, see next section. Moreover, in the past, anarchists and syndicalists were at the forefront in opposing state welfare schemes. This was because they were introduced not by socialists but by liberals and other supporters of capitalism to undercut support for radical alternatives and to aid long-term economic development by creating the educated and healthy population required to use advanced technology and fight wars. Thus we find that liberal social welfare legislation were seen by many British syndicalists not as genuine welfare reforms, but as mechanisms of social control. Syndicalists took a leading part in resisting such legislation on the grounds that it would increase capitalist discipline over labor, thereby undermining working-class independence and self-reliance. Bob Holden, British Syndicalism, 1900 to 1914, p. 137. Anarchists view the welfare state much as some feminists do. While they note, to quote Carol Pateman, the patriarchal structure of the welfare state, they are also aware that it has also brought challenges to patriarchal power and helped provide a basis for women's autonomous citizenship. She goes on to note that for women to look at the welfare state is merely to exchange dependence on individual men for dependence on the state. The power and capriciousness of husbands is replaced by the arbitrariness, bureaucracy, and power of the state, the very state that has upheld patriarchal power. This will not in itself do anything to challenge patriarchal power relations. The Disorder of Women, p. 195 and p. 200. Thus while the welfare state does give working people more options than having to take any job or put up with any conditions, this relative independence from the market and individual capitalists has come at the price of dependence on the state, the very institution that protects and supports capitalism in the first place. And as we have become painfully aware in recent years, it is the ruling class who has most influence in the state, and so, when it comes to deciding what state budgets to cut, social welfare ones are first in line. Given that such programs are controlled by the state, not working class people, such an outcome is hardly surprising. Not only this, we also find that state control reproduces the same hierarchical structures that the capitalist firm creates. Unsurprisingly, anarchists have no great love of such state welfare schemes and desire their replacement by self-managed alternatives. For example, taking municipal housing, Colin Ward writes, "The municipal tenant is trapped in a syndrome of dependence and resentment, which is an accurate reflection of his housing situation. People care about what is theirs, what they can modify, alter, adapt to changing needs and improve themselves. They must have a direct responsibility for it. The tenant takeover of the municipal estate is one of those obviously sensible ideas which is dormant because our approach to municipal affairs is still stuck in the groves of 19th century paternalism." Anarchy in Action, p. 73. Looking at state-supported education, Ward argues that the universal education system turns out to be yet another way in which the poor subsidize the rich. Which is the least of its problems, for it is in the nature of public authorities to run coercive and hierarchical institutions whose ultimate function is to perpetuate social inequality and to brainwash the young into the acceptance of their particular slot in the organized system. Op. Cit. p. 83 and p. 81. The role of state education as a means of systematically indoctrinating the working class is reflected in William Law's words. The Education Act of 1870 gave the state the facilities to make education compulsory for all children from the age of 5 to the age of 10.
It had also erected a powerful system of ideological control over the next generation of workers. It was to function as a prime ideological mechanism in the attempt by the capitalist class through the medium of the state, to continually reproduce a labor force which would passively accept the subjection of labor to the domination of capital. At the same time it had set up a public institution which could potentially be used by the working class for just the contrary purpose. The subjection of labor to capital, the rise of the capitalist system, Radical Political Economy Volume 2, p. 363. Lazonic, as did Pateman, indicates the contradictory nature of welfare provisions within capitalism. On the one hand, they are introduced to help control the working class, and to improve long-term economic development. On the other hand, these provisions can be used by working class people as weapons against capitalism and give themselves more options than work or starve. The fact that the attacks on welfare in the UK during the 1990s called, ironically enough, welfare to work involves losing benefits if you refuse a job is not a surprising development. Thus we find that welfare acts as a kind of floor under wages. In the US, the two have followed a common trajectory, rising together and falling together. And it is this, the potential benefits welfare can have for working people, that is the real cause for the current capitalist attacks upon it. As Noam Chomsky summarizes, state authority is now under severe attack in the more democratic societies, but not because it conflicts with the libertarian vision. Rather the opposite, because it offers, weak, protection to some aspects of that vision. Governments have a fatal flaw. Unlike the private tyrannies, the institutions of state power and authority offer to the public an opportunity to play some role, however limited, in managing their own affairs. Chomsky on Anarchism, p. 193. Because of this contradictory nature of welfare, we find anarchists like Noam Chomsky arguing that, using an expression popularized by South American rural workers' unions, we should expand the floor of the cage. We know we're in a cage. We know we're trapped. We're going to expand the floor, meaning we will extend to the limits what the cage will allow. And we intend to destroy the cage. But not by attacking the cage when we're vulnerable, so they'll murder us. You have to protect the cage when it's under attack from even worse predators from outside, like private power. And you have to expand the floor of the cage, recognizing that it's a cage. These are all preliminaries to dismantling it. Unless people are willing to tolerate that level of complexity, they're going to be of no use to people who are suffering and who need help, or, for that matter, to themselves. Expanding the floor of the cage. Thus, even though we know the welfare state is a cage and part of an instrument of class power, we have to defend it from a worse possibility, namely, the state as pure defender of capitalism with working people with few or no rights. At least the welfare state does have a contradictory nature, the tensions of which can be used to increase our options. And one of these options is its abolition from below. For example, with regards to municipal housing, anarchists will be the first to agree that it is paternalistic, bureaucratic, and hardly a wonderful living experience. However, in stark contrast with the right who desire to privatize such estates, anarchists think that tenants' control is the best solution as it gives us the benefits of individual ownership along with community, and so without the negative points of property, such as social atomization. The demand for tenant control must come from below, by the collective resistance of the tenants themselves, perhaps as a result of struggles against continuous rent increases leading to the demand for a change in the status of the tenant. Such a tenant takeover of the municipal estate is one of those sensible ideas which is dormant because our approach to municipal affairs is still stuck in the grooves of 19th century paternalism. Ward, Op. Cit. p. 73. And it is here that we find the ultimate irony of the right-wing, free market attempts to abolish the welfare state. Neoliberalism wants to end welfare from above, by means of the state, which is the instigator of this individualistic reform. It does not seek the end of dependency by self-liberation, but the shifting of dependency from state to charity and the market. In contrast,
Anarchists desire to abolish welfare from below. This the libertarian attitude to those government policies which actually do help people. While anarchists would hesitate to condemn those measures taken by governments which obviously benefited the people, unless we saw the immediate possibility of people carrying them out for themselves. This would not inhibit us from declaring at the same time that what initiatives governments take would be more successfully taken by the people themselves if they put their minds to the same problems, to build up a hospital service or a transport system, for instance, from local needs into a national organization, by agreement and consent at all levels is surely more economical as well as efficient than one which is conceived at top level by the state, where treasury, political and other pressures, not necessarily connected with what we would describe as needs, influence the shaping of policies. So as long as we have capitalism and government, the job of anarchists is to fight both, and at the same time encourage people to take what steps they can to run their own lives. Anarchists and Voting, pages 176 to 87, The Raven, number 14, p. 179. Ultimately, unlike the state socialist/liberal left, anarchists reject the idea that the cause of socialism, of a free society, can be helped by using the state. Like the right, the left see political action in terms of the state. All its favorite policies have been statist state intervention in the economy, nationalization, state welfare, state education, and so on. Whatever the problem, the left see the solution as lying in the extension of the power of the state. They continually push people in relying on others to solve their problems for them. Moreover, such state-based aid does not get to the core of the problem. All it does is fight the symptoms of capitalism and statism without attacking their root causes, the system itself. Invariably, this support for the state is a move away from working class people, from trusting and empowering them to sort out their own problems. Indeed, the left seem to forget that the state exists to defend the collective interests of the ruling class and so could hardly be considered a neutral body. And, worst of all, they have presented the right with the opportunity of stating that freedom from the state means the same thing as the freedom of the market, so ignoring the awkward fact that capitalism is based upon domination, wage labor, and needs many repressive measures in order to exist and survive. Anarchists are of the opinion that changing the boss for the state, or vice versa, is only a step sideways, not forward. After all, it is not working people who control how the welfare state is run, it is politicians, experts, bureaucrats, and managers who do so. Welfare is administered by a top-heavy governmental machine which ensures that when economies in public expenditure are imposed by its political masters, they are made in reducing the service to the public, not by reducing the cost of administration. Ward, Op. Cit. 10. Little wonder we have seen elements of the welfare state used as a weapon in the class war against those in struggle. For example, in Britain during the miners' strike in 1980s, the Conservative government made it illegal to claim benefits while on strike, so reducing the funds available to workers in struggle and helping bosses force strikers back to work faster. Anarchists consider it far better to encourage those who suffer injustice to organize themselves, and in that way they can change what they think is actually wrong, as opposed to what politicians and experts claim is wrong. If sometimes part of this struggle involves protecting aspects of the welfare state, expanding the floor of the cage, so be it, but we will never stop there and will use such struggles as a stepping stone in abolishing the welfare state from below by creating self-managed, working class, alternatives. As part of this process, anarchists also seek to transform those aspects of the welfare state they may be trying to protect. They do not defend an institution which is paternalistic, bureaucratic, and unresponsive. For example, if we are involved in trying to stop a local state-run hospital or school from closing, anarchists would try to raise the issue of self-management and local community control into the struggle in the hope of going beyond the status quo. In this, we follow the suggestion made by Proudhon that rather than fatten certain contractors, libertarians should be aiming to create a new kind of property by granting the privilege of running public utilities, industries, and services, under fixed conditions, to responsible companies, not of capitalists, but of workmen. Municipalities would take the initiative in setting up public works, but actual control would rest with workers' cooperatives, for it becomes necessary for the workers to form themselves into democratic societies, with equal conditions for all members, on pain of a relapse into feudalism. General idea of the revolution, p. 151 and p. 276-7. Thus, for example, rather than nationalise or privatist railways, they should be handed over workers' cooperatives to run. The same with welfare services and such like. The abolition of the state is the last term of a series, which consists of an incessant diminution, by political and administrative simplification, the number of public functionaries, and to put into the care of responsible workers' societies the works and services confided to the state. Proudhon, Carnets, Volume 3, p. 293. Not only does this mean that we can get accustomed to managing our own affairs collectively, it also means that we can ensure that whatever safety nets we have do what we want and not what capital wants. In the end, what we create and run by ourselves will be more responsive to our needs, and the needs of the class struggle, than reformist aspects of the capitalist state. This much, we think, is obvious. And it is ironic to see elements of the radical and revolutionary left argue against this working class self-help, and so ignore the long tradition of such activity in working class movements, and instead select for the agent of their protection a state run by and for capitalists. There are two traditions of welfare within society, one of fraternal and autonomous associations springing from below, the other that of authoritarian institutions directed from above. Ward, Op. Cit. p. 123. While sometimes anarchists are forced to defend the latter against the greater evil of free market capitalism, we never forget the importance of creating and strengthening the former. As Chomsky suggests, libertarians have to defend some state institutions from the attack against them by private power, while trying at the same time to pry them open to meaningful public participation and ultimately, to dismantle them in a much more free society, if the appropriate circumstances can be achieved. Chomsky on Anarchism, p. 194. A point we will discuss more in the next section when we highlight the historical examples of self-managed communal welfare and self-help organizations. J.5.16 Are there any historical examples of collective self-help? Yes, in all societies we see working class people joining together to practice mutual aid and solidarity. This takes many forms, such as trade and industrial unions, credit unions, and friendly societies, cooperatives and so on, but the natural response of working class people to the injustices of capitalism was to practice collective self-help in order to improve their lives and protect their friends, communities, and fellow workers. There are, as Colin Ward stresses, in fact several quite separate traditions of social welfare, the product of totally different attitudes to social needs. One of these traditions is that of a service given grudgingly and punitively by authority, another is the expression of social responsibility, or of mutual aid and self-help. One is embodied in institutions, the other in associations. Anarchy in Action, p. 112. Anarchists, needless to say, favor the latter. Unfortunately, this great tradition of working-class self-help and mutual aid was written off, not just as irrelevant, but as an actual impediment, by the political and professional architects of the welfare state. The contribution that the recipients had to make to all this theoretical bounty was ignored as a mere embarrassment apart, of course, for paying for it. The socialist ideal was rewritten as a world in which everyone was entitled to everything, but where nobody except the providers had any actual say about anything. We have been learning for years, in the anti-welfare backlash, what a vulnerable utopia that was. This self-managed working-class self-help was the welfare road we failed to take. Ward, Social Policy, An Anarchist Response, p. 11-2 and p. 9. Anarchists would argue that self-help is the natural side effect of freedom. There is no possibility of radical social change unless people are free to decide for themselves what their problems are, where their interests lie, and are free to organize for themselves what they want to do about them. Self-help is a natural expression of people taking control of their own lives and acting for themselves. Anyone who urges state action on behalf of people is no socialist, and anyone arguing against self-help as bourgeois is no anti-capitalist. It is somewhat ironic that it is the right who have monopolized the rhetoric of self-help and turned it into yet another ideological weapon against working-class direct action and self-liberation, although, saying that, the right generally likes individualist self-help. Given a strike, squatting or any other form of collective self-help movement, they will be the first to denounce it. The political left has, over the years, committed an enormous psychological error in allowing this kind of language, self-help, mutual aid, standing on your own 2 feet and so on, to be appropriated by the political right. If you look at the exhibitions of trade union banners from the last century, you will see slogans like self-help embroidered all over them. It was those clever Fabians and academic Marxists who ridiculed out of existence the values by which ordinary citizens govern their own lives in favor of bureaucratic paternalizing, leaving those values around to be picked up by their political opponents. Ward, Talking Houses, p. 58. We cannot be expected to provide an extensive list of working-class collective self-help and social welfare activity here. All we can do is present an overview of collective welfare in action. For a discussion of working-class self-help and cooperation through the centuries, we can suggest no better source than Kropotkin's Mutual Aid. In the case of Britain, we find that the newly created working class built up from nothing a vast network of social and economic initiatives based on self-help and mutual aid. The list is endless: friendly societies, building societies, sick clubs, coffin clubs, clothing clubs, up to enormous federated enterprises like the trade union movement and the cooperative movement. Ward, Social Policy, pages 10-1. The historian E.P. Thompson confirmed this picture of a wide network of working-class self-help organizations. Small tradesmen, artisans, laborers, he summarized, all sought to insure themselves against sickness, unemployment, or funeral expenses through membership of friendly societies. These were authentic evidence of independent working-class culture and institutions, out of which trade unions grew, and in which trade union officers were trained. Friendly societies did not proceed from an idea; both the ideas and institutions arose from a certain common experience. In the simple cellular structure of the friendly society, with its workaday ethos of mutual aid, we see many features which were reproduced in more sophisticated and complex form in trade unions, cooperatives, Hampton clubs, political unions, and Chartist lodges. Every kind of witness in the first half of the 19th century, clergymen, factory inspectors, radical publicists, remarked upon the extent of mutual aid in the poorest districts. In times of emergency, unemployment, strikes, sickness, childbirth, then it was the poor who helped everyone his neighbor. The Making of the English Working Class, p. 458, pages 460-1 and p. 462. Sam Dolgoff gave an excellent summary of similar self-help activities by the American working class. Long before the labor movement got corrupted and the state stepped in, the workers organized a network of cooperative institutions of all kinds: schools, summer camps for children and adults, homes for the aged, health and cultural centers, credit associations, fire, life, and health insurance, technical education, housing, etc. The American Labor Movement, A New Beginning, p. 74. Dolgoff, like all anarchists, urged workers to finance the establishment of independent cooperative societies of all types, which will respond adequately to their needs, and that such a movement could constitute a realistic alternative to the horrendous abuses of the establishment at a fraction of the cost. Op. Cit. p. 74 and pages 74-75. In this way a network of self-managed, communal, welfare associations and cooperatives could be built, paid for, run by, and run for working class people. Such a system would not become a plaything of central government financial policy. Ward, Op. Cit. p. 16. Such a network could be initially built upon, and be an aspect of, the struggles of both workers in and claimants, patients, tenants, and other users of the current welfare state. So a multiplicity of mutual aid organizations among claimants, patients, victims, represents the most potent lever for change in transforming the welfare state into a genuine welfare society, in turning community care into a caring community. Ward, Anarchy in Action, p. 125. The creation of such a cooperative, community-based, welfare system will not occur overnight, nor will it be easy. But it is possible, as history shows. It will, of course, have its problems, but as Colin Ward notes, the standard argument against a localist and decentralist point of view, is that of universalism, an equal service to all citizens, which it is thought that central control achieves? The short answer to this is that it doesn't. Colin Ward, Social Policy, p. 16. He notes that richer areas generally get a better service from the welfare state than poorer ones, thus violating the claims of equal service. A centralist system, be it state or private, will most likely allocate resources which reflect the interests and lack of knowledge of bureaucrats and experts, not on where they are best used or the needs of the users. Anarchists are sure that a confederal network of mutual aid organizations and cooperatives, based upon local input and control, can overcome problems of localism far better than a centralist one which, due to its lack of local input and participation, will more likely encourage parochialism and indifference than a wider vision and solidarity. If you have no real say in what affects you, why should you be concerned with what affects others? This is unsurprising, for what else is global action other than the product of thousands of local actions? Solidarity within our class is the flower that grows from the soil of our local self-activity, direct action, and self-organization. Unless we act and organize locally, any wider organization and action will be hollow. Thus local organization and empowerment is essential to create and maintain wider organizations and mutual aid. To take another example of the benefits of a self-managed welfare system, we find that it was a continual complaint of the authorities in the late 18th and early 19th century that friendly societies allowed members to withdraw funds when on strike. Thompson, Op. Cit. p. 461f. The same complaints were voiced in Britain about the welfare state allowing strikers to claim benefit while on strike. The Conservative government of the 1980s changed that by passing a law barring those in industrial dispute to claim benefits and so removing a potential support for those in struggle. Such a restriction would have been far harder, if not impossible, to impose on a network of self-managed mutual aid cooperatives. Such institutions would have not become the plaything of central government financial policy as the welfare state and the taxes working class people have to pay have become. All this means that anarchists reject the phony choice between private and state capitalism we are usually offered. We reject both privatization and nationalization, both right and left wings, of capitalism. Neither state nor private health care are user-controlled. One is subject to the requirements of politics and the other places profits before people. As we have discussed the welfare state in the last section, it is worthwhile to quickly discuss privatized welfare and why anarchists reject this option even more than state welfare. Firstly, all forms of private healthcare/welfare have to pay dividends to capitalists, fund advertising, reduce costs to maximize profits by standardizing the caring process, i.e. McDonaldization, and so on, all of which inflates prices and produces substandard service across the industry as a whole. According to Alfie Kohn, more hospitals and clinics are being run by for-profit corporations. Many institutions, forced to battle for customers, seem to value a skilled director of marketing more highly than a skilled caregiver. As in any other economic sector, the race for profits translates into pressure to reduce costs, and the easiest way to do it here is to cut back on services to unprofitable patients, that is, those who are more sick than rich. The result: hospital costs are actually higher in areas where there is more competition for patients. No Contest, p. 240 in the UK, attempts to introduce market forces into the National Health Service has also led to increased costs as well as inflating the size and cost of its bureaucracy. Looking at Chile, hyped by those who desire to privatize Social Security, we find similar disappointing results, well, disappointing for the working class at least, as we will see. Seemingly, Chile's private system has achieved impressive average returns on investment. However, once commissions are factored in, the real return for individual workers is considerably lower. For example, although the average rate of return on funds from 1982 through 1986 was 15.9%, the real return after commissions was a mere 0.3%. Between 1991 and 1995, the pre-commission return was 12.9%, but with commissions it fell to 2.1%. According to Doug Henwood, the competing mutual funds have vast sales forces, and the portfolio managers all have their vast fees. All in all, administrative costs are almost 30% of revenues, compared to well under 1% for the U.S. Social Security system. Wall Street, p. 305. In addition, the private pension fund market is dominated by a handful of companies. Even if commission costs were lowered, by regulation, the impressive returns on capital seen between 1982 and 1995, when the real annual return on investment averaged 12.7%, are likely not to be sustained. These average returns coincided with boom years in Chile, complemented by government's high borrowing costs. Because of the debt crisis of the 1980s, Latin governments were paying double-digit real interest rates on their bonds, the main investment vehicle of Social Security funds. In effect, government was subsidizing the private system by paying astronomical rates on government bonds. Another failing of the system is that only a little over half of Chilean workers make regular Social Security contributions. While many believe that a private system would reduce evasion because workers have a greater incentive to contribute to their own personal retirement accounts, 43.4% of those affiliated with the new system in June of 1995 did not contribute regularly. Stephen J.K., The Chile Con, Privatizing Social Security in South America, The American Prospect No. 33, pages 48 to 52. All in all, privatization seems to be beneficial only to middlemen and capitalists, if Chile is anything to go by. As Henwood argues, while the infusion of money resulting from privatizing Social Security has done wonders for the Chilean stock market, projections are that as many as half of future retirees will draw a poverty-level pension. Henwood, Op. Cit. pages 304 to 5. Suffice to say, all you really need to know about privatization of pensions and health care in Chile is that the military dictatorship which imposed it excluded the military from its dubious benefits. Such altruism is truly touching. So, anarchists reject private welfare as a con, and an even bigger one than state welfare. As Colin Ward suggests, it is the question of how we get back on the mutual aid road instead of commercial health insurance and private pension schemes. Social Policy, p. 17. As anarchists are both anti-state and anti-capitalist, swapping private power for the state power is, at best, a step sideways. Usually, it is worse, for capitalist companies are accountable only to their owners and the profit criteria. This means, as Chomsky suggests, protecting the state sector today is a step towards abolishing the state because it maintains a public arena in which people can participate and organize, and affect policy, and so on, though in limited ways. If that's removed, we'd go back to a private dictatorship, but that's hardly a step towards liberation. Chomsky on Anarchism, p. 213. Instead, anarchists try to create real alternatives to hierarchy, be it state or capitalist, in the here and now, which reflect our ideas of a free and just society. For, when it boils down to it, freedom cannot be given, only taken, and this process of self-liberation is reflected in the alternatives we build to help win the class war. The struggle against capitalism and statism requires that we build for the future, and, moreover, we should remember that he who has no confidence in the creative capacity of the masses and in their capability to revolt doesn't belong in the revolutionary movement. He should go to a monastery and get on his knees and start praying. Because he is no revolutionist. he is a son of a bitch. Sam Dolgoff, quoted by Ulrich Heider, Anarchism, Left, Right, and Green, p. 12. J.6 What methods of child rearing do anarchists advocate? Anarchists have long been aware of the importance of child rearing and education. We are aware that child rearing should aim to develop a well-rounded individuality and not a patient work slave, professional automaton, tax-paying citizen, or righteous moralist. In this section of the FAQ we will discuss anarchist approaches to child rearing, bearing in mind that it is through the channel of the child that the development of the mature man or woman must go, and that the present ideas of educating or training are such as to stifle the natural growth of the child. Emma Goldman, Red Emma Speaks, p. 131 and p. 130. If one accepts the thesis that the authoritarian family is the breeding ground for both individual psychological problems and political reaction, it follows that anarchists should try to develop ways of raising children that will not psychologically cripple them but instead enable them to accept freedom and responsibility while developing natural self-regulation. We will refer to children raised in such a way as free children. Work in this field is still in its infancy, no pun intended. Wilhelm Reich was the main pioneer in this field. An excellent, short introduction to his ideas can be found in Maurice Brinton's The Irrational in Politics. In Children of the Future, Reich made numerous suggestions, based on his research and clinical experience, for parents, psychologists, and educators striving to develop libertarian methods of child rearing, although he did not use the term libertarian. In this and the following sections we will summarize Reich's main ideas as well as those of other libertarian psychologists and educators who have been influenced by him, such as A.S. Neal and Alexander Lowen. We will examine the theoretical principles involved in raising free children and will illustrate their practical application with concrete examples. Finally, we will examine the anarchist approach to the problems of adolescence. Such an approach to child rearing is based upon the insight that children do not constitute anyone's property, they are neither the property of the parents nor even of society. They belong only to their own future freedom. Michael Bakunin, The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 327. As such, what happens to a child when they are growing up shapes the person they become and the society they live in. The key question for people interested in freedom is whether the child is to be considered as an individuality, or as an object to be molded according to the whims and fancies of those about it. Emma Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 130. Libertarian child rearing is the means by which the individuality of the child is respected and developed. This is in stark contrast to standard capitalist claim that children are the property of their parents. If we accept that children are the property of their parents, then we are implicitly stating that a child's formative years are spent in slavery, hardly a relationship which will promote the individuality and freedom of the child or the wider society. Little wonder that most anarchists reject such assertions. Instead, we argue that the rights of the parents shall be confined to loving their children and exercising over them authority that does not run counter to their morality, their mental development, or their future freedom. Being someone's property, i.e. slave, runs counter to all these, and it follows that society, the whole future of which depends upon adequate education and upbringing of children, has not only the right but also the duty to watch over them. Hence child rearing should be part of society, a communal process by which children learn what it means to be an individual by being respected as one by others, real freedom, that is, the full awareness and the realization thereof in every individual, preeminently based upon a feeling of one's dignity and upon the genuine respect for someone else's freedom and dignity, i.e. upon justice. Such freedom can develop in children only through the rational development of their minds, character and will. Bakunin, Op. Cit. p. 327. We wish to reiterate again that a great deal of work remains to be done in this field. Therefore our comments should be regarded merely as tentative basis for further reflection and research by those involved with raising and educating children. There is, and cannot be, any rule book for raising free children,
because to follow an inflexible rule book is to ignore the fact that each child and their environment is unique and therefore demands unique responses from their parents. Hence the principles of libertarian child rearing to which we will refer should not be thought of as rules, but rather, as experimental hypotheses to be tested by parents within their own situation by applying their intelligence and deriving their own individual conclusions. Bringing up children must be like education, and based on similar principles, namely upon the free growth and development of the innate forces and tendencies of the child. In this way alone can we hope for the free individual and eventually also for a free community, which shall make interference and coercion of human growth impossible. Goldman, Op. Cit. p. 139. Indeed, child rearing and education cannot be separated, as life itself is an education and so must share the same principles and be viewed as a process of development and exploration, rather than as one of repressing a child's instincts and inculcating obedience and discipline. Martha A. Ackelsberg, Free Women of Spain, p. 166. Moreover, the role of parental example is very important to raising free children. Children often learn by mimicking their parents. Children do what their parents do, not as they say. If their mother and father lie to each other, scream, fight and so on, then the child will probably do so as well. Children's behavior does not come out thin air, they are a product of the environment they are brought up in. Children can only be encouraged by example, not by threats and commands. So how parents act can be an obstacle to the development of a free child. Parents must do more than just say the right things, but also act as anarchists in order to produce free children. The sad fact is that most modern people have lost the ability to raise free children, and regaining this ability will be a long process of trial and error as well as parent education, in which it is to be hoped that each succeeding generation will learn from the failures and successes of their predecessors and so improve. In the best-case scenario, over the course of a few generations the number of progressive parents will continue to grow and raise ever freer children, who in turn will become even more progressive parents themselves, thus gradually changing mass psychology in a libertarian direction. Such changes can come about very fast, as can be seen from various communes all over the world where society is organized according to libertarian principles. As Reich put it, we have learned that instead of a jump into the realm of the children of the future, we can hope for no more than a steady advance, in which the healthy new overlaps the sick old structure, with the new slowly outgrowing the old. Children of the Future, pages 38 to 39. By means of freedom-based child rearing and education, along with other methods of consciousness raising, as well as encouraging resistance to the existing social order, anarchists hope to prepare the psychological foundation for a social paradigm shift, from authoritarian to libertarian institutions and values. And indeed, a gradual cultural evolution toward increasing freedom does seem to exist. For example, as A.S. Neil suggested, there is a slow trend to freedom, sexual and otherwise. In my boyhood, a woman went bathing wearing stockings and a long dress. Today, women show legs and bodies. Children are getting more freedom with every generation. Today, only a few lunatics put cayenne pepper on a baby's thumb to stop sucking. Today, only a few countries beat their children in school. Summerhill, p. 115. Most anarchists believe that we must practice what we preach, and so the anarchist revolution begins at home. As anarchists raise their own children in capitalist society or are involved in the raising and education of the children of other parents, we can practice in part libertarian principles even before the revolution. As such, we think it is important to discuss libertarian child rearing. J.6.1 What are the main obstacles to raising free children? The biggest obstacle is the training and character of most parents, physicians, and educators. Individuals within a hierarchical society create psychological walls/defenses around themselves, and these will obviously have an effect both on the mental and physical state of the individual and so their capacity for living a free life and experiencing pleasure. Such parents then try, often unconsciously, to stifle the life energy in children. There are, For example, the child's natural vocal expressions, shouting, screaming, bellowing, crying, etc., and natural body motility. As Reich noted, small children go through a phase of development characterized by vigorous activity of the voice musculature. The joy the infant derives from loud noises, crying, shrieking, and forming a variety of sounds, is regarded by many parents as pathological aggressiveness. The children are accordingly admonished not to scream, to be still, etc. The impulses of the voice apparatus are inhibited, its musculature becomes chronically contracted, and the child becomes quiet, well brought up, and withdrawn. The effect of such mistreatment is soon manifested in eating disturbances, general apathy, pallor of the face, etc. Speech disturbances and retardation of speech development are presumably caused in this manner. In the adult we see the effects of such mistreatment in the form of spasms of the throat. The automatic constrictions of the glottis and the deep throat musculature, with subsequent inhibition of the aggressive impulses of the head and neck, seems to be particularly characteristic. Children of the Future, p. 128. Clinical experience has taught us, Reich concluded, that small children must be allowed to shout themselves out when the shouting is inspired by pleasure. This might be disagreeable to some parents, but questions of education must be decided exclusively in the interests of the child, not in those of the adults. Op. Cit. p. 128. Besides deadening life energy in the body, such stifling also inhibits the anxiety generated by the presence of antisocial, cruel, and perverse impulses within the psyche, for example, destructiveness, sadism, greed, power hunger, brutality, etc. Impulses referred to by Reich as secondary drives. In other words, this reduces our ability to empathize with others, and so the internal ethical guidelines we all develop are blunted, making us more likely to express such secondary, antisocial, drives. So, ironically, these secondary drives result from the suppression of the primary drives and the sensations of pleasure associated with them. These secondary drives develop because the only emotional expressions that can get through a person's defenses are distorted, harsh, and or mechanical. In other words, compulsive morality, i.e. acting according to externally imposed rules, becomes necessary to control the secondary drives which compulsion itself creates. By such processes, authoritarian child rearing becomes self-justifying. Psychoanalysts have failed to distinguish between primary natural and secondary perverse, cruel drives, and they are continuously killing nature in the newborn while they try to extinguish the brutish little animal. They are completely ignorant of the fact that it is exactly this killing of the natural principle which creates the secondary perverse and cruel nature, human nature so called, and that these artificial cultural creations in turn make compulsive moralism and brutal laws necessary. Reich, Op. Cit. p. 17-18. Moralism, however, can never get at the root of the problem of secondary drives, but in fact only increases the pressure of crime and guilt. The real solution is to let children develop what Reich calls natural self-regulation. This can be done only by not subjecting them to punishment, coercion, threats, moralistic lectures and admonitions, withdrawal of love, etc. in an attempt to inhibit their spontaneous expression of natural life impulses. The systematic development of the emphatic tendencies of the young infant is the best way to socialize and restrict activities that are harmful to the others. As A.S. Neil pointed out, self-regulation implies a belief in the goodness of human nature, a belief that there is not, and never was, original sin. Summerhill, p. 103. According to Neil, children who are given freedom from birth and not forced to conform to parental expectations spontaneously learn how to keep themselves clean and develop social qualities like courtesy, common sense, an interest in learning, respect for the rights of others, and so forth. However, once the child has been armored through authoritarian methods intended to force it to develop such qualities, it becomes out of touch with its living core and therefore no longer able to develop self-regulation. In this stage it becomes harder and harder for the pro-social emotions to shape the developing mode of life of the new member of society. At that point, when the secondary drives develop, parental authoritarianism becomes a necessity. This oppression produces an inability to tolerate freedom. The vast majority of people develop this automatically from the way they are raised, and is what makes the whole subject of bringing up children of crucial importance to anarchists. Reich concluded that if parents do not suppress nature in the first place, then no antisocial drives will be created and no authoritarianism will be required to suppress them. What you so desperately and vainly try to achieve by way of compulsion and admonition is there in the newborn infant, ready to live and function. Let it grow as nature requires, and change our institutions accordingly. Op. Cit. P. 47. So in order to raise psychologically healthy children, parents need to acquire self-knowledge, particularly of how internal conflicts develop in family relationships, and to free themselves as much as possible from neurotic forms of behavior. The difficulty of parents acquiring such self-knowledge and sufficiently deconditioning themselves is obviously another obstacle to raising self-regulated children. However, the greatest obstacle is the fact that twisting mechanisms set in so very early in life, i.e. soon after birth. Hence it is important for parents to obtain a thorough knowledge of what rigid suppressions are and how they function, so that from the beginning they can prevent, or at least decrease, them from forming in their children. Finally, Reich cautioned that it is crucial to avoid any mixing of concepts. One cannot mix a bit of self-regulation with a bit of moral demand. Either we trust nature as basically decent and self-regulatory, or we do not, and then there is only one way, that of training by compulsion. It is essential to grasp the fact that the two ways of upbringing do not go together. Op. Cit. P. 46. J.6.2. What are some examples of libertarian child-rearing methods? According to Reich, the problems of parenting a free child actually begin before conception, with the need for a prospective mother to free herself as much as possible from chronic muscular tensions. It has been found in many studies that not only the physical health of the mother can influence the foetus. Various psychological stresses influence the chemical and hormonal environment, affecting the foetus. Immediately after birth it is important for the mother to establish contact with her child. This means, basically, constant loving attention to the baby, expressed by plenty of holding, cuddling, playing, etc., and especially by breastfeeding. By such organotic contact, to use Reich's term, the mother is able to establish the initial emotional bonding with the newborn, and a nonverbal understanding of the child's needs. This is only possible, however, if she is in touch with her own emotional and cognitive internal processes. Organotic contact is the most essential experiential and emotional element in the interrelationship between mother and child, particularly prenatally and during the first days and weeks of life. The future fate of the child depends on it. It seems to be the core of the newborn infant's emotional development. Children of the future, p. 99. It is important for the father to establish organotic contact as well. Reich maintained that the practice of bottle feeding is harmful, particularly if it completely replaces breastfeeding from the day of birth, because it eliminates one of the most important forms of establishing physical and emotional contact between mother and child. This lack of contact can then contribute in later life to oral forms of neurotic character structure or traits. See Chapter 9 of Alexander Lowen's Physical Dynamics of Character Structure. Another harmful practice in infant care is the compulsive neurotic method of feeding children on schedule, invented by Perkay in Vienna, which was devastatingly wrong and harmful to countless children. Frustration of oral needs through this practice, which is fortunately less in vogue now than it was 50 years ago, is guaranteed to produce neurotic armoring in infants. As Reich put it, as long as parents, doctors, and educators approach infants with false, unbending behavior, inflexible opinions, condescension, and officiousness, instead of with organotic contact, infants will continue to be quiet, withdrawn, apathetic, autistic, peculiar, and, later, little wild animals,
whom the cultivated feel they have to tame. Op. CITP 124. Another harmful practice is allowing the baby to cry itself out. Thus, parking a baby in a baby carriage in the garden, perhaps for hours at a time, is a dangerous practice. No one can know what agonizing feelings of fear and loneliness a baby can experience on waking up suddenly to find himself alone in a strange place. Those who have heard a baby's screams on such occasions have some idea of the cruelty of this stupid custom. Neil, Summerhill, p. 336. Indeed, in the physical dynamics of character structure, Alexander Lowen has traced specific neuroses, particularly depression, to this practice. Hospitals also have been guilty of psychologically damaging sick infants by isolating them from their mothers, a practice that has undoubtedly produced untold numbers of neurotics and psychopaths. Neil summed up the libertarian attitude toward the care of infants as follows: self-regulation means the right of a baby to live freely without outside authority in things psychic and somatic. It means that the baby feeds when it is hungry, that it becomes clean in habits only when it wants to, that it is never stormed at nor spanked, that it is always loved and protected. Obviously, self-regulation does not mean leaving the baby alone when it heads toward a cliff or starts playing with an electrical socket. Libertarians do not advocate a lack of common sense. We recognize that adults must override an infant's will when it is a question of protecting their physical safety. Only a fool in charge of young children would allow unbarred bedroom windows or an unprotected fire in the nursery. Yet, too often, young enthusiasts for self-regulation come to my school as visitors, and exclaim at our lack of freedom in locking poison in a lab closet, or our prohibition about playing on the fire escape. The whole freedom movement is marred and despised because so many advocates of freedom have not got their feet on the ground. Op. Cit. p. 105 and p. 106. Nevertheless, the libertarian position does not imply that a child should be punished for getting into a dangerous situation. Nor is the best thing to do in such a case to shout in alarm, unless that is the only way to warn the child before it is too late, but simply to remove the danger without any fuss. Unless a child is mentally defective, he will soon discover what interests him. Left free from excited cries and angry voices, he will be unbelievably sensible in his dealing with material of all kinds. Neil, Op. Cit. p. 108 provided, of course, that he or she has been allowed self-regulation from the beginning, and thus has not developed any irrational, secondary drives. The way to raise a free child becomes clear when one considers how an unfree child is raised. Thus imagine the typical infant whose upbringing A.S. Neil described. His natural functions were left alone during the diaper period. But when he began to crawl and perform on the floor, words like naughty and dirty began to float about the house, and a grim beginning was made in teaching him to be clean. Before this, his hand had been taken away every time it touched his genitals, and he soon came to associate the genital prohibition with the acquired disgust about faces. Thus, years later, when he became a traveling salesman, his story repertoire consisted of a balanced number of sex and toilet jokes. Much of his training was conditioned by relatives and neighbors. Mother and father were most anxious to be correct to do the proper thing so that when relatives or next-door neighbors came, John had to show himself as a well-trained child. He had to say thank you when Auntie gave him a piece of chocolate, and he had to be most careful about his table manners, and especially, he had to refrain from speaking when adults were speaking. All his curiosity about the origins of life were met with clumsy lies, lies so effective that his curiosity about life and birth disappeared. The lies about life became combined with fears when at the age of 5 his mother found him having genital play with his sister of 4 and the girl next door. The severe spanking that followed, father added to it when he came home from work, forever conveyed to John the lesson that sex is filthy and sinful, something one must not even think of. Op. Cit. p. 96-7. Of course, parents' ways of imparting negative messages about sex are not necessarily this severe, especially in our allegedly enlightened age. However,
it is not necessary for a child to be spanked or even scolded or lectured in order to acquire a sex-negative attitude. Children are very intuitive and will receive the message sex is bad from subtle parental cues like facial expressions, tone of voice, embarrassed silence, avoidance of certain topics, etc. Mere toleration of sexual curiosity and play is far different in its psychological effects from positive affirmation. Along the same lines, to prevent the formation of sex-negative attitudes means that nakedness should never be discouraged. The baby should see its parents naked from the beginning. However, the child should be told when he is ready to understand that some people don't like to see children naked and that, in the presence of such people, he should wear clothes. Neil maintains that not only should parents never spank or punish a child for genital play, but that spanking and other forms of punishment should never be used in any circumstances, because they instill fear, turning children into cowards and often leading to phobias. Fear must be entirely eliminated: fear of adults, fear of punishment, fear of disapproval, fear of God. Only hate can flourish in an atmosphere of fear. Punishment also turns children into sadists. The cruelty of many children springs from the cruelty that has been practiced on them by adults. You cannot be beaten without wishing to beat someone else. Every beating makes a child sadistic in desire or practice. Neil Op. CIT, p. 229, p. 124, p. 269 and p. 271. This is obviously an important consideration to anarchists, as sadistic drives provide the psychological ground for militarism, war, police brutality, and so on. Such drives are undoubtedly also part of the desire to exercise hierarchical authority, with its possibilities for using negative sanctions against subordinates as an outlet for sadistic impulses. Child beating is particularly cowardly because it is a way for adults to vent their hatred, frustration, and sadism on those who are unable to defend themselves. Such cruelty is, of course, always rationalized with excuse like "it hurts me more than it does you," etc., or explained in moral terms, like "I don't want my boy to be soft," or "I want him to prepare him for a harsh world," or "I spank my children because my parents spanked me, and it did me a hell of a lot of good." But despite such rationalizations, the fact remains that punishment is always an act of hate. To this hate the child responds in kind by hating the parents, followed by fantasy, guilt, and repression. For example, the child may fantasize the father's death, which immediately causes guilt, and so is repressed. Often the hatred induced by punishment emerges in fantasies that are seemingly remote from the parents, such as stories of giant killing, always popular with children because the giant represents the father. Obviously, the sense of guilt produced by such fantasies is very advantageous to organized religions that promise redemption from sin. It is surely no coincidence that such religions are enthusiastic promoters of the sex-negative morality and disciplinarian child-rearing practices that keep supplying them with recruits. What is worse, however, is that punishment actually creates problem children. This is so because the parent arouses more and more hatred, and diminishing trust in other human beings, in the child with each spanking, which is expressed in still worse behavior, calling for more spankings, and so on, in a vicious circle. In contrast, the self-regulated child does not need any punishment, Neil argued, and he does not go through this hate cycle. He is never punished and he does not need to behave badly. He has no use for lying and for breaking things. His body has never been called filthy or wicked. He has not needed to rebel against authority or to fear his parents. Tantrums he will usually have, but they will be short-lived and not tend toward neurosis. Op. CIT, p. 166. We could cite many further examples of how libertarian principles of child rearing can be applied in practice, but we must limit ourselves to these few. The basic principles can be summed up as follows: get rid of authority, moralizing, and the desire to improve and civilize children. Allow them to be themselves, without pushing them around, bribing, threatening, admonishing, lecturing, or otherwise forcing them to do anything. Refrain from action unless the child, by expressing their freedom, restricts the freedom of others, and explain what is wrong about such actions and never mechanically punish. This is, of course, a radical philosophy, which few parents are willing to follow. It is quite amazing how people who call themselves libertarians in political and economic matters draw the line when it comes to their behavior within the family, as if such behavior had no wider social consequences. J.6.3 If children have nothing to fear, how can they be good? Obedience that is based on fear of punishment, this worldly or otherworldly, is not really goodness, it is merely cowardice. True morality, i.e. respect for others and oneself, comes from inner conviction based on experience. It cannot be imposed from without by fear. Nor can it be inspired by hope of reward, such as praise or the promise of heaven, which is simply bribery. If children are given as much freedom as possible from the day of birth, if parents respect them as individuals and give a positive example as well as not being forced to conform to parental expectations, they will spontaneously learn the basic principles of social behavior, such as cleanliness, courtesy, and so forth. But they must be allowed to develop them at their own speed, at the natural stage of their growth, not when parents think they should develop them. What is natural timing must be discovered by observation, not by defining it a priori based on one's own expectations. Can a child really be taught to keep themselves clean without being punished for getting dirty? According to many psychologists, it is not only possible but vitally important for the child's mental health to do so, since punishment will give the child a fixed and repressed interest in their bodily functions. As Reich and Lowen have shown, various forms of compulsive and obsessive neuroses can be traced back to the punishments used in toilet training. As Neil observed, when the mother says naughty or dirty or even tut-tut, the element of right and wrong arises. The question becomes a moral one when it should remain a physical one. He suggested that the wrong way to deal with a child who likes to play with faces is to tell him he is being dirty. The right way is to allow him to live out his interest in excrement by providing him with mud or clay. In this way, he will sublimate his interest without repression. He will live through his interest, and in doing so, kill it. Summerhill, p. 174. Similarly, skeptics will probably question how children can be induced to eat a healthy diet without threats of punishment. The answer can be discovered by a simple experiment: set out on the table all kinds of foods, from sweets and ice cream to whole wheat bread, lettuce, sprouts, and so on, and allow the child complete freedom to choose what is desired or to eat nothing at all if he or she is not hungry. Parents will find that the average child will begin choosing a balanced diet after about a week, after the desire for prohibited or restricted foods has been satisfied. This is an example of what can be called trusting nature. That the question of how to train a child to eat properly should even be an issue says volumes about how little the concept of freedom for children is accepted or even understood in our society. Unfortunately, the concept of training still holds the field in this and most other areas. The disciplinarian argument that children must be forced to respect possessions is also defective, because it always requires some sacrifice of a child's play life, and childhood should be devoted to play, not to preparing for adulthood, because playing is what children spontaneously do. The libertarian view is that a child should arrive at a sense of value out of his or her own free choice. This means not scolding or punishing them for breaking or damaging things. As they grow out of the stage of pre-adolescent indifference to possessions, they learn to respect it naturally. But shouldn't a child at least be punished for stealing, it will be asked. Once again, the answer lies in the idea of trusting nature. The concept of mine and yours is adult, and children naturally develop it as they become mature, but not before. This means that normal children will steal, though that is not how they regard it. They are simply trying to satisfy their acquisitive impulses, or, if they are with friends, their desire for adventure. In a society so thoroughly steeping in the idea of respect for property as ours, it is no doubt difficult for parents to resist societal pressure to punish children for stealing. The reward for such trust, however,
will be a child who grows into a healthy adolescent who respects the possessions of others, not out of a cowardly fear of punishment but from his or her own self-nature. Most parents believe that, besides taking care of their child's physical needs, the teaching of ethical/moral values is their main responsibility, and that without such teaching the child will grow up to be a little wild animal who acts on every whim, with no consideration for others. This idea arises mainly from the fact that most people in our society believe, at least passively, that human beings are naturally bad and that unless they are trained to be good they will be lazy, mean, violent, or even murderous. This, of course, is essentially the idea of original sin, and because of its widespread acceptance, nearly all adults believe that it is their job to improve children. Yet according to libertarian psychologists there is no original sin. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that there is original virtue. Wilhelm Reich found that externally imposed, compulsive morality actually causes immoral behavior by creating cruel and perverse secondary drives. Neil put it this way: I find that when I smash the moral instruction a bad boy has received, he becomes a good boy. p. 250. Unconscious acceptance of some form of the idea of original sin is the main recruiting tool of organized religions, as people who believe they are born sinners feel a strong sense of guilt and need for redemption. Parents too should eliminate any need for redemption, by telling the child that he is born good, not born bad. This will help keep them from falling under the influence of life-denying religions, which are inimical to the growth of a healthy character structure. Citing ethnological studies, Reich argued the following. Among those primitive peoples who lead satisfactory, unimpaired sexual lives, there is no sexual crime, no sexual perversion, no sexual brutality between man and woman. Rape is unthinkable because it is unnecessary in their society. Their sexual activity flows in normal, well-ordered channels which would fill any cleric with indignation and fear. They love the human body and take pleasure in their sexuality. They do not understand why young men and women should not enjoy their sexuality. But when their lives are invaded by the ascetic, hypocritical morass and by the church, which bring them culture along with exploitation, alcohol, and syphilis, they begin to suffer the same wretchedness as ourselves. They begin to lead moral lives, i.e. to suppress their sexuality, and from then on they decline more and more into a state of sexual distress, which is the result of sexual suppression. At the same time, they become sexually dangerous. Murders of spouses, sexual diseases, and crimes of all sorts start to appear. Children of the Future, p. 193. Such crimes in our society would be greatly reduced if libertarian child-rearing practices were widely followed. These are obviously important considerations for anarchists, who are frequently asked to explain how crime can be prevented in an anarchist society. The answer is that if people are not suppressed during childhood there will be far less antisocial behavior, because the secondary drive structure that leads to it will not be created in the first place. In other words, the solution to the so-called crime problem is not more police, more laws, or a return to the disciplinarian of traditional family values, as conservatives claim, but depends mainly on getting rid of such values. There are other problems as well with the moralism taught by organized religions. One danger is making the child a hater. If a child is taught that certain things are sinful, his love of life must be changed to hate. When children are free, they never think of another child as being a sinner. Neil, Op. Cit. p. 245. From the idea that certain people are sinners, it is a short step to the idea that certain classes or races of people are more sinful than others, leading to prejudice, discrimination, and persecution of minorities as an outlet for repressed anger and sadistic drives that are created in the first place by moralistic training during early childhood. Once again, the relevance for anarchism is obvious. A further danger of religious instruction is the development of a fear of life. Religion to a child most always means only fear. God is a mighty man with holes in his eyelids, he can see you wherever you are. To a child, this often means that God can see what is being done under the bedclothes. and to introduce fear into a child's life is the worst of all crimes. Forever the child says nay to life, forever he is an inferior, forever a coward. Neil, Op. Cit. p. 246. People who have been threatened with fear of an afterlife in hell can never be entirely free of neurotic anxiety about security in this life. In turn, such people become easy targets of ruling class propaganda that plays upon their material and emotional insecurity, e.g. the rationalization of imperialist wars, the military-industrial complex, increased state powers, and so on as necessary to preserve jobs, for security against external threats and so forth. J.6.3 But how will a free child ever learn unselfishness? Another common objection to self-regulation is that children can only be taught to be unselfish through punishment and admonition. Again, however, such a view comes from a distrust of nature and is part of the common attitude that nature is mere raw material to be shaped by human beings according to their own wishes. The libertarian attitude is that empathy for others develops at the proper time. To ask a child to be unselfish is wrong. Every child is an egoist and the world belongs to him. When he has an apple, his one wish is to eat that apple. The chief result of mothers encouraging him to share it with his little brother is to make him hate the little brother. Altruism comes naturally if the child is not taught to be unselfish. It probably never comes at all if the child has been forced to be unselfish. By suppressing the child's selfishness, the mother is fixing that selfishness forever. Neil, Summerhill, pages 250 to 251. Unfulfilled wishes live on in the unconscious, so children who are pressured too hard taught to be unselfish will, while conforming outwardly with parental demands, unconsciously repress part of their real, selfish wishes, and these repressed infantile desires will make the person selfish, and possibly neurotic, throughout life. Moreover, telling children that what they want to do is wrong or bad is equivalent to teaching them to hate themselves, and it is a well-known principle of psychology that people who do not love themselves cannot love others. Thus moral instruction, although it aims to develop altruism and love for others, is actually self-defeating, having just the opposite result. Moreover, such attempts to produce unselfish children, and so adults, actually works against developing the individuality of the child and they developing their own abilities, in particular their ability of critical thought. As Erich Fromm put it, not to be selfish implies not to do what one wishes, to give up one's own wishes for the sake of those in authority. Aside from its obvious implication, it means don't love yourself, don't be yourself, but submit yourself to something more important than yourself, to an outside power or its internalization, duty. Don't be selfish becomes one of the most powerful ideological tools in suppressing spontaneity and the free development of personality. Under the pressure of the slogan one is asked for every sacrifice and for complete submission, only those acts are unselfish which do not serve the individual but somebody or something outside himself. Man for himself, p. 127. While such unselfishness is ideal for creating model citizens and willing wage slaves, it is not conducive for creating anarchists or even developing individuality. Little wonder Bakunin celebrated the urge to rebel and saw it as the key to human progress. Fromm goes on to note that selfishness and self-love, far from being identical, are actually opposites and that selfish persons are incapable of loving others. Or loving themselves. Op. Cit. p. 131 Individuals who do not love themselves, and so others, will be more willing to submit themselves to hierarchy than those who do love themselves and are concerned for their own, and others, welfare. Thus the contradictory nature of capitalism, with its contradictory appeals to selfish and unselfish behavior, can be understood as being based upon lack of self-love, a lack which is promoted in childhood and one which libertarians should be aware of and combat. Indeed, much of the urge to teach children unselfishness is actually an expression of adults' will to power. Whenever parents feel the urge to impose directives on their children, they would be wise to ask themselves whether the impulse comes from their own power drive or their own selfishness. For, Since our culture strongly conditions us to seek power over others, what could be more convenient than having a small, weak person at hand who cannot resist one's will to power? Instead of issuing directives, libertarians believe in letting social behavior develop naturally, which it will do after other people's opinions becomes important to the child. As Neil pointed out, everyone seeks the good opinion of his neighbors. Unless other forces push him into unsocial behavior, a child will naturally want to do that which will cause him to be well regarded, but this desire to please others develops at a certain stage in his growth. The attempt by parents and teachers to artificially accelerate the stage does the child irreparable damage. Op. Cit. p. 256. Therefore, parents should allow children to be selfish and ungiving, free to follow their own childish interests throughout their childhood. Every interpersonal conflict of interest should be grounds for a lesson in dignity on one side and consideration on the other. Only by this process can a child develop their individuality. By so doing they will come to recognize the individuality of others, and this is the first step in developing ethical concepts, which rest upon mutual respect for others and their individuality. J.6.4 Isn't libertarian child rearing just another name for spoiling the child? No. This objection confuses the distinction between freedom and license. To raise a child in freedom does not mean letting him or her walk all over you or others. It does not mean never saying no. It is true that free children are not subjected to punishment, irrational authority, or moralistic admonitions, but they are not free to violate the rights of others. As Neil put it, in the disciplined home, the children have no rights. In the spoiled home, they have all the rights. The proper home is one in which children and adults have equal rights. Or again, to let a child have his own way, or do what he wants to at another's expense, is bad for the child. It creates a spoiled child, and the spoiled child is a bad citizen. Summerhill, p. 107 and 167. There will inevitably be conflicts of will between parents and children, and the healthy way to resolve them is discussion and coming to an agreement. The unhealthy ways are either to resort to authoritarian discipline or to spoil the child by allowing them to have all the social rights. Libertarian psychologists argue that no harm is done to children by insisting on one's individual rights, but that the harm comes from moralism, i.e., when one introduces the concepts of right and wrong or words like naughty, bad, or dirty, which produce guilt. Therefore it should not be thought that free children are free to do as they please. Freedom means doing what one likes so long as it does not infringe on the freedom of others. Thus there is a big difference between compelling a child to stop throwing stones at others and compelling him or her to learn geometry. Throwing stones infringes on others' rights, but learning geometry involves only the child. The same goes for forcing children to eat with a fork instead of their fingers, to say please and thank you, to tidy up their rooms, and so on. Bad manners and untidiness may be annoying to adults, but they are not a violation of adults' rights. One could, of course, define an adult right to be free of annoyance from anything one's child does, but this would simply be a license for authoritarianism, emptying the concept of children's rights of all content. As mentioned, giving children freedom does not mean allowing them to endanger themselves physically. For example, a sick child should not be asked to decide whether he wants to go outdoors or take his prescribed medicine, nor a run-down and overtired child whether she wants to go to bed. But the imposition of such forms of necessary authority is compatible with the idea that children should be given as much responsibility as they can handle at their particular age. Only in this way can they develop self-assurance. And, again, it is important for parents to examine their own motives when deciding how much responsibility to give their child. Parents who insist on choosing their children's clothes for them, for example, are generally worried that the child might select clothes that would reflect badly on their parents' social standing. As for those who equate discipline in the home with obedience, the latter is usually required of a child to satisfy the adult's desire for power. Self-regulation means that there are no power games being played with children, no loud voice saying you'll do it because I say so, or else. But, although this irrational, power-seeking kind of authority is absent in the libertarian home, there still remains what can be called a kind of authority, namely adult protection, care, and responsibility, as well as the insistence on one's own rights. As Neil observed, such authority sometimes demands obedience but at other times gives obedience. Thus I can say to my daughter, "You can't bring that mud and water into our parlor." That's no more than her saying to me, "Get out of my room, Daddy. I don't want you here now," a wish that I, of course, obey without a word. Op. Cit. p. 156. So there will still be discipline in the libertarian home, but it will be of the kind that protects the individual rights of each family member. Raising children in freedom also does not imply giving them a lot of toys, money, and so on. Reich's followers have argued that children should not be given everything they ask for and that it is better to give them too little than too much. Under constant bombardment by commercial advertising campaigns, parents today generally tend to give their children far too much, with the result that the children stop appreciating gifts and rarely value any of their possessions. This same applies to money, which, if given in excess, can be detrimental to children's creativity and play life. If children are not given too many toys, they will derive creative joy out of making their own toys out of whatever free materials are at hand, a joy of which they are robbed by overindulgence. Psychologists point out that parents who give too many presents are often trying to compensate for giving too little love. There is less danger in rewarding children than there is in punishing them, but rewards can still undermine a child's morale. This is because, firstly, rewards are superfluous and in fact often decrease motivation and creativity, as several psychological studies have shown, see section I.4.11. Creative people work for the pleasure of creating, monetary interests are not central, or necessary, to the creative process. Secondly, rewards send the wrong message, namely, that doing the deed for which the reward is offered is not worth doing for its own sake and the pleasure associated with productive, creative activity. Thirdly, rewards tend to reinforce the worst aspects of the competitive system, leading to the attitude that money is the only thing which can motivate people to do the work that needs doing in society. These are just a few of the considerations that enter into the distinction between spoiling children and raising them in freedom. In reality, it is the punishment and fear of a disciplinarian home that spoils children in the most literal sense, by destroying their childhood happiness and creating warped personalities. As adults, the victims of disciplinarian will generally be burdened with one or more antisocial secondary drives such as sadism, destructive urges, greed, sexual perversions, etc., as well as repressed rage and fear. The presence of such impulses just below the surface of consciousness causes anxiety, which is automatically defended against by psychological walls which leave the person stiff, frustrated, bitter and burdened with feelings of inner emptiness. In such a condition people easily fall victim to the capitalist gospel of superconsumption, which promises that money will enable them to fill the inner void by purchasing commodities, a promise that, of course, is hollow. The neurotically enclosed person also tends to look for scapegoats on whom to blame his or her frustration and anxiety and against whom repressed rage can be vented. Reactionary politicians know very well how to direct such impulses against minorities or hostile nations with propaganda designed to serve the interests of the ruling elite. Most importantly, however, the respect for authority combined with sadistic impulses which is acquired from a disciplinarian upbringing typically produces a submissive/authoritarian personality, a man or woman who blindly follows the orders of superiors while at the same time desiring to exercise authority on subordinates, whether in the family, the state bureaucracy, or the company. Erwin Staub's Roots of Evil includes interviews of imprisoned SS men, who, in the course of extensive interviews, meant to determine how ostensibly normal people could perform acts of untold ruthlessness and violence, revealed that they overwhelmingly came from authoritarian, disciplinarian homes. In this way, the traditional, example authoritarian, disciplinarian, patriarchal, family is the necessary foundation for authoritarian civilization, reproducing it and its attendant social evils from generation to generation. J.6.5 What is the anarchist position on teenage sexual liberation? One of the biggest problems of adolescence is sexual suppression by parents and society in general. The teenage years are the time when sexual energy is at its height. Why, then, the absurd demand that teenagers wait until marriage, or at least until leaving home, before becoming sexually active? Why are there laws in advanced countries like the United States that allow a 19-year-old boy who makes love with his 17-year-old girlfriend, with her full consent, to be arrested by the girl's parents, for statutory rape? To answer such questions, let us recall that the ruling class is not interested in encouraging mass tendencies toward liberty, independence, and pleasure not derived from commodities, but instead supports whatever contributes to mass submissiveness, docility, dependence, helplessness, and respect for authority, traits that perpetuate the hierarchies on which ruling class power and privileges depend. As sex is one of the most intense forms of pleasure and one of the most prominent contributors for intimacy and bonding with people emotionally, repression of sexuality is the most powerful means of psychologically crippling people and giving them a submissive/authoritarian character structure, as well as alienating people from each other. As Reich observed, such a character is composed of a mixture of sexual impotence, helplessness, a need for attachments, a nostalgia for a leader, fear of authority, timidity, and mysticism, and people structured in this manner are incapable of democracy. All attempts to build up or maintain genuine democratically directed organizations come to grief when they encounter these character structures. They form the psychological soil of the masses in which dictatorial strivings and bureaucratic tendencies of democratically elected leaders can develop. Sexual suppression produces the authority-fearing, life-fearing vassal, and thus constantly creates new possibilities whereby a handful of men in power can rule the masses. The Sexual Revolution, p. 82. No doubt most members of the ruling elite are not fully conscious that their own power and privileges depend on the mass perpetuation of sex-negative attitudes. Nevertheless, they unconsciously sense it. Sexual freedom is the most basic and powerful kind, and every conservative or reactionary instinctively shudders at the thought of the social chaos it would unleash, that is, the rebellious, authority-defying type of character it would nourish. This is why family values, and religion, i.e. discipline and compulsive sexual morality, are the mainstays of the conservative/reactionary agenda. Thus it is crucially important for anarchists to address every aspect of sexual suppression in society. This means affirming the right of adolescents to an unrestricted sex life. There are numerous arguments for teenage sexual liberation. For example, many teen suicides could be prevented by removing the restrictions on adolescent sexuality. This becomes clear from ethnological studies of sexually unrepressive tribal peoples. All reports, whether by missionaries or scholars, with or without the proper indignation about the moral depravity of savages, state that the puberty rites of adolescence lead them immediately into a sexual life, that some of these primitive societies lay great emphasis on sexual pleasure, that the puberty rite is an important social event, that some primitive peoples not only do not hinder the sexual life of adolescents but encourage it in every way, as, for instance, by arranging for community houses in which the adolescents settle at the start of puberty in order to be able to enjoy sexual intercourse. Even in those primitive societies in which the institution of strict monogamous marriage exists, adolescents are given complete freedom to enjoy sexual intercourse from the beginning of puberty to marriage. None of these reports contains any indication of sexual misery or suicide by adolescents suffering from unrequited love, although the latter does of course occur. The contradiction between sexual maturity and the absence of genital sexual gratification is non-existent. Reich, Op. Cit. p. 85. Teenage sexual repression is also closely connected with crime. If there are teenagers in a neighborhood who have no place to pursue intimate sexual relationships, they will do it in dark corners, in cars or vans, etc., always on the alert and anxious lest someone discover them. Under such conditions, full gratification is impossible, leading to a build-up of tension and frustration. Thus they feel unsatisfied, disturb each other, become jealous and angry, get into fights, turn to drugs as a substitute for a satisfying sex life, vandalize a property to let off steam, repressed rage, or even murder someone. As Wright noted, juvenile delinquency is the visible expression of the subterranean sexual crisis in the lives of children and adolescents. And it may be predicted that no society will ever succeed in solving this problem, the problem of juvenile psychopathology, unless that society can muster the courage and acquire the knowledge to regulate the sexual life of its children and adolescents in a sex-affirmative manner. Op. Cit. p. 271. For these reasons, it is clear that a solution to the gang problem also depends on adolescent sexual liberation. We are not suggesting, of course, that gangs themselves suppress sexual activity. Indeed, one of their main attractions to teens is undoubtedly the hope of more opportunities for sex as a gang member. However, gangs' typical obsessiveness with the promiscuous, pornographic, sadistic, and other dark aspects of sex shows that by the time children reach gang age they have already developed unhealthy secondary drives due to the generally sex-negative and repressive environment in which they have grown up. The expression of such drives is not what anarchists mean by sexual freedom. Rather, anarchist proposals for teenage liberation are based on the premise that a libertarian childhood is the necessary condition for a healthy sexual freedom in adolescence. Applying these insights to our own society, it is clear that teenagers should have ample access to a private room where they can be undisturbed with their sexual partners. Parents should also encourage the knowledge and use of contraceptives and safe sex in general, as well as respect for the other person involved in the relationship. This does not mean encouraging promiscuity or sex for the sake of it. Rather, it means encouraging teenagers to know their own minds and desires, refusing to be pressured by anyone into anything. As can be seen from experience of this anarchist activist during the 1930s. One time, a campanero from the Juventude's Libertarian Youth Organization came over to me and said, "You, who say you're so liberated. You're not so liberated. I'm telling you this so you'll see the mentality of these men. Because if I ask you to give me a kiss, you wouldn't." I just stood there staring at him, and thinking to myself, how do I get out of this one? And then I said to him, listen, when I want to go to bed with a guy, I'm the one that has to choose him. I don't go to bed with just anyone. You don't interest me as a man. I don't feel anything for you. Why should you want me to liberate myself, as you put it, by going to bed with you? That's no liberation for me. That's just making love simply for the sake of making love. No, I said to him, love is something that has to be like eating. If you're hungry, you eat, and if you want to go to bed with a guy, then. Besides, I'm going to tell you something else. Your mouth doesn't appeal to me. And I don't like to make love with a guy without kissing him. He was left speechless. But I did it with a dual purpose in mind, because I wanted to show him that that's not the way to educate compañeros. That's what the struggle of women was like in Spain, even with men from our own group, and I'm not even talking about what it was like with other guys. Quoted by Martha A. Acklesberg, Free Women of Spain, pages 116-7. So respecting yourself and others, it must be stressed, is essential. As Maurice Brinton pointed out, attempts at sexual liberation will encounter two kinds of responses from established society: direct opposition and attempts at recuperation. The second response takes the form of first alienating and refeeing sexuality, and then of frenetically exploiting this empty shell for commercial ends. As modern youth breaks out of the dual stranglehold of repressive traditional morality and of the authoritarian patriarchal family, it encounters a projected image of free sexuality which is in fact a manipulatory distortion of it. This can be seen from the use of sex in advertising to the successful development of sex into a major consumer industry. However, such a development is the opposite of the healthy sexuality desired by anarchists. This is because sex is presented as something to be consumed.
but the sexual instinct differs from certain other instincts as it can be satisfied only by another human being, capable of thinking, acting, suffering. The alienation of sexuality under the conditions of modern capitalism is very much part of the general alienating process, in which people are converted into objects, in this case, objects of sexual consumption, and relationships are drained of human content. Undiscriminating, compulsive sexual activity is not sexual freedom, although it may sometimes be a preparation for it, which repressive morality can never be. The illusion that alienated sex is sexual freedom constitutes yet another obstacle on the road to total emancipation. Sexual freedom implies a realization and understanding of the autonomy of others. The Irrational in Politics, pages 257 to 92, For Workers' Power, p. 277. Therefore, anarchists see teenage sexual liberation as a means of developing free individuals as well as reducing the evil effects of sexual repression, which, we must note, also helps dehumanize individuals by encouraging the objectification of others, and in a patriarchal society particularly of women. J.6.6 But isn't this concern with sexual liberation just a distraction from revolution? It would be insulting to teenagers to suggest that sexual freedom is, or should be, their only concern. Many teens have a well-developed social conscience and are keenly interested in problems of economic exploitation, poverty, social breakdown, environmental degradation, and the like. The same can be said of people of any age. It is essential for anarchists to guard against the attitude typically found in Marxist-Leninist parties that spontaneous discussions about sexual problems are a diversion from the class struggle. Such an attitude is economistic, not to mention covertly ascetic, because it is based on the premise that economic class must be the focus of all revolutionary efforts toward social change. No doubt transforming the economy is important, but without mass sexual liberation no working class revolution be complete, as there will not be enough people around with the character structures necessary to create a lasting self-managed society and economy, i.e., people who are capable of accepting freedom with responsibility. Instead, the attempt to force the creation of such a system without preparing the necessary psychological soil for its growth will lead to a reversion to some new form of hierarchy and exploitation. Equally, society would be free in name only if repressive social morals existed and people were not able to express themselves as they so desire. Moreover, for many people, breaking free from the sexual suppression that threatens to cripple them psychologically is a major issue in their lives. For this reason, few of them are likely to be attracted to the anarchist freedom movement if its exponents limit themselves to dry discussions of surplus value, alienated labor, and so forth. Instead, addressing sexual questions and problems must be integrated into a multifaceted attack on the total system of domination. People should feel confident that anarchists are on the side of sexual pleasure and are not revolutionary ascetics demanding self-denial for the sake of the revolution. Rather, it should be stressed that the capacity for full sexual enjoyment is an essential part of the revolution. Indeed, incessant questioning and challenge to authority on the subject of sex and of the compulsive family can only complement the questioning and challenge to authority in other areas, for instance on the subject of who is to dominate the work process or the purpose of work itself. Both challenges stress the autonomy of individuals and their domination over important aspects of their lives. Both expose the alienated concepts which pass for rationality and which govern so much of our thinking and behavior. The task of the conscious revolutionary is to make both challenges explicit, to point out their deeply subversive content, and to explain their interrelation. Maurice Brinton, The Irrational in Politics, pages 257 to 92, For Workers' Power, p. 278. We noted previously that in pre-patriarchal society, which rests on a communistic/communal social order, children have complete sexual freedom, and that the idea of childhood asceticism develops as such societies turn toward patriarchy in the economic and social structure, see section B.1.5. This sea change in social attitudes toward sexuality allows the authority-oriented character structure to develop instead of the formerly non-authoritarian ones.
Ethnological research has shown that in pre-patriarchal societies the general nature of work life in the community corresponds with the free development of children and adolescents, that is, there are no rules coercing children and adolescents into specific forms of sexual life, and this creates the psychological basis for voluntary integration into the community and voluntary discipline in all forms of collective activity. This supports the premise that widespread sex-positive attitudes are a necessary condition of a viable libertarian socialism. Psychology also clearly shows that every impediment to free expression of children by parents, teachers, or administrative authorities must be stopped. As anarchists, our preferred way of doing so is by direct action. Thus we should encourage all to feel that they have every chance of building their own personal lives. This will certainly not be an obstacle to or a distraction from their involvement in the anarchist movement. On the contrary, if they can gradually solve the problems facing their private lives, they will work on other social projects with greatly increased pleasure and concentration. Besides engaging in direct action, anarchists can also support legal protection, free expression and sexuality, repeal of the insane statutory rape laws and equal rights for gays, for example, just as they support legislation that protects workers' right to strike, family leave, and so forth. However, as Reich observed, under no circumstances will the new order of sexual life be established by the decree of a central authority. The sexual revolution, p. 279, that was a Leninist illusion. Rather, it will be established from the bottom up, by the gradual process of ever more widespread dissemination of knowledge about the adverse personal and social effects of sexual repression, and the benefits of libertarian child rearing and educational methods. A society in which people are capable of sexual happiness will be one where they prefer to make love, not war, and so will provide the best guarantee for the general security. Then the anarchist project of restructuring the economic and political systems will proceed spontaneously, based on a spirit of joy rather than hatred and revenge. Only then can it be defended against reactionary threats, because the majority will be on the side of freedom and capable of using it responsibly, rather than unconsciously longing for an authoritarian father figure to tell them what to do. Therefore, concern and action upon sexual liberation, libertarian child rearing and libertarian education are key parts of social struggle and change. In no way can they be considered as distractions from important political and economic issues as some serious revolutionaries like to claim. As Martha A. Acklesberg notes in relation to the practical work done by the Mujeres Libres group during the Spanish Revolution, respecting children and educating them well was vitally important to the process of revolutionary change. Ignorance made people particularly vulnerable to oppression and suffering. More importantly, education prepared people for social life. Authoritarian schools, or families, based upon fear, prepared people to be submissive to an authoritarian government or within a capitalist workplace. Different schools and families would be necessary to prepare people to live in a society without domination. Free Women of Spain, p. 133. The personal is political, and there is little point in producing a free economy if the people in it are not free to lead a full and pleasurable life. As such, the issue of sexual freedom is as important as economic and social freedom for anarchists. This can be seen when Emma Goldman recounted meeting Kropotkin, who praised a paper she was involved with but proclaimed it would do more if it would not waste so much space discussing sex. She disagreed, and a heated argument ensued about the place of the sex problem in anarchist propaganda. Finally, she remarked, "All right, dear comrade, when I have reached your age, the sex question may no longer be of importance to me. But it is now, and it is a tremendous factor for thousands, millions even, of young people." This, Goldman recalled, made Kropotkin stop short with an amused smile lighting up his kindly face. "Fancy, I didn't think of that," he replied. "Perhaps you are right, after all." He beamed affectionately upon me, with a humorous twinkle in his eye. Living My Life, Volume 1, p. 253. J.7 What do anarchists mean by social revolution? In anarchist theory, social revolution means far more than just revolution.
For anarchists, a true revolution is far more than just a change in the political makeup, structure, or form of a society. It must transform all aspects of a society: political, economic, social, interpersonal relationships, and so on, and the individuals who comprise it. Indeed, these two transformations go hand in hand, complementing each other and supporting each other. People, while transforming society, transform themselves. As Alexander Berkman put it, there are revolutions and revolutions. Some revolutions change only the governmental form by putting a new set of rulers in place of the old. These are political revolutions, and as such they are often met with little resistance. But a revolution that aims to abolish the entire system of wage slavery must also do away with the power of one class to oppress another. That is, it is not any more a mere change of rulers, of government, not a political revolution, but one that seeks to alter the whole character of society. That would be a social revolution. What is anarchism? p. 176. It means two related things. First, it means transforming all parts of society and not just tinkering with certain aspects of the current system. Where political revolution means, in essence, changing bosses, social revolution means changing society, a transformation in the way society is organized and run. Social revolution, in other words, does not aim to change one form of subjection for another, but to do away with everything that can enslave and oppress the individual. Second, it means bringing about this fundamental change directly by the mass of people in society, rather than relying on political means of achieving this end, in the style of Marxist-Leninists and other authoritarian socialists. For anarchists, such an approach is a political revolution only and doomed to failure. The actual, positive work of the social revolution must be carried out by the toilers themselves, by the laboring people as the worst victims of present institutions. It is to their own interest to abolish them. Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 189 and p. 187. That is not to say that an anarchist social revolution is not political in content, far from it. It should be obvious to anyone familiar with anarchist theory that there are political theories and goals at work within anarchism. With an analysis of the state which proclaims it to be an instrument of minority class rule, designed to exclude participation by the many, it should be obvious that we aim to abolish it. What we are saying, however, is that anarchists do not seek to seize power and attempt, through control of law enforcement and the military, in the style of governments, to bring change about from the top down. Rather, we seek to bring change upward from below, and in so doing, make such a revolution inevitable and not contingent on the machinations of a political vanguard. Unsurprisingly, as we noted in section H.3.3, Lenin dismissed talk of change exclusively from below as anarchist and saw the need for change from above by government. As Durruti argued, we never believed that the revolution consisted of the seizure of power by a minority which would impose a dictatorship on the people. We want a revolution by and for the people. Without this no revolution is possible. It would be a coup d'état, nothing more. Quoted by Abel Paz, Durruti, The People Armed, pages 135-7. For anarchists, a social revolution is a movement from below, of the oppressed and exploited struggling for their own freedom. Moreover, such a revolution does not appear as if by magic. Rather, it is the case that revolutions are not improvised. They are not made at will by individuals nor even by the most powerful associations. They come independently of all will and all conspiracies, and are always brought on by the natural force of circumstance. Bakunin, The Political Philosophy of Bakunin, p. 323. Revolutions break out when the conditions are ripe and cannot be artificially produced, by, say, a union leadership proclaiming out of the blue such and such a day for a general strike. However, the actions of individuals and associations can make revolution more likely by their propaganda, struggles and organizing, so that when the circumstances change, people are able and willing to act in a revolutionary manner, by, say,
spontaneously going on strike and their unions expanding the struggle into a general strike. This means that there is no mechanical, objective, process at work but rather something which we can influence but not command. Revolutions are a product of social evolution and of the social struggle which is an inevitable part of it. The oppressed masses have never completely resigned themselves to oppression and poverty, and who today more than ever show themselves thirsting for justice, freedom, and well-being, are beginning to understand that they will not be able to achieve their emancipation except by union and solidarity with all the oppressed, with the exploited everywhere in the world. And they also understand that the indispensable condition for their emancipation which cannot be neglected is the possession of the means of production, of the land and of the instruments of labor. Malatesta, Anarchy, p. 33. Thus any social revolution proceeds from the daily struggles of working class people, just as anarchism does. It is not an event, rather it is a process which is occurring at this moment. So a social revolution is not something in the future which we wait for but an process which is occurring in the here and now which we influence alongside other tendencies as well as objective factors. This means that evolution and revolution are not two separate and different things. Still less are they opposites. Revolution is merely the boiling point of evolution. Berkman, Op. Cit. p. 179. This means how we act now matters as we shape the future by our struggles today. As German anarchist Gustav Landauer put it, the state is not something that can be destroyed by a revolution, but it is a condition, a certain relationship between human beings, a mode of human behavior. We destroy it by contracting other relationships, by behaving differently. Quoted by George Woodcock, Anarchism, p. 421. This does not mean that anarchists do not recognize that a revolution will be marked by, say, specific events, such as a general strike, wide-scale occupations of land, housing, workplaces, actual insurrections, and so on. Of course not. It means that we place these events in a process, within social movements, recognizing that they do not occur in isolation from history nor the evolution of ideas and movements within society. Berkman echoed this point when he argued that while a social revolution is one that entirely changes the foundation of society, its political, economic and social character, such a change must first take place in the ideas and opinions of the people, in the minds of men and women. This means that the social revolution must be prepared. Prepared in the sense of furthering evolutionary process, of enlightening the people about the evils of present-day society and convincing them of the desirability and possibility, of the justice and practicability of a social life based on liberty. Op. Cit. p. 180-1. Such preparation would be the result of social struggle in the here and now, social struggle based on direct action, solidarity, and self-managed organizations. While Berkman concentrated on the labor movement, his comments are applicable to all social movements. In the daily struggle of the proletariat, such an organization, a syndicalist union, would be able to achieve victories about which the conservative union, as at present built, cannot even dream. Such a union would soon become something more than a mere defender and protector of the worker. It would gain a vital realization of the meaning of unity and consequent power, of labor solidarity. The factory and shop would serve as a training camp to develop the worker's understanding of his or her proper role in life, to cultivate his or her self-reliance and independence, teach him or her mutual help and cooperation, and make him or her conscious of his or her responsibility. He or she will learn to decide and act on his or her own judgment, not leaving it to leaders or politicians to attend to his or her affairs and look out for his or her welfare. He or she will grow to understand that present economic and social arrangements are wrong and criminal, and he or she will determine to change them. The shop committee and union will become the field of preparation for a new economic system, for a new social life. Op. Cit. pages 206-7. In other words, the struggle against authority, exploitation, oppression, and domination in the here and now is the start of the social revolution. It is this daily struggle, Bakunin stressed, which creates free people and the organizations it generates bear, the living seed of the new society which is to replace the old one. They are creating not only the ideas, but also the facts of the future itself. Therefore, libertarian socialism will be attained only through the development and organization of the non-political or anti-political social power of the working classes in city and country. Bakunin on Anarchism, p. 255 and p. 263. Such social power is expressed in economic and community organizations such as self-managed unions and workplace/community assemblies, see section J.5, and these form the organizational framework of a free society, see section I.2.3. Anarchists try and follow the example of our Spanish comrades in the CNT and FAI who, when faced with the conventional opposition between reformism and revolution, they appear, in effect, to have put forward a third alternative, seeking to obtain immediate practical improvements through the actual development, in practice, of autonomous, libertarian forms of self-organization. Nick Ryder, The Practice of Direct Action, The Barcelona Rent Strike of 1931, pages 79 to 105, For Anarchism, David Goodway, ed. p. 99. While doing this, anarchists must also beware of ourselves becoming less anarchist because the masses are not ready for anarchy. Malatesta, Errico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 162. So revolution and anarchism is the product of struggle, a social process in which anarchist ideas spread and develop. This does not mean, argued Malatesta, that to achieve anarchy we must wait till everyone becomes an anarchist. On the contrary, under present conditions only a small minority, favored by specific circumstances, can manage to conceive what anarchy is. It would be wishful thinking to hope for a general conversion before a change actually took place in the kind of environment in which authoritarianism and privilege now flourish. It is precisely for this reason that we need to organize for the bringing about of anarchy, or at any rate that degree of anarchy which could become gradually feasible, as soon as a sufficient amount of freedom has been won and a nucleus of anarchists somewhere exists that is both numerically strong enough and able to be self-sufficient and to spread its influence locally. The Anarchist Revolution, pages 83 to 4. Thus anarchists influence social struggle, the revolutionary process, by encouraging anarchistic tendencies within those who are not yet anarchists but are instinctively acting in a libertarian manner. Anarchists spread our message to those in struggle and support libertarian tendencies in it as far as we can. In this way, more and more people will become anarchists and anarchy will become increasingly possible. We discuss the role of anarchists in a social revolution in section J.7.4. For anarchists, a social revolution is the end product of years of struggle. It is marked by the transformation of a given society, the breaking down of all forms of oppression and the creation of new ways of living, new forms of self-managed organization, a new attitude to life itself. Moreover, we do not wait for the future to introduce such transformations in our daily life. Rather, we try and create as many anarchistic tendencies in today's society as possible in the firm belief that in so doing we are pushing the creation of a free society nearer. So anarchists, including revolutionary ones, try to make the world today more libertarian and so bring us closer to freedom. Few anarchists think of anarchy as something in, or for, the distant future, rather it is something we try and create in the here and now by living and struggling in a libertarian manner. Once enough people do this, then a more extensive change towards anarchy, i.e. a revolution, is possible. J.7.1 Why are most anarchists revolutionaries? While most anarchists do believe that a social revolution is required to create a free society, some reject the idea. This is because they think that revolutions are by their very nature coercive and so are against anarchist principles. In the words of Proudhon, in reply to Marx, perhaps you still hold the opinion that no reform is possible without a helping coup de main, without what used to be called a revolution but which is quite simply a jolt. I confess that my most recent studies have led me to abandon this view, which I understand and would willingly discuss, since for a long time I held it myself. I do not think that this is what we need in order to succeed, and consequently we must not suggest revolutionary action as the means of social reform, because this supposed means would simply be an appeal to force and to arbitrariness. In brief, it would be a contradiction. Selected writings of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, p. 151. Also they point to the fact that the state is far better armed than the general population, better trained and, as history proves, more than willing to slaughter as many people as required to restore order. In face of this power, they argue, revolution is doomed to failure. Those opposed to revolution come from all tendencies of the movement. Traditionally, individualist anarchists are usually against the idea of revolution, as was Proudhon. However, with the failure of the Russian Revolution and the defeat of the CNTFAI in Spain, some social anarchists have rethought support for revolution. Rather than seeing revolution as the key way of creating a free society, they consider it doomed to failure as the state is too strong a force to be overcome by insurrection. Instead of revolution, such anarchists support the creation of alternatives, such as cooperatives, mutual banks, and so on, which will help transform capitalism into libertarian socialism by burning property little by little via some system of economics which will put back into society the wealth which has been taken out of society by another system of economics. Proudhon, Op. Cit. p. 151. Such alternative building, combined with pressurizing the state to, say, use cooperatives to run public services and industries as well as civil disobedience and non-payment of taxes, is seen as the best way to creating anarchy. This may take time, they argue, but such gradual change will be more successful in the long run. Most revolutionary anarchists agree on the importance of building libertarian alternatives in the here and now. They would agree with Bakunin when he argued that such organizations as libertarian unions, cooperatives, and so on are essential so that when the revolution, brought about by the natural force of circumstances, breaks out, there will be a real force at hand which knows what to do and by virtue thereof is capable of taking the revolution into its own hands and imparting to it a direction salutary for the people, a serious, international organization of workers' organizations of all countries, capable of replacing the departing political world of the states and the bourgeoisie. The political philosophy of Bakunin, p. 323. Thus, for most anarchists, the difference of evolution and revolution is one of little import. Anarchists should support libertarian tendencies within society as they support revolutionary situations when they occur. However, revolutionary anarchists argue that, ultimately, capitalism cannot be reformed away nor will the state wither away under the onslaught of libertarian institutions and attitudes. Neither mutual banking, see section J.5.7, nor cooperatives, see section J.5.11, can outcompete capitalist institutions. This means that these alternatives, while important, are insufficient to the task of creating a free society. This suggests that while libertarian tendencies within capitalism may make life better under that system, they cannot get rid of it. This requires a social revolution, they argue. Such anarchists agree with Alexander Berkman that there is no record of any government or authority, of any group or class in power having given up its mastery voluntarily. In every instance it required the use of force, or at least the threat of it. What is anarchism? p. 174. Even the end of state capitalism, communism, in Eastern Europe did not contradict this argument. Without the mass action of the population, the regime would have continued. Faced with a massive popular revolt, the commissars realized that it was better to renounce some power than have it all taken from them, and they were right, as this allowed many of them to become part of the new, private capitalist, ruling class. Thus mass rebellion, the start of any true revolution, was required. The argument that the state is too powerful to be defeated has been proven wrong time and time again. Every revolution has defeated a military machine which previously had been proclaimed to be unbeatable. Most obviously, the people armed in Spain defeated the military in 2/3 of the country. Ultimately, the power of the state rests on its troops following orders. If those troops rebel, then the state is powerless. That is why anarchists have always produced anti-militarist propaganda urging troops to join strikers and other people in revolt. Revolutionary anarchists argue that any state can be defeated, if the circumstances are right, and the work of anarchists is to encourage those circumstances. In addition, revolutionary anarchists argue that even if anarchists did not support revolutionary change, this would not stop such events happening. Revolutions are the product of developments in human society and occur whether we desire them or not. They start with small rebellions, small acts of refusal by individuals, groups, workplaces, and communities, then grow. These acts of rebellion are inevitable in any hierarchical society, as is their spreading wider and wider. Revolutionary anarchists argue that anarchists must, by the nature of our politics and our desire for freedom, support such acts of rebellion and, ultimately, social revolution. Not to do so means ignoring people in struggle against our common enemy and ignoring the means by which anarchists' ideas and attitudes will grow within existing society. Thus Alexander Berkman was right when he wrote, "That is why it is no prophecy to foresee that someday it must come to decisive struggle between the masters of life and the dispossessed masses. As a matter of fact, that struggle is going on all the time. There is a continuous warfare between capital and labor. That warfare generally proceeds within so-called legal forms. But even these erupt now and then in violence, as during strikes and lockouts, because the armed fist of government is always at the service of the masters, and that fist gets into action the moment capital feels its profits threatened, then it drops the mask of mutual interests and partnership with labor and resorts to the final argument of every master, to coercion and force. It is therefore certain that government and capital will not allow themselves to be quietly abolished if they can help it, nor will they miraculously disappear of themselves, as some people pretend to believe. It will require a revolution to get rid of them." Op. Cit. p. 174. However, all anarchists are agreed that any revolution should be as nonviolent as possible. Violence is the tool of oppression and, for anarchists, violence is only legitimate as a means of self-defense against authority. Therefore revolutionary anarchists do not seek violent revolution, they are just aware that when people refuse to kowtow to authority, then that authority will use violence against them. This use of violence has been directed against nonviolent forms of direct action, and so those anarchists who reject revolution will not avoid state violence directed against them unless they renounce all forms of resistance to state and capitalist authority. So when it comes to effective action by the subjects of an authority, the relevant question quickly becomes how much does our freedom depend on us not exercising it? Nor do revolutionary anarchists think that revolution is in contradiction to the principles of anarchism. As Malatesta put it, for two people to live in peace they must both want peace. If one insists on using force to oblige the other to work for him and serve him, then the other, if he wishes to retain his dignity as a man and not be reduced to abject slavery, will be obliged, in spite of his love of peace, to resist force with adequate means. Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 54. Under any hierarchical system, those in authority do not leave those subject to them in peace. The boss does not treat his/her workers as equals, working together by free agreement without differences in power. Rather, the boss orders the worker about and uses the threat of sanctions to get compliance. Similarly with the state. Under these conditions, revolution cannot be authoritarian, for it is not authoritarian to destroy authority. To quote Rudolf Rocker, "We know that a revolution cannot be made with rosewater. And we know, too, that the owning classes will never yield up their privileges spontaneously. On the day of victorious revolution the workers will have to impose their will on the present owners of the soil, of the subsoil and of the means of production, which cannot be done, let us be clear on this, without the workers taking the capital of society into their own hands, and, above all, without their having demolished the authoritarian structure which is, and will continue to be, the fortress keeping the masses of the people under dominion. Such an action is, without doubt, an act of liberation, a proclamation of social justice,
the very essence of social revolution, which has nothing in common with the utterly bourgeois principle of dictatorship. Anarchism and Sovietism, pages 53 to 74, The Poverty of Statism, Albert Meltzer, ed. p. 73. It should also be noted that those who proclaim that a revolution is inherently authoritarian, like, say, Engels, see section H.4.7, are confused. They fail to see that it is hardly authoritarian to stop someone ruling you. It is an act of liberation to free oneself from those oppressing you. Malatesta comments reflect well the position of revolutionary anarchists with regards to the use of force. We neither seek to impose anything by force nor do we wish to submit to a violent imposition. We intend to use force against government, because it is by force that we are kept in subjection by government. We intend to expropriate the owners of property because it is by force that they withhold the raw materials and wealth, which is the fruit of human labor, and use it to oblige others to work in their interest. We shall resist with force whoever would wish by force, to retain or regain the means to impose his will and exploit the labor of others. With the exception of these cases, in which the use of violence is justified as a defense against force, we are always against violence, and for self-determination. Op. Cit. p. 56. This is the reason why most anarchists are revolutionaries. They do not think it against the principles of anarchism and consider it the only real means of creating a free society, a society in which the far greater, and permanent, violence which keeps the majority of humanity in servitude can be ended once and for all. J.7.2 Is social revolution possible? One objection to the possibility of social revolution is based on what we might call the paradox of social change. This argument goes as follows: authoritarian institutions reward and select people with an authoritarian type of personality for the most influential positions in society. Such types of people have both a. an interest in perpetuating authoritarian institutions, from which they benefit, and b. the power to perpetuate them. Hence they create a self-sustaining and tightly closed system which is virtually impervious to the influence of non-authoritarian types. Therefore, institutional change presupposes individual change, which presupposes institutional change, and so on. Unless it can be shown, then, that institutions and human psychology can both be changed at the same time, hope for a genuine social revolution, instead of just another rotation of elites, appears to be unrealistic. Connected with this problem is the fact that the psychological root of the hierarchical society is addiction to power over other people, over nature, over the body and human emotions, and that this addiction is highly contagious. That is, as soon as any group of people anywhere in the world becomes addicted to power, those within range of their aggression also feel compelled to embrace the structures of power, including centralized control over the use of deadly force, in order to protect themselves from their neighbors. Once these structures of power are adopted, authoritarian institutions become self-perpetuating. In this situation, fear becomes the underlying emotion behind the conservatism, conformity, and mental inertia of the majority, who in that state become vulnerable to the self-serving propaganda of authoritarian elites alleging the necessity of the state, strong leaders, militarism, law and order, capitalists, rulers, etc. The simultaneous transformation of institutions and individual psychology becomes even more difficult to imagine. Serious as these obstacles may be, they do not warrant despair. To see why, let us note first that paradigm shifts in science have not generally derived from new developments in one field alone but from a convergence of cumulative developments in several different fields at once. For example, the Einsteinian revolution which resulted in the overthrow of the Newtonian paradigm was due to simultaneous progress in mathematics, physics, astronomy, and other sciences that all influenced, reacted on, and cross-fertilized each other. See Thomas Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Similarly, if there is going to be a paradigm shift in the social realm, i.e. from hierarchical to non-hierarchical institutions, it is likely to emerge from the convergence of a number of different socio-economic and political developments at the same time. In a hierarchical society,
the oppression authority produces also generates resistance, and so hope. The instinct for freedom cannot be repressed forever. That is why anarchists stress the importance of direct action, section J.2, and self-help, section J.5. By the very process of struggle, by practicing self-management, direct action, and solidarity, people create the necessary paradigm shift in both themselves and society as a whole. Thus the struggle against authority is the school of anarchy. It encourages libertarian tendencies in society and the transformation of individuals into anarchists. Only freedom or the struggle for freedom can be the school for freedom. Malatesta, Enrico Malatesta, His Life and Ideas, p. 59. In a revolutionary situation, this process is accelerated. It is worth quoting Murray Bookchin at length on this subject. Revolutions are profoundly educational processes, indeed veritable cauldrons in which all kinds of conflicting ideas and tendencies are sifted out in the minds of a revolutionary people. Individuals who enter into a revolutionary process are by no means the same after the revolution as they were before it began. Those who encounter a modicum of success in revolutionary times learn more within a span of a few weeks or months than they might have learned over their lifetime in non-revolutionary times. Conventional ideas fall away with extraordinary rapidity, values and prejudices that were centuries in the making disappear almost overnight. Strikingly innovative ideas are quickly adopted, tested, and, where necessary, discarded. Even newer ideas, often flagrantly radical in character, are adopted with an élan that frightens ruling elites however radical the latter may profess to be, and they soon become deeply rooted in the popular consciousness. Authorities hallowed by age-old tradition are suddenly divested of their prestige, legitimacy, and power to govern. So tumultuous socially and psychologically are revolutions in general that they constitute a standing challenge to ideologues, including sociobiologists, who assert that human behavior is fixed and human nature predetermined. Revolutionary changes reveal a remarkable flexibility in human nature, yet few psychologists have elected to study the social and psychological tumult of revolution as well as the institutional changes it so often produces. Thus much must be said with fervent emphasis. To continue to judge the behavior of a people during and after a revolution by the same standards one judged them by beforehand is complete